The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 1416 to Chapter 1596. I happen to be in Tianluo City. Lu Ruoxuan smiled like a flower and snuggled into the arms of the male cultivator. That's great. Xianxia will be waiting for you in the first room of the Drunken Moon Inn tonight. Senior brother, you must come. In the first room of the Drunken Moon Inn in Tianluo City. The figures of a man and a woman were entangled together, and from time to time there was a sound that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. However, an hour later, the man's breathing became more and more rapid. Gradually, he began to cry for mercy intermittently. An hour later, Lu Ruoxuan pushed away the man who was crawling on her, and her eyes were full of disgust and contempt. She saw that the man who was strong an hour ago had become as thin as a stick. At this moment, he had become as thin as a stick, and his hair had dried up and fallen off. His appearance seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. After being pushed away by Lu Ruoxuan, the man reached out and wanted to grab her clothes. His mouth kept making a ho-ho sound, and his eyes were full of fear and resentment, but he could not say a word. Lu Ruoxuan smiled disdainfully and raised her hand to slap the top of the man's head. Then, from her heart, a plume of black smoke floated out and covered the man's body. It didn't take long for the man's body to rot and stink, and finally disappeared without a trace. The body disappeared, and the black shadow floated and condensed into a human figure. It was the appearance of an enchanting woman. A strange sharp voice suddenly sounded in the room. Tut, my strength is too low, and my root is too poor. At most, I can only maintain a human form for a moment. Lu Ruoxuan, didn't I ask you to find me a high-quality furnace? Seeing this woman, Lu Ruoxuan's eyes flashed with fear and disgust. That day in the valley, when Lu Ruoxuan was on the verge of death, she accidentally awakened the soul living in a skeleton. The soul was called Xianxia, who was a demoness who specialized in practicing the Joyous Union demonic skill. She killed people like flies and did all kinds of evil. 100 years ago, she was strangled by the famous righteous sections. But the demonic skill she practiced allowed her to retain a part of her soul and hide it in her own skeleton. She did not wake up until Lu Ruoxuan's blood dripped into the skeleton. Xianxia used the demonic skill to save Lu Ruoxuan's life. The price was that Lu Ruoxuan had to constantly seduce male cultivators to dual cultivate with her. Through the Joyous Union demonic attack, she used the man as a cauldron and sucked them dry to restore her soul. As Xianxia's soul became more and more solid, Lu Ruoxuan's cultivation also increased rapidly. Now, she had already returned to the Anidia stage. However, her personality also began to change greatly. Even now, without the nourishment of a man for a few days, her whole body was hot and unbearable. Unfortunately, she was in the Starry School now. The Starry School was protected by a powerful barrier, and the dean was patrolling day and night. If any one of them died, she would not be able to escape responsibility. In desperation, Lu Ruoxuan could only go to the Tianguang ruins to hook up with her prey. However, the quality of the men she found was naturally uneven, and Xianxia was not satisfied. Lu Ruoxuan put on her clothes and said with grievance, Madam Xianxia, I also want to serve you. However, my current cultivation is too low. I can't even come into contact with those high-quality cultivation furnaces. Lu Ruoxuan gritted her teeth and lowered her eyes to hide the light in them. Madam Xianxia, I also want to find you the best furnace. But you have to help me first so that I have enough power and strength. Xianxia asked, what do you want? Lu Ruoxuan's eyes emitted a cold light. I want to climb to the top of the talisman list and defeat Xianxia. At that time, everyone will attach importance to my existence, worship me, and worship me. At that time, wouldn't it be easy for you to obtain any high-quality cauldron you want? Oh, what's so difficult about that? Xianxia said disdainfully, didn't I teach you to draw the 5th grade soul cleansing talisman? Can't you beat a little girl at the stage of fasting? Lu Ruoxuan's eyes darkened, no, it's not enough. Madam Xianxia, do you know who Xianxia is? He is the only master of Qin Yin sect to climb to the top of the Ling Long, Nirvana and Ling Shao lists in hundreds of years. And his current cultivation is only at the stage of fasting. Countless people want to buy the 3rd grade talisman drawn by him every day. Lu Ruoxuan suddenly smiled. Moreover, Yi Liangchen is a man in reality. If I can beat him and make him your furnace in reality, with such a talent, I'm afraid you will be able to fully recover soon, right? Hearing the last sentence, Mei Xian was indeed moved. She licked her lips and let out a sharp laugh. Okay, then I will teach you to draw a 5th grade talisman. Once this talisman is out, I guarantee that everyone will buy it crazily. No one can take the first place away from you. At that time, don't forget to send that soft and tender boy to my bed. I want to enjoy him personally. GGG. Lu Ruoxuan raised her eyes, which were full of excitement and resentment. Laozi's #1 shop in the world was bustling with people. From time to time, people shouted, "Give me a 3rd grade talisman." In the back room of the shop, Mu Yan sat in front of the table and kept drawing talismans. The speed was so fast that it almost left after images. Suzy looked at this scene and couldn't close his mouth for a long time. After talking with Mu Yan, he directly fell asleep because of physical exhaustion. Therefore, he arrived at Tianguang ruins half a day later than the others. Seeing this scene as soon as he arrived at the Heavenly Light ruins dealt a heavy blow to his young heart. Suzy felt as if he had forgotten what drawing talismans was. In the past, in the Su family, which of the talisman masters didn't bathe and cleanse their bodies, calm their minds, and burn incense and pray before they dared to draw? Moreover, it would take at least 2 hours to draw a grade 4 talisman. After he was done, he had to rest for an hour before he could continue. But the Mu Yan in front of him, the talisman paper is spread out on the small broken table. The table swayed from time to time. While Mayan's brush is flying, she can also strike up a conversation with the people next to her from time to time. In this way, she finished drawing a talisman in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Suzy rubbed his eyes and looked around. However, he discovered that Yun Ruhan and the others were not surprised by this scene, as if they didn't find it strange at all. Even North Sunflower Xiangnuan was looking at Mu Yan with admiration. But he doesn't seem to feel that there's any problem with Mu Yan's speed and efficiency in drawing talismans. Suzy wondered if he had entered the Tianguang ruins in the wrong way. Junior, did you take Lu Ruoxuan's talisman because you think there's something wrong with it? Leng Yuma suddenly asked, holding a talisman in her hand. Mu Yan didn't stop drawing the talisman. She looked up and asked, "What do you think, 4th senior?" Leng Yuma frowned. "I don't know, but I feel a chill when I hold this talisman." "Hee, we'll know if there's a problem if we try it." Luo Yu snatched it and burned the talisman with his spiritual power before anyone could react. The next moment, Luo Yu's face showed an intoxicated expression, as if the talisman made him feel extremely comfortable. Mu Yan's expression changed. She quickly threw away the cinnabar pen and stepped forward. Silver needles appeared in her hand and she pierced them into the acupuncture points on Luo Yu's head. Luo Yu let out a muffled groan as beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Then, a wisp of black smoke came out from the top of his head. As soon as it came into contact with the air, it disappeared without a trace. Luo Yu burped in a daze and asked in confusion, What is this?" Mu Yan frowned. "I'm not sure, but it's definitely not something good. This talisman seems to contain not only spiritual power but also a very evil energy." Luo Yu jumped in fright and said with lingering fear, "6th senior sister, could it be that I fell into a trap?" Mu Yan shook her head. "This energy is very subtle and is only used to support the talisman. If used in small amounts, it's no different from a normal soul-cleansing talisman. But if used for a long time, I'm afraid," Yun Ruhan slapped Luo Yu's head. The calm and gentle eldest senior showed a rare look of anger. "Let's see if you still dare to be so bold and try anything." Luo Yu shrunk his neck and patted his chest in fear. Then, he hugged Mu Yan's arm and showed his cute dimples. Hee, I'm not afraid. 6th senior will save me anyway." Yun Ruhan glared at him and frowned. How could Lu Ruoxuan draw such a strange talisman? A few months ago, she couldn't even draw a 3rd grade talisman. Now she can draw a 5th grade talisman. Who would believe it? North Sunflower Xiangnuan quickly added, "That's not all. I've also heard that Lu Ruoxuan's current talisman drawing speed is rather fast. An ordinary talisman refiner would require at least a few hours to draw a 5th grade talisman, but I've heard that Lu Ruoxuan can draw one in an hour. Moreover, a 5th grade talisman of hers was sold for 10 top-grade crystals. Now, her talismans are put up for sale in big shops, and she can earn tens of thousands of points a day. That's why her ranking is rising so fast. You can draw one in an hour? Ling Yusheng was shocked. Even the tutors of the Starry School can't draw a 5th grade talisman in an hour, right? What happened to Lu Ruoxuan? Suzy couldn't help but raise his hand and ask, but, isn't little sister faster than Lu Ruoxuan? That wasn't just one piece of paper in an hour, it was more than a dozen in an hour. Ling Yuma waved her hand and said unconcernedly, isn't it natural for junior sister to be powerful? What's so amazing about that? Aya, Z, you're young and inexperienced. It's normal for you to be surprised. You won't be surprised if you stay with us for a long time. Haha, that's right, he must have entered the Tianguang ruins in the wrong way, but soon, Suzy's eyes fell on Mu Yan, and his face was filled with deep worship and infatuation. Just then, there was the sound of hurried footsteps and the shout of elegant bro, sold out, sold out. Guru Yi, little Kuei, sold out. Quick, do you still have stock? What? Sold out? Mayan raised her head in surprise. If she remembered correctly, she had just given him thousands of 3rd grade talismans, how could they be sold out so quickly? These were all accumulated in the past. Because the old man is number 1 under the world store had limited sales every day. Therefore, even though Mu Yan was a slacker and wasn't diligent in drawing talismans, she still managed to accumulate quite a bit of stock. She was thinking of using these stocks to fill the gap in the Grand Heavenly Light competition. But only half a day had passed, and they were all sold out. North Kuei Xiangyuan did not find it strange at all. She stood up and proudly raised her chin, Sister Yi, don't you know? You have a lot of supporters in the lower and middle districts of Tianguang ruins. A few days ago, when the Grand Heavenly Light competition had just started, they came to ask when you would participate. They had prepared a lot of crystals to support you. Now that they heard you signed up, they all rushed over. What are thousands of talismans? Even if there were 10 times more, they would be snatched up. Immediately. Elegant Bro brushed his hair and said proudly, hee, I got the advantage first. I secretly bought 1,000 of those thousands of talismans. Ha ha ha, this is a big profit. When I go back, Grandpa will definitely praise me. Ouch. Little Kuei, don't, I was wrong. Before Elegant Bro could finish, his ear was pulled by North Kuei Xiangyuan, Guobin, you've gone too far. Those people are Sister Ye's supporters, and they came to support our number 1 under the world store. There weren't enough talismans to go around, and you actually hit 1,000 for yourself. Don't you have any shame? Ouch, 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 little Kuei, I was wrong. I won't do it again. These aren't Boss Ye's talismans, they're too rare. I'd be a fool not to snatch them now. Mayan puts down her pen, stands up, and walks to the front yard of the shop. Due to the setting of Tianguang ruins, a shop like the Old Man is number 1 in the world could only accommodate a maximum of 100 customers. Therefore, the shop was not crowded. However, the entrance of the shop was packed with people. Seeing Mu Yan come out, the crowd immediately became restless and screamed. Boss Yi has come out. Great God Yi, I heard that there are enough talismans today. Is that true? Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Boss Yi, I heard that you want to participate in the flourishing heavenly light. Even if we use up all the crystal stones in the heavenly light ruins, we will definitely support you. What is that dancing ice snow? Wasn't she defeated by Boss in the past? Our boss Liangchen is invincible and invincible. Wherever our Liangchen army goes, they are invincible, and not even a blade of grass grows. Mu Yan can't help but laugh as she listens to the shouts of her subordinates. At this moment, a trembling old man walked out from the crowd. Miss Yi, this old man has always wanted to thank you personally. Thanks to your talismans, my chronic illness has finally begun to heal. And my wife, who was hovering on the edge of life and death, suffering unbearably, it was you who extended her life for a while, and finally closed her eyes with a peaceful smile. Me too. I also want to thank Miss Yi. We, the loose cultivators with low cultivation, don't have enough crystal stones to buy elixirs, and we can't afford those high-level talismans. But your 3rd grade talisman only needs 1 mid-grade crystal stone, and its effect is better than a 5th grade crystal stone. Moreover, Miss Xi never differentiates between customers, even the young master of the Fu family has to line up to make an appointment. I'm an uncouth man, I don't know what to say. What we can support Miss Xi is limited, but as long as we can contribute, we will do our best. Yes, Miss Xi is so good, Laozi's #1 shop is so good, if we don't support them, who should we support? Since Laozi's #1 shop is called Laozi's #1 shop in the world, it's too unreasonable not to take first place. Listening to the messy voices below, Mu Yan only feels a burst of soreness in her heart, and her eyes feel a bit wet. Laozi's #1 shop in the world actually doesn't have many customers who spend money like water. But these people take out 120% enthusiasm, the most sincere heart, to support her, to support the #1 shop. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, and says in a clear voice, since they are all old customers, little Kuei, note down that everyone here will get a 20% discount when buying talismans in the shop. North Kuei Xiangyuan is startled, Miss, 20% discount is fine, but have you forgotten that we are now participating in the flourishing heavenly light? The points on the ranking list are all converted according to the number of crystal stones traded. Moreover, you still have the bet with that dancing Bing Rua. I think it's better to give this discount after the flourishing heavenly light is over. Yes, Miss Xi, don't try to be brave. We all know how you feel about us. I just completed a very large employment task and earned a lot of crystal stones, and thanks to the defensive talismans I bought here, I escaped from death. Now I have a lot of crystal stones to buy your talismans. To put it bluntly, Miss Xi, if you sell them to us at the original price, we can sell them for twice the price. Why do you still want to reduce the price? Boss Xi, you don't need to give us a 20% discount. We swear to follow you until death. I think that Boss Xi might as well directly raise the price. Such a good 3rd grade talisman, only selling it for a mid-grade crystal, it's really too wasteful. Mu Yan doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. It doesn't matter, even if there's a 20% discount, I can still win. Pausing for a moment, she raised her chin slightly. Her expression was indifferent, but it also carried the disdain of a monarch. You don't believe me? Ao, Boss Xi is mighty. We pledge our lives to believe in Boss Xi and follow Boss Xi. Mu Yan raises her hand and presses the air. It was as if he had pressed some kind of button. The huge crowd instantly quietened down. Pairs of sparkling eyes stared at Mayan, their faces full of worship and trust. Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, 3rd grade talismans have been sold out today. Ah, how could this be? I came here today for the 3rd grade talisman. Didn't you say that there would be enough 3rd grade talismans today? Only Brother Sheik touched his nose guiltily, not daring to look at everyone's eyes. Then, Mayan leisurely spits out a sentence. Today, there are no 3rd grade talismans for sale, but there are 4th grade talismans for sale. An ordinary 4th grade talisman is priced at 10 mid-grade crystals, and a variant 4th grade talisman is priced at 1 high-grade crystal. Today, there is an unlimited supply of 4th grade talismans, but there is a limited supply of mutated 4th grade talismans. First come, first served. The crowd burst into an uproar. The latter part of Mu Yan's words were directly drowned in a burst of cheers. Ah! A 4th grade talisman. The #1 shop in the world finally has a 4th grade talisman. Ha ha ha. Get up, all of you. Today's mutated 4th grade talisman is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Someone couldn't help but ask, Miss Xi has always only been able to draw 3rd grade talismans. Do her 4th grade talismans still have such a great effect? But before he could finish his words, he was drowned out by curses. Are you kidding me? Our Boss Xi's products must be the best. Is there a need to try? Yeah, if you don't want to buy it, then get lost. Don't occupy our seats. Woof woof woof, mutated 4th grade crystal, here I come. Casual Bro stared at the shelf filled with talismans. Mutated grade 4 crystal stones. If I buy it back, Grandpa will be overjoyed. However, before he could rush out, little Kuei grabbed his ear. Guibin, if you dare steal from me again, I'll ignore you. Facing the young girl's arrogant scolding, Casual Bro immediately cowered. I don't dare. Hee hee, little Kuei, I'm just looking. North Sunflower Xianxia snorted coldly. The only reason I agreed to let you work at the #1 shop in the world is because you are Big Sister Ye's #1 supporter. If you dare to do anything to Big Sister Ye, humph humph. Easy Bro immediately begged for mercy with kind words, and only then did North Sunflower Xianxuan's gloomy mood brighten up. However, when he thought about how he couldn't buy such a rare and precious variant grade 4 talisman, Elegant Bro's heart ached so much that he wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet. However, compared to the mutated 4th grade talisman, he was more afraid that little Kuei would be angry at him. At this moment, a stack of talismans suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. There were 10 sheets in each stack. The top 3 talismans were shockingly variant grade 4 talismans. Easy Bro and North Sunflower Xianxuan raised their heads in shock and saw Muyan's smiling face. During this period of time, you've managed the world's #1 shop very well. This is your bonus for this month. After saying that, he stuffed the talismans into their arms and left. Now that she owed a pile of talisman debts, she couldn't just rely on Tianguang ruins to complete them. Now, she can only go to the space and use the Tian Mo Qing to draw talismans in batches. This time, Lu Ruoxuan's talisman was not sold in earth-shattering sky. Instead, he directly consigned them to a big shop called Cloud Lake. Cloudguest was one of the largest shops in Tianguang ruins. There were branches in the upper 3 districts, middle 3 districts, and lower 3 districts. Many wandering cultivators and mercenaries consigned their items here. Cloud Lake was already bustling with people, and now because of Lu Ruoxuan's talisman, there was an even longer queue outside. Many male cultivators glanced at the shop from time to time, their eyes filled with lust and greed. Yes, yes. What's more, it is a 5th grade talisman. Although it is expensive, the effect is not bad. Suddenly, a sharp man's voice sounded. Have you heard? That Yi Liangchen from Lousy World's #1 shop also participated in the Glorious Heavenly Light competition. In the end, a talisman can only be sold for a few middle-grade crystal stones. He still wants to climb up the classification list. What a joke. Ha ha ha, a few middle-grade crystal stones for a talisman. Doesn't that mean he has to sell 1,000 of them to be able to match one dancing ice? 1,000 of them. Can that Yi Liangchen draw that? Yi Liangchen. Why do I feel that this name is familiar? At this moment, there was a commotion and a shout from not far away. Quickly go to the reincarnation square and look at the ranking list. That Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen. TSK, what can Yi Liangchen do? Can he climb up to the top 100 of the talisman list? With a few middle-grade crystal stones for a talisman? Ha ha ha, don't make people laugh. The person who came could be counted as a loyal fan of Lu Ruoxuan. At this moment, he did not have the slightest intention to laugh. Instead, he breathed heavily and said, no, not the top 100. That Yi Liangchen has already entered the top 20 of the talisman list. As soon as he said this, the surroundings of Yun Lake became quiet for a moment. Then, someone laughed out loud. I say, Brother Wang, are your eyes playing tricks on you? I specially went to inquire about it. The most expensive talisman sold by Lousy World's #1 shop is only 1 upper-grade crystal stone. Moreover, the daily sales are limited. The other talismans are pitifully dozens of middle-grade crystal stones each. How can they be ranked in the top 20? The person who was called Brother Wang slapped his thigh. If you don't believe me, follow me, and you will know. A group of people came to the reincarnation square. Since the Glorious Heavenly Light competition started, the reincarnation square was often filled with people. From time to time, there were waves of enthusiastic cheers. But usually, there were only a few people surrounding the talisman list. But at this moment, it was filled with people. Ha ha ha, Bossy is indeed bossy. The talismans are sold so cheaply that he only used 3 days to enter the top 20. The dancing ice sword is nothing. Our Liangchen's army is invincible. Not even a blade of grass can survive. It's only a matter of time before the first place falls into our hands. Look at the list of shops. Our lousy no one in the world has also entered the top 50. As they spoke, Yi Liangchen's name appeared on the talisman ranking. up again. He's already in the 14th place. Ha ha ha, I think he'll be able to enter the top 10 tonight. The higher they climb, the harder it is for others to climb, but our boss climbs faster and faster. Lu Ruoxuan's supporters looked at the list in disbelief. He rose to the 14th place in 3 days? How is that possible? Didn't you say that Yi Liangchen can only draw 4th grade talismans at most and he only sells them for 10 mid-grade crystals each? How many did he have to sell to get that many points? Fake. This is definitely fake. Elegant Bro was the #1 loyal fan of Yap Liangchen. Naturally, he knew Lu Ruoxuan. Hehe, go back and tell Bing Rua to wait for Boss Yi. When she sees Boss Yi, she should kowtow to him. Lu Ruoxuan's supporters looked terrible. Someone could not help but refute, Bing Rua is the #1 in the talisman ranking. Yi Liangchen is still far away from her. Why are you showing off? Elegant Bro sneered, not satisfied? Why don't we make a bet? If Boss Yi wins, you guys have to kneel down and call us Grandpa when you see Liangchen's army. How about that? Ha ha ha, right. Kneel down and call us Grandpa. Hehe, you have to call us Grandma. My good grandson. Let's see what happens first. Lu Ruoxuan's supporters said, don't go too far. Elegant Bro sneered, cut the crap. Do you dare to make the bet or not? None of Liangchen's army is afraid of you. Right. Let's make the bet. If you don't want to make the bet, get lost. Lu Ruoxuan's supporters were annoyed. But looking at Yi Liangchen's increasing speed, they were not so confident. With this speed, it was only a matter of time before Yi Liangchen could catch up with Bing Rua. In the end, these people did not dare to say anything. They left with their tails between their legs. Elegant Bro and his supporters were cheering for their victory. They left the reincarnation square with their heads held high as if they had won a war. Although Boss Yi was powerful, they could not let their guard down. He had to spare no effort to promote Boss's talismans to everyone. Why could Yi Liangchen's ranking increase so fast? It was because Boss Yi's talisman was too good and too cheap. Basically, as long as they tried it once, they would not be able to resist the urge to buy it. Lu Ruoxuan's supporters returned to the front of Cloud Guest with a belly full of anger. They looked at the top-grade talisman hanging outside the shop. It cost 800 upper-grade crystals for one. Suddenly, they did not want to buy it anymore. They heard that although Laozi's #1 shop only sold 4th-grade talisman, its effect was much better than 5th-grade talisman. Most importantly, a 4th-grade talisman was only sold for 10 mid-grade crystals. Why should they waste their money here? I heard that Laozi's #1 shop even gave its regular customers a 20% discount. F*CK, a 4th-grade talisman only costs 8 mid-grade crystal stones? Alas, I heard that there's a variant talisman that has an effect comparable to a 6th-grade talisman. It's limited in quantity and can only be chanced upon by luck, but regular customers have priority to purchase it. Yi Liangchen is so confident. He dares to offer discounts while attending the flourishing heavenly light. No wonder the customers of the #1 shop in the world support Yi Liangchen so much. On the other hand, a few of them looked at the price on the shop and couldn't help but shake their heads. They were disheartened and planned to leave. Right at this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd gathering in. Then, a seductively dressed woman walked out of the shop. She was wearing a low-cut top that exposed her navel. There were no pants on her lower body, only a few sparse tassels hanging down. As he walked, his fair thighs and his faintly discernible crotch appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gulp, many male cultivators. Couldn't help but gulp. Seeing them like this, Lu Ruoxuan giggled and walked down. After teasing them until their faces turned red and their breathing quickened. Only then did she retract her gaze and said in a sweet voice, "It's all thanks to everyone's support that I, Bing Rua's desolate dance, can achieve such results today. Since that Yi Liangchen gave us a 20% discount to thank our customers, I, the dancing ice sword, naturally have to show my sincerity." With that, she smiled flirtatiously. In fact, Lu Ruoxuan was leaning towards the innocent side. It was not suitable for such seductive makeup and dissolute behavior. However, when she smiled at this moment, her eyebrows seemed to have faintly transformed into the image of a mature and seductive woman. All the male cultivators present felt their blood boiling, and they wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and press him under their bodies. Looking at the perverted expressions of the men around her, Lu Ruoxuan laughed even more happily. In these past few days, I just happened to successfully draw a new type of grade 5 talisman, and it's called the Eternal Talisman. Those who used this kind of talisman could extend their lifespan, increase their cultivation, and even make old people return to their youth. This heaven-defying talisman was painstakingly drawn by me, Shi Wu. However, in order to thank everyone for their support, I will be giving everyone an immortal talisman for free today. I hope that everyone will continue to support this dance in the future. As soon as they heard that there would be free 5th grade talismans, everyone in front of Cloud Lake became excited. The crowd immediately surged forward and snatched the talismans that were distributed. Even those people who originally didn't intend to buy the talismans, with the thought that it would be a waste not to take advantage of the situation, rushed up one after another. Lu Ruoxuan looked at the greedy appearance of these people who were snatching the talismans, and the corner of her mouth rose into a mocking and cold smile. Snatch it, you will soon learn that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Ha 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 ha, as long as she had the immortal talisman, would she still have to worry about not having enough points? Yi Liangchen, you are destined to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy, == another 3 days passed. Yi Liangchen's ranking on the talisman ranking had risen to the 2nd place. In just 6 short days, he went from 0 points to tens of millions of points, and he was ranked 2nd in the categorized leaderboard. This result could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in Laozi's number 1 shop wasn't good. Elegant Bro frowned and paced back and forth in the shop in frustration. How could this be? Our points are already very high, but why is the dancing iced snow's points increasing faster than ours? Beikue Xiangyuan was so anxious that he almost cried, that Bing Rua Mengwu is too shameless. She actually sold a grade 5 talisman for 1,500 high-grade crystal stones. Isn't this daylight robbery? 1,500 high-grade crystal stones, that's almost the price of a 5th grade medicinal pill. But Cloud Lake's group of people seemed to have gone mad, desperately fighting to buy it. They weren't that crazy when they sold it for 100 high-grade crystals. What's going on now? Luo Yu frowned and said, 6th senior sister, do you think those people who bought Lu Ruomu's talismans are stupid? Why are there so many people buying at such a ridiculous price? Easy Bro said eagerly, Boss Yi, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Why don't I go buy an immortality talisman and try? Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes, just about to say that there's no need. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows, stands up and walks outside. Sure enough, it's Lu Ruoxuan who enters the shop. Compared to the last time they met, Lu Ruoxuan's clothes are more revealing today, and her behavior is more unrestrained. Surrounding her were a few men with intoxicated expressions. Lu Ruoxuan doesn't shy away from pulling and touching them. Several old men in the dad is the best in the world frowned in disgust. Mu Yan hasn't said anything, but Elegant Brother says angrily, bullshit, how can our boss Yi lose? You said there are 3 days left, but it's not time yet. We don't know who will kneel to whom in the end. Lu Ruoxuan chuckles, takes out several talismans from her bosom and throws them on the ground. The eyes of the male cultivators around Lu Ruoxuan turn red when they see these talismans. They can't wait to snatch them. However, Lu Ruoxuan only glances at them, and they tremble all over, not daring to move. Lu Ruoxuan looks at Mu Yan and the other people in the shop, and says faintly, seeing that you are so pitiful and are about to lose, I'll give you these talismans. Haha, Yi Liangchen, I'm afraid you won't be able to draw talismans in your next life. I'll let you country bumpkins broaden your horizons with these pictures. After that, Lu Ruoxuan chuckles and leaves. The male cultivator who is walking at the back comes to himself and looks at Elegant Brother with bad intentions. Master Gua, last time you said you would make a bet with me. If Yi Liangchen loses, you will kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa. I don't know if you still dare to bet now. Elegant Brother's face turns red, and he suddenly raises his voice, let's bet, whoever doesn't dare to bet is a grandson. Wang Jingbin, I'm waiting for you to kneel in front of me and call me Grandpa. This Wang Jingbin is the young master of the Wang family, and the Gua family that Elegant Brother Gua Ben belongs to is a local tyrant. It can be said that the two families are afraid of each other, and they have been fighting against each other for decades. Wang Jingbin laughed out loud and left after hearing Carefree Bro's words. Before he left, he said maliciously, "You guys better experience those grade 5 talismans carefully. Only then will you know the difference between Yi Liangchen and our dancing ice frost." As Lu Ruoxuan left in the shop, he couldn't help but squat down, wanting to pick up those few grade 5 talismans. Mu Yan suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Don't touch these talismans." The people in the shop are startled, and they all look at Mu Yan in surprise. "Almighty Yi, what happened to these talismans?" Mu Yan says faintly, "If you want to live, then don't touch these talismans." After hearing what she said, most of them gave up. However, there were also a few people who couldn't stand it and wanted to take advantage of him, so they kept the talismans while muttering. Mu Yan didn't stop such a suicidal person. With a wave of her hand, she collected the remaining eternal talismans. However, he didn't touch it with his hands. Instead, he wrapped it with the yellow talisman paper. When they returned to the inner shop, Easy Bro immediately asked, "Boss Yi, is there a problem with these talismans?" Mayan holds a talisman between her two fingers, and the spiritual power within her body suddenly surges. The talisman flew into the air and quickly burned. A peculiar fragrance filled the air. The few of them revealed intoxicated expressions, and Easy Bro even let out a comfortable moan and sigh. Especially Easy Bro, who was enjoying it the most. More black smoke drifted towards him. Mu Yan quickly takes out the Tian Emochin, and the strings suddenly vibrate. With a clang, the sound of the zither turns into a blade, flying straight towards the black smoke, quickly engulfing it. Relaxed Brother suddenly awakens, looking at the talisman that has burned to the end, he reveals a horrified expression. "What just happened?" Beikue Xiangyuan also nervously says, "Sister Yi, is there a problem with that talisman?" Mu Yan looks at the remaining talisman in her hand with a cold expression, a chill flashes through her eyes. These talismans, once used, will make people feel like they're walking on clouds, unable to stop. However, as long as they use 2 more, they will begin to devour the vitality of the human body, and the body has already become addicted to the effects of the talisman. A person's willpower alone cannot restrain it. "What?" Relaxed Brother exclaims, "Isn't Bing Ruowu cheating?" "No, I have to go to the reincarnation square to expose her." Mu Yan shakes her head, "It's useless. Those people have already been controlled by the immortal talisman, and no one will admit it. Lu Ruoxuan will instead make a false accusation. What should we do? Do we just watch Bing Ruowu use such a despicable method to win against Sister Yi? Moreover, Sister Yi still has a bet with her." Ling Yuma slaps the table and angrily says, "Then, junior sister, when you see her in the future, you really have to kowtow to that slut? No, how about I go and kill her now, once and for all?" Relaxed Brother grits his teeth, "I'll go back and find my grandfather now. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I'll still support Boss Yi to win." Mu Yan smiles slightly, "No need to be nervous, it's not the last moment yet, is it?" Saying that, she playfully glances at Relaxed Brother, "I'm afraid you'll have to call that Wang Jingbin grandfather. Boss Yi, at this time, you still have the mood to joke with me." Relaxed Brother doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's a small matter for me to kneel down and call him grandfather, but who are you, boss? How can you kneel down to others? What's more, that Bing Ruowu is such a good-for-nothing, using such a sinister method. If she wins, where is the justice?" Mu Yan holds a cinnabar pen in her hand and gently twirls it, then casually says, "Rest assured, I won't lose, and I won't let you call me grandfather. Young Master Gua, inform them that tomorrow the store will." Before Mu Yan could finish her words, Chumoli suddenly spoke up. "Little junior sister, why don't you leave this matter to me?" Mu Yan looks up in surprise at this third senior brother who rarely speaks. Chumoli smiled faintly. His smile was warm and bashful. "It's just dealing with this kind of clown. There's no need for junior apprentice sister to use her trump card. I guarantee that in 3 days, your points will rank first in the categorized rankings, and you will enter the top 20 in the overall rankings. As for that heaven-defying talisman in your hand, save it for the finals of the flourishing heavenly light." Mu Yan widens her eyes in shock, looking at Chumoli as if she's seeing a ghost. How did third senior brother know that her trump card was a heaven-defying talisman? When Luo Yu and the others heard Chu Moli's words, they couldn't help but become excited. Third senior brother, quickly tell me, exactly what method do you have to turn defeat into victory for little junior sister? That's right, third senior brother, don't keep us guessing. Now that life and death are at stake, it's time for you to use all your evil tricks. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Say, if the people of the 3 academies and the Azure Blue Domain know that the new master of the Clear Sky sect can draw talismans and has even participated in the Glorious Heavenly Light competition, will they come and have a look? Ling Yuma's eyes lit up. Yes. There were tens of thousands of students in the 3 academies, not to mention the towns and cities around the Danyang mountain range and the Woodfern Sea. Everyone had heard of the name of the Green Cloud Lord, Yi Liangchen. If news of this gets out, who wouldn't want to come and take a look? Chu Moli continued unhurriedly, the most amazing thing about little junior sister's talismans is that as long as someone uses it, they will unconsciously submit to her, becoming her free advocate and propagandist. How could Yap Liangchen have such a high score? He had never relied on the support of those die-hard loyalists. Instead, it was the ordinary customers who might not even remember the name of the shop. Whether it was the effectiveness, purity, or price of the talisman, there was no doubt that it was worthy of praise. Just like that, the number of people buying the talismans grew larger and larger. Even if each person only bought 10 of them, the accumulated spar would be very considerable. But in the beginning, Mayan's die-hard support wasn't enough, and the speed at which it spread wasn't fast enough. Most of them were confined to the 3 lower districts. However, things would be different if they could involve the people from the other 3 academies. At that time, the number of people who knew about the lousy world's best shop and wanted to buy talismans would increase like a rolling snowball. Only North Sunflower, Xiangyuan, and Easy Guy were confused. Although they were from the Azure Blue Realm, they were in the north of the Azure Blue Realm and were quite a distance away from the 3 academies. Hence, the commotion of Azure Cloud Sovereign's birth had yet to reach their ears. Of course, it was only a matter of time before the name of the Azure Sky Lord, Yi Liangchen, spread throughout the entire Azure Blue world. But at this time, Easy Bro couldn't help but wonder, Boss Yi, are you very famous in real life? But even if it was famous, it shouldn't be able to attract many people, right? Are you more famous in the real world than in Tianguang ruins? Currently, Yi Liangchen's name was well known in Tianguang ruins, especially in the 3 lower districts. Everyone knew about him. To say that Boss Yi is more famous in reality, that is too ridiculous. Even the deans of the 3 great academies weren't that famous, right? Luo Yu looked at Easy Bro and shook her head. Young Master Gua, you're still too young. Hee, you will soon know how famous junior sister is. Starry School. The public lecture had just ended when a little fatty suddenly swaggered to the front and leaped onto the long table. Everyone, listen to me. Xing Jiabao yelled at the top of his lungs, do you know that Gaji of our academy is participating in the Glorious Heavenly Light competition? What? The students below couldn't help but be bewildered. I remember that Tianguang Ruin's flourishing heavenly light is mainly a popularity ranking. What can Great Gaji participate in? Could it be a mercenary ranking? Xing Jiabao raised a chubby finger and shook it lightly. No. Our Boss Yi is omnipotent. What can stump him? Who says that just because Boss Yi's martial strength is number 1 in the academy, he can't be good at other support types? As for Yi Liangchen being the most powerful person in the academy, no one on the scene refuted him. Yi Liangchen was the undisputed number 1 in all 3 schools. His title as the leader of Qingyun Star was not to be questioned. Fatty Xing, tell us, what competition did Boss Yi participate in? Xing Jiabao kept everyone in suspense and said loudly, Boss Yi participated in the talisman list. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. Are you kidding? Talisman list? The talisman used to draw talismans? Isn't that the least valuable auxiliary skill? I heard that Lu Ruoxuan also participated in the dazzling heavenly light list. Fatty Xing, did you remember wrongly? Fatty Xing's clumsy body jumped heavily on the table. Shut up. All of you shut up. No matter what competition Boss Yi participates in, is that the main point? The main point is that the dazzling heavenly light competition represents popularity and the power of supporters. Our boss Yi is the leader of Qingyun Star, the light of Starry Star that helped Starry School regain its face and glory. How can Starry School tolerate boss Yi participating in the competition but not getting first place? The crowd was immediately incited by Fatty Jing. Those who worshipped Yi Liangchen could not help but shout as well. No. Our boss Yi must be first. First in combat ability, first in popularity, and first in talisman drawing. Yes, we are all loyal supporters of boss Yi. As long as boss Yi participates in the competition, we must support him. Amidst the hubbub, Jing Xiaopeng continued to shout at the top of his lungs, remember, now is the time for us to contribute our crystals for boss Yi, to shine and shine. Whoever does not support us well is not worthy to be boss Yi's underling, not worthy to be a student of our Starry School. If boss Yi loses the competition or doesn't get first place, whose fault is it? It's our fault for not supporting him enough. Am I right? Yes. 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 God, you must be first. We are boss Yi's followers, Liangchen's army. Wherever Liangchen's army goes, they are invincible and nothing will survive. Jing Xiaopeng leaped down from the table and waved his hand, saying, let's go, and spread this news to everyone in the Starry School. We will gather at the Tianguang ruins at noon today. We vow to send our boss Yi to the throne of number 1. Liang Chen's army, gather. We swear to send our boss Yi to the throne of number 1. Phoenix Heaven Academy. Have you heard? That Yi Liangchen actually participated in Tianguang Ruins' Golden Heavenly Light competition. I heard that everyone in Starry School went to support him. Are you kidding me? It's not allowed to use force in the Tianguang Ruins. What can Yi Liangchen do even if he participates in the flourishing Tianguang Ruins? I heard that he is participating in the most useless talisman puppet rankings. Haha. Is there something wrong with that yap's brain? Not only did he participate in the mercenary board, but he also participated in the talisman board. Isn't that something only useless assistant cultivators would learn? No, I have to go to the Tianguang ruins to take a look. What exactly is the talisman that Yi Liangchen drew? Me too, me too. I am more curious about Yap Liangchen's true face. Almost the same conversation happened in the Spiritual Martial Arts College. Therefore, the lower 3 districts of the Tianguang ruins were suddenly filled with people at 9 p.m. Especially the street where the old master is number 1 in the world shop it was even more crowded. If this was not the virtual Tianguang ruins, these people would have been trampled to death by each other. From this moment onwards, Yi Liangchen's points on the talisman list started to increase crazily. At the beginning, he was more than 10 million points away from Lu Ruoxuan. On the last day, the difference between the two was reduced to a mere 3 million points. This time, Lu Ruoxuan panicked. She quickly sent people to find out more information. When she found out that Yi Liangchen actually announced his identity, she gritted her teeth in anger. But soon, she revealed a sinister smile and walked towards the old master as number 1 in the world shop with her people. From afar, after turning the corner, the shining words "Old Master is number 1 in the world" appeared in front of them. A few months ago, this shop's signboard was so dim that it could not be seen at all. Now, even if they were a few streets away, they could still see the dazzling light from the signboard. It was obvious how popular the shop was. Zhu Xiang and Zhu Yu were a pair of twin sisters who studied in the Fengtian College. This time, they specially came to the Tianguang ruins to take a look at the legendary Yi Liangchen and see who he was. At the same time, they bought a low-level talisman drawn by Yi Liangchen and humiliated him. However, when they arrived at the old master is number 1 in the world shop, they realized that the scene here was completely different from what they imagined. They thought that Yi Liangchen's shop would definitely be in a mess. The people from the Starry School, Fengtian College, and Spiritual Martial Arts College would definitely be in a heated argument. Just like how whenever the 3 colleges met in the past, sparks would fly everywhere and even escalate into a fight. At the moment, the scene in front of the old master is number 1 in the world shop was lively and extremely heated. However, the content of the argument was completely different from what Zhu Xiang and Zhu Yu had imagined. Me, it's my turn to buy a talisman. I want a mutated 4th grade talisman, any type is fine. Move, I've been queuing here for the whole night. It's my turn to buy it no matter what. Godyi, we're from the Starry School. We're your loyal supporters. Please sell us the mutated 4th grade talisman first. Why should those from the Fengtian Academy and Spiritual Martial Academy care about them? Yes, the mutated 4th level talisman should be sold to the Starry School's own people first. Hey, Starry School, don't go overboard. You guys always shout slogans that the 3 academies are like a family, and now you're treating us like this? Great Godyi, I'm from the Phoenix Sky Academy, but as long as you sell me the mutated Fire Grade 4 talisman, I'll be your loyal supporter from now on. Me too. Me too. Zhu Xiang and Zhu Yu were dumbfounded. What kind of strange scene was this? Didn't the people from the Phoenix Sky Academy come to Tianguang Ruins to mock Yi Liangchen? However, they all saw quite a few of their senior brothers and sisters in the enthusiastic crowd. Do these people still remember how they were so agitated and solemn before coming to Tianguang Ruins? Senior brother Zhang was stunned for a moment. Yeah, I haven't seen Godyi yet. But never mind, these are not important. What's important is that these level 4 talismans are really effective and they are so cheap. Anyone who doesn't buy them is an idiot. As he spoke, senior brother Zhang hesitated for a moment and passed a talisman to Zhu Xiang and Zhu Yu. I didn't get the mutated talisman, but these normal level 4 talismans have already surpassed the effect of a level 5 talisman. Most importantly, they only cost 10 mid-grade crystals, 10. Zhu Xiang and Zhu Yu took the talismans dumbfoundedly. Meanwhile, senior brother Zhang had already rushed forward and wanted to squeeze into the shop again to get the mutated talisman that was just displayed. Zhu Xiang and Zhu Yu looked at each other and were a little confused. Was Yi Liangchen really so powerful? Not only was his combat ability so powerful, but he was also so good at talisman drawing? At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd behind them. A few people were pushed to the ground and cried out in pain. Then, Lu Ruoxuan, who was dressed provocatively, walked forward with a group of muscular male cultivators. Yi Liangchen, come out. Lu Ruoxuan shouted at the top of her voice, you are not the leader of Starry School at all. Now you are pretending to be Godyi and scamming people here. How shameless are you? What do you mean? Zheng Jiabao and Jiang Xinyu, who were originally maintaining order in front, heard this and immediately jumped over. What do you mean pretending to be Godyi? Make yourself clear. Seeing that it was someone she knew, Lu Ruoxuan immediately put on a pitiful expression. But now that she was wearing heavy makeup, this expression seemed a little strange. Brother Zheng, we all know that the leader of Starry School, Yi Liangchen, is a man. However, the leader of Starry School, Yi Liangchen, is obviously a woman. How can it be Godyi of Starry School? As soon as this was said, many people at the scene were shocked. Yi Liangchen is fake? It can't be. Why not? I heard that the leader of this shop, Yi Liangchen, is indeed a girl. Are you kidding me? Although the talismans here are very useful, we are here for Godyi. If this isn't Guru Ye's store, why are we here? Not to mention those loyal to Yi Liangchen in the Starry School. Even though the Phoenix Sky Academy and the Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy were saying that they wanted to humiliate Yi Liangchen, they were actually admiring this legendary monster who was far superior to Lu Jinheng. If the old man is number 1 in the world shop only sold talismans made by an ordinary talisman master, they would buy it because it was cost-effective, but they would never support it crazily. Listening to the discussions around her, Lu Ruoxuan revealed a smile of success. The muscular man beside her immediately shouted, Yi Liangchen, you imposter! Do you want to be a coward and not dare to come out? Yap Liangchen, come out if you can. Before he could finish his words, the few of them, including Lu Ruoxuan, suddenly felt pain on their faces. Then, he was sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. When they raised their heads again, everyone noticed that there was a clear palm print on each of their faces. Especially Lu Ruoxuan, her face is covered with blood, looking battered and exhausted. Even her makeup has been washed away by the blood. Her whole person is no longer seductive, but as ugly as a ghost. The injuries in Tianguang Ruins can be automatically healed in the blink of an eye. The injuries on these people's faces are quickly healed, but each and every one of them looks at the shop entrance in horror and anger. only to see that there is an unprepossessing girl there at some point. The old customers of "The Old Man is Number One Under the Heavens" immediately cheer, "Boss Yi! Boss Yi is mighty." But the people of the three academies have a bit of suspicion on their faces. Xing Jiabao steps forward, squints his moonbeam eyes and asks, "Are you really our Lord of Clear Sky, Yi Liangchen?" Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that is not a smile. "What do you think?" Xing Jiabao snorts, "Don't try to deceive me. I have seen great God Yi. Your appearance is completely different from our boss Yi." The corner of Mu Yan's mouth slowly hooks up. "Oh? Is that so? Then I don't know if your unmentionable illness is different from before." Xing Jiabao suddenly widens his eyes, takes a few steps back. You, what did you say?" Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. "Your unmentionable illness, little fatty Xing. Do you want me to say your unmentionable illness in front of so many people?" No. Xing Jiabao shakes his head like a rattle drum, his face full of fear. "Boss Yi, please don't say it." But very quickly, his expression changes to excitement. You are really Boss Yi? But Boss Yi, how did you become a woman?" Chen Ping in the crowd suddenly steps forward. "In fact, none of us have seen Boss Yi's true appearance. I have seen Boss Yi several times outside the Tower of Delicacy, and his appearance is different every time. Moreover." As he says that, he and Wu Gui look at each other, and both take out a talisman. "That day, Great God Yi gave me and Wu Gui 2 talismans. At that time, I felt that the mark on the talisman was very familiar, but now I know that it is clearly the same as the talisman mark of the Old Man is Number One Under the Heavens shop." A little girl also raises her hand in the crowd, holding a talisman in her hand, and weakly says, I have also received Great God Yi's talisman. I believe that the two Yi gods are the same person." Jiang Xinyu said loudly, "Moreover, don't forget that you can change your appearance and gender in the Tianguang ruins. Even if Goddess Yi is a man in reality, it doesn't stop her from being a woman in Tianguang ruins." The testimonies of the few of them made the loyal supporters of Yi Liangchen from the Starry School excited again. Ow, God Yi, I actually saw God Yi in real life. Please protect me, Great God Yi. I'll be your most loyal little brother from now on. Don't worry, Great God Yi. We'll definitely make sure you're number one." Lu Ruoxuan's face twisted when she saw this. She didn't understand. What kind of magic does Yap Liangchen have? His identity was unknown, and he was a man and a woman. He had deceived everyone. However, she still made these people break their promise to her. What about her? In order to gain the support of these die-hard loyalists, one had to sell their bodies, sell their souls, and use drugs to control them. However, he still couldn't defeat Yap Liangchen. Why? Why was heaven so unfair? Jiang Xinyu looked at her in disgust. "If I don't believe Great God Yi, would I believe a slut like you? Who do you think you are? A lowly slut who crawled out of our mountain-breaking sect, hooking up with and using men everywhere. Now, you're even more debauched and shameless. A slut like you has the nerve to be compared to our Great God Yi?" Lu Ruoxuan glared at Jiang Xinyu, intense killing intent and twisted hatred burst out from her eyes. However, she quickly shifted her gaze and looked at Mayan, sneering, "Yi Liangchen, it's very simple if you want to prove your identity. Can't you just ask Tian Guangsu to verify your identity?" Once Tian Guangsu verified his true identity would be exposed. Lu Ruoxuan was certain that Yi Liangchen wouldn't dare to do so, so she made such a request. As expected, the people from Fengtian Academy and Lingwu Academy became excited. Their main purpose in coming to Tianguangsu was to find out Yi Liangchen's true identity. Now that Lu Ruoxuan provided them with such an opportunity, how could they not seize it? That's right, why are you the master of Azure Sky Academy? If you want to prove your identity, then let Tianguangsu verify your identity. Lu Ruoxuan stared at Mayan sinisterly. "Yi Liangchen, let me reveal your true identity?" Even if she lost this competition, as long as she knew Yi Liangchen's true identity, she would still be able to kill him in reality. Mayan listened to the commotion of the people below with an indifferent expression. Of course, she wouldn't reveal her true identity. But she had ways to prove herself. With a flick of her wrist, 3 tokens appeared in her hand. The 3 tokens were red, yellow, and blue respectively. One side of the token was carved with a strange giant beast, namely Mortal Sky, Mortal Star, and mortal spirit. The other side was carved with 4 words, namely Lord of Nirvana, Lord of Linglong, and Lord of Soaring Sky. When the 3 tokens appeared, the scene fell into a brief silence. Then, the crowd burst into an uproar. "It's the Nirvana token, I've seen it in Senior Brother Lu's hands before. Ha ha ha, you guys actually dare to doubt our great Godyi." Apart from great Godyi, who else could gather 3 Azure Sky tokens? At this moment, there was no doubt about Yi Liangchen's identity. However, there were also people who were unwilling to give up. "Yi Liangchen, if there's nothing shady about your identity, why didn't you let Tian Guangsu verify it? Yes, these 3 tokens look real, but maybe they are forged by you? Go to hell. Why don't you forge 3 clear sky badges for us to see?" The people in front of the shop were arguing endlessly. Time passed by slowly. On the talisman rankings, the gap between Yi Liangchen and Bing Ruawu didn't shrink. Instead, it grew bigger and bigger. There were only 6 hours left before the end of the glorious Heavenly Light classification competition. Lu Ruoxuan lowered her eyes and revealed a smile of success. However, at this moment, suddenly, a white light falls from the sky and falls on Mayan. Then, above Mu Yan's originally empty head, several large, glittering golden words appeared. "The Lord of Azure Sky, Yap Liangchen." Almost at the same time, everyone in the Tianguang ruins heard a dull mechanical voice. "Tianguang ruins unique special class certification issued. The leader of the Green Cloud sect, Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen's identity has been verified. Titles will update in real time." There was a dead silence in front of the "Dad is the best in the world" shop. Even Mu Yan is dumbfounded. What the hell, she didn't ask Tian Guangsu to authenticate her identity? Moreover, didn't they say that Tian Guangsu's identity authentication would definitely reveal the real information of the authenticator? But why did she only announce the name Yi Liangchen? "You are the first host, it is natural to give you this privilege." A stiff and immature voice suddenly rings in her ears. Mu Yan is startled. She looks around but finds that no one else has any reaction. Only she can hear this voice? "First host? Are you talking about me?" Mu Yan asks in her heart. She doesn't expect anyone to respond, but who knows that the stiff and immature voice immediately says, "Yes, I am Xiao Tian. I finally meet the first host again." Mu Yan. "Xiao Tian, did you get the wrong person? And what the hell is the first host?" However, the stiff and immature voice just calmly says, "The first host hasn't woken up yet, Xiao Tian is just greeting you. I wish the first host a happy time here, and level up soon. Xiao Tian, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Su miss you very much." Wait a minute. What Xiao Tian, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Su? What first host? Can't you explain it clearly? However, there is no more voice in her mind. And the crowd in front of the shop, because of the short silence, has completely boiled over. This time, no matter how Lu Ruoxuan and those people with ulterior motives instigate, no one will believe or listen anymore. Everyone desperately rushes to the shop, frantically buying talismans. Even Tian Guangsu has authenticated the identity. What else is there to doubt? Lu Ruoxuan grits her teeth and rushes to the reincarnation square, watching Yi Liangchen's points rise all the way. The gap between them has increased from more than 3 million points to more than 1 million points, and then hundreds of thousands of points. Now, there are only a few tens of thousands of points. With this little bit of points, it may not even take half an hour for him to catch up. "No, I can't lose to that bitch Yi Liangchen." Lu Ruoxuan screams, "Announce to me that the price of the immortal talismans will be increased. One immortal talisman will be sold for 2,000 high-grade crystals." The male cultivator standing next to Lu Ruoxuan is shocked. 2,000 high-grade crystals? How was this possible? Many people have already gone bankrupt in order to buy the immortal talismans. If the price is raised again, I'm afraid they will only have a dead end. I don't care whether they live or die. Lu Ruoxuan smiled cruelly. In any case, they have used the immortal talisman. Even if they die, they will continue to use it. Since you're going to die, you might as well contribute all your crystal stones to me. I will never lose to Yap Liangchen. The price of the immortal talisman suddenly rose. This caused the gap between Lu Ruoxuan and Mu Yan to widen a little. Because of the crazy increase in their points, their names actually entered the top 20. On the other hand, the unusual movements of the talisman list finally attracted the attention of the fans of the other lists. Number 20, Bing Ro Wu, Talisman. Number 21, Yi Liangchen, Talisman? What was up with this year's glorious heavenly light? There are actually 2 people on the list of talisman puppets that are close to the top 20. The top 20 of the overall ranking would be able to participate in the finals of the flourishing heavenly light. Not to mention the top 20, even the top 100 of the talisman ranking had never been seen before. Are the people on the talisman ranking of the flourishing heavenly light crazy? They actually bought their way into the top 20. But those are only 4 or 5 low-level talismans. What's the use of buying so many? Are these people's brains broken? Haha, no matter what they do, the first place this year will definitely be the Yaodai Fairy of our pill ranking. I think that the young Master Yin of the refining ranking also has the power to compete. As for those 2 on the talisman ranking, so what if they enter the top 20 of the overall ranking? This is already their limit. In the last 2 hours, the battle for the last 2 places in the top 20 of the flourishing heavenly light ranking was white hot. Yi Liangchen's points were closing in on Lu Ruoxuan several times. But Lu Ruoxuan forcibly pulled him away by sucking the blood of the users of the immortal talismans. Even though he had entered the top 20 and could participate in the final selection. But the people in the old man's number 1 under the world shop were still very anxious. If she lost to Lu Ruoxuan, then Mayan would have to kowtow when she saw Lu Ruoxuan in the future. Only Chumoli was calm and unperturbed, his face full of a smile of wisdom. Third senior brother, there's only 1 hour left. What other trump card do you have? Quickly use it. Chumoli slowly picked up a pastry and put it in his mouth, then said with a smile, Little Seven, don't always be so impatient. Look at little junior sister, she's not in a hurry. Mayan took a sip of water and chuckled in her heart, that's because I know that third senior brother is abnormal enough. Lu Ruoxuan's methods are really far from being comparable to you. Ling Yuma anxiously paced around, oh, third senior brother, don't keep us guessing, time is pressing. 1 hour is just right. Chumoli glanced at the sky and smiled slightly. Almost at the same time, a mechanical and stiff electronic voice resounded in the Tianguang ruins. Announcement, the whole district announcement. Tianguang Ruins Special Certified User, Yi Liangchen, has issued a district announcement. Whoever purchases the talismans of the old man's number 1 under the world shop in the next 1 hour, and reaches the top 3 in spending, will have a chance to drink wine and admire flowers with young Master Yun Shao in the Tianguang Ruins. I'm just passing by. I can't miss it. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Tianguang Ruins Special Class User Yi Liangchen is fully authenticated. You definitely won't suffer any losses or be fooled by your purchase. Pooh. Mu Yan spits out a mouthful of water. If she could, she wished she could shatter a boulder on her chest and let her blood splatter everywhere. Third senior brother, you. Are you kidding me? Mayan's hands tremble as she points at the smiling man in front of her. She really wants to rush over and strangle him. When did I agree to make this announcement? Chumoli tilted his head, and said with an extremely gentle smile, didn't Junior Marshal Sister give me full authority to handle the matter of climbing the rankings this time? I have Junior Sister's letter of authorization in my hand, and I'm one of the owners of the old man is the number 1 under the heavens shop, so I naturally have the right to make the announcement on behalf of Junior Sister. Mu Yan almost spits out a mouthful of old blood. Thinking of this, Mu Yan couldn't help but shiver. Because she also thought that it was fine if little Marshal Uncle knew. If Di Mingju comes back, he'll let her know that he didn't use his name to swindle her, but used Xiaoshi shoes. Di Mingju must be itching to swallow her whole. I'm dead. I'm really going to die because of third senior brother. Mu Yan wants to quickly call little Tian to cancel this announcement. However, the crowd outside the shop had gone crazy. The street that had calmed down because everyone had bought enough talismans, once again became crowded with people, rubbing shoulders with one another. Mayan is standing in the extremely soundproof inner berth, and she can hear the hoarse shouts of the people outside. The opportunity to drink and admire the flowers with young Master Yunshao is mine, no one is allowed to snatch it from me. For young Master Xiao, I am willing to go bankrupt. Aren't they just talismans? Bye. Isn't it just crystals? Give it to you, give it to you. You must let me see young Master Xiao. Chumoli opened the message, and saw the message sent by Elegant Brother from the reincarnation square. He chuckled and said, "Oh? How could he be on par with Lu Ruoxuan so quickly?" It felt like he hadn't even started to exert his strength yet. Isn't it too easy to win? Mayan wipes her face with her hand and sits back in her chair. His face was calm as if he had nothing left to live for. Hee, what's so great about it? Isn't it just letting little martial uncle hold a fan meeting? See Bailey Liuing's notes, wasn't it just someone's jealousy that would drown the entire Alcade branch? It was nothing, motherfucker, flips table. It would be a miracle if he wasn't amazing. She really wanted to kill third senior brother, this bastard, ding dong, time's up. I hereby announce that the Tianguang Ruins quadrennial grand event, the Flourishing Tianguang, has come to an end. First, we'll announce the top and top 3 of the categorized rankings. Next, it's the list of the top 20 in the glorious Heavenly Lights finals. First place, top of the elixir list, Ling Yuyao. Second place, top of the crafting list, Yin Zhe. 18th place, 6th place, Chen Guangji. 19th, the top of the talisman list, Yi Liangchen. Rank 20, rank 2 on the talisman list, Dancing Like Ice. The finals of Flourishing Tianguang will be held in 3 days. The rules and competition rules of the finals will be announced at the Reincarnation Square. Please check it yourself. Finally, Tianguang Ruins wishes everyone a good result in the finals. Yi Liangchen's supporters went crazy when the final ranking list of Golden Tianguang was announced. Especially Elegant Brother and the other die-hard fans of lousy number 1 in the world. All of them arrogantly ran to the front of Cloud Lake to show off their prowess. Looking at Wang Jinbin dejectedly kneeling in front of him and calling him Grandpa, Elegant Bro only felt indescribably comfortable. Grandpa hates people from the Wang family the most. I'll record this scene with a photographic talisman. He would definitely be overjoyed if he showed it to his grandfather. Easy Bro pointed at Wang Jinbin and laughed, "My good grandson, our wager is even. But your Bing Rua Misty dance still hasn't kowtowed to our boss Yi." "Oh, no, I mean, every time you see our boss, you have to kowtow, Bang. The item in Yun Lake's hand was suddenly kicked away. "You guys go back and tell Yi Liangchen that our competition is not over yet. I will definitely be the winner of the Heavenly Light of Golden Age." Easy Bro clicked his tongue, how shameless. You actually don't want to admit it after losing. Lu Ruoxuan suddenly approached Easy Bro, a sinister chill gushed out from her body and instantly wrapped around him. Easy Bro only felt that his throat seemed to be choked by something. For a moment, he was drenched in cold sweat and couldn't breathe. And Lu Ruoxuan's eyes were getting closer and closer to him. In those sinister eyes, there seemed to be a huge whirlpool that was sucking his soul bit by bit. However, at this moment, a talisman suddenly burned on Easy Bro's chest. The flame suddenly sprang up and went straight to Lu Ruoxuan's face. Lu Ruoxuan screamed and had to let go of Easy Bro. She took a few steps back. She looked at the burning talisman in shock and repeated Yi Liangchen a few times. Her face suddenly revealed a coquettish smile filled with ambition and desire. However, this smile was completely different from the Lu Ruoxuan of the past. It didn't make people feel charming at all. Instead, it made them feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Easy Bro touched his chest and looked at Lu Ruoxuan's back with lingering fear. At that moment, he almost thought that he was going to die. But in Tianguang Ruins, practitioners shouldn't be able to hurt each other. Why was this dancing ice like thunder so strange? "Brother Gua, how are you?" Beikue Xiangwan rushed over to support him. "What happened just now? Why did Sister Ye's talisman suddenly burn?" Easy Bro shook his head and then said with a dignified expression, "I think it should be Boss Ye's talisman that saved my life just now." Taking out another talisman from his chest, Easy Bro murmured, "This is the mutated rank 4 soul-fixing talisman that Boss Ye gave us. Xiao Kue, I think this talisman is very precious. It might be able to save your life at a critical moment." Beikue Xiangwan smiled, "Sister Ye's talisman is of course the most powerful. Easy Bro carefully hid the talisman again and then said excitedly, "No, I have to bring these talismans back for Grandpa to see. 3 days later, I will encourage Grandpa to support Boss Yi. I feel that as long as we follow Boss Yi, we definitely won't suffer." Beikue Xianxia nodded happily. "I will go and mobilize all of Sister Ye's supporters and have them support Sister Yi in an orderly manner." She didn't forget that Big Sister Ye's goal wasn't to be first in the category rankings, but first in the overall rankings. First place in the overall ranking, what a distant and frightening goal was that. Before today, there wasn't even a single participant in the talisman category that entered the top 10. Sister Ye's current points are not even half of the first place Ling Yuyao's. This should have been a delusion like a fairy tale. But for some reason, such words came out of Sister Ye's mouth. North Sunflower Xianxia believed that it was possible. There were no miracles that Sister Yi and Yap Liangchen couldn't create. All the die-hard supporters of Yap Liangchen believed so. At this moment, Elegant Bro suddenly coughed and turned his head to the other side in embarrassment. He mumbled, "Well, little Kuei, my grandpa said he wants to see you. Why don't you come back with me this time?" She looked into Elegant Bro's eyes, which were looking straight at her, and immediately a blush appeared on her cheeks. Lu Ruoxuan left the Tianguang ruins and returned to the modern world. The charming expression on her face suddenly turned into panic and panic. She pressed her chest and screamed, "Mei Xian, what did you do to me? Why can't I control my body in the Tianguang ruins?" A wisp of black smoke floated out of Lu Ruoxuan's chest and slowly condensed into an enchanting beauty. Last time, Mei Xian's body was illusory, as if it could be blown away by the wind at any time. But this time, it was extremely solid. Even her hands and feet were warm, and she could touch things directly. Mei Xian chuckled, "Don't panic. I'm just attaching myself to your divine soul and controlling your consciousness. Not only will it not harm you, but it will also make your joyous union demonic skill improve rapidly." Lu Ruoxuan was shocked. "Mei Xian, you'd better not lie to me. Otherwise, I'd rather die with you." Mei Xian waved her hand disdainfully. "Where's the cultivation furnace I want today? Why isn't it here yet?" Lu Ruoxuan gritted her teeth. "Didn't you say that as long as I find you enough cultivation furnaces, you will help me defeat Ye Liangchen? What happened? Now she is the top of the talisman list, not me." "Humph, that's because you are useless." Mei Xian frowned impatiently. Seeing that Lu Ruoxuan was about to lose her temper, she said perfunctorily, "Don't worry. There is still the final, right? Just wait and see. I will definitely help you succeed in the final." "Ha ha ha." Lu Ruoxuan paced anxiously in the room. "How to help me succeed? Your immortal talisman is still useless, isn't it?" Mei Xian's eyes darkened, and she said faintly, "Just make her unable to compete anymore. Won't you win?" Lu Ruoxuan was shocked and was about to ask how to make Ye Liangchen unable to compete anymore. A greasy voice came from outside the door, "Beauty, I'm here." The door was pushed open with a creak, and an ugly man with a face full of oil strode in. He was as thin as a bamboo pole. Mei Xian was shocked and returned to Lu Ruoxuan's body the moment the door was opened. When the man saw Lu Ruoxuan in revealing clothes, he immediately pounced on her with a lewd smile. Lu Ruoxuan screamed, but her clothes had already been torn. Her face was full of disgust and she screamed loudly, "Go away, I want another one. You disgusting ugly freak, get lost." Even if she was looking for a human furnace, she would definitely look for a man who was pleasing to the eye. But this man was even uglier than Jiang Hofei, even more disgusting. How could she accept this? However, just when Lu Ruoxuan was about to resist, she suddenly felt a surge of energy in her body. It directly restrained her movements. Because of her words, the man flew into a rage out of humiliation and gave her a few tight slaps. "Bitch, you still want to escape after falling into my hands? Dream on. If I don't play you to death today, I'll change my surname to yours." Lu Ruoxuan screamed under the man's torture. She struggled with all her might, but she was completely immobilized by her bewitching ability. Mei Xian's cold and sinister voice rang in her ears with a hint of laughter. "Lu Ruoxuan, you're already a broken flower, why are you still pretending to be a chaste woman?" Lu Ruoxuan looks at the distorted face of the man on top of her, feeling the pain in her body and the mockery of Mei Xian. Her face is fiercely distorted, turning into a bone-piercing hatred. Yi Liangchen, Jun Mayan, Mei Xian, Jiang Xinyu. It's these people who forced her step by step into this state. She, Lu Ruoxuan, won't sink like this. One day, she must let these people die a horrible death. Yaoguang branch. The 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect all lowered their heads, standing in front of Luo Yunxiao, not daring to breathe. In front of Luo Yunxiao, there's still a table, a chair, a zither, and a pot of wine. Slender fingers, slender joints, and jade-like. When she picks up the wine cup, it complements the jade-colored wine cup, and slowly brings it to her pale lips. Her sexy Adam's apple moves slightly, and the wine enters her stomach. An elegant gentleman, gentle as jade, unparalleled. This scene is as beautiful as the most meaningful ancient painting. Even if you look at it for a lifetime, it won't be enough. But the 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect don't have the mood to appreciate it at all. Big drops of sweat roll down from their foreheads, but no one dares to wipe it. Luo Yunxiao puts down the wine cup, glances at the people present, and says softly, "Do you like to drink and admire the flowers?" The 7 people shake their heads, their faces full of horror. Just now, the 7 of them were trapped in the peach blossom wine pool sword array. While soaking in the strong wine, they experienced the slashes of the peach blossom sword energy. 24 hours, a whole 24 hours, their skin is wrinkled, their whole body is almost like a moving wine pit. Qi Wen, who found her conscience, let them out and gave them a way out. Now, when the 7 people think of drinking and admiring the flowers, they feel that it's better to die than to live. Woo-woo, in this life, they don't want to drink and admire the flowers anymore. Ling Yuma carefully raises her head, sneaks a glance at Luo Yunxiao, and whispers, Little uncle, the appointment at Tianguang Ruins, you will go, right? Ahem. Luo Yu immediately answers, well, if you don't go, 6th sister will die. You dote on 6th senior sister the most. You wouldn't watch her die, right? Chumoli wiped the sweat off his face and revealed a warm smile. Little martial uncle, this time, little junior sister is participating in the flourishing heavenly light competition. Shouldn't you also support her? Because junior sister taught you how to play the zither. Luo Yunxiao stretched out her hand and slowly plucked the strings of the zither. Creak, the ear-piercing sound made the 7 people of the Xiaoyao school shiver. Even Chumoli shrunk his neck. Luo Yunxiao said slowly, tell me, who was the instigator? The 7 of them lowered their heads even more. Mu Yan clenched her teeth, took a step forward and said, Junior martial uncle, this was all my idea. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Senior martial brother and the others were also trying to help me. Little martial uncle, I'm willing to accept any punishment. After saying that, she couldn't help but reveal an ingratiating smile. But, I've also made an announcement. If little martial uncle doesn't go to the fan meet and greet. Ah pooey, if you don't go to drink and admire the flowers, I'll definitely be eaten alive by your supporters. I beg little martial uncle to save me. Luo Yunxiao slowly raised her eyebrows, and her indifferent gaze fell on her face. There seemed to be a flash in the depths of her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Just as she was about to speak, a sharp voice suddenly came from the side. Then she will come tonight to serve master, bathe and warm the bed, wahahaha. Master, what do you think? Slap, Luo Yunxiao slapped Qi Wen's head, making him look like a pancake. Qi Wen lay on the ground and couldn't get up. She cried out pitifully, Master, you don't like kisses anymore. Luo Yunxiao doesn't even look at Qi Wen. She stands up and says, come to my room tonight. After that, she turns around and leaves without waiting for anyone's response. The 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect look at each other. So, junior martial uncle agreed? He didn't refuse, so he agreed? Wahahaha, long live junior martial uncle. I said that junior martial uncle loves 6th senior sister the most. Even Mu Yan breathes a sigh of relief and wipes the sweat from her forehead. She finally passed this test. Only Chumoli shows a meaningful smile. I wonder why junior martial uncle wants little junior sister to go to his room tonight? Ha ha ha, don't tell me he really wants little junior sister to warm the bed. Ling Yuma puts her hands on her hips and laughs, little junior sister, you're really lucky. No, if 6th senior sister really warms junior marshal uncle's bed and junior marshal uncle's supporters find out, 6th senior sister is dead meat. Everyone laughed and joked about this topic. No one really takes Qi Wen's words to heart. Even Mu Yan is the same. She has always respected junior marshal uncle as her master. She has never thought that junior marshal uncle has feelings for her. Only Chumoli slightly lowers his eyes and shows a meaningful smile. At night, Mu Yan arrives at Luo Yunxiao's room on time. She didn't expect Luo Yunxiao to throw her a storage ring. This is the latest sword technique and sword array disc, as well as the cultivation methods suitable for the other people of the Xiaoyao sect. Mu Yan widens her eyes in surprise. Junior marshal uncle, are you leaving again? Luo Yunxiao nods. Mu Yan quickly asks, where are you going? You won't be injured when you come back, right? Luo Yunxiao originally doesn't want to answer, but when she sees Mu Yan's concerned gaze, she finally says, there won't be any danger. In the end, he still said, there won't be any danger. I just want to find something in the cultivation continent, a person. Mayan breathes a sigh of relief. So, junior marshal uncle, you have been looking for things and people. No wonder you are often not in the sect. Did you find the things and people you were looking for? Luo Yunxiao's gaze fell on her unblinkingly, then slowly turned away. Not yet. Mu Yan smiles faintly. Don't worry, junior marshal uncle, you're working so hard to find it, you'll definitely find it one day. As she spoke, she took out a large stack of talismans and a few bottles of pills and stuffed them into Luo Yunxiao's hands. Noticing Luo Yunxiao's gaze on him, he rubbed his nose in embarrassment. I know that the talismans I drew and the pills I concocted are too low grade. Little marshal uncle might not be interested in them, but it's better than nothing. Luo Yunxiao carefully put away the things in her hands and said in a low voice, it's better than nothing. What? Mu Yan didn't hear it clearly and couldn't help but ask. Luo Yunxiao looked up and her voice became 3 degrees colder. I will go to Tianguang ruins in 3 days, but if you dare to push me to someone else as you please, I wouldn't dare. Mu Yan shakes her head like a rattle drum. I swear, we won't dare again. Luo Yunxiao coldly snorts and directly waved his hand to drive Mu Yan out. Why does she feel that Xiao Shishu's anger isn't because they're using his name to swindle and deceive, but this thought only faintly flashes by, and Mayan throws it to the back of her mind. She returns to her room with a trace of reluctance and ease. However, as soon as she pushes open the door and enters, Mayan's whole body freezes. At this moment, all the ease has turned into floating clouds on the horizon. If she could, she would really like to return to a day ago and cover her crow's mouth. Really, why did she mention Di Mingju? Why did she mention that a sea of jealousy would drown Yao Guang branch? This is great, isn't it a prophecy? She sees that in the originally empty room, there's a tall and handsome man sitting there without her noticing. The man's long hair drapes over his shoulders, and his clothes are only loose inner garments. Leaning against the headboard, the lapels of his clothes are slightly open, revealing a perfectly textured and smooth chest. Mayan's line of sight slowly moves from his perfect abdominal muscles to his sexy collarbone and Adam's apple. Finally, it falls on that peerlessly handsome face, as if it was chiseled by a chisel. She can't help but swallow. This man has always been aloof, cold and hard like iron, unattainable. That's why he occasionally reveals such a sexy and charming appearance, making people completely unable to resist. The man is leaning against her bed, his long eyelashes slightly closed, as if he's taking a nap. When he senses Mayan's entrance, his long eyelashes lift, and his ice blue pupils shine brightly. Like a whirlpool in the deep sea, it can suck in a person's soul. Mayan wails in her heart, a man with such long eyelashes, such charming eyes, such good skin, what's the use of such long eyelashes? Even the man's thin lips, under the candlelight, lose their coldness and softness, making people yearn to taste them. Mayan swallows her saliva again, and walks forward step by step. She doesn't know if the voice that opens its mouth is nervous, or scorching, but it's a bit hoarse. Di Mingju, when did you come? The man on the bed holds a wine glass in his hand, gently turning it on his fingertips. Hearing the question, the corner of his mouth hooks up, and he looks over with a smile that isn't a smile. Naturally, I came when you said that you were going to warm Luo Yunxiao's bed. Mu Yan meets her man's outwardly smiling but inwardly murderous gaze. She only feels her scalp go numb, wishing that she could immediately turn around and run away. She coughs lightly, grabs a corner of his clothes, and carefully sits on the edge of the bed. Cough, Di Mingju, listen to my explanation. Di Mingju snorts coldly, his gaze faintly looking at her. Explain what? Explain that you're in trouble and you're willing to use Luo Yunxiao to support you, but you're not willing to let me help you? Or do you want to explain that you entered Luo Yunxiao's room in the middle of the night and gave him a bunch of talismans and pills that even I don't have? Mu Yan, she felt that someone's jealousy had not only flooded the Alcade branch, but the entire Danyang mountain range. Seeing that she didn't even bother to explain after being questioned like this, Di Mingju's heart immediately flares with anger. He abruptly grabs her wrist and pulls her into his embrace. Immediately after, without waiting for Mayan to react, he turns her over and presses her under his body. He viciously glares at her. Jun Mayan, what do you take Ben Jun for? Mu Yan blinked and met the man's angry gaze. Slowly, a sense of grievance welled up from the bottom of her heart. Di Mingju, I ascended the Exquisite Pagoda, the Nirvana Pagoda, and the Lingxiao Pagoda. I became the Lord of Clear Sky, and I made Yi Liang Chen's name resound throughout the entire Danyang mountain range. At that moment, I clearly felt Lil Bao's existence. I clearly felt that Lil Bao was very close to me. But I can't find him no matter what. I can't see him, and I can't touch him. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, filled with sorrow, longing, and longing. Di Mingju rarely sees Mayan cry. Seeing such a girl, he immediately panicked. He promptly gets up and takes Mayan into his arms. Jun Shangdaran, who has always been cold, speaks incoherently for once. Yen Yen, don't cry, I was wrong. Mu Yan suddenly grabs his hand and ruthlessly bites it. A hoarse voice rises with a sobbing tone. Di Mingju, I want to see Xiaobao. Being bitten by someone is naturally extremely painful, but Di Mingju doesn't feel it at all. He only gently hugs Mayan, his voice full of regret. Alright, I will definitely let you see Xiaobao. Xiaobao is my son. I know he is very strong and will be fine. But like you, I also miss him very much. I hope to be able to reunite with you and Xiaobao's family as soon as possible. Jun Shangdaran has almost exhausted the strength of his entire life, saying a lot of soft words that he wouldn't normally use to comfort the person in his arms. Mu Yan sniffled and continued to complain. I participated in the Flourishing Heavenly Light competition to see Xiaobao, but you got jealous and even got angry at me. I borrowed little Marshall Uncle's name just to get the first place. Di Mingju hugs her tightly. His heart is still somewhat stuffy, but in the end, he only says domineeringly, Ben Jun will use Jingshi to smash you to the top of the Heavenly Light list. Mayan raises her head and looks at Jun Shangdaran's indignation, but he's forcefully suppressing it, not daring to flare up. He couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips and let out a long sigh. However, a trace of slyness flashed across his eyes. Finally, the whole thing was over. She plays with Jun Shangdaran's slender fingers, and the smile on her face has more dependence and sweetness that hasn't appeared in the past few days. Not at the moment. I can handle such a small situation by myself. But... Mayan raises her head and looks straight into Di Mingju's deep eyes. If I really can't handle it, then in order to get the first place, I can only count on my hubby to support me. Di Mingju's body suddenly stiffens, and the hand holding Mayan tightens. What did you just call me? Mu Yan's gaze wandered and she chuckled. I didn't say anything. Did you hear it wrong? Jun Mayan. Jun Shangdaran's tone has once again become flustered and exasperated, accusing him by name. But at this time, Mu Yan is not afraid of her at all. She flipped over and pressed the man under her body, looking down at him condescendingly, the corners of her lips raised high. Will Jun Shang come to watch the finals of the Prosperous Heavenly Light in 2 days? Di Mingju wanted to agree. However, when he recalled that it was Tianguang ruins, his expression turned ugly. He grits his teeth and spits out words with difficulty. Ben Jun has something to do and can't go, but Han Yu will go. No matter how many crystals you need, he'll give it to you even if he has to sell all the goods in Tianguang ruins. TSK, all the goods in Tianguang ruins. Isn't Di Jun a bit too wasteful? But she could also vaguely guess that Tianguang ruins might be the territory of Di Mingju's enemy. Di Mingju might be in danger if he went in. She lowered her head and pecked the man's lips. then thank you for supporting me. Di Mingju's eyes darkened. He suddenly turned over and pressed her under his body. His icy blue eyes reflected a hot and dangerous light. This is a thank you gift? He held Mu Yan's chin, then leaned over and kissed her heavily. Yan, this is not even enough to pay the interest. Time passed in the blink of an eye. There was only one day left before the prosperous Heavenly Light final. Mu Yan walked on the way to the public class in the school of the Emperor Star. She only felt that the atmosphere of the entire starry school was about to go to war. No matter where she walked, the name Yi Liangchen would be poured into her ears. Ling Yuxing, who was walking beside Mu Yan, looked at the girl beside him and couldn't help but be speechless. Half of the Azure Blue world is so excited and nervous about your participation in the prosperous Heavenly Light final tomorrow that they can't sleep. Only junior sister still has the mood to come to the public class. Mu Yan smiled slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, a few people rushed over from the side. Yaoguang branch, wait a moment. A chubby young man blocked in front of them and stuffed a stack of talismans into their hands without any explanation. These are Almighty Ye's talismans. I'm giving them to your Alcade branch for free. Remember to go to Tianguang Ruins tomorrow to support our Almighty Yi. Mu Yan looked down at the talismans in her hands. There was an obvious mark of the Tian Emochin that she made. She raised her head in surprise. These talismans are not cheap, right? You guys actually gave them for free? Fatty Jing waved his hand indifferently. For our boss Yi, this little bit of crystal stones is nothing. Moreover, boss Yi's talismans are so good. One more person who has used it will naturally have one more person to promote for our boss Yi. But I warn you, after taking the talismans, you must go to Tianguang Ruins tomorrow to support boss Yi, otherwise. The little fatty waved his meaty fist. This young master will teach you a lesson. Mayan doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looks around and sees everyone sparing no effort to promote her. Listening to those boss Yi is number one under the heavens, boss Yi is invincible propaganda, she unconsciously feels a burst of sourness and warmth in her heart. Even if it was for the sake of those who had been supporting her and protecting her, she couldn't lose this glorious heavenly light. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. Suddenly, an angry and shrill female roar came from the side. Mu Yan turns her head to look, only to discover that the one who spoke is actually Xianxia. At this moment, she was glaring fiercely at the few male cultivators in front of her, gnashing her teeth and stamping with rage. The few male cultivators in front of her disdainfully threw away the talismans in their hands. He sneered and said, "Am I wrong? The flourishing heavenly light has been held for so many years. Have you ever seen a talisman artist win the first place? That's right. The price of a random pill from Fairy Yao Dai might be equivalent to their entire day's income. Supporting Great God Yi for first place? Aren't they afraid of making a fool out of themselves? Ha ha ha, no matter how good a talisman's effect is, could it be better than an elixir? I heard that for tomorrow's finals, Fairy Yao Dai has already prepared the ultimate elixir, the explosive spirit pill. That's a life-saving medicine at a critical moment." Of course. The person who spoke was clearly a loyal supporter of Ling Yuyao. He raised his head proudly. Other than Fairy Yao Dai, who else in the cultivation continent can make a 6th-grade elixir before the age of 25? Moreover, it's the extremely rare 6th-grade spirit explosion pill. This time, Fairy Yao Dai is definitely qualified to be first in the glorious heavenly light. I admit that Yi Liangchen is the undisputed champion of the 3 academies in terms of combat power. However, in terms of popularity in the glorious heavenly light, Fairy Yao Dai beats him. If you don't believe me, watch tomorrow's competition. If I'm wrong, I'll crawl around Tai Square while barking like a dog. Ha ha ha, only these idiots think that a talisman artist can beat Fairy Yao Dai and get first place. Yi Liangchen is nothing. Even if he gets the leader of the Green Cloud sect, what right does he have to be compared to Fairy Yao Dai? Fatty Jing was enraged. He couldn't care less about persuading Mu Yan and the rest anymore. He leaped towards the people who spoke. F***ck you idiots. You can insult me, but how dare you insult Boss Yi? I'll scratch you to death. The few of them instantly started fighting. In the Starry School, Yi Liangchen's fans had an overwhelming advantage. Very quickly, Ling Yuyao's supporters were beaten until they begged for mercy. However, Fatty Jing and the rest didn't gain any advantage either. Because very quickly, the people from the student council rushed over and separated the two parties. Jiang Xinyu's hair was all messed up. She looked very disheveled. However, her eyes were still burning. She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare these people slander Godyi? I'll curse them behind their backs. Fatty Jing, I'm warning you. You must help Godyi get first place and kill Fairy Yaodia's arrogance." Jing Little Fatty wiped the sweat on his face and said loudly, "Don't worry, Great Godyi is the boss that I, Jing Jiabao, know. He's the #1 in the world, and no one can defeat him. Brothers, let's go to Heaven Luo City with me to publicize." Jiang Xinyu waved her hand too. "Sisters, come with me to Cangyun City to promote." She turned around and met Mu Yan's smiling gaze. Jiang Xinyu's carefree movements froze as she recalled her current sorry state. She runs her fingers through her hair in a flurry, and with a red face, she says, "Jun Mayan, what are you laughing at?" I'm doing this to support Godyi." The smile on Mayan's face deepens. She steps forward and removes a leaf from her hair. Her voice was soft, "Don't worry. Yap will definitely win. We won't let you down." As soon as Jiang Xinyu raised her head, she was met with a pair of peach blossom eyes that were like the galaxy in a summer night. The young girl's beautiful face was right in front of him, and her voice was like the sounds of nature, ringing in his ears. Jiang Xinyu's face suddenly turned red. She stammered, Why you? Don't forget to support Guru Yi tomorrow." After saying that, she ran away with a red face. Ling Yuxing couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Little junior sister, what kind of magic do you have? Dressing as a man and dressing as a woman, you managed to make the young lady fall head over heels for you." However, Mu Yan retracted his smile and said in a deep voice, let's go back." "Go back? Don't you have a public lecture?" Ling Yuxing nods, and the two are about to return to the Yaoguang branch. Suddenly, a clear male voice comes from behind, Xiaoxing. Ling Yuxing's body stiffens, his brows slightly wrinkling. Soon, he sees Ouyang Qing walking quickly to the two. He doesn't even look at Mayan, who is next to him. His eyes seem to be glued to Ling Yuxing, greedily staring at him, as if he can't get enough of it. Ling Yuxing only feels that the gaze is scorching, as if it's going to burn his body and mind. He suppresses the inexplicable irritation and palpitation in his heart, frowning, "Junior sister, let's go." "Xiaoxing, wait a minute." Ouyang Qing quickly pulls him back. Ling Yuxing angrily wants to shake him off. Isn't young Master Ouyang busy being a good brother and sending his little sister home? How come you have time to come back to the school? However, Ouyang Qing's hand firmly clasps his wrist, pulling him a little closer. The man's voice is extremely low, so low that only Mayan and Ling Yuxing can hear it. "Xiaoxing, it's almost over. Give me a little more time." Ling Yuxing is startled, looking up to the man's scorching eyes that contain ice-cold killing intent. A trace of doubt flits through his heart. However, before he can ask clearly, he finds that the surrounding people have begun to notice the two people who are very close. There are even many die-hard supporters of Ouyang Qing, angrily pointing at him. Ling Yuxing fiercely swings his hand, pushing the person away a little. "Stay away from me." Ouyang Qing staggers back 2 steps, his handsome face showing a hurt and disappointed expression. Ling Yuxing's heart inexplicably tightens. Ouyang Qing quickly restrains the expression on his face, saying softly, "Xiaoxing, in the school, you can find me if you need me to do anything. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, even if let me die, I will do it for you." Ling Yuxing is so annoyed that he wants to say, "I'm not familiar with you." Suddenly, he seems to have thought of something. A pair of quick-witted eyes turn slightly. "Are you really willing to help me with anything?" Ouyang Qing's face brightens, quickly stepping forward and saying, "Yes, Xiaoxing, as long as it's your request, no matter what you want me to do, I will definitely do it." Ling Yuxing said, "Then can you mobilize the entire Tianshu institution to support Yi Liangchen in Tianguang ruins tomorrow?" Ouyang Qing, Mu Yan, the onlookers. Ouyang Qing's face twisted for a second. She said with jealousy, "Sheng, since when did you like that Yi Liangchen so much?" Ling Yuxing looked at Yi Futian as if he was being ridiculous. Yi Liangchen is the leader of the Qingyun school, the top of the exquisite ranking, and the strongest cultivator in the starry school. Why can't I admire and like him? Ouyang Qing, who was ranked third on the list of delicacy, was speechless. He felt as if his heart had been stabbed. The onlookers who had been looking at Ling Yuxing with hostility immediately became excited when they heard this. So he's also a supporter of Gaji like us. This junior brother is right. Gaji is so powerful. Who else should I support if not him? Ling Yuxing narrowed his eyes at Ouyang Qing. You said you would help me with anything. Were you lying to me? Ouyang Qing gnashed his teeth when he said the name Yi Liangchen, as if he wanted to chew him to pieces. Mu Yan couldn't help shivering because of this monstrous jealousy. Ling Yuxing couldn't help but smile. Thank you, brother Qing. Ouyang Qing suddenly froze and stood stiffly in the same place. He didn't even notice that Ling Yuxing and Mu Yan had left. After a long time, he suddenly covered his eyes with his hands, covering his reddened eyes. How long had it been since the incident that year? How long had it been since Xiaoxing called him brother Qing, when the two got on the flying boat? Mu Yan looked down at Ouyang Qing, who was still standing in the same place like a wooden chicken, and couldn't help laughing. Fifth senior brother, I really want to thank you. For me, you even used a honey trap. Ling Yuxing's face turned red and he said, What honey trap? Don't talk nonsense. After a pause, he said, Even Xianxia and the others are so busy for you, wanting you to win the championship. As your fifth senior brother, as long as I can help you, what can't I do? Mu Yan's smile recedes, and a little bit of warmth floats in her eyes, and, I know that my fellow disciples are very good to me. I know how lucky I am to be able to enter the Xiaoyao sect. Ling Yuxing suddenly frowned slightly. I heard from eldest senior brother that Ling Yuyao is really difficult to deal with. There are many geniuses in alchemy in the Flowing Moon sect, and Ling Yuyao is a peerless alchemy genius pursued by all the elders of the Flowing Moon sect. At the age of 25, she is already a 6th-grade alchemist, and her cultivation is also very high. She is now at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. I heard that even in the Flowing Moon sect, only a few people can successfully refine the Spirit Explosion pill. This time, Ling Yuyao took out the Spirit Explosion pill to participate in the final of the Flourishing Heavenly Light. It can be said that she has the confidence to win. Hearing this, Mu Yan frowned slightly. The Flowing Moon sect, Ling Yuyao, Fairy Yao Dai. She suddenly recalled that the young master of the D clan who fought with her for the purple gold pill furnace that day in Azure Cloud City seemed to want to give it to Evolution Moon sect's Fairy Yao Dai. In the end, relying on the income from Di Mingju and the young martial uncle's classes, Mu Yan barely managed to gather enough crystal stones within 7 days, and snatched the 7th-grade alchemy furnace that Qi Huang has his eyes on. She did not expect that the cultivation world was so small. After going around in circles, she actually met someone from the Flow Moon sect again. Furthermore, it was an old acquaintance. It seemed that if the Flourishing Heavenly Light did not win this time, it would be unfair to the Flowing Moon sect for harming him back then. Ling Yuxing looks at Mayan worriedly. Little junior sister, are you confident that you can beat her? Mu Yan looks back, the corners of her eyes slowly lifting up. A strong and disdainful self-confidence blooms brilliantly in this absolutely beautiful smile. Fifth senior brother, what do you think? Seeing her smile, Ling Yuxing couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He had asked a stupid question. Ling Yuyao was a peerless alchemy genius. But their junior sister was a monster that only appeared once in 10 million years. Di Mingju crossed the entire starry school. Others would need an hour with the flying boat, but he only needed a moment. However, it was at this moment. The voice captured by the divine consciousness made the Lord's expression extremely ugly. Ah, Gaji is my favorite, I want to marry Gaji. All of you get lost, Great Gaji belongs to all of us. No one is allowed to monopolize him. Tomorrow, everyone will go to Tianguang ruins to support Great Gaji. Liang Chen's army will be invincible, not even a blade of grass will grow. Di Mingju pushes open the door and sees the girl who has just finished drawing a talisman, her forehead slightly covered in sweat. Without saying anything further, he directly holds her in his arms and fiercely kisses her. Mayan is kissed silly. However, feeling her fiancé's monstrous anger, she still pacifies him. until both of their bodies were on fire, and they almost couldn't control the overflowing desire. Only then does Di Mingju release Mayan's swollen lips. But Jun Shangdaren's complexion is still a little unsightly. You are Ben Jun's. Only Ben Jun can monopolize you. Those bastards are dreaming, want to marry Yen Yen, want to marry Yen Yen. When those voices enter his ears, Di Mingju really wishes he could directly turn that group of courtyards into flying ash. Mayan is confused, but she still gently pats Di Mingju's back, like appeasing a child who has a temper. She chuckles and says, "All right, I am yours, only you can monopolize me." Only then does Jun Shangdaren's complexion ease a little. But he thinks that everyone has to go to Tianguang ruins to support Mayan, and he can't go in. Jun Shangdaren somewhat gnashes his teeth. Tomorrow, Jun will also go to Tianguang ruins. Mayan jumps in fright and promptly stops him. You're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to do anything that will endanger yourself, do you hear me? Di Mingju lowers his eyes and doesn't speak. But in his mind, he has an unimaginable thought. Mayan is about to force him to agree, but Di Mingju deliberately changes the subject. His gaze turns and falls on the talisman that Mayan has just drawn. It was just a casual glance, but when he sees it clearly, his pupils slightly contract. This is a talisman that you drew? Yes. Mayan chuckles and nods. Di Mingju picks up the talisman and looks at it for a long time, then his shocked gaze falls on Mayan. After a long time, he whispers, Yen Yen, how many more surprises do you have for Ben Jun? Mayan wraps her arms around the man's waist and slightly tilts her head. Her peach blossom eyes are gleaming like rippling waves, bewitching him as if it doesn't cost money. If I am not outstanding enough, how can I be worthy of the most handsome, most perfect, and most mighty polar domain's sovereign emperor? The final round of the prosperous heavenly light began under the expectations of the audience. It was different from the classification competition that lasted for a month. The final result of the final election will be decided within a day. 2 hours before the start of the competition, every contestant had to submit a work that they had refined, including but not limited to elixirs, magic treasures, and talismans, to be stored in the jade key of the Tianguang ruins. After the start of the competition, the items in the jade key space would automatically be stored in the ethereal mansion in Tianguang ruins for the practitioners in the upper, middle, and lower districts to experience. It was impossible to truly enjoy the effects of medicinal pills, magic treasures, or talismans. However, Tianguang ruins could simulate the situation after consuming pills, using magic treasures, and burning talismans. That kind of feeling was incomparably real, as if he was really there. Aside from the fact that it couldn't be used on the physical body, it was as if these people were really enjoying the effects of these treasures. Therefore, every time a practitioner experiences the ethereal mansion, they would need to spend a high-grade crystal. At the same time, the contestants would also get a point. Apart from the generous rewards, the cultivators who obtained the first place would also receive their names and identities. Most importantly, their names and identities would be announced to the various cities and towns of the 4 major domains. Every city tower would hang this name for at least a month. That was what it meant to be famous throughout the world, to be known by everyone. Before the hour had passed, the Rebirth Plaza in the upper, middle, and lower districts of the Tianguang ruins was already packed with people. The Rebirth Plaza didn't look very big. But at this moment, even though it should have far exceeded its capacity, it didn't seem crowded at all. And because it was a virtual Tianguang ruins. Even if one sat cross-legged on the ground and watched leisurely, they wouldn't have to worry about being trampled. Everyone in the plaza only needed to raise their heads to see the huge tower in the middle. When the hour arrived, the stiff and mechanical voice of little Tian sounded without any undulation. The finals of the prosperous Tianguang ruins will now begin. Contestants, please enter the stage. 20th place, Talisman List, Dancing Like Ice. Just as little Tian finished speaking, a ray of light appeared at the window of the first floor of the huge tower. Above the window, the words Dancing Like Ice appeared in large, glittering golden letters. Immediately after, an enchanting and charming woman appeared at the window. Once the woman appeared, she immediately made an extremely seductive gesture towards the crowd below. Her fair long legs were raised high, revealing a part that made people's blood boil, and then gently lowered. A delicate and gentle female voice sounded in everyone's ears. I'm Lu Ruoxuan. Today, I brought eternal talismans. Please advise me. Although the window of the huge tower was called a window, it was actually like a huge arched door. The woman's appearance and seductive gesture were completely and clearly displayed in front of the crowd. The male cultivators below the huge tower immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they stared fixedly at Lu Ruoxuan. Someone even shouted in an extremely vulgar voice, "Take off your clothes, and I'll go and experience your talismans." How about that? Yes, yes, take off your clothes. Many of the female cultivators and upright male cultivators present revealed a disgusted expression. But Lu Ruoxuan didn't care at all. Instead, she smiled even more coquettishly as she sat by the window of the huge tower. Even when she sat down, she crossed one of her long legs and slightly leaned forward to reveal her chest, making one's heart itch unbearably. Xianxia looked at Lu Ruoxuan in disgust and shock. Isn't this woman a pure and kind white lotus? How did you become so slutty now? Xing Jiabao wanted to vomit at the thought of being bewitched by this woman. Did he lose his mind at that time? He actually thought that this woman was kind and pure. Fortunately, Boshi woke him up. Right at this moment, little Tian's stiff voice resounded once more. 19th, Talisman List, Yi Liang Chen. As a white light flashed on the second floor of the tower, the words Yap Liang Chen also appeared on the window. At the same time, an ordinary-looking girl appeared at the window. She was obviously wearing the most ordinary clothes and the simplest movements, but when she did it, it seemed like floating clouds and flowing water, graceful and noble. Cheers immediately rang out from the crowd. Carefree Bro, Little Fatty Xing, and the others were the happiest. But most people scoffed at the top of the talisman list. One had to know that the ethereal hall's experience cost a high-grade crystal stone each time. For an ordinary rogue cultivator, a piece of high-grade crystal stone could support their expenses for a year. Elixirs were expensive to begin with. A 5th-grade elixir would cost over 1,000 high-grade crystals. Spending a high-grade crystal stone to experience the effects of the elixir and comprehend its mysteries was absolutely worth it. The same went for magic treasures. But what were talismans? Even a 5th-grade talisman was only worth a high-grade crystal stone. But now, to experience it required a high-grade crystal stone. Weren't people stupid to try it out? So at this moment, apart from those die-hard supporters, almost everyone firmly believed. Of the two who climbed up the talisman roll, 19 and 20 were already their limits. The names of the participants of the Flourishing Heavenly Light Finals were revealed one by one. And the windows of the tower from the 1st to the 20th floor were lit up one by one. Finally, little Tian called out the last name. First place, Elixir Roll, Ling Yuyao. The moment this name came out, the entire reincarnation square erupted in cheers, almost resounding through the sky. Fairy Yaodai, I love you. Fairy Yaodai, I've already spoken to the clan. No matter how many crystals we have to spend, we'll definitely make you the champion. Fairy Yaodai, we pledge our lives to follow you. The window of the 20th floor of the tower was lit up, and a gorgeous woman appeared at the window. She was tall, but her face was extremely small. Her facial features were exquisite, and there was a hint of delicate beauty. But her expression was arrogant and cold, like a high mountain flower that people yearned for but couldn't pluck. But the more arrogant she was, the crazier the male cultivators below became, all of them shouting goddess and fairy, almost turning the entire Tianguang ruins upside down. Easy Bro shrunk his neck in defeat, it's over. Why is this fairy Yaodia's support so powerful? It looks like boss can't win? Just as he finished speaking, Xing Little Fatty glared at him, bullshit. Boss Yi is the most powerful, he can even take down Azure Sky Sect Master. What does a mere flourishing heavenly light count for? Boss will definitely win. Suzy looked at the unprepossessing girl on the 2nd floor of the tower, his eyes shining brightly. He couldn't help but count the crystals he had placed in the jade key. In order to support little Missy, he had specially returned to the Su family to retrieve a large sum of crystal stones. He must help little Missy get first place. When all the contestants were in position, an ancient palace slowly appeared in front of the giant tower. Right in front of the palace hung a large signboard that read Ethereal House. There were a total of 20 doors in the stadium, and the names of the contestants were engraved on each door. Inside the door were the medicinal pills, magic treasures, or talismans that each contestant had submitted. The contestants in the huge tower could still stay by the window and look down at the magnificent scene below. They could also come down from above and interact with their supporters to promote themselves and increase their points. The finals of Flourishing Heavenly Light has officially begun. Little Tian's dull but steady voice sounded. The people on the reincarnation square swarmed into the misty house. It was just that most people chose the expensive elixirs and magic treasures. In comparison, the 19th and the 20th gates could be said to be the least visited by people. Mu Yan still hasn't had the time to come down from the tower. Her exposed body is like a swallow returning to the woods. She throws herself into the arms of a fat man. The fat man is very fat and oily. He has a silly expression on his face. Saliva drips from the corner of his mouth from time to time. From the looks of it, he was clearly a fool. But when Lu Ruoxuan throws herself at him, he immediately grabs her breasts. He doesn't care about the eyes of the people around him. He touches Lu Ruoxuan all over. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes flash with disgust, but she doesn't show it on her face. On the contrary, she becomes more and more charming. The fat man was obviously satisfied. He waved his fat and greasy hand and said in an unclear tone, "Smash, give this young master all the crystal stones to Liao. Mu Yan just comes down from the tower. Bei Kuei and Xiangyuan come up to her anxiously. "Miss, do you know that fat man? He seems to be Zhu Kuanyong, the son of Zhu Fugui." Elegant brother grits his teeth and says, "I didn't expect that Lu Ruoxuan even hooks up with Zhu Chuanyong's son. I heard that although Zhu Kuanyong is a fool, he is very liked by Zhu Fugui. He has a lot of crystals. What should we do? Sister, you can't lose to that Lu Ruoxuan." Everyone in the "Lousy is number one under the heavens" store remembered the bet between Mu Yan and Lu Ruoxuan. While they are talking, Mu Yan finds that the position of the tower has changed. When the contestants leave the tower, the windows of the tower don't become empty. Instead, the portraits of the contestants appear. At this time, Lu Ruoxuan's name and portrait have swapped places with Yap Liangchen. She is ranked 19th. And Yap Liangchen is at the bottom. In fact, not long after the competition started, most of the contestants' positions have changed. Only Ling Yuyao's position is stable. She has more than double the points of the second place. Ling Yuyao doesn't even come down from the high platform. She is so cold and aloof, with the attitude of a goddess. However, her supporters were still crazy about her. Mu Yan's line of sight moves up, looking at Ling Yuyao on the tall tower. The corner of her mouth hooks up in a faintly discernible arc. At this time, Lu Ruoxuan's voice comes from behind. "Yi Liangchen, from now on, you have to kowtow 3 times when you see me. Don't ever forget that." Mu Yan turns around and glances at her with a smile that isn't a smile. "This is also what I want to remind you. Remember to kowtow together with your head on the leaderboard." He thought about how Yi Liangchen had turned the tables on the talisman puppet board at the last moment. Lu Ruoxuan's face twisted. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yi Liangchen, you can only be proud for a few hours." After speaking, Lu Ruoxuan returned to Zhu Chuanyong's side, allowing him to lift her clothes in public and play with her as if she was a prostitute. Her heart was filled with disgust, but she still had to let out an artificial moan. Mei Xian's voice could be heard from time to time in her sea of consciousness. "Lu Ruoxuan, don't you want to see Yi Liangchen die miserably in the Tianguang ruins? Why are you seducing such a disgusting man here? As long as you temporarily give me the control of your divine soul, I can naturally help you get rid of him." Lu Ruoxuan's expression changed again and again. One moment she was disgusted, the next moment she was greedy, and the next moment she was terrified. She was very eager to let Mei Xian kill Yap Liangchen. She once again faced Zhu Chuanyong's greasy mouth that was nibbling on her. On the other side, Lu Ruoxuan's points were getting higher and higher, and even climbed up 1 place in the giant tower, becoming the 18th. Easy bro and the others were anxious. "Boss Yi, what should we do? I'll go back and ask my grandfather for crystals now." Mu Yan, however, had a calm expression. "What's the hurry, didn't the competition just start? If you're bored, why don't you go to the Misty House and experience my new barrier-breaking talisman? Barrier-breaking talisman? Easy Bro was confused. How come I've never heard of this talisman before? Yeah, Boss Yi, what's the effect of this barrier-breaking talisman? Is it a variant 4th grade talisman? Mu Yan raised her eyebrows. None of you have experienced it before? Easy Bro and Fatty Jing looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Because it took time to experience the talisman. So in order to increase their points as soon as possible, they were desperately throwing crystals. Even Yi Liangchen's supporters gathered below said the same thing, only throwing crystals, no experience. As for the effect of the talisman drawn by Boss Yi was naturally the best. What was there to experience? Buying one later only cost one high-grade talisman, why waste this time? But now hearing Mu Yan's question, they were very ashamed. Boss Yi worked so hard to draw the talisman, but they didn't sincerely support him, they were too unworthy to be Boss Yi's diehard fans. Mu Yan smiled, not the slightest bit annoyed. Why don't you go and experience it first? It might be good for you, especially Easy Bro, and Chen Ping, Wu Guo, you guys? Easy Bro was confused. It was just an experience, what benefits could there be? But since the boss said so, he immediately said, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely go and experience it well, I won't let down boss's hard work. But Easy Bro also decided that even if he had to experience it, he would only experience it once, for the rest of the time, he would desperately throw crystals. However, a quarter of an hour later, Easy Bro and Chen Ping and the others staggered out of the Misty House, but their faces were blank and helpless. Their whole person seemed to have gone silly. Beikue Xianxia nervously walked forward. Brother Gua. What's wrong? What's the problem with Sister Ye's talisman? She did not finish her sentence. Easy Bro suddenly let out a weird howl. No, I want to experience it again. That mysterious feeling just now. I'm going too. I'm coming too. Then, without even seeing Beikue, Xianxia, and Jing Xiaopeng, they rushed straight into the ethereal mansion. The few people who stayed outside looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Fatty Jing, boss, what's so different about the talismans you drew this time? Why are they so strange? Jiangxinyu, why don't we give it a try too? Therefore, the supporters who stayed outside also went in after a discussion. Then, all the loyal supporters of Yap Liangchen fell into this endless cycle. Everyone came out of it in a daze. He let out another strange cry, as if his buttocks were on fire, and hurriedly rushed back. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of the other people in the reincarnation square. Yeah, even if it's Fairy Yaodia's spiritual explosion pill, it's enough to experience it once. I've just tried it, and the spiritual explosion pill indeed lives up to its name. But there's no real effect after all, so what's the point of trying it a few more times? I support Fairy Yaodai, just throw crystals at her. Haha, who asked Yap Liangchen's supporters to be a bunch of paupers? They don't have money to waste, so they can only waste time. Most of the people snorted at this scene. But some people couldn't help but be curious about what kind of talisman could make these people so addicted. So, thinking that it would at most cost one crystal, they walked into the ethereal house. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd saw these practitioners who went into the ethereal house to experience the talisman walk out one by one in a daze. They looked exactly the same as Elegant Bro and the others. My god, what kind of talisman is this? Why didn't I know that talismans have such an effect? No, I have to experience it again. After saying that, they immediately turned around and rushed in. Everyone's movements were neat and uniform, without the slightest delay. This time, the onlookers in the reincarnation square were really dumbfounded. So what if Yap Liangchen's supporters were crazy? Why did these passers-by become abnormal after going into the ethereal house? Finally, someone couldn't help but pull one of the practitioners who ran out of the ethereal house. Brotherly, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with that talisman? The male practitioner who was pulled stared blankly, his whole body in a trance, as if he couldn't react. Hearing this person's question, he slowly raised his head, and said with a faint voice, just a little bit more, I feel just a little bit more, and I can break through to the 8th level of fasting. That mysterious feeling, I feel like I'm almost grasping it. No, I have to try it again. Then, he turned around and was about to rush into the ethereal house again. The person who asked the question was shocked. Breakthrough to the 8th level of fasting? Are you kidding? What kind of talisman is it? He knew that this brotherly had been stuck at the 7th level of fasting for almost a year, and no matter what he did, he couldn't break through to the 8th level of fasting. But now, he was just experiencing the talisman, not using it. Yet, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. However, before he could ask for more details, Brotherly had already thrown him off and rushed back into the ethereal house as if he was afraid that someone would rob him of some treasure. The person who asked the question was shocked and confused, but his heart began to itch again. He originally had a good impression of Fairy Yao Dai, but it was not to the extent of adoration and worship. This time, he had not prepared many crystal stones. He only planned to support Fairy Yao Dai a little. But when he saw his friend in such a state, he could not help but grit his teeth and enter the ethereal house. As more and more people entered the 19th Dao Gate, more and more people began to enter, like a rolling snowball. On the other side, Zhu Kuanyong did not care about the people around him. He directly tore off Lu Ruoxuan's clothes and arched his whole body. However, at this moment, someone shouted. Yi Liangchen's points have increased. Lu Ruoxuan was shocked. She quickly pushed Zhu Kuanyong away and looked up. On the giant tower, Mu Yan's ranking is no longer at the bottom 20. Instead, it became 19. His score was closing in on Lu Ruoxuan's. How could this be? Lu Ruoxuan screamed, impossible. How could his score increase so fast? She turned around and saw a huge crowd outside the ethereal hall. Most of these people were going to Ling Yuyao's number 1 hall and Yin Zai's number 2 hall. But now, some of them started to line up in number 19 hall, which was the room where Yi Liangchen's talisman was. Crystals could be thrown at any time. There was no time limit. But there was a limit on the number of people who could experience the ethereal hall. Once the capacity was exceeded, they had to line up according to the order of payment. How could this happen? Lu Ruoxuan's face twisted. It was the same talisman, but there was not a single person in front of his number 20 pavilion. But there were so many people in front of Yi Liangchen's number 19 hall. Ah! Look! He passed. Yi Liangchen is now 18th. Lu Ruoxuan raised her head abruptly and saw Yi Liangchen's portrait and name above her head. It was shining with a golden light and pressing her down firmly. Her eyes were about to spit fire. She turned to Zhu Kuanyong. Where are the crystals? Smash them. Hurry up and smash them all down. Zhu Kuanyong drooled as he reached out and grabbed Lu Ruoxuan's slender waist. His plump lips kept nibbling on Lu Ruoxuan's body. Kiss. I want a kiss. Lu Ruoxuan resisted the nausea and kissed Zhu Kuanyong for a while. Then, Zhu Kuanyong threw a lot of crystals into number 20 hall. Finally, Dancing Ice surpassed Yi Liangchen and was ranked 19th. However, before Lu Ruoxuan could feel happy, Yi Liangchen's score surpassed her again. Lu Ruoxuan screamed, crystals! Where are the crystals? Smash them! Zhu Kuanyong swallowed his saliva and shook his head. I don't have any more crystals. I haven't finished kissing you yet. Get lost. Lu Ruoxuan kicked him away. You want to touch me when you don't have any crystals? Idiot. Get lost. She looked at the male cultivators fiercely. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you throwing crystals at me? Don't forget that you still need my immortal talismans. If I lose to that bitchy Liangchen, you guys can forget about getting an immortal talisman in this lifetime. Hearing the words immortal talisman, the male cultivators around Lu Ruoxuan, including Wang Jinbin, all revealed expressions of horror and hatred. But when they thought of the pain they would feel when the immortal talisman took effect, they still walked into the ethereal house. However, Lu Ruoxuan's supporters were too few, and almost all of the spar stones had been used up in the classification list. At this moment, even if Lu Ruoxuan squeezed out all of their wealth, they could only watch the gap between Yi Liangchen and her getting bigger and bigger. 18th place, 17th place, 12th place, 10th place, Yi Liangchen's portrait and name appeared in the middle of the tower. Moreover, the points were still rising rapidly. On the other hand, Lu Ruoxuan, since Zhu Chuanyong's crystal stones were exhausted, her ranking did not rise but instead fell, and now she had already fallen to 19th place. She was definitely going to lose, a crushing defeat. Xianxia's cultivation was relatively low. After experiencing the ethereal mansion more than a dozen times, she came out contentedly and no longer fought for a spot. Then, she looked at Lu Ruoxuan, who was in a daze and had a twisted face. She walked to Lu Ruoxuan and mocked, "Lu Ruoxuan, are you ready to kneel and beg for mercy when you see Gaji in the future?" Lu Ruoxuan stared at her with bloodshot eyes. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Xianxia glared at her in disgust. "My brother used to say that you're pure, kind, and pure for someone like you. Luckily, he sees your true colors now. Lu Ruoxuan, AB*TCH like you is only fit to sleep with thousands of men. Kneel and kowtow to Gaji. I don't want you to dirty Gaji's eyes." Without waiting for Lu Ruoxuan's response, Xianxia walked away arrogantly. Although she wasn't going to experience it in the ethereal hall, she still had to spend crystals. She was going to support Gaji to the end. Lu Ruoxuan stared at Xianxia's back. Her eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. Then, she turned to the girl who was surrounded by many. The Yi Liangchen who sent her to the 18th level of hell. She wanted to tear her into pieces. At this moment, Mei Xian's voice rang in Lu Ruoxuan's ears again. "How is it? Now, you should know that you can't defeat Yi Liangchen without me. Give me the control of your divine soul. I promise that Yi Liangchen will be doomed forever." Mei Xian's voice was full of temptation. It kept echoing in Lu Ruoxuan's head that was filled with hatred. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. But you have to promise that you'll make that B*TCH Yi Liangchen die a horrible death." In Lu Ruoxuan's sea of consciousness, Mei Xian showed a proud and coquettish smile. She devoured Lu Ruoxuan's divine soul bit by bit and wrapped it in her primordial spirit. Then, she took control of Lu Ruoxuan's body in Tianguang ruins. Mei Xian looked at Yi Liangchen greedily. She found out that Yap Liangchen's soul was so delicious the last time she touched him. It was 100 times more delicious than Lu Ruoxuan's divine soul. It was the real deal. Since she could become the leader of Qingyun's sect, her physique and talent must be monstrous. As long as she could devour Yi Liangchen's divine soul and take over his body, there was no need to worry about not being able to see the light of day again and shake the world once more. As for the backlash from attacking someone's divine soul in the Tianguang ruins, the backlash was naturally borne by Lu Ruoxuan's spirit. Furthermore, the demonic technique that she cultivated allowed her to hide very well. Even Tianguang Su wouldn't be able to discover her. Mu Yan is listening to Xianxia excitedly explain the effects of the barrier-breaking talisman. Lu Ruoxuan swayed her hips as she walked over gracefully. Walking up to Mayan, she doesn't reveal an angry expression. Instead, she smiles charmingly. Yi Liangchen, this servant is here to apologize to you. This servant was in the wrong before and offended you. Can you forgive this servant?" Mu Yan slightly narrowed her eyes as a trace of doubt flashed through them. Although the Lu Ruoxuan in front of her was exactly the same as before, the feeling she gave off was completely different. Especially the pair of eyes that were full of temptation and seduction. There wasn't a trace of hatred, but greed and passion. It was as if she had changed into another person. Before Mu Yan could say anything, Xianxia has already rushed over angrily and pushed Lu Ruoxuan hard. "Get lost. You shameless bitch. You want to seduce Yi Liangchen after losing." Immediately after, Xianxia feels a chill seeping into her body from Lu Ruoxuan's hand, causing her voice to stop abruptly. Mu Yan's face changes. She suddenly steps forward, takes out a talisman and sticks it on Xianxia's body. The talisman burns quickly, making Xianxia's body warm up from the bone-chilling cold. Mu Yan grabs her wrist and swings it, directly throwing Xianxia away. But when she wants to step back, her hand is firmly held by Lu Ruoxuan. A chill instantly spreads from her wrist. Wisps of extremely insidious corrosive and freezing aura instantly invade every corner of her divine soul. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly shrink, staring at the enchanting woman in front of her. "You're not Lu Ruoxuan." He. Mei Xian laughs very freely. She sticks out her tongue and licks her lips, her eyes full of greed. "Of course I'm not that waste Lu Ruoxuan. While speaking, she takes a deep breath, looking intoxicated. What a mellow smell of divine soul. If I suck it all up, I'll definitely be able to recover to my peak. Mu Yan quickly takes out a talisman and wants to burn it. However, as soon as the talisman is ignited, it's extinguished by Mei Xian's hand. TSK, you're just at the fasting stage, but you can even refine such a powerful talisman. If you're given a little more time to grow, I'm afraid even I won't be able to deal with you. Mei Xian slowly shakes her head, but the greed in her eyes becomes more and more intense. Unfortunately, your level is still too low. He. Do you know that when this servant died, I had already reached the crossing calamity stage? You're just a little fasting stage cultivator, and you want to resist this servant? I advise you to be obedient and let this servant devour you. This way, this servant can guarantee less suffering. As for your delicious divine soul and evildoer's talent, this servant will take over, ha ha ha. Mu Yan feels that her divine soul is completely surrounded by a cold aura, and she can't move at all. And Mei Xian's aura has begun to erode her soul little by little, making her consciousness gradually blurry. Mu Yan's heart sinks a little. Now in Tianguang ruins, she can't summon the real Tian Mo Qin, nor does she have Qi Huang's help. Was her divine soul really going to be devoured by this monster? At this critical moment, two young and tender voices suddenly sounded in Mu Yan's ears. How dare you attack our first host? You're courting death. Let go of your filthy hands. Who allowed you to touch my people? Mayan stares blankly. The first voice that speaks is stiff and mechanical. She immediately recognizes it as Little Tian. However, the second voice was tender, clear, and piercingly cold. It seemed to be somewhat familiar, yet also somewhat strange. Before she could react, Mei Xian suddenly let go of her hand, and a shrill scream came from Lu Ruoxuan. Lu Ruoxuan flew into the air and spun rapidly in the air. Just a moment later, Lu Ruoxuan's clothes and accessories disappeared without a trace because of the rotation. His hair was a mess, his eyeballs were bulging, and his body was stiff as if he was dead. Immediately after, everyone in the Tianguang ruins heard a flat but cold voice. The next moment, she sees a white light hitting the distressed Lu Ruoxuan in midair. Lu Ruoxuan? Immediately, an even more mournful scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, slowly disappearing from the Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan still hasn't come back to her senses. She slowly lowers her head, and a small figure and a cold but delicate little face come into her eyes. This little face isn't particularly similar to Xiaobao's. But those ice-blue eyes are exactly the same as Xiaobao and Di Ming's. Almost exactly the same. Mu Yan's eyes widen in shock, and she blurts out, "Mo?" Yes, standing in front of her is the little friend that she almost mistook for Xiaobao in the Tianguang ruins, Mo Xiang. Since the last God of Cooking competition, Missouri Xiang has disappeared without a trace. Mu Yan thought that he would never come to the Tianguang ruins again. Mayan thought that he would never come to Tianguang ruins again. Who would have thought that he would see him here again, Inc. He raised his head and looked at the void with a displeased expression. What does he need this Tianguang ruins to intervene for? His Yan, he will protect himself. Little Tian banished Lu Ruoxuan and gave her a heavy blow to her divine soul. Originally, he wanted to take credit from the first host. But he suddenly feels his whole body quiver, and an inexplicable chill bursts. He doesn't dare to approach Mu Yan. Thus, little Tian snorts, and quickly slips away. Mu Yan looks at the delicate and beautiful little boy in front of her with a pleasantly surprised expression, Mo Xiang. Why are you here? Mo Xiang? He turns his head away somewhat uncomfortably, and his crisp voice has a hint of awkwardness and coldness. I came to the Tianguang ruins because I had nothing to do, not to support you. Mu Yan looks at his tsundere little appearance and can't help but want to laugh. She reaches out and pinches his tender little face. Long time no see, Mo Xiang? Why are you still so cute? Impudent. Mo Xiang shouts, overbearing and cold, containing infinite pressure. However, these domineering words are said in a crisp, childish voice, but it only makes Mu Yan feel that it's indescribably cute. She simply bends down and directly picks him up. Mo Xiang? His handsome little face darkens, and he uses his divine power to break free. Big sister. Suzy rushed over excitedly, his clear eyes staring straight at Mu Yan. There seemed to be a flame burning in them, and the tear mole under his left eye was even more dazzling. I went to the Misty Mansion to experience the barrier-breaking talisman. Mu Yan smiled. How do you feel? Suzy said, I've never felt so free, so carefree, and so powerful. Big sister, thank you. Due to the uniqueness of Suzy's body, he was unable to improve his cultivation or combat skills. In fact, even slightly stronger pills and talismans could be used. He couldn't even use it, because it would be too much for his heart. Furthermore, his spirit was still unstable. Even his experience in the Tianguang ruins might cause his spirit and body to be unable to merge. All this time, Suzy had allowed himself to live a weak and hopeless life, waiting for death. However, ever since he met Mayan, everything about him began to change. The most obvious ones were his body and soul. His heart no longer felt like it could stop at any time, and he had hope and courage to live. And just now, Mu Yan asked him to try the barrier-breaking talisman. He clearly knew that his body might not be able to bear it, but he did it without hesitation. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the result of the experience. Mu Yan's gaze fell on him, and there was a sincere light in her eyes. I should be the one thanking you, Z. You've helped me a lot. If it wasn't for Z's body, that brat Chi Huang of his would have been trapped in that space forever, unable to see the light of day or anyone else for the rest of his life. She paused for a moment, then continued, Don't worry, in the future, it won't just be talismans. You can even learn powerful cultivation techniques. Suzy's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but reach out to hug Mu Yan. He wanted to give his sister a hug of gratitude. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt a bone-piercing chill coursing through his body. Immediately after, she sees Mo Xiang, who was about to jump down from Mayan's embrace with a sour face. Turning his head, he firmly and possessively wraps his arms around Mayan's neck. Then, he turned around and gave Suzy a cold and menacing look. Suzy, why did he always feel that this pretty little boy's gaze was as if he wanted to cut him into pieces? Suzy had wanted to ask who this annoying little boy was who had taken over the young lady. But at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't utter a single word. Cough. Little Missy, I prepared a lot of crystals. I'll throw them all at you now. Mu Yan just wanted him to experience it properly, so there was no need to throw crystals. However, Suzy had already slipped away. Humph, it's just crystals. I can also throw them at you. The sound of ink drifting into his ears? That cold voice. Mu Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then I'll thank little Jew in advance. However, I don't need crystal stones. I'm already very happy that little Jew can come to Tianguang ruins to support me. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on his fair and tender little face. Ink? His body stiffened, and his face quickly turned the color of a pig's liver. He was both vexed and furious. Damn the Nether Realm. When he returned to the Xiaoxian continent, he would destroy the entire Nether Realm and seize control of the Tianguang ruins. At that time, only a ghost would use the body of a child. He had to make yen sauce again in this Tianguang ruins. Lu Rua? Being permanently expelled from the Tianguang ruins only caused a short uproar in the reincarnation square. Apart from those who had used the immortal talisman, they were extremely anxious. Others to Lu Rua? Such a person ranked at the bottom of the list was still a talisman? He didn't care about the people on the ranking list. If it disappeared, then so be it. The finals of the glorious heavenly light were still in full swing. Although Ling Yuyao had always been in first place. However, during this period, Yin Zhe, who was in second place, also launched a fierce attack on the first place. It was only now that everyone knew that Yin Zhe was the son of the master craftsman, Yin Xiu. Moreover, the grade 6 spirit artifact that he was using for the competition this time had been guided by Master Yin Xiu. Once the final selection of the glorious heavenly light ended, this spirit tool would be given to the person who had experienced it the most times. As soon as this news was announced, many people in the reincarnation square could not sit still. As a result, Yin Zhe's score soared and almost caught up to Ling Yuyao. In the end, Ling Yuyao had no choice but to walk to the window and say in a cold and condescending tone, "I want to get first place, I hope everyone supports me." However, no one noticed when the fight between Ling Yuyao and Yinze was at its climax. A name and her portrait were climbing up the tower silently, and their speed was getting faster and faster. Lin Xianxian's elixirs are actually very good, but with Fairy Yaodia's performance, I'm afraid Xianxian can only rank 6th at most. 6th is already a good result. Ah. What's going on? Why did Xianxian get pushed down? Damn, Yap Liangchen, who is that? Why did he push our Xianxian down? Talisman list? Are you kidding? A person who came up from the talisman list actually climbed to the 6th place? Did Tianguang Ruins make a mistake? Ah. She went up again, 5th place. 5th place. When everyone noticed Yap Liangchen's name, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. She had already entered the top 5 without anyone noticing. This time, the other supporters in the reincarnation square couldn't sit still anymore. What kind of crap is this? How can she enter the top 5? It's just a talisman. How can she draw flowers? Our Xianxian's elixirs are so good, and she has so many supporters. How can she lose to her? No, I have to try this talisman and see what's so good about it. If it's fake, I'm going to complain to Tianguang Ruins. However, when these people arrived in front of the ethereal hall, they were dumbfounded. Why are there so many people? Even Fairy Yaodia's elixir experience doesn't need to queue anymore. Are these people stupid? It's just a talisman. Once is enough. Why do they have to queue again and again? The cultivators in front of the ethereal hall's 19th door glanced at these people. He said calmly, "You're new here, right? Hee, you'll understand after experiencing this talisman once. TSK, why are there so many people here again? Won't the number of times I can experience it be reduced again?" Those who were here to challenge the ethereal hall looked at each other in surprise and curiosity. However, after coming out of the ethereal hall, there was no more, they also joined the cyclic army. Amidst the exclamations and doubtful voices, Yap Liangchen's name and portrait climbed to the 3rd place on the giant tower at a steady pace. Second only to Yinze and Ling Yuyao. Looking at Yap Liangchen's increasing speed, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Yinze. This time even Yinze and Ling Yuyao's supporters could not sit still. Especially Yinze, who was about to be surpassed. His diehard supporters angrily surround Mu Yan, each and every one of them has a fiendish appearance. However, before they could even seek justice for their idol, a voice suddenly rang out. Yinze pushes through the crowd and slowly walks up to Mu Yan. The supporters standing behind Yinze shouted, "Young Master Yin, please seek justice from this little girl. Who do you think you are, and who is she? What qualifications does she have to compare with you?" Yes, young Master Yin, there must be an inside story. Tianguang Su must be siding with him. Don't be afraid, we will definitely seek justice for you. Yinze coughed lightly. There was not a trace of a smile on his naturally calm and solemn face. He really looked like he was here to denounce someone. And the diehard supporters behind him were even more aggressive, looking like they would never let the matter go. However, Yinze's words shock everyone present. What? Cured young Master Yin's father's injury? Isn't that Master Yin Xiao? Mu Yan smiles faintly. It's nothing, not to mention, Master Yin paid enough. Yin Xiao personally forged the 6th grade Floguang sword, and Mu Yan gave it to big brother Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan is using it very well now. Yinze's eyes flash with a strange luster. Miss Yi, the talisman you put in the Misty House? I also used it. It seems that you refined an amazing talisman? While speaking, someone suddenly exclaims. Surpassed young Master Yin. Yi Liangchen's score is higher than young Master Yin's. Yinze's supporters behind him are panicking. But Yinze doesn't seem to hear it at all. Still looking at Mayan with a burning gaze, compared to the ranking in the finals of the glorious heavenly light, I want to know more. What talisman did brother Yi refine? Why am I the talisman? I've never seen a talisman with this effect in the illustrated books. Mu Yan carelessly says, this kind of talisman? It's called Barrier Breaker. Barrier breaker, barrier breaker. Xianxia murmurs, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. It's really an appropriate name. Miss Yi, I have a presumptuous request. After the end of the flourishing heavenly light, I don't know if I have the chance to buy a barrier breaker talisman from you. Mu Yan is about to answer. But Xianxia's supporters are unwilling. Young Master Yin, what's wrong with you? This girl's score is catching up with you now. Why are you still leisurely buying talismans? And? That's right. We should work hard to catch up now. We will all support you. Xianxia suddenly turns his head, looking at the people behind him with a serious face, and says in a clear voice, from now on, you will throw all your crystal stones to Miss Ye's barrier breaker talisman. What? I, Xianxia, promise that among my supporters, the one who throws the most crystal stones to Miss Yi will give her a 6th grade spiritual tool personally refined by my father. The surroundings fall into a brief silence, and then all Xianxia's supporters explode. Why Master Xianxia refined a 6th grade spiritual tool? Young Master Yin, are you joking? Xianxia raised his chin and said proudly, when have I ever joked? All of you must send Miss Yi to the throne of number 1. Aoo. For the sake of Grandmaster Xianxia's grade 6 spirit weapon, I'll give it my all. Since it's young Master Yin's orders, we'll go and support Yap Liangchen. Xianxia's supporters dispersed and ran to the ethereal house. Xianxia turned around, his eyes burning with anticipation as he looked at Mu Yan. Miss Yi, can you sell a talisman after the end of the glorious heavenly light? For me? No matter how many crystals you have, I am willing to pay. Mu Yan's smile is deep and serene. It seems that Xianxia has realized the true effect of the barrier-breaking talisman. Moreover, the effect of using the barrier-breaking talisman in real life was incomparable to the experience in the ethereal house. Sure. Hearing Mu Yan's reply, Xianxia's solemn face suddenly blossomed into an excited smile. He turned around and left quickly. Before he left, he didn't forget to say, don't worry, I'll give you all the crystals I prepared. In the tall tower, Ling Yuyao stood in front of the window with her eyes closed. Her expression was cold, and her whole body was emitting an awe-inspiring and arrogant aura. She attached great importance to the competition of the glorious heavenly light, but she didn't pay much attention to it. So what if Xianxia's score is slightly closer to hers? As long as she says a word, her supporters will still crazily throw crystals, and then leave Xianxia far behind. The reincarnation square is noisy, becoming noisier, and some people are even screaming loudly. Ling Yuyao frowns in disgust. She really doesn't want to stay in such a place where lowly people gather for even a quarter of an hour. Just then, a voice suddenly floats into her ears. Damn, 5,000 points, only 5,000 points left. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before I catch up with Fairy Yao Dai. Ling Yuyao suddenly opens her eyes, and looks at the misty house in disbelief. In addition to the huge tower, the ranking and points are also displayed in front of the misty house. The first place is still Ling Yuyao. Ling Yuyao sighs in relief, but when her line of sight moves down, and she sees the next name and points, her pupils suddenly contract. The second place is Yi Liangchen, and not Xianxia, who has been left far behind by her. Moreover, Yi Liangchen's points are actually firmly catching up with hers, only a few thousand points behind her. What is this Yi Liangchen? How can he be able to catch up with her in just a few hours? Moreover, Yi Liangchen's points are still rising rapidly, and the speed is even faster than her own. If this goes on, Ling Yuyao will be overtaken, and losing the first place is only a matter of time. This time, Ling Yuyao really can't sit still. She is the heaven's proud child of the flowing moon sect, an existence that everyone pursues. Coming to Tianguang ruins to participate in the competition is condescending, putting down her own identity, wanting to add a little more honor and fame to herself. If he lost to a nobody like Yap Liangchen, he would definitely die. Where would she, Fairy Yao Dai, put her face? Where would the flowing moon sect put their face? Ling Yuyao takes a deep breath, and her figure flashes, appearing under the huge tower. Fairy Yao Dai. It's really Fairy Yao Dai. Fairy Yao Dai, I love you, even if I have to go bankrupt, I will support you. As soon as Ling Yuyao's die-hard supporters see her, they immediately swarm over excitedly. The one leading them was the debauchee that Mu Yan had met at the Precious Pill Pavilion, the eldest young master of the D family, D Can. When Deacon saw Ling Yuyao, his eyes shone with excitement, and he wished he could kneel on the ground and worship her. Fairy Yaodai, I am Deacon from Azure Blue World's Green Flame City. A few days ago, I went to Evolution Moon Sect to learn and seek guidance, and I brought you a pill furnace as a gift. In the finals of the glorious heavenly light, this time, I will do everything I can to support you to become the champion. Ling Yuyao raised her chin arrogantly. She had long been accustomed to the scene of being pursued by others. However, when she raised her head and saw Yap Liangchen's points increasing rapidly, her face darkened again. However, Ling Yuyao had always been cold and arrogant. Even if she was furious, she would never lose her composure. She raised her chin and said coldly, Yi Liangchen, who is ranked behind me, what is his background? No one knows where he came from, but he suddenly rose up. I heard that anyone who experienced her talisman, no matter who they originally supported, would line up in front of the ethereal hall. I wonder if that talisman is really that magical? But the problem is, even young Master Yin Zhe made his supporters support Yi Liangchen, and gave up competing for first place. But rest assured, Yaodai Fairy, we will never let him surpass you. Ling Yuyao's eyes turn cold. She turns around and walks towards Mayan. Yi Liangchen. A cold female voice interrupts the excited conversation between elegant brother and little fatty Jing with Mayan. Mayan turns around and sees a cold and elegant woman with a haughty expression standing in front of her. Ling Yuyao. She raises her eyebrows, what's the matter? The people that Ling Yuyao meets on normal days either admire and adore her, or are envious and jealous of her. But this unprepossessing girl in front of her is looking at her without a ripple in her eyes, like looking at a pile of garbage. Anger rises in Ling Yuyao's heart. But she manages to suppress it in the end. I don't know what despicable method you used to make your points soar. It's just a talisman, and you want to be the champion of Flourishing Heavenly Light's finals. Do you think it's interesting to do this? Mayan chuckles, her expression languid, how is it not interesting? My talisman overpowers Yaodai Fairy's elixir and ranks first. I think it's very interesting. You. The fury in Ling Yuyao's heart suddenly rushes up, and she almost can't suppress her emotions. She takes a deep breath and sneers, do you really think that you can beat me with this little trick? After saying that, Ling Yuyao turns around and looks at the cultivators that have gathered around. There are a small number of Mayan supporters here. But most of them are those who have tried the barrier-breaking talisman, and are excited to come over and ask what kind of talisman it is. But because there are too many people, and the momentum is too great, they are blocked by Elegant Brothers' die-hard followers, not letting them get close to Mayan. These people naturally know Ling Yuyao. Many of them had once supported their goddess, Fairy Yaodai, in the past. Seeing that Ling Yuyao has come to their side at this time, their eyes shine, and they are inexplicably excited. Ling Yuyao looks at the behavior of this group of people, and her eyes flash with contempt and complacency. She said in a clear voice, I, Ling Yuyao, hereby declare that as long as I can get the first place in the Flourishing Heavenly Light's final selection, I'll give it to you. From tomorrow onwards, all elixirs in the Derived Moon Pavilion will be sold at a 20% discount for the next 3 days. Moreover, the Spirit Explosion pill that I refine will be supplied to the Derived Moon Pavilion at least once a month, and the order of the reservation will be based on the crystal stones that all of you have spent for me in the Derived Moon Pavilion. As soon as these words came out, the practitioners in the Reincarnation Square immediately became excited. The Derived Moon Pavilion was the largest elixir store in the 3 upper districts of Tianguang Ruins. The pills inside were expensive, but there was a complete variety and their effects were excellent. If the Derived Moon Pavilion's medicinal pills could have a 20% discount, then it would truly be a great discount. There was no need to mention the Spirit Explosion pill refined by Fairy Yaodai. That was a top-grade pill. Initially, he thought that the Flow Moon sect wouldn't sell it casually. He didn't expect that they would supply one every month. The crowd dispersed in an uproar, rushing towards the Misty House to throw crystals. In just a short quarter of an hour, Ling Yuyao's points have left Mu Yan far behind. Ling Yuyao turns to look at Mayan, sneering contemptuously, did you see that? I told you, tricks are useless against me. What Yi Liangchen? I've never even heard of him, yet he actually dares to provoke Fairy Yaodai. I think she's been flattered by those supporters to the point that she's forgotten how much she's worth. Ha ha ha, our fairy Yao Dai is aloof and aloof. She just disdains to bother with a small fry like you. Look, as long as fairy Yao Dai says a word, she can trample you far beneath her feet. Each and every one of Ling Yuyao's diehard supporters is also very arrogant, very pleased with themselves. Especially Decan, his tail is simply sticking up to the sky. The crystals that he spent on the Spirit Explosion Pill experience can firmly be ranked in the top 3. Although he's not interested in the Spirit Explosion Pill, this might be able to make fairy Yao Dai notice him. On the contrary, on Mayan's side, Yi Liangchen's supporters all have ugly expressions, gnashing their teeth. The one with the worst temper, Xianxia, directly curses, "Bah, nowadays, anyone can really call themselves a fairy." Saying it's so awesome, but how many crystals does an elixir cost, and how many crystals does a talisman cost? Usually, buying a 6th grade elixir costs thousands or even tens of thousands of high-grade crystals. Now, the experience only costs 1 high-grade crystal. Isn't it normal for many people to experience it? But our great god Ye's talismans usually only sell for a few high-grade crystals. Now, 1 high-grade crystal can only be used to experience it once, but the points are not lower than yours, and the number of people who experience it far surpasses yours. What are you all so proud of? Ling Yuyao's complexion suddenly turns cold, and there's obvious anger in her eyes. This is also the reason why she's particularly unhappy. In the past, those who ranked on the talisman list couldn't even enter the top 100. The most important thing is that talismans are too cheap, far inferior to the prices of elixirs and magic weapons. But this year, not only did this Yi Liangchen enter the top 20. Now, he's even steadily risen to the 2nd place, and is still unwaveringly chasing behind her. If it wasn't for her using her reputation and prestige, and the derived Moon Pavilion's discount as a bait. So much so that her points would soon catch up with hers. Didn't that mean that the talisman drawn by this silly little girl was actually more valuable and sought after than the 6th grade elixir that he had meticulously refined? Ling Yuyao took a deep breath and narrowed her eyes. A cold light flashed in her eyes. You have a glib tongue and shameless sophistry, but you can't hide the fact that your scheme has failed. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. However, before she could take 2 steps, Mayan's leisurely voice comes from behind. Mu Yan softly says from the bottom of her heart, "Xiao Tian, can you pass my words to the ears of everyone in the reincarnation square?" "Of course, no problem, first host." As soon as little Tian's stiff words fall, Mayan's voice not only reaches Ling Yuyao's ears, but also reaches the ears of everyone in the reincarnation square without a trace. Her voice was very pleasant to listen to. It was as smooth as pearls and as smooth as jade, and it was pleasant to the ears. It also carried a languid, sexy, and melodious tone. It was completely different from her ordinary face in the Tianguang ruins. Therefore, almost as soon as she spoke, she attracted the attention of everyone around her. A lot of people want to know what kind of talisman that I put in the Misty House for everyone to experience. Hearing this, at least half of the people in the reincarnation square immediately pricked up their ears. They nervously and excitedly wait for Mayan's next words. As for the other half, they were completely confused. It was just a talisman. What was there to be excited about? The supporters around Ling Yuyao snorted disdainfully. Is this Yi Liangchen trying to copy fairy Yao Dai and make some kind of promise? Ha ha ha, why don't you take a look at yourself first? Mayan smiles faintly. Under everyone's attentive gaze, she slowly continues, this talisman is a 5th-rank barrier-breaking talisman. Its effect is to help practitioners below high-level Jingdan stage to break through the obstacles of cultivation. I believe that many of you have already experienced the barrier-breaking talisman in Ethereal Hall. Even though it's just a trial version, it's still effective, but it's not even 1/10 as effective as a real barrier-breaking talisman. Moreover, the effects of the barrier-breaking talisman can be stacked. In other words, if one barrier-breaking talisman can help you break through from Anidia to Jingdan, then 10 barrier-breaking talismans will have a 10% chance. The reincarnation square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone widened their eyes and mouths, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Yinze quietly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. The bottleneck-breaking pill was indeed able to help him break through the bottleneck. He had been stuck at the peak of Anidia for a very, very long time. Every time someone found out about his cultivation, they would think of his identity. They would shake their heads in regret or gloat. No matter how talented he was in refining weapons, as long as his cultivation could not increase, a 6th-grade spirit weapon was already his peak. It seemed like Master Xianxia would have no successor. Even his father, Xianxia, was anxious. He even used the treasures he refined to exchange with other pill grandmasters for pills that could help him break through. However, there was no effect at all. Xianxia was afraid that his father would worry, so he did not show it on his face. However, he was suppressing his anger in his heart. How he hoped that he could break through to the Golden Core realm, how he hoped that his father would be proud of him, and not be humiliated because of him. However, breakthroughs and epiphanies were things that could only be encountered and not sought. No matter how anxious he was, what could he do? However, just now, out of curiosity, he went to the ethereal house to experience Yi Liangchen's barrier-breaking talisman. However, he discovered that the bottleneck that had been shackling him for a long time was actually showing signs of loosening. Xianxia was so excited that he almost went crazy. What flourishing heavenly lights finals! Everything was thrown to the back of his mind. Xianxia immediately gives up on his results in the finals, and turns to Mayan to ask for the barrier-breaking talisman. From the looks of it, his decision this time was right. After a short period of silence in the reincarnation square, intense discussions immediately broke out. Barrier-breaking talisman. Heavens! So that talisman is called the barrier-breaking talisman. Its effects are actually so heaven-defying. No wonder every time I enter the ethereal dojo, my whole body would feel restless and my heart would itch uncontrollably, as if I was just a little bit away from catching something. Are you kidding me? Is there such a talisman in the world? It can even help Xianxia under high-level gene dam break through the bottleneck. If there really is such a talisman in the world, wouldn't it be even more heaven-defying than Dan? I can tell you responsibly that it's absolutely true. I just experienced it in the ethereal house. The trial version already has such an effect, not to mention the real talisman. Someone else screamed, Almighty Yi, will your father's #1 shop sell this kind of barrier-breaking talisman? No matter the price, I'm willing to buy it. Almighty Yi, I beg for the barrier-breaking talisman. I think I only need one to break through my current bottleneck. Mu Yan's line of sight slowly sweeps over the ashen-faced Ling Yuyao. It's very simple. If I get first place in the Flourishing Heavenly Lights finals, then from today onwards, my shop, the #1 shop in the world, will only supply 10 barrier-breaking talismans a day. If I don't get first place, then I'm sorry. The barrier-breaking talisman will not be sold to the public. It will only be supplied to the first batch of old customers who supported my world's #1 shop. He was one of the first customers to support him. Were they referring to those who unconditionally stayed behind to buy the talismans when Mu Yan had just decided to participate in the Flourishing Heavenly Light? People who support him. There were also those who came to the Tianguang ruins for the master of the Green Cloud sect, Yi Liangchen. The students of the Third Academy would support her to the end even if they had to use up all their crystals. These people are buying talismans from the #1 shop in the world? It was a permanent 20% discount. Therefore, North Sunflower, Xiangyuan, and Brother Elegant recorded everyone's name. Instantly, the entire reincarnation square exploded. The joyful old customers of the shop formed a clear contrast with the wailing Xianxia that had just experienced the barrier-breaking seal. Ah, Guru Yi, we'll support you forever. Joining Liang Chen's army is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Ha ha ha, barrier-breaking talisman. I can buy any barrier-breaking talisman, and it's at a 20% discount. I'm rich. We're rich. F***CK. Why only old customers? Your father, have never heard of your father's #1 shop in the upper 3 districts. Is it my fault? I strongly protest that barrier-breaking talismans are only sold to regular customers. We also want barrier-breaking talismans. Aya, what are you talking about? Didn't Guru Yi say that as long as Guru Yi got first place, everyone would be able to buy the barrier-breaking talisman? 10 talismans a day. No matter what, we can still get a share of the pie. That's right, that group of people are happy too early. Let's go smash crystals now. We must push Godji to first place. What? Support Fairy Yaodai? Get lost. Whatever fairy is more important than me breaking through the bottleneck. Most of the people in the reincarnation square went crazy. As for those who didn't know about the barrier-breaking talisman at the beginning, after seeing this scene, they also believed the effects of the barrier-breaking talisman. Together, they joined Liang Chen's army that was smashing crystals. Even Ling Yuyao's loyal followers were shaken and couldn't help but sneak into the Misty House to experience it. In just a quarter of an hour, Ling Yuyao's lead was caught up again. Moreover, Mu Yan's points are increasing faster and faster. It was so fast that Ling Yuyao's heart sank. But Jiang Xinyu and Xing Little Fatty? Nathaniel. Who was the one who said that our Godji was using underhanded tricks just now? Ha ha ha, does it hurt to be slapped in the face now? Does it feel good? If our great Godji is the demon ghost, then what is the fairy who is not even comparable to the demon ghost? Hee, a fly? Ling Yuyao was trembling with anger. She fiercely glares at Mayan. Yi Liangchen, you're shameless. You. What you just said was a fraud. A threat. Deacon immediately follows up, seeking justice for the goddess. What barrier-breaking talisman? I've never heard of it. How could there be such a talisman in this world? Mayan sneers, you haven't heard of it, it only means that you have no knowledge, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Ignorant and inexperienced, yet you still come here to show off, don't you feel ashamed? Hee, that's why they say, what kind of master will be supported by what kind of master? The same shallow knowledge. Ling Yuyao is so angry that she almost faints. Good. Let's wait and see, there's only less than an hour left before the end of the finals. Don't forget, you're still behind me by so many points, I don't believe that you can catch up. After saying that, Ling Yuyao brushes her sleeves and leaves. She returns to the tower and immediately contacts her senior brother, asking him to quickly come to Tianguang ruins to support her. With her senior brother's prestige and strength, if he can appear in the reincarnation square, he will certainly shine brightly. Who is Yi Liangchen? He would definitely be able to win. However, her senior brother's reply is that he can't leave for the time being. Although he can't leave, her senior brother has stored a lot of crystals in the Jade Key. Ling Yuyao grits her teeth and throws all these crystals at the Misty House. However, as time goes by, even if Ling Yuyao throws all the crystals, even if she condescends to encourage the male cultivators who support her to throw money, but Yi Liangchen's points are increasing faster and faster. Finally, when there's only a quarter of an hour left before the finals of the flourishing heavenly light, Ling Yuyao suddenly descends from the top of the tower. And Yi Liangchen's name and portrait firmly step on her head. Ling Yuyao comes down from the giant tower in a sorry state. She looks up at the ranking above and almost grinds her silver teeth to pieces. No, how can she lose? Everyone in the Flowing Moon sect and Longting Academy knows that she will participate in the flourishing heavenly light this time. Not many people come to support her, because they all think that Ling Yuyao will definitely win. If the final outcome was that he lost to an unknown little girl, it would be a great loss to him. How can she have the face to stay in the Flowing Moon sect? Even from then on, she won't have a foothold in Longting Academy, no. No matter what, she must obtain the first position. Fairy Yaodai, are you alright? Deacon carefully moved closer to her and asked nervously. Ling Yuyao clenched her teeth and almost blurted out, it's all because you bunch of trash are too useless. But in the end, she forcefully endured it. She blinked her eyes, and a look of grief and anger appeared on her face. She raised her head as if she was afraid that her tears would fall. Seeing her like this, Deacon's heart almost melted. Then, he heard Ling Yuyao's cold and slightly hoarse voice, I can't lose the finals of Flourishing Tianguang, and I don't want to lose. Fairy Yaodai, don't be afraid. I definitely won't let you lose. I'm going to look for that Yi Liangchen right now. No matter if it's through coercion or bribery, I'll definitely make him give up the first position to you. Ling Yuyao's eyes flickered. She was somewhat tempted by Deacon's words. If he could make Yap retreat at the last moment, he might even give up on the match against Golden Era. That way, she would become number one and save her face. Yi Liangchen, listen. Deacon says arrogantly, as long as you immediately withdraw from Flourishing Heavenly Light, this young master will give you great compensation. Otherwise, you'd better pray that this young master doesn't find you in reality, or else this young master will never let you off. Mayan looks at Deacon like she's looking at an idiot. What are you? He dares to threaten her. Deacon straightens his clothes. Listen carefully to this young master. I am. Before he can finish, Mayan is startled and leisurely continues, the young master of the D family in Qingyan City? Deacon stares blankly, looking at her in shock. You, how do you know my identity? Mayan chuckles, crossing her arms over her chest. Did you buy a Zijin furnace the last time you went to Pearl Pill Pavilion? No, that furnace has already. Halfway through his words, Deacon suddenly widens his eyes, staring at Mayan, gnashing his teeth. It's you. The one who fought with me for the Zijin furnace, causing me to be unable to give the best gift to Yao Dai Fairy, is you. Deacon spent 6 days and finally gathered 80,000 crystal stones with great difficulty. He didn't expect to rush to Pearl Pill Pavilion, only to hear that it had already been bought by that kid. He flew into a rage, almost smashing the store. In the end, he could only buy a second-rate furnace for Ling Yuyao, making him feel that he treated Yao Dai Fairy badly. When he heard the name Yi Liangchen, Deacon felt that it was familiar. But Yi Liangchen in Tianguang ruins was a woman, and the one who fought with him for the furnace was a man. He thought it was just a coincidence. He didn't expect that it was really this kid. Bastard, why do you keep going against me? Believe it or not, this young master will make you unable to survive in this Shoshan continent. Mayan picks her ears. How many times have I heard this sentence? Young Master D, you say you're not tired, but I'm tired listening. Ling Yuyao interrupts Deacon's rage, coldly saying, Yi Liangchen, name a price. What will make you withdraw from the finals of Flourishing Heavenly Light? Mayan slightly narrows her eyes. You want me to withdraw from the competition so that you can take first place? TSK, the legendary Yao Dai Fairy is actually so shameless? Ling Yuyao gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. However, she kept telling herself to stay calm. Her position in the Flowing Moon sect and her reputation in the Dragon Soaring Academy were the most important. Yi Liangchen, I'm the personal disciple of the Violet Cloud World's Evolvement Moon sect master. As long as you withdraw from the competition today, I guarantee that you'll be able to choose any elixirs in the Evolvement Moon sect in the future. Moreover, don't the people of the Azure Blue Realm want to enter the Purple Cloud Realm? As long as you agree to my conditions, I guarantee that one day, I will let you enter the Purple Cloud Realm, and even let you become a student of the Dragon Soaring Academy's outer court. Ling Yuyao looks at Mu Yan with a burning gaze. You won't lose out in this deal. Ling Yuyao believes that Mu Yan will definitely agree. This was because everyone from the Minlu domain, the Blue Sky domain, and the Azure Blue domain wanted to enter the Purple Cloud domain. It was impossible for Yi Liangchen to reject the olive branch that he had thrown out. Moreover, there was the huge temptation of becoming a student of Dragon Soaring Academy. Ling Yuyao looks at Mayan confidently, waiting for her answer. Mu Yan chuckled, as if she had heard something interesting. At this moment, there was only half the time it took for an incense stick to burn before the end of the Flourishing Heavenly Lights finals. Ling Yuyao says anxiously, did you hear what I said? Yi Liangchen, withdraw from the competition immediately. Believe me, you will not suffer a loss in this deal. Moreover, you will not be able to bear the consequences of offending the Flowing Moon sect. Mu Yan looks at the hourglass on the huge tower, and the smile on her lips deepens. You want me to withdraw from the competition? But I have a condition. Ling Yuyao is delighted. What condition? Say it. Mu Yan plays with the jade key in her hand. She has a smile on her face, but her eyes are cold, unless you go to the huge tower and announce that the Flowing Moon sect is not a good person, and announce that you will withdraw from the Flowing Moon sect. I will consider withdrawing from the competition. How about that? The joy on Ling Yuyao's face suddenly turns into fury. Yi Liangchen, don't go too far. Do you know what kind of place the Flowing Moon sect is? Do you know what status it has in the Ziyun boundary? How can you slander it? Mu Yan listens to her exasperated curses, but she just leisurely glances at the hourglass clock on the giant tower. There's still less than half a cup of tea's time before the end of the Heavenly Light Era's finals. If Fairy Yao Dai really wants to negotiate with me, then hurry up and announce it. Ling Yuyao clenches her fists tightly. Her usually cold and aloof face is almost distorted. Decan, who was beside her, screams, Yi Liangchen, are you crazy? You even dare to slander the flowing moon sect. Do you know the consequences of offending the flowing moon sect? The jade key in Mu Yan's hand twirls, there is still 1/3 of a cup of tea's time. Ling Yuyao fiercely swings her sleeves, turns around and leaves. When she turns around, her eyes emit a cold light. Yi Liangchen, good. Good. She will remember this name, she will definitely get back the humiliation and hatred today by 10-fold or 100-fold in the future. Fairy Yao Dai, don't be angry. Who does that Yi Liangchen think he is? He only used those unorthodox methods to win against you. In fact, he is not even qualified to carry your shoes. Ling Yuyao's other supporters also agree. Someone even shouts. Bah! Who does this Yi Liangchen think he is? Isn't he just relying on our Fairy Yao Dai's high and mighty position to not notice his existence? That's why he caught us unprepared. If we were given another 4 hours, Fairy Yao Dai's points would definitely surpass hers once more. Yeah. Now that time is tight, it's already too late for us to transfer more crystal stones into Tianguang ruins, which is why she took advantage of this loophole. This Yap Liangchen is so despicable. On Mu Yan's side, when the Liangchen army heard these words, they were immediately enraged. What the hell? Finding excuses after losing? How shameless! Ling Yuyao's skills were inferior and she lost to our god Yi. What kind of fairy are you? Why don't you take a look at how ugly your sore loser face is? Who said our Fairy Yao Dai lost? The difference between the two of them was only a few hundred points. If it wasn't for the lack of time, we would have caught up to him long ago. Don't forget that our Fairy Yao Dai was tens of thousands of points behind you at the start. Hehe, it's only a few hundred points. Come on then. Moreover, the gap between the points is clearly getting bigger and bigger, but some people are pretending not to see it. God Yi is not only number 1 but also number 1. If you have the ability, why don't you follow Fairy Yao Dai's score back then and take the lead? This way, I can prove that Yi Liangchen is stronger than Fairy Yao Dai. The hourglass on the giant tower was slowly emptied. There were only a few dozen breaths left before the end of the flourishing Heavenly Lights finals. Although Ling Yuyao was not satisfied with this result, she could only accept her fate. Listening to her supporters' defense, she was already thinking about how to save her face when she returned. Fortunately, the difference in points between her and Yi Liangchen was not that big. Moreover, she believed that everyone would believe her when she said that Yi Liangchen had used some underhanded tricks. Mayan, on the other hand, is already calmly drinking the tea that little fatty Jing has brought over. Listening to Jing Xiaopeng's indignant complaints, her expression was unusually calm and relaxed. Boss Yi, you are clearly much stronger than that Ling Yuyao, but these people are distorting the truth. Wasn't a few hundred more points a lot? In any case, you beat her. Mu Yan leisurely smiled and said, all I want is the result. As for how the dogs like to bark, what does that have to do with me? Jing Little Fatty burst out laughing, aren't they just a bunch of dogs that can't afford to lose? However, Jiang Xinyu was still stomping her feet gloomily. If you ask me, if you had 2 more hours, great God Yi, you'd at least be able to shake off that bullish asterisk T fairy by a few thousand points. Now, because there's not enough time, you're actually being slandered by them like this. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes suddenly widened and a horrified expression appeared on her face. She raised her hand and pointed shakily at the points on the giant tower, but her lips and fingers kept trembling. Jing Little Fatty patted her and comforted her, forget it, forget it. Let them say whatever they want. We won anyway, hee hee. No, no, no. No, you, look, this time, before Jiang Xinyu could finish her sentence, someone beside her suddenly let out a shriek. Ah! Look at Yi Liangchen's points. This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Mu Yan puts down her teacup and looks up curiously. Could it be that she was so unlucky to be overtaken by Ling Yuyao at the last moment? However, when she raised her head and saw her points on the giant tower, she could not help but gasp. Then, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. No, wait a minute, was she seeing things? Or was the way he raised his head was wrong? Why did his points double from 6 million a moment ago? Just a few breaths ago, she had seen her own points. It was just over 3 million, only a few hundred points more than Ling Yuyao. The two of them were in a tight race. The main reason was that the crystals stored in the jade keys of the Tianguang ruins were almost used up. In reality, it would take time to transfer a large number of crystals over. However, the Tianguang ruins finals had a time requirement. So in the last 2 hours, whether it's Mayan or Ling Yuyao supporters, the amount of crystal stones that can be thrown out is sharply decreasing. But now, at the very last moment of the finals, her points had actually doubled. It had doubled. In other words, at the last moment, someone had spent the total amount of crystals everyone had spent. Who the hell did this? The reincarnation square fell into a deathly silence. Following that, a ding-dong sound rang in everyone's ears. This year's Flourishing Tianguang's finals has officially come to an end. Now, I'll announce that the first place is Yap Liangchen. His final score is 123,856 points. The second place is Ling Yuyao. Her final score is 6,005 points. The third place. Little Tian's voice could no longer be heard by anyone. A burst of thunderous applause and clamor broke out on the reincarnation square. Ha 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 ha, 12 million, 12 million. That's more than twice of Ling Yuyao's points. Who was the one who said that he would admit defeat if there was a difference of tens of thousands of points? 12 million points. That's the highest score in Flourishing Tianguang's finals, right? Almighty God Yap. Almighty God Yap. I can't believe there's such a tycoon in Liangchen's army. Ha ha ha, as expected, wherever Liangchen's army goes, there's nothing left. We're invincible. Meanwhile, Ling Yuyao's supporters were dumbfounded. Someone could not help but yell angrily, "This is cheating. This is blatant cheating. How could his points increase so much at the last moment? This is impossible." Whoosh! Little Tian didn't let him finish his words and directly struck him with a 5-blow thunderstruck, causing the person who spoke to twitch all over. Subsequently, Little Tian's mechanical voice rang in everyone's ears. The results of Flourishing Tianguang's finals are 100% fair and just. Whoever dares to question Tianguang Ruins' credibility will be punished with a soul electric shock and will be banished from Tianguang Ruins for 3 years. This time, no one dared to say anything. To the people of the Cultivation land, Tianguang Ruins had long been integrated into their lives and was indispensable. They would go crazy if they could not go to Tianguang Ruins for 3 years. Moreover, in reality, Tianguang Ruins' prestige was built over the years. No one would really question the fairness of Tianguang Ruins. Therefore, Yap Liangchen really became the champion of Flourishing Tianguang's finals with more points than Ling Yuyao. Ling Yuyao's supporters left dejectedly one after another. They did not even dare to look at Ling Yuyao, who was pale. Meanwhile, Ling Yuyao was about to go crazy. She had done countless mental preparations to convince herself to accept the fact that Yap Liangchen surpassed her. However, not only did she lose the first place in the glorious Heavenly Light competition, she was also 6 million points behind Yi Liangchen. From then on, as long as someone mentioned Flourishing Heavenly Light, she would think of Yi Liangchen's 12 million points, and she would also think of Yi Liangchen, the person who was stepped on by Yi Liangchen. How could Ling Yuyao tolerate this? Her eyes were slightly red as she stared at the young girl who was surrounded by the stars. The jealousy and resentment in her heart grew and fermented crazily. She bit her lips and scratched her palms. With a hoarse voice, he murmured over and over again, "Ling Yuyao, you must remember today's humiliation. One day, you will make me pay 10 times, 100 times over." Then, her figure slowly disappeared from the Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan looks at the place where Ling Yuyao disappeared, and the corner of her mouth hooks up into a deep arc. In the flowing moon sect, everything had just begun, don't worry, but then, she couldn't help but frown, her face full of doubt. As she is thinking, she sees a little boy with a cold face, hands behind his back, slowly walking towards her. That pair of ice blue eyes is shining with a cold and aloof light. But when he meets Mu Yan's line of sight, there is a flash of tenderness in his eyes. "Emoju?" Mu Yan says, "Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for so long?" Emoju doesn't answer, but reaches out his hand and drops a crystal ball that emits a colorful light. The cold childish voice says without any ups and downs, "Congratulations on winning the first place in the finals of the Heavenly Light era. Mu Yan doesn't think much and takes the crystal ball. As soon as it touches her hand, the crystal ball immediately explodes. The clamor on the plaza of reincarnation and the crowds of people rubbing shoulders had all disappeared. What replaced it is a bustling scene. From the first glimmer of dawn to the bright sun shining high in the sky, from the setting sun to the crescent moon. Spring blossoms and autumn fruits, summer flourishes and winter withers. There are clouds for thousands of miles in the daytime, vast mountains and rivers. At night, there are meteors and bright fireworks. Mu Yan stares at the magnificent scene in front of her, almost unable to breathe. It was so beautiful and warm. So warm that her heart almost melts into water. In such a magnificent scene, she seems to see herself holding Xiao Bao and nestling in Diming Ju's arms. The family of three stays together like that, watching the 4 seasons pass by like a shuttle, time slipping away. There are faint tears in Mu Yan's eyes. There is yearning, but it's not sadness, but full of hope. A pair of small hands quietly held onto her hand and leaned against her in a protective manner. That pair of deep blue eyes, so bright, can't reflect the bustling scene, full of only that person's shadow. The shadow slowly disappears, and Mu Yan's senses return to the reincarnation square. She wipes the tears in her eyes and looks at Mo Ju. Is this the moon in the mirror? Mu Yan vaguely remembers hearing about a very expensive virtual spirit tool in Tianguang ruins, Moon in the Mirror. It doesn't have any effect, but it can let people see the fragrance of the 4 seasons, making people feel warm and happy both physically and mentally. This moon in the mirror obviously has no effect on cultivation, but it is extremely expensive, costing thousands of high-grade crystals. A crystal ball can only be used once. Mo Ju pinched her fingers and asked, "Do you like it?" Mu Yan blinked. "You're just a kid, where did you get so many crystals to give me, Moon's mirror?" Mo Zhao scoffed. I can do it if I want to. As long as you're happy, I can give you anything." Mu Yan looks at the elegant and peerless child in front of her, speaking in an old-fashioned manner. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Don't tell me you threw the last 6 million points at me?" Mo Ju's eyes flashed with pride. Mu Yan couldn't help but restrain her expression. "Mo Ju, who are you?" There were so many crystals, and they were going to throw them away just like that. Furthermore, each person's jade key was of a different grade, and the storage space was also different and limited. With so many Jingshi, even if Mayan is now, she still wouldn't be able to fit into the jade key. Mo Ju's little face stiffened and he hurriedly said, "I have something to do, I have to go first." With that, without waiting for Mu Yan to speak again, his small figure slowly faded away. However, Mu Yan rubbed his chin and frowned slightly. "Little Tian, do you know who Mo Ju is?" "Unless what?" "Unless the first host can become the real master of Tianguang ruins and replace the current temporary master's authority, only then will you be allowed to reveal the user's authority. Otherwise, even the first host can't say it." Mayan chuckles. "Don't be so rigid, tell me secretly, I promise I won't tell anyone else." Little Tian seems to be stuck for a moment, and after a long while, he says with a somewhat stuttering mechanical voice, "I can't say it, and even if I can say it, little Tian doesn't know." Little Tian can't trace Mo Ju's identity. Can't trace it, even little Tian who controls Tianguang ruins can't trace it? Doesn't this mean that Mo Ju's identity isn't simple? After Mayan leaves Tianguang ruins, the light on the rebirth square flashes. Little Tian says softly in a voice that no one can hear, "First host, little Tian misses you. I hope you will return soon." In Azure Blue Realm, if someone asked who Yi Liangchen was 2 months ago, the person who was asked would definitely be at a loss. What? Never heard of him. But now, 2 months later, in every major town, street and alley of Azure Blue Realm, the name Yi Liangchen is mentioned in almost everyone's mouth. Even for a moment, he even overshadowed the most handsome man in this Shozhen continent, young Master Yun Xiao. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is this Yi Liangchen? How can he be mentioned in the same breath as young Master Yun Xiao? Huh? The person who heard the question shows a look of contempt. You don't even know Yi Liangchen? Aren't you too ignorant and ill-informed? Do you know about the Azure Sky rankings of Phoenix Heaven, Star Academy, and Lingwu Academy? I do. Isn't it the Nirvana, Exquisite, and Ling Xiao lists? In our azure blue realm, the people on these three lists represent the most outstanding young talents. But what does this have to do with Xianxia? As soon as the person finishes speaking, a thick finger shakes in front of his eyes. Wrong, 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 absolutely wrong. How long has it been since you paid attention to the Azure Sky rankings? You don't even know that there are no Nirvana, Exquisite, and Ling Xiao lists anymore. What's left is only the Azure Sky rankings. Little Fatty Jing pointed at the startled man before him and said arrogantly, "Do you know who's the first on the Ascension rankings when the three rankings are combined?" "He is our Gaji, Yap Liangchen." The man who asked the question widened his eyes in shock. "No way, don't lie to me. I'm from the Phoenix Sky Academy as well. For so many years, no one has ever been able to ascend to the top of the Ascension rankings and combine the three rankings into one." Ha 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 ha. Jing Little Fatty laughed loudly with his hands on his hips, "But our boss, she did it." The man's expression changed again, and he was speechless for a long time. But he still couldn't help but say, even if this Shi Liangchen is the master of Azure Sky, he can't be compared to young Master Yun Xiao. Before Jing Little Fatty could say anything, someone had already moved closer. He carefully held a piece of talisman paper in his hand, treating it like a treasure, but his face was full of excitement and worship. "You're wrong again. If it was a few days ago, young Master Yun Xiao's reputation would naturally be greater than Yi Liangchen's." The man blinked and almost wanted to dig his ears. "What did you say? Using a talisman to win the Flourishing Heavenly Light finals? Are you kidding me? I've never heard of a talisman master being on the Heavenly Light ranking of the Flourishing Age. TSK, which corner of the world did you come out from? You're actually so uninformed. Go to the city and take a look or find someone to ask. Then, you will know how popular Yi Liangchen is in the Azure Blue world." A man who was dressed in the Phoenix Sky Academy's uniform could not help but shiver. He had an unwilling expression on his face, but he could not help but be convinced, although I don't want to admit it, all the rankings in the Azure Blue world belong to Yi Liangchen this month. Sob, sob, sob. Every time I see any ranking competition in the academy or other sects, my body would tremble. I'm especially afraid of seeing Yi Liangchen's name again. Me too, me too. Once I had a dream. I dreamt that the rankings of the Spirit and Martial Arts Academy's super monastery were all slaughtered by Yi Liangchen. With a single glance, they were all densely packed with the same name. I was so scared that I woke up. I was covered in cold sweat. When I see Yi Liangchen's name, I feel like I'm being dominated by him. You said that he has already slaughtered the three Xianxia rankings and Flourishing Heavenly Light. Will he continue slaughtering the rankings? No, 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 don't scare me. His cultivation and strength are so terrifying, and his talisman skills are so heaven-defying. If he can also concoct pills and forge weapons, how can we still live? Listening to everyone's respectful and envious comments towards Mayan, Jing Little Fatty happily walked home, his face full of pride and joy. In fact, because of Gaji who had been standing by the side, Gaji actually gave each of them a mutated 4th grade talisman after the golden heavenly light ended. Even though it wasn't a barrier-breaking talisman, its effects were still heaven-defying. Not even pills could compare to it. Jing Little Fatty, Jiang Xinyu, and the rest were all overjoyed. That was a mutated 4th grade talisman. Even if one had crystal stones, they wouldn't be able to buy or snatch it. Not to mention that Great Gaji had given each of them several ordinary 4th grade talismans. Therefore, today, Jing Little Fatty swaggered home. In the past, his family despised him for being mediocre and incompetent, and even his parents were laughed at. Today, he, Grandpa Jing, would return home in glory and ruthlessly slap those people's faces. However, Jing Little Fatty had only taken a few steps when a man with disheveled hair suddenly rushed out of a shop. He howled in pain as he rolled and crawled, occasionally tearing his own skin and flesh. It looked exceptionally terrifying and miserable. Jing Xiaopeng was just about to walk around with a frown when he suddenly saw the man's hair scatter, revealing a familiar face. "Big brother?" Jing Little Fatty exclaimed and rushed over to help him up. "Big brother, what's wrong?" However, before Jing Little Fatty's hand could touch the man suddenly screamed, "Immortal talisman, quickly give me immortal talisman." Ah! Jing Little Fatty's clothes were suddenly grabbed and squeezed so tightly that he could barely breathe. He stammered, "Big brother. Big brother. It's my heirloom. Big brother, you. How did you become like this?" Jing Little Fatty was lazy and clumsy, while Jing Jiaming was exceptionally talented. At a young age, he had already reached level 9 of fasting, and was the hope of his parents and grandfather. But even though Jing Jiaming's position in the family was vastly different from that of Jing Little Fatty, he treated his only younger brother very well. His daily expenses were secretly given to him by his mother and big brother. Every time someone bullied him, his big brother would stand up for him. So although Jing Little Fatty was a bit envious of his big brother, he was not jealous or resentful. Jing Little Fatty was just about to circulate his spiritual power when his body suddenly relaxed. The big brother in front of him had been slapped to the ground. "Who dares to touch my big brother?" Jing Little Fatty roared, and was about to pounce. But when he looked up, he was met with a familiar face. "Father, third elder, why are you here?" Jing Yuanqing couldn't care less about his youngest son. He strode forward, picked Jing Jiaming up, and gave him a few hard slaps on the face. "Jing Jiaming, wake up." Jing Jiaming's face was completely swollen, but he only stared blankly for a moment before his eyes turned red again. He screamed madly, "Eternal talisman, I want eternal talisman, sob, 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 I really can't take it anymore." "What eternal talisman, you good for nothing, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Come back with me." Jing Yuanqing wanted to drag his son home. But Jing Jiaming's talent was outstanding, and his strength was already on par with Jing Yuanqing's. Now that he was struggling, Jing Yuanqing was in a sorry state. Elder Jing stood to the side, unperturbed, as if he was watching a show, and even gloating. "Yuanqing, I think you should stop wasting your energy. Jiaming is done for. I heard that those who used the eternal talisman all showed the same symptoms. They found many famous doctors and alchemists to treat them, but none of them recovered." Jing Yuanqing's expression changed again, and his eyes reddened as he looked at his crazy son, who only knew how to shout eternal talisman. He knew that the reason their family had been able to live so well in the Jing family all these years was because of his son's outstanding talent. Because Jing Jiaming was the most outstanding disciple of the Jing family's new generation, he attracted the jealousy of others. Now that Jing Jiaming had been destroyed, their branch would most likely be relegated to the sidelines of the Jing clan. "Father, what's going on?" Jing Little Fatty finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward, grabbing his father's hand and asking, "How did big brother become like this?" Jing Yuanqing looked at him and couldn't help but shake his head. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. On the other hand, the third elder slowly explained, "What else could it be? It was all because of his carelessness that he had used a talisman called the Immortal Talisman in the Tianguang ruins. As a result, he had become like this. Not only did he spend all of his family's crystal stones to buy an immortal talisman, but now he's completely crippled. TSK, if he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being stupid. Are you the one who's crippled? Don't you dare slander my brother." Jing Xiaopeng stomped his foot in anger. Then, he couldn't help but frown. The immortal talisman sounded familiar to him. Now, with the addition of Tianguang ruins, Jing Xiaopeng suddenly remembered. Damn it, wasn't the immortal talisman the talisman that Lu Ruoxuan used to participate in the glorious heavenly light? This Lu Ruo? Going against great God Yi again and again, shameless is one thing. But now, she actually caused his brother to end up like this. He was really blind at that time, even going so far as to think of her as his younger sister. The third elder is scolded by Jing Xiaopeng, but he doesn't get angry. He only looks at him with more contempt. If he's not crippled, then find a doctor to cure him. Hee, Jiabao, your family will depend on you in the future. You have to grow up a little. Relying on Jing Jiabao, this waste, Jing Yuanqing's branch can be considered as completely crippled. From now on, the Jing family's resources will all be his. Jing Xiaopeng suddenly thinks of something. Who said that no one can cure him? Dad, I know someone who can definitely cure big brother. I'll take him to him now. What? Jing Yuanqing's eyes widen. Jiabao, don't talk nonsense. I've looked for the most famous Dr. Wu in our city, and he was helpless. Dad, don't worry. Our boss Yi is omnipotent. Lu Rua and the Eternal Talisman are nothing, he can guarantee that he can cure it. The third elder laughs heartily. Jiabao, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've learned to boast. How can you know some boss Yi? Don't tell me that he's your lackey, your unreasonable boss? If it was a normal day, with Xing Xiaopeng's temper, he would have already broken into a torrent of abuse. However, after hanging out with Mayan for a long time, he remembers his boss bearing that wouldn't change even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. Xing Xiaopeng isn't irritable, but he coldly glances at the third elder. The third elder stares blankly. When has he ever seen this ignorant and incompetent junior show this kind of expression? Xing Xiaopeng doesn't pay attention to him anymore, and goes straight to Xing Jiaming. Xing Yuanqing actually doesn't believe what his youngest son said, but he has already given up all hope at this time. Jiabao, do you really know a powerful doctor who can cure your brother? Xing Xiaopeng nods heavily. Our boss Yi is omnipotent. Xing Yuanqing grits his teeth. Alright, we'll take your brother to find this genius doctor now. Quickly tell us where he is. At this time, Xing Jiaming once again can't hold back his roar and struggles, alternating between Eternal Talisman and Let Me Die. Xing Yuanqing is sweating, but he can't control him. He could only seek help from the third elder. Third elder, please help me. The third elder had already regained his composure. He thought that he had seen wrongly just now. At this time, seeing Xing Yuanqing's flustered appearance, he was even more pleased with himself as he watched from the side. If it were up to me, why waste crystals on treatment? Seeing that Jiaming is about to die, it's better to let him go and let him destroy himself. Before he could finish, Xing Little Fatty suddenly took out a talisman from his robes. She stuck to Xing Jiaming. Spirit power burning talisman? Xing Jiaming, who had been struggling and roaring, suddenly twitched and fell down softly. However, it was not the kind of fainting that was similar to death. Instead, she fell into a deep sleep and even let out a sweet moan. Xing Yuanqing couldn't believe his eyes. Ever since Xing Jiaming's mutation, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. All the spiritual energy in his body was gushing out like it was free, making him crazy and in pain. But now, his youngest son had only used one fortune card and Xing Jiaming had actually fallen asleep. Little fatty Xing's strength wasn't great, but as a fatty, his strength was great. Bao Bao, you, where are you going? Of course to find a quiet and safe place to enter Tianguang ruins to find Boss Yi. Only our Boss Yi can save Big Brother. Xing Yuanqing swallowed his saliva. Your talisman? Did that Boss Yi give it to you? Xing Xiaopeng nodded without hesitation. This time even the third elder couldn't stay calm. What Boss Yi? Bao Bao, don't be deliberately mystifying. Which Boss Yi can give you this kind of talisman that can easily subdue a rank 9 fasting cultivator? Xing Xiaopeng turned his head and looked at the third elder. The flesh on his chubby face moved, his mouth cracked open, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This is a 4th grade sleeping talisman. As long as a cultivator under Jingdan stage doesn't deliberately resist, it can be subdued. This kind of talisman, our Boss Yi can casually draw dozens of them. You don't even know? Third elder, aren't you too ill-informed? The third elder's face turned green and white. What Boss Yi? Tell me, who is he? Xing Xiaopeng looked at him lightly, then the smile on his face deepened, showing only his teeth but not his face. Didn't I tell you? My boss is called Yi Liangchen, the only lord of blue sky and azure blue world, and also the champion of this flourishing heavenly light. What? Xing Yuanqing and the third elder screamed together, their faces full of shock. When Xing Xiaopeng went to Tianguang ruins, Mu Yan was really in there. She was bargaining with little Tian. In addition to fame, I don't want all the other rewards of flourishing heavenly light, including the 7-colored cloud carpet. Can't I change it to drifting spirit fix? Little Tian's stiff voice came into her ears. No. Because all the things added together are far less than the value of drifting spirit fix. Mu Yan was going crazy, but the price of drifting spirit fix you quoted is too expensive. Why is the shapeshifting jade key used by ordinary spirit pets only 1% of the price of this drifting spirit fix? Didn't you say I'm the first host? Can't you give me a cheaper price? In fact, Mu Yan always wanted to give Qi Huang a gift. It was to allow him to enter the Tianguang ruins and enjoy a moment of freedom to see a brand new world. After all, Suzi's body was too weak. If 7 brilliance occupied his body too frequently, it could easily cause irreversible damage to him. This time, Mu Yan earned a lot of spar in the flourishing heavenly light. On top of that, there was the mysterious gift promised by Tianguang Su after they won the championship. She thought that she could at least let Qi Huang enter Tianguang ruins to play. Unexpectedly, little Tian told her that the only way to let 7 brilliance enter the Tianguang ruins was to use the most expensive tool in the Tianguang ruins. Little Tian called it a tool, the drifting soul fix. And the price of the drifting soul fix is so expensive that Mayan almost faints. Even if she added up all the income from the old man is the number one under the heavens store in the past few days, plus those gifts, she still couldn't gather 1/3 of the crystals needed for the drifting soul fixation. Hearing Mayan's complaint, little Tian feels wronged, but Tianguang ruins has stipulated that the drifting souls must be priced at this price. That soul was too strong. In order to examine it, I spent a lot of energy. If he used flowing soul fixation, it would consume 100 times more energy. Little Tian also needs to replenish it with spar. Hearing little Tian say that, Mayan couldn't go on. Mu Yan touches her nose. Can I buy it on credit? Can I pay the crystals in several installments? Little Tian mercilessly says, at most 2 installments, but the first host, you can't even get half of the crystals. Mu Yan is about to burst into tears. She is now the richest person in the lower 3 districts of Tianguang ruins. However, he couldn't even pay 1/3 of the crystal stones of the drifting soul fix, let alone half of it. Bastard Tianguang ruins, this is clearly robbery. Mu Yan indignantly exits the starter space where she communicates with little Tian. As soon as she returns to the shop, she sees Fatty Jing rushing over in surprise. Boss Yi, it's great that you're here. I thought I wouldn't see you today. Since the finals of the Heavenly Light era, the shop has been crowded every day. Mu Yan has taught North Kuei Xiangyuan how to draw 1st to 3rd grade talismans. North Kuei Xiangyuan is very talented in drawing talismans, far better than the people of the Xiaoyao sect. She can't draw mutated talismans. But ordinary 3rd grade talismans. They are far better than those in other shops. The quality must be good. In addition, during this time, Brother Elegant has recruited many talisman drawing masters through Yi Liangchen's fame. So now, Mu Yan only needs to be responsible for talismans above the 4th grade? And mutated talismans? Drawing is enough. More energy begins to turn to alchemy and Shin musician skills. But even so, the shop is still full every day, and most of the people come for the talismans drawn by Yi Liangchen. They come for the talismans drawn by Yi Liangchen. If it's someone else, they won't be able to squeeze into the shop under such overcrowding. However, Northern Sunflower, Xiang Nuan, and Brother Dashing had forged a deep friendship with Xing Little Fatty and Jiang Xinyu during the finals of Glorious Heavenly Light. So when she saw him hurriedly bringing people to look for Mayan, she led him into the backyard. Mu Yan glances at Fatty Jing, feeling a little strange. What's wrong? You look like you're going to have a hard time again. Fatty Jing staggers and almost falls to the ground. He stood up with a red face, and said shyly, Boss Yi, my illness is already cured, can you not mention it? Mu Yan smiled, alright, I won't mention it. What happened? Hearing Mayan's question, Xing Little Fatty immediately falls to his knees with a thump, hugging her thigh and crying, Boo-hoo, great God Yi, save me. Will you help me this time? Mu Yan, what? Are you really sick? It wasn't me. Xing Little Fatty lifted his head and wiped his tears. It was my big brother. As he spoke, he pointed at the bed inside. Mu Yan walked in and saw a man with a dark complexion and sunken eye sockets lying inside. Upon seeing this man, Mu Yan immediately frowned and quickly stepped forward. She already had a guess in her heart. At this moment, she felt his pulse and immediately said in a deep voice, as expected, he has used the eternal talisman. Seeing that, Xing Little Fatty immediately pounced over excitedly, Great God Yi, can you save my brother? The others couldn't even tell what illness his brother had. But Great God Yi just casually felt his pulse and saw it. If it was Great God Yi, he could definitely save his big brother. Mu Yan flipped her hand, and a talisman appeared in her palm. This is a 4th grade mutated talisman. But most of them are 4th grade low-level talismans, the only 5th grade talisman? Only the barrier-breaking talisman that is currently being fought over in Tianguang ruins, the one that has already been inflated to a sky-high price. Mu Yan's thoughts move, talisman? It immediately ignites, and is pressed against Xing Jiaming's chest. The golden flame quickly ignites on Xing Jiaming's body, then spreads from his chest to the rest of his body. The unconscious Xing Jiaming starts to twitch all over, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Then, black smoke visible to the naked eye emerges from his body, twining around the golden flame. Or more like it's being slowly swallowed by the golden flame. All the black threads are about to be swallowed up by the golden flame. The golden flame suddenly bursts out, and goes out at once. The black threads are freed, and return to Xing Jiaming's body again. Xing Jiaming let out a blood-curdling scream and rolled on the bed in pain. Mu Yan reaches out and gently touches his brow, and he falls asleep again. Big brother! Big brother! Xing Little Fatty looks at Mu Yan nervously. Great Guru Yi, what happened just now? What happened to my big brother? Mu Yan's face doesn't show much surprise, and she says indifferently, 4th grade talisman? Its level is not high enough, and there's no way to hold on until all the Yin cold poison is completely removed. After all, Mei Xian used to be a cultivator at the tribulation stage. Even if she has fallen, and her strength is not even 1/100th of what it is, isn't it still a 4th grade talisman? It can be resisted. Xing Little Fatty says anxiously, then what should we do? Can't even Great Guru Yi save Big Brother? What's the hurry? Mu Yan is still unhurried, and takes out a cinnabar pen and yellow paper. 4th grade talisman? No, just change it to a 5th grade talisman. Saying that, under Xing Little Fatty's dumbstruck gaze, Mu Yan finds a place to support herself, and leans over to draw a talisman. The red cinnabar pen and ink slowly dye a gorgeous and complex pattern on the yellow talisman paper. A mellow and uniform spiritual power follows the outline of the pattern, and seeps into the talisman paper. Xing Little Fatty rubs his eyes, and rubs his eyes again. Wait. Wait a minute. Shouldn't drawing talismans be burning incense and bathing, calming the mind and nourishing the energy, sitting upright in front of the table and drawing? Why did Great Guru Yi just lean on a corner table and start drawing, and so fast, faintly, Xing Little Fatty felt like he could hear the sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was intermittent and did not form a song, but it made him feel as if he was in the forest, relaxed and happy, forgetting everything around him. Alright, I'm done. It wasn't until Mu Yan's light voice rang out that Xing Little Fatty suddenly came back to his senses. Then, Mu Yan slowly walked in front of Xing Jiaming and handed over the talisman in her hand. She pressed herself against him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a deep arc. I'd like to see whether your baleful Yin Qi is stronger, or my soul-locking talisman is stronger. An hour later. Xing Little Fatty followed behind his older brother, watching as his older brother respectfully kowtowed to Mu Yan. His heart was filled with joy. Nathaniel Look, the big brother he recognized, was so powerful and awesome. In the past, it was always him who caused trouble, and Big Brother protected him and helped him. Now, he finally had the ability to protect his big brother. Xing Little Fatty chuckled. That was a joke. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Xing Yuanqing and Third Elder rushed in after hearing the noise. They could not believe their eyes when they saw Xing Jiaming, who was standing with his hands behind his back. Jiaming, are you all right? Xing Yuanqing asked with a hoarse voice. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Xing Jiaming kneeled on the ground. Father, I have troubled you and Mother during this period of time. It's good that you've recovered. It's good that you've recovered. Xing Yuanqing stumbled over and helped him up. The Third Elder came back to his senses and shrieked, Impossible? There are so many people in the Azure Blue world suffering from the same illness as Jiaming. None of them recovered. How could he have recovered? Xing Little Fatty glanced at him and smiled with his hands on his waist. That's because the one who treated them was not God Yi. Our great God Yi only needs one talisman to make a move. He healed Big Brother directly. Xing Yuanqing blinked. Jiabao, you really know the leader of the Azure Blue world, Yi Liangchen? Of course it's true. I'm Boss Ye's #1 follower. But I spent all my crystals on Godyi during this heavenly light competition. Father, you won't blame me, right? No. No. Jing Yuanqing patted his youngest son's shoulder excitedly. You did great. No, it's not good enough. Let's prepare the crystals and send them to Godyi. What Godyi? Did he get cheated? That Yi Liangchen is the most popular person in the Azure Blue world. How could he know a useless person like Jiabao? Third elder wanted to continue, but Jing Jiaming glanced at him coldly. I think if grandfather knew that Jiabao knew Godyi Liangchen, he would be very happy. Not to mention that Godyi gave Jiabao a mutated grade 4 talisman. That's something that can't be bought outside. As he spoke, Jing Jiaming signaled with his eyes. Jing Jiabao immediately took out the mutated grade 4 talisman with Yi Liangchen's special mark. He took it out. It was a defense talisman that could withstand a full blow from a peak golden core powerhouse. Although it was not as heaven-defying as the barrier-breaking talisman, it was still extremely precious. The third elder's eyes widened, and he wished he could immediately snatch it. Jing Jiaming smiled coldly and said, That's right, third elder, you seem to have questioned Guru Ye's medical skills just now. Previously, you even said that Jing Jiaming shouldn't be associated with riffraff. Since you look down on Guru Yi so much, then in the future, all the talismans that the Jing family bought from Guru Yi? There's no need to use the third elder's family. What? How could you do this? Why can't I use these talismans? What if Godyi finds out about my talisman? It was used by the person who slandered him. If he is unhappy and breaks off relations with our Jing family, then grandfather will definitely be even more unhappy. The third elder's face turned ashen and his body swayed. Jing Jiaming and the others ignored him and took Xing Jiabao away. Jing Yuanqing was crying and laughing at the same time. Looking at his two sons, his heart was filled with relief. We'll prepare crystals for Guru Ye's consultation fee tomorrow. Jiaming, you must remember God Ye's great kindness to us this time. After saying that, he frowned slightly and looked at his younger brother. Huabao, there's something that I want you to ask God Ye. What is it? Xing Jiaming, I have some fellow disciples who are suffering like me because they have used the immortal talisman. Can you ask God Ye to save them? I believe that as long as they can live, they will be willing to pay no matter how many crystals it takes. Immortal talisman, please give me the immortal talisman. I can't stand it, woo, please. A skinny man with a face full of snot and tears knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Mei Xian condescendingly looked at the embarrassed Mu Yan, and her eyes were full of contempt. Since you can't take out the crystals, why should I keep you? Waste. After that, she pressed one hand on the man's head and urged her demonic power. A steady stream of vitality from the man's body was sucked into Mei Xian's palm. In the blink of an eye, the man had turned into a zombie with only bones and skin, and he fell straight to the ground. Mei Xian raised her hand in disgust, and a black gas wrapped around the man, immediately turning his bones into ashes, leaving only dust on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The action just now made Mei Xian's soul feel a sharp pain, and she couldn't help coughing violently. As she coughed, she felt something fall off her face. Mei Xian rushed to the mirror and saw Lu Ruochen in the mirror. The originally beautiful face had gradually been covered with black spots, and these spots were still rotten, with pus dripping down. Mei Xian's face was completely distorted. Damn it, why is there only so many crystals? Not enough. Not enough. If there were more crystals, I could restore 30% of my spirit, so that I could possess this body. Since that day when she was expelled from Tianguang ruins and was struck by the heavenly thunder. Not only Lu Ruochen? Her body and soul were severely damaged. Even Mei Xian was almost destroyed, expelled by a body that did not belong to her. Mei Xian spent a lot of effort, even at the cost of 100 years of cultivation, to suppress Lu Ruochen. Suppressing her resistance, he imprisoned her divine soul and occupied this body for himself. But such a dove occupying a magpie's nest could not last long. Mei Xian must let Lu Ruochen? Only when his soul was destroyed and he truly possessed this body would he be able to survive. Thus, during this period of time, Mei Xian had been using the eternal talismans that the flourishing heavenly light had given to people to use to squeeze out more crystals. The demonic technique she cultivated allowed her to obtain power by directly devouring crystals. Although there would be repercussions, he couldn't care less now. Mei Xian took a deep breath and covered her face with her veil. She couldn't rush it. As long as she had a few tens of thousands of high-grade crystals, she could begin to possess Lu Rua. My body. At that time, she would only need to absorb a few cauldrons if she wanted to heal a few of them. Mei Xian's eyes shone with pride as she thought of the next person who would pay the crystal stones. Zhu Fugui, the richest man in the Azure Blue Realm. For the sake of his silly son, he had already promised to send her the crystal stones in the afternoon. She believed that as long as Zhu Fugui sent her the crystal stones alone, her soul could be completely restored. While Mei Xian was thinking, the door of the room was suddenly slammed open. Then, dozens of people with cultivation above the 9th level of fasting rushed into the room and surrounded Mei Xian. The middle-aged man's appearance was mediocre, and his face was covered with grease. At first glance, he looked like a kind and compassionate Maitreya Buddha. But a closer look at his slightly narrowed eyes showed that he was not a kind person. He was Zhu Fugui, the richest man in the Azure Blue world. He was not very strong, but he had a powerful background. His family had a lot of crystal stones. Crystal stones could make the world go round, so the Zhu family had hired countless masters. Ordinary people did not dare to offend him. Mei Xian's eyebrows twitched, and she had a bad feeling. But she forced herself to calm down. Master Zhu, you don't need to bring so many people to buy the immortal talisman. Zhu Fugui waved his hand and said coldly, catch her. Remember, I don't care if her hands and feet are broken or her intestines are broken, but she must be alive. You even dared to plot against my Zhu family, and even dared to harm my, Zhu Fugui's, son. I think you're tired of living. The masters around her shouted and were about to surround her. Mei Xian's eyes flashed with panic. Before she was punished by Tianguang ruins, these masters at the Golden Core stage and fasting stage would have been killed. Lu Rua would have been impeached. But now her soul was unstable. Lu Rua? Lu Rua's body began to collapse, and she could not use her strength at all. Master Zhu, you'd better think carefully. If you really kill me, your silly son will die. However, thinking of the immortal talisman, Mei Xian calmed down again. A confident smile appeared on her face as she slowly said, I'm the only one in the world who can refine that immortal talisman. If I die, your son will turn into a dried corpse in his madness. Ha ha ha, my death is not to be regretted. Do you want your precious son to die with me? If you think the immortal talisman is too expensive, I can let you pay less crystal stones. Mei Xian thought that Zhu Fugui would panic and hesitate after hearing her words. Unexpectedly, the man just narrowed his eyes and looked at her as if he was looking at a fool. Mei Xian's heart skipped a beat. Then she heard Zhu Fugui say, Yong come here. Daddy, you called for me? A rough voice rang out. A slightly chubby young man quickly walked up to Zhu Fugui and revealed a silly smile. This young man was very strange. He clearly looked to be in his 20s, but his words, actions, and eyes made him look like a 3 or 4-year-old child. But when Zhu Fugui saw him, he immediately revealed a gentle and doting expression and patted his head. Mei Xian stared at the man as if she had seen a ghost. Zhu Quanyong, it was that idiot Zhu Quanyong? Didn't he use the immortal talisman? Shouldn't he have gone crazy and become as thin as a match? Why didn't it look strange at all? No. Not only was there no abnormality, Zhu Quanyong even looked much more normal than before. Although he was still stupid, he already had the intelligence of a child. Zhu Fugui looked away from his son and looked at Mei Xian with disdain. Lu Rua? Do you still think that no one can undo your immortality talisman? No. This is impossible. Mei Xian couldn't help screaming, the immortal talisman is mixed with the evil Yin Qi unique to our Joyous Union sect. No one can remove it in this place. Why? Why can you return to normal? Only that person could use a spirit-locking talisman to dispel his bewitching art and baleful aura. Hearing Mei Xian mention Yi Liangchen, Zhu Quanyong immediately revealed a silly smile. Sister Yi is the best. Sister Yi, if you do this, Ayong won't feel any pain anymore. Father, you have to give Sister Yi a lot of crystal stones. Okay, Daddy will give Sister Yi a lot of crystal stones. Zhu Fugui looked at his son's innocent but clear eyes, and his eyes reddened. After so many years, he had already accepted the fact that his son was a fool. Furthermore, because of the accumulated heat in his body, his son was like a hungry pervert who craved for women. He was extremely filthy. However, he was unable to truly resolve the heat and could only be burned to death bit by bit. It wasn't that Zhu Fugui didn't have any other sons, but he only had this foolish son. He was born to his wife, who had passed away a long time ago. His son had become stupid because his pregnant wife had been burned by the Yin fire in order to save him. In the end, she had died after giving birth to Zhu Kuanyong. Zhu Fugui had always cherished and loved Zhu Kuanyong, but he had long given up hope of curing him. But this time, her son was afflicted with the immortal talisman. She thought that even if she used all the Zhu family's wealth, she would not be able to cure him. Unexpectedly, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did the eternal talisman on Zhu Chuanyong's body dissolve, he even recovered a portion of his consciousness. Although he was just like a child, he had to grow up bit by bit and accept the world. However, Zhu Fugui's heart was already filled with comfort. He even disregarded his noble status as the richest man in the country and directly knelt in front of the girl. Zhu Fugui wiped away the tears in his eyes and looked at Mei Xian. He smiled like the Maitreya Buddha again and said, "That's right. It was Yi Liangchen who cured my Yong-er of the immortality talisman and even cured his illness. Moreover, now the entire Tianguang ruins knows that the immortal talisman can be detoxified. As long as you go to the old man is #1 in the world shop to buy a talisman, I will be reborn." Lu Rua? Take a guess, after those people remove the immortal talisman, how will they settle the score with you? Mei Xian clenched her fists and said, "It's him again. It's Yap again. Why does he ruin my plans every time? Yi Liangchen, just you wait." One day, Yi Liangchen said. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. Then, his entire body was tightly bound. It turned out that Zhu Fugui's men had taken advantage of her being caught off guard to make a move. Mei Xian's expression changed drastically. She gritted her teeth and was about to submit her divine soul to Lu Rua. "Get out of my body." However, before she could move, the leading high-level gold core cultivator raised his finger, and 8 black nails flew out and pierced into Lu Ruaxiang's body. As soon as the black nails entered his body, there was a sizzling sound of something being burnt. Mei Xian let out a shrill scream. "Ah! Let me out! Let me out!" Zhu Fugui sneered, "Fortunately, Great Gaji had warned me long ago, saying that you might know the soul-stealing technique, and told me to be careful. That's why I brought this soul-locking nail, otherwise, wouldn't I have let you escape?" Mei Xian stared at Zhu Fugui and said in a shrill voice, "Do you know who I am? If you dare to kill me, I'll make sure your entire Zhu family dies." "Hee, rest assured." Zhu Fugui chuckled, "You dared to do this to my son, how could I let you die so easily?" Even though Mei Xian was very knowledgeable and had died once, she was still frightened and panicked at this time. She hid in Lu Rua's body. She lied to herself that she couldn't come out. Lu Rua didn't stop it, but she heard it. She didn't stop it, but she could hear it. She could also feel the excruciating pain when the soul-locking nail pierced into her body. Seeing someone coming to pick her up, she cried, "I didn't do it. It's all Mei Xian's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Please forgive me." However, Zhu Fugui had already happily left with Zhu Kuanyong. No one paid any attention to Lu Ruachen. No one listened to Lu Rua's cries. "Lu Rua?" She struggled to take off her veil and showed a charming smile to the cultivator who was escorting her. "Brother, as long as you let me go, I am willing to let you do whatever you want." However, what she waited for was not the man's confusion, but a face of disgust and disgust. "You want me to do whatever I want to you with just this face? Bah, don't be disgusting. Ha ha ha, I think this woman is crazy. But we are lucky this time. The whole azure blue world is looking for Lu Rua and wants to take revenge." He wanted revenge, but who would have thought that he would be caught by us? Young master is back to normal. Old master is in a good mood. Now that we have caught this woman, we will get a lot of rewards when we go back. But it is too easy to catch this woman. Won't the credit be enough? I think we must torture this woman when we bring her back. Old master will be happy and maybe he will give us a talisman of Godyi. What about it? Ah, if we can get a talisman of Godyi, I can break through my bottleneck. Hee, how should we torture her? Why don't we skin her? I think we should slice off the flesh on her hands and feet. That's too clean. I think we should let the rats gnaw it clean. Listening to the unscrupulous discussion of these men, Lu Rua's eyes were filled with fear and despair. Then, she felt deep hatred. Then, it was followed by a deep hatred. Yi Liangchen. It was all Yi Liangchen's fault. She, Lu Rua? She wouldn't die like this. Even if she died, she would drag Yi Liangchen to hell. When Mu Yan entered the space, she saw that Qi Huang, who had already woken up, was lying on the ground, playing the spirit-peering chess, in high spirits. In fact, spirit-peering chess was a rather complicated board game. Although Little Phoenix could barely play, it would be killed by 7 brilliants in less than a quarter of an hour. Therefore, Qi Huang usually disdains to look for the Little Phoenix to play. Otherwise, he would wait for Mayan to return to the space and occasionally play with him. Otherwise, one person would face the chessboard like this, and one person would play the 2 corners. He was clearly so lonely, but he could play with relish for an entire day without getting sick of it. It was even to the extent that he especially treasured the spirit. Peering chess. The Little Phoenix would occasionally touch it a few times, and he would get angry. Looking at the scene in front of her, Mu Yan felt a slight sourness in her heart. She did not know why Qi Huang hated humans so much and why he could not appear in front of people. He would rather die than appear in Diming? In front of them. She only knew that to her, Qi Huang was just a lonely and arrogant child. They were the ones who helped her when she was most helpless and desperate. They were the ones who would always be by her side when she was alone. Qi Huang raises his head and looks at her in a bad mood. You call this sage, so this sage will go over? Who do you think this sage is? Mu Yan shows a shallow smile. Give you a gift? Heh, do you think this sage cares about a mere gift? Every time it's not clothes, it's toys, childish. Although he says that, Qi Huang still obediently stands up and walks over to Mu Yan. When he comes in front of her, Mu Yan slowly stretches out her clenched fist towards him, then slowly opens it again. In her palm lies a sparkling and translucent key. The key looks very similar to Mu Yan's Tianguang Ruin's jade key, but its appearance and luster are far more beautiful than the jade key. No matter which angle you look at it from, it's overflowing with light, as if it's emitting endless rays of light. Qi Huang blankly looks at Mu Yan, then at the key. What is this? Mu Yan, have you forgotten? I once promised you that I would help you lead this space, and let you freely experience the outside world. This is called the Drifting Spirit Fix, and it's the highest level tool in Tianguang Ruins. Qi Huang's pupils slowly contract, his handsome face is dull and silly, as if he can't react at all. Mu Yan continues, I still don't have the ability to let you walk under the sun, but at least, I hope that you can personally touch and feel this virtual world of Tianguang Ruins. Qi Huang's gaze slowly moves from the Drifting Spirit Fix to Mu Yan's face, then from Mu Yan's face to the Drifting Spirit Fix. After a long while, he opens his mouth in a hoarse voice. Why? Why, are you so good to me? Just because I'm the tool spirit of the Tian Mo Qin, can I help you? Can I be used by you? Mu Yan rolls her eyes, raises her hand and ruthlessly knocks his forehead. You still have the nerve to say that? Great tool spirit, tell me, how much have you helped me since you followed me, and how much trouble have you caused me? Qi Huang raised his hand in a daze and covered his slightly red forehead. That look is completely different from his usual arrogant appearance. A little fragile, a little dazed, but adorably silly. Mayan couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile, softly saying, it's not because of anything, it's just because you're Qi Huang. You've helped me, you've thought for me, you've done things for me, I'll remember it all in my heart. Perhaps I, your master, am still very weak now and am unable to protect you, nor can I give you a vast world, but one day, I will become strong enough to protect all of you. I will be able to let Little Bao, you, Little Phoenix, Fat Rabbit, and everyone around me be able to live freely in this world without any worries. To others, such a vow would seem like a boastful joke. However, when it came from the mouth of this girl, it was so resolute that people couldn't help but want to believe it and desire it. Mu Yan sees that Qi Huang is still in a daze, and can't help but smile as she shoves the drifting soul's ding into his hands. The moment Seven Brilliants came into contact with the drifting soul seal, it was as if he was scalded and almost flung it away. However, he immediately reacted and grasped it tightly in his palm. Pretty sister, why can Great Devil Seven Brilliants go to Tianguang Ruins to play? If Cho doesn't want to do it, Cho wants to go too. Pretty sister is biased, pretty sister doesn't love Cho anymore. Mu Yan flips her wrist, and another jade key appears in her palm. She leans towards the little phoenix, who was it just now that said I was biased? Since Cho thinks I'm biased, then I'll go sell this jade key for a spiritual pet. Ah! The little phoenix screams and rushes over. It holds the jade key in its mouth and uses its 2 wings to protect it, refusing to let go. It's Cho's. Ao, Cho also wants to go to Tianguang Ruins to play. Pretty sister is the best. The little phoenix rushes over and keeps circling around Mu Yan. Mu Yan reaches out and lovingly strokes the little phoenix's beautiful feathers, her eyes full of longing and gratification. Yes, the little phoenix's body has now begun to materialize. This means that Xiaobao's strength is increasing at a flying speed. Therefore, as Xiaobao's contractor, the little phoenix can benefit from this and begin to condense his soul and materialize his body ahead of time. The little phoenix happily rubs against Mu Yan's neck and makes chirping sounds. But remembering what it just said, it cautiously apologizes with guilt. Pretty sister, Cho just said the wrong thing. Pretty sister isn't biased, pretty sister is very good to Cho. Don't blame Cho, okay? The little phoenix knows that Mu Yan gave Qi Huang a gift, but not it, because it can always leave the space and go outside to play from time to time. Sometimes, Mu Yan will even personally take it to the street market and let it choose what it likes. But the great demon lord is different. He looks very fierce, very powerful, but also very pitiful. He can only be trapped in this small space every day, unable to leave. Although the little phoenix can't figure out why the great demon lord can't leave. Mu Yan gently strokes the little phoenix's head. Cho is the most obedient child, why would I blame you? Hearing Mu Yan's assurance, the little phoenix chirps and flies away excitedly. But after flying around, it can't help but fly back. Qi Huang, let's go to Tianguang Ruins to play, okay? Mu Yan smiles lightly, I'll wait for you at Tianguang Ruins. She is about to hold the jade key and fall asleep. She hears the youth in red speak, Jun Mu Yan. Mu Yan turns around to look at him. The corner of Qi Huang's mouth slowly hooks up into a smile. In a split second, that gorgeous face is as brilliant as the spring flowers, and as bright as the stars in the sky. Jun Mayan, I like. He paused for a moment, clenched the drifting soul fix in his hand, and continued, I like this gift. It takes a long time for Mayan to recover from Qi Huang's completely different smile. But as he held the jade key and fell asleep, he still had some doubts in his heart. When Seven Brilliants smiled just now, she felt that it was somewhat familiar. Who does she resemble? A light flashed before his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness had already entered the Tianguang Ruins. When she saw the familiar layout of the shop, Mu Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She recalled who Qi Huang's smile resembled earlier. It was Little Martial Uncle. Qi Huang and Little Martial Uncle clearly had completely different appearances and personalities. One was an artifact spirit while the other was a human. But the moment Qi Huang smiled sincerely, she seemed to see the scene of her youngest martial uncle smiling gently at her when she played the zither to send him off. Mu Yan couldn't help but shake her head, wondering if she had been too tired recently and was hallucinating. Mu Yan blankly sits in the shop for a while, when she suddenly hears a familiar voice. Yi Liangchen, come out quickly, this Zun can't squeeze into your shop. It's Qi Huang. Mu Yan quickly walks to the outside of Laozi's #1 shop under the heavens. It's always packed with people every day. When Mu Yan appears, these people are excited, but they don't rush over. Instead, they retreat to the side in good order. But they all call Great God Yi. Mu Yan has no time to care about other things, she looks at them one by one, but she can't find Qi Huang and Little Phoenix. As she's puzzled, she sees a burly man with bulging muscles walk in front of her, and waves his hand in front of her eyes. I say, June. I say, Yi Liangchen, what are you looking at? Isn't this Soon here? Mu Yan sluggishly looks at the burly man in front of her, her lips trembling. Qi Huang? Who else besides the Soon? Why are you so stupid, you can't even recognize me. I recognize you at a glance. Mu Yan, what do you mean I can't recognize you? You've become like this, it would be strange if I could recognize you. Pretty sister, I'm here too. Mu Yan hasn't calmed down from the chaos in the wind, when she sees a colorful chicken landing in front of her with a bang. Pretty sister, I'm Chocho, does my new body look good? He, I spent a long time to set up Chocho. I'm really tired to death, these colorful hairs are hard to draw. Pretty sister, is Chocho as beautiful as you? Mu Yan's mouth gapes for a long time, before she reluctantly squeezes out two words, pretty, bright. The burly man Qi Huang slaps little Phoenix away, and says impatiently, go to the side. No matter how beautiful you are, can you be as handsome and mighty as the Soon? How about it, isn't the Soon's new image particularly awe-inspiring and charming? Have you been captivated by the Soon? Mu Yan holds her forehead. This time, she really can't even say handsome. No wonder Qi Huang keeps calling little Marshall uncle a pretty boy, and even said that he's ugly. It turns out that his aesthetic is so distorted. And the most hateful thing is that even little Phoenix's aesthetic has been led astray by this brat. Mayan is speechless as she looks up at the sky. Then, he saw the name above Qi Huang's head, Long Ritian. Mu Yan turns her head. Forget it, she wasn't surprised at all. 1. Point. All. No. Will. Outside. Alright, equals Fushi secret realm. Xiaobao slashed away the vines in front of him. The spiritual power in his body surged, and the evil warding sword emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, it automatically flew out and chopped the vines into pieces. However, the black broken branches and leaves did not disappear. Instead, they were completely absorbed by the Bixia sword. With a twirl, the sword returned to Xiaobao's hand. Then, Xiaobao heard the noisy voice again. Ah, I can finally speak again. Damn, kid, you're too amazing. It only took you a few days to devour so much energy for me. I thought I'd only be able to be a sawtooth gourd for a year and a half. Aya, judging from your voice, you should still be young. Are you 15 or 16? Underage. What can you do outside? Find a woman for you to hug, you won't understand the feeling of ecstasy. Why don't you stay in the Fushi secret realm with me? I promise you 3 years at most, and I will let you lead this Fushi secret realm. By then, you will be the best of the best, you can pick up girls, spend money, and act cool as you please, isn't that better? And with your current strength, you won't be able to destroy the secret realm and leave. This is the Fushi secret realm, the Fushi secret realm. You want to destroy the Fushi secret realm, ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've heard someone boast like this. Do you know how many nascent soul and leaving body stage experts were thrown down here to feed the demonic plants and beasts to corrode the evil warding sword? When they came down, they were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that they would definitely be able to leave, but in the end? Didn't they all die here? If it wasn't for the evil warding sword protecting you, you would have been torn apart by those demonic plants and beasts. Sigh, I was too proud back then, refusing to acknowledge others as my master, who knew I would never get another chance like this again. Now, I'm actually reduced to signing a master-servant contract with you, a kid in the Anidia stage. People's hearts aren't what they used to be, and the world is so cold. Pa, Xiaobao couldn't take it anymore and threw the evil warding sword. The fat rabbit leaped and landed on the sword. It twisted its butt and farted. Then, a pile of feces landed on the evil warding sword. Ah! You fat rabbit, you are courting death. Do you believe I won't roast you and make you into stir-fried rabbit meat? Stinky, hurry up and clean the feces off me. The fat rabbit looked at it with disdain, rubbed its butt on the grass and leaped back to Xiaobao's side. Xiaobao ignored the evil warding sword's cries and turned to leave. Ayo, master, don't leave me behind. Damn it, now that we're out of the seal barrier, without the protection of the slave contract, the evil warding sword would be corroded by the demonic chi in the Fushi secret realm. The evil warding sword would be corroded by the demonic chi in the Fushi secret realm and would no longer be able to resist. As for the consciousness of its so-called artifact spirit, it would be directly obliterated. Bai Xia wiped the sword clean obediently and hopped to Xiaobao. Master, please take me in. Master, please don't abandon me. Xiaobao looked at him coldly. Too noisy. Bai Xia said pitifully, it's because I can't talk for a long time, and there's no one to talk to, it's so boring. Fine, I'll shut up. But master, can I say one more thing? Xiaobao said, speak. The fat rabbit let out another fart, using its actions to express, if you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, hurry up and fart. Bai Xia suddenly remembered the fear of being glued to the sword by his daddy. He shivered and quickly said, Master, do you really want to destroy this Fushi secret realm? Xiaobao nodded without hesitation, I want to go to mother's side, she's looking for me. Bai Xia hesitated for a moment and said, there is only one way to destroy the Fushi secret realm and leave this place. But master, with your current prowess, it is impossible. How about this, let me train you for a year, and I guarantee that after a year, there's an 80% chance of you getting out, okay? What is it? Xiaobao turned and was about to leave. Hey, little ancestor, I'll tell you. Bai Xia quickly hopped up to Zhongyu and said, this Fushi secret realm may be a secret realm, but it's actually a huge array formation. With the 64 Fushi gods as the core of the array formation, the demonic plants and demonic beasts in the Fushi secret realm will grow stronger and stronger. Blood and slaughter, as well as the pain, despair, hatred and other negative emotions of the living beings, will cause the Yin Qi in the Fushi Grand Array to grow and corrode the Bai Xia sword's defenses until the Bai Xia sword can be controlled by the normal cultivators of this cultivation continent. If you want to destroy the Fushi secret realm, you have to destroy the Fushi Grand Array's core. Xiao Bao quickly asked, where is the core? Bai Xia shook the sword, I don't know either, but I know that the Fushi Grand Array's core must be nourished by the Snow Domain Red Lotus, and the place where the Snow Domain Red Lotus grows the most should be very close to the core. What does the Snow Domain Red Lotus look like? Bai Xia quickly described it to Chu Feng. A flower with only a stem and no leaves, and on the flower petals and stem, there are silver patterns. Xiaobao widened his deep blue eyes and looked at the fat rabbit. His little hands clenched tightly, his eyes were filled with excitement, I know where the Snow Domain Red Lotus is. It was the flower that he and the fat rabbit saw when they first fell into the secret realm. The fat rabbit also ate quite a lot of that flower, and its strength increased a lot. Bai Xia thought that even if he told the little master, he wouldn't be able to find the Snow Domain Red Lotus. After all, this Fushi secret realm is so big, but the Snow Domain Red Lotus is very rare, it's not that easy to find it. But the little master actually said he knows where it is, isn't this too strange? Could it be that he was going to die just as he recognized a talented master? Xiaobao didn't care about Bai Xia's thoughts, he carried the giant Bai Xia sword and quickly headed in a direction. The fat rabbit immediately bounced up and followed her. Mother, wait for Xiaobao. Xiaobao will be able to find you soon, night. Mu Yan was sleeping soundly when suddenly, the entire Yaoguang faculty shook. She sprang up from the bed. Placing his hand on his chest, he could feel the astral domain in his body stirring. Mu Yan is startled at first, then she remembers something and happily rushes out. All the people in the Yaoguang branch woke up at this moment. However, there was one less person standing in the small square, Yun Ruhan and Ling Yuma. Mu Yan hurriedly arrived beside Chu Moli and the others, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Did eldest senior brother and fourth senior sister activate their domains? Chu Moli smiled and nodded. Luo Yu was already dancing excitedly at the side. Big senior brother and fourth senior sister are really too amazing, they actually activated the domain. I heard that in the entire Starry School, only 2 or 3 people from the Tianshu Institute, led by Ouyang Qing, have a domain. Ling Yuxing's expression changed slightly, and then he said with pride, even Ouyang Qing only activated his domain after the age of 25, but eldest senior brother and fourth senior sister already have domains before the age of 25. She's only slightly inferior to junior sister. Xianxia, eldest senior brother, fourth. Fourth senior sister is amazing. Don't just be happy for big brother and fourth sister. Think about how to pass the test in front of the two mentors tomorrow. Hearing Chu Moli's reminder, the joy on the faces of Luo Yu and the others turns into horror. Ah, it's over, it's over. Tomorrow is a month, and I haven't activated my domain yet. I'm definitely dead. Little sister, help. Is there any talisman? Can it directly activate our domain? Mu Yan puts her hand on her forehead. This kind of talisman? How could it be? In fact, a month ago, the two mentors gave everyone in the Xiaoyao school except Mu Yan a task. It was to activate their own domain within a month. However, on the Xiozhen continent, there were very few people who could activate their domain before the age of 50. There were even fewer people who could activate their domain before the age of 30. It was easier said than done to activate one's domain within a month. Today was the end of the 1-month period. Mu Yan thought that it was impossible for her fellow apprentices to activate their domain. She was still thinking about how to ask Diming for them. He pleaded with little martial uncle, but he didn't expect eldest martial brother and fourth martial sister to succeed. As they are talking, they see two figures descending from the sky. One is as tall as a pine tree, handsome as a god. High and aloof, making people want to worship him. The other was elegant like a piece of jade, dazzling and unadorned. Her beauty was unique, and it would cause anyone who saw her to be captivated. It's Mentor Mo and Junior Uncle. As they descend from the sky, they unconsciously look at Mu Yan. But they suddenly seem to notice something, and their eyes meet. Luo Yunxiao quickly looks away. Diming? He goes straight to Mu Yan's side and pulls her into his embrace. Mu Yan is a little happy. Didn't you say that you would be very busy these days? Diming? He takes her into his arms and smells her fragrance. His suppressed longing suddenly surges up. He really wants to take Yan Yan back and lock her by his side, so that she can never leave his sight. However, this thought only lasted for a second before Diming stopped him. It is suppressed by Diming. He wants Mu Yan to be happy. He hopes that Mu Yan can become stronger and stronger, so that she can stand by his side as an equal and respectable person, instead of being looked down upon and treated as his subordinate. Diming? He glanced at the room in disdain before slowly saying, although he's not very pleasing to my eyes, he's still your fellow disciple. Since he can activate his domain within a month, he's barely teachable. So Diming? He and little martial uncle had come because they sensed eldest senior brother and fourth senior sister's breakthrough in their domains. Mu Yan couldn't help but find it funny, they speak so arrogantly, but in fact, these two people still have their eyes on the students of Yaoguang branch. It was just like how the youngest martial uncle treated him, who had inherited his swordsmanship, as his disciple. Diming? In fact, he had taken these people from the Xiaoyao sect as his own students. The door creaked open. Yun Ruhan and Ling Yuma walked out. Both of them were completely drenched in sweat, and their faces were filled with exhaustion. However, his eyes were filled with the flames of ecstasy. Seeing the two mentors, Yun Ruhan and Ling Yuma immediately knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. His face was filled with sincere gratitude. They all knew very well that if the two mentors hadn't used their own domain as a guide to let them enter the real world, they wouldn't have been able to experience it in real life. Even if they were talented, they would need at least 3 to 5 years to successfully activate their domain. The two of them quickly obeyed the order. This time, Mu Yan could feel it at close range. Grand Senior Brother's domain was as calm as the sea, but it also had a sense of resilience. On the other hand, Fourth Senior Sister's domain was blazing like fire. It was like a raging wave. However, it was obvious that Grand Senior Brother's domain belonged to the 9 planets Taiyin, which was the same as Luo Yunxiao. Fourth Senior Sister's domain belonged to the 9 planets Taiyang. They were the same. Luo Yunxiao and Diming? They didn't say much. They each condensed a crystal bead and threw it to them. These were the domain cores that the two of them condensed. They contained countless domain laws. As long as Yun Ruhan and the others slowly understood them, their domains would naturally become stronger. Mu Yan also had one each, but it didn't help much in leveling up her domain. Her domain seemed to have its own style. It couldn't belong to the 9 planets Taiyin or the 9 planets Taiyang, but it could merge with all the domain laws in the world. It could even swallow other people's domains. Yun Ruhan and Ling Yuma carefully and excitedly kept the crystal beads. Luo Yu and the others were both envious and ashamed as they watched from the side. Grand Senior Brother and Fourth Senior Sister could activate their domains in a month, but they didn't. They let down their teacher's expectations. In the future, little Marshal Uncle and Teacher Imo would not care about them anymore. Mu Yan saw Luo Yu's long eyelashes droop. Her face was full of loneliness. Her cute dimples disappeared. She couldn't help but pull Di Ming. Di Ming. Di Ming? She snorted and said, the remaining 4 of you might not be able to activate your domains, but when Yun Ruhan and Ling Yuma activated their domains, you were able to grasp the domain laws. You didn't slack off this month. Luo Yunxiao said, at most, the 4 of you will be able to activate your domains in another 3 to 5 months. When Luo Yu and the others heard this, they suddenly raised their heads. At this moment, the sadness in their eyes turned into anticipation and hope. So, Junior Uncle, Teacher Mo, you didn't give up on us? Di Ming? He sneered. However, if we didn't accomplish our goal in a month, we didn't accomplish our goal. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Luo Yunxiao said, tonight, you will enter the great illusionary land and experience the 7 sufferings of life. Di Ming? Mountains of blades, seas of fire, extreme cold. I believe you will experience it very happily. Mu Yan, why are these 2 people unexpectedly in tune with each other on this matter? Luo Yu and the other 3 felt their vision go black and they almost fainted. Even Chumoli couldn't maintain his perverted smile. Ling Yuma put her hands on her hips and laughed without any sympathy. Xiaoqi, remember to tell us about your feelings after experiencing the mountain of blades and the sea of flames. However, before she could finish laughing, Di Ming? He looked over with a faint gaze. From today onwards, you will compete with Yun Ruhan once every month. If you lose, you will lose face for the 9 glory suns. Hee, you will definitely experience something 100 times more terrifying than a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, or an extreme cold. Quack, Ling Yuma's laughter stopped abruptly. The gloating look on his face turned into horror. Luo Yunxiao's expression was still gentle, but her words almost caused Yun Ruhan to stumble and fall to the ground. If you lose, then stay in the 1,000 ghost sword formation for a month and don't come out. After that, Luo Yunxiao said she had something to do and left. Di Mingju only left a great illusionary land for punishment and left. Before leaving, he held Mu Yan in his arms and said softly, in the next few days, I will return to the Xiaoxian continent. But Yan, when you need me, I will definitely return to your side. Mu Yan smiled and nodded. I know. She had always known how much this man doted on and protected her. Even though he had so many things to do, even though he was in dire straits and in danger, the first thing he considered was always his own safety. Mu Yan reached out and hugged Di Mingju's waist. She said softly against his chest, Di Mingju, I will continue to grow stronger. I only hope that one day, I can protect Xiao Bao and the important people around him. Also, she must be worthy of your wife's status. Di Mingju's body suddenly stiffened. Joy and sweetness flowed from the corners of his eyes. Mu Yan rarely expressed her feelings to him so directly. That was why the simple sentence of be worthy of your wife was so precious. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He just lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Since activating the territory, Yun Ruhan's cultivation had completely reached the great completion of Anidia. Because of the accumulation, he was only 1 step away from the golden elixir when he just reached the great completion of Anidia. Since Mu Yan's cultivation had reached the great completion of Anidia, she had been cultivating the perfect gold elixir. However, all perfect advancements could multiply one's strength by several times after the advancement. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next level. That was why Mu Yan still hadn't reached the core formation realm. But thinking that her senior brother was about to form his core, Mu Yan still took out the Encyclopedia of Elementary Alchemy. As expected, there was the method to make the golden elixir. Hearing that Mu Yan was going to make the golden elixir for Yun Ruhan, the people from the Alcade branch were extremely excited. They were all eager to help Mu Yan find the spiritual herbs needed for the elixir. However, they went to all the pharmacies in the towns around the Starry School, but only found 1/3 of the spiritual herbs. One of the shopkeepers saw that they were wearing the Starry School uniform and could not help but remind them, if you want to know where in the azure blue world has the most spiritual medicine, it would definitely be the treasure warehouse of the 3 schools, the glittering jewel warehouse. Furthermore, the spirit medicines and magic treasures in the glittering jewel warehouse can only be exchanged with the Academy's points. We outsiders can't even buy them even if we want to. Since you are students of the Starry School, why don't you go to the glittering jewel warehouse? Why are you giving up on what's close at hand and seeking what's far away? What? Glittering jewel warehouse? What's that? Luo Yu, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, and Qin Jiu quickly returned to the school of the Emperor Star in the Starry School. After asking around, they found out that there was indeed a treasure exchange office called Linlang Warehouse. Furthermore, there were people entering and exiting the glittering jewel warehouse every day. It was extremely lively. It was a place where the other 6 faculties would definitely come. However, because the Alcade branch was isolated from the rest of the world, and they didn't have any teachers or supervisors, they didn't know about this place. Once they entered the glittering jewel warehouse, Luo Yu and the rest widened their eyes, their intestines turning green. Because this place was really big, there was almost everything in it. Moreover, many of them were things that couldn't be bought from other shops. Luo Yu rubbed her hands. Quick, let's go and ask them how we can earn a lot of points in the shortest amount of time. The points they had now were the pitiful 2 or 3 points they had accumulated from attending public classes. In this glittering jewel warehouse, one could not even exchange for a normal dagger. If they had known that points were so useful, they would have earned them earlier. It was actually quite easy to earn points in the Starry School. Within the hall of the glittering jewel warehouse, there were all sorts of missions. Some of them were here to collect spirit herbs and spirit beast materials, some were here for medicinal pills, and some were here to be escorted to the mystic realm for adventures. The higher the level of the mission, the more difficult it was to complete. Naturally, the more points one could earn. However, just as Luo Yu and the others were about to accept a high-rank mission, the deacon of Linlang Song took the jade tokens they handed over, but only glanced at them indifferently. You can't accept these missions. Why? Luo Yu asked suspiciously. The missions are hung in the main hall. Aren't they meant for people to accept? We have the ability to complete it. Why don't you let us take it? The deacon looked them up and down and suddenly sneered. Not only can you not accept most of the high-level missions here, but the price of the treasures here is also several times more expensive than the people from the other branches. I advise you to quickly leave the glittering jewel warehouse. This isn't a place for people like you, who are ranked at the bottom of the rankings, to enter. F***CK. What do you mean? Ling Yuma was immediately angered. Why can't we take on the mission and buy treasures at a higher price than others? We are all students of the Starry School, why are you being unfair to us? Who asked you to be the weakest Alcade institution? A mocking voice came from the side. A bunch of country bumpkins. You've been in the Starry School for so long, yet you still don't even know about the glittering jewel warehouse and the school's point system. The one who spoke was a student from the Alioth branch. His companion immediately echoed, hee, there are only 2 or 3 people in the Alcade branch. Even the people from the Academic Supervisory Board never go there. Although the 2 distinguished professors are there in name, in fact, they don't even show up once every 10 days or half a month. I'm afraid that they go to the Alcade branch just for the peace and quiet. What do you expect them to know about trash from the foot of the mountain? The people around him burst into laughter. He was full of contempt and disdain towards Luo Yu and the others. These people from the Alcade branch were fighting against Luo Yunxiao and Di Ming? He had been in the limelight for a while when he came to work at the school and when Ling Long was willing to carry out the mission. But it was only for a short while. In fact, the ones who were truly outstanding and respected were the 2 teachers and the current leader of the Azure Sky sect, Yap Liang Chen. As for the students from the Alcade branch, they had already been forgotten and looked down upon by everyone. Ling Yuma raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with killing intent. Who are you calling trash? As he spoke, the laws of his domain faintly leaked out. The surrounding people immediately felt their nerves tighten, and faintly felt a chill run down their spines. Even the deacon of the glittering jewel warehouse looked at Ling Yuma with surprise. However, it didn't take long before the deacon spoke in a stern voice. "What are you doing? Do you want to cause trouble in Linlang warehouse?" Ling Yuma snorted and retracted her aura. "Pfft, why are you showing off in front of us? This is the school's rule to distribute resources to the true experts and elites. If you want to exchange for the items in the glittering jewel warehouse, go participate in the tri-school tournament in a month if you have the ability." Tri-school tournament? Luo Yu repeated in confusion. My god, they don't even know about the tri-school tournament, the most important event in Starry School. Can they be any more ignorant? Who asked them to stay in the Yaoguang branch every day, that crappy place? Ever since Sir Yun Xiao and Tutor Mo left, even the dogs don't want to go there. Ha ha ha, are you saying that they are worse than dogs? Ling Yuma clenched her fists silently, making cracking sounds. The mocking laughter instantly lessened. An honest-looking Migra's branch disciple said, "The tri-school tournament is held once a year, also known as the Jasper Forest Gathering. To the students of the three schools, getting good results in the Jasper Forest Gathering is more important than getting on the Azure Cloud leaderboard. However, the Azure Cloud leaderboard represents individual glory, while the Jasper Forest Gathering represents the branch and even the entire Starry School's glory." It turned out that the Jasper Forest Gathering referred to the Linggu, Starry, and Fengtian schools. Every year, each school would choose an elite team to participate in the tri-school tournament. The top 3 teams would receive the opportunity to go to the Ziyun World's Dragon Soaring School to participate in the Deer Cry Banquet. That opportunity was the dream of all cultivators, the cloud-climbing stairway. Even in the Deer Cry Banquet, all the light was suppressed by the geniuses of the Dragon Soaring School. However, they could enjoy the best spiritual food in the cultivation continent, obtain the pills that others dreamed of, and receive pointers from nascent soul and even astral projection cultivators. Even if they could not get into the top 3, as long as they performed well in the Jasper Forest Gathering and ranked high enough. From then on, the school's ranking would be higher. The school's ranking was very important to the students. For example, Tianshu branch students only needed 30 points to buy a stalk of 5 yellow grass. However, the people from the Alcade branch needed 100 points to enter. As for the other resources, it was even less worth mentioning. Ling Yuxing frowned and said, "Since every branch has to participate in the Tri-Academy tournament, why didn't our Alcade branch receive the notice?" Ha ha ha, what's there to inform? Don't you know that the Tri-Academy tournament is a team competition? There are 10 people in one group, and they also need to prepare some substitutes. Can your Alcade branch gather 10 people? A division that can't even gather 10 people. If I were the Starry School, I wouldn't have informed you either. That's right. The other super monasteries have already started their selections. They're picking out the most powerful students from all the other super monasteries. Every day, they're fighting like a raging fire. How could they be as free as some trash? At this time, the people of Alioth branch once again recovered their arrogance. He raised his head and said, "If you want to accept high-level missions and exchange for elixirs here, then if you have the ability, you can also participate in the 3 Academy tournament and raise your Academy's ranking." Oh, I forgot, some people don't even have the qualifications to participate in the competition. Ha ha ha. But at this time a clear and pleasant female voice, like the sounds of nature, comes from the door. "Who said we are not qualified to participate in the 3 Academy competition?" Everyone instinctively turns around to look, and for a moment, everyone is stunned. They see a girl wearing a lake blue dress coming from the door. She doesn't have any accessories on her body, and there's no makeup on her white jade-like face. But at this time, slowly walking into the glittering jewel warehouse, under the sunlight, it almost makes people's breathing stop. Because the girl's appearance is too beautiful, too beautiful. Her peach blossom eyes are rippling, gentle and shallow, as if they contain infinite temptation. However, that carefree expression and slender and elegant demeanor set off the elegance and otherworldliness of an orchid in an empty valley. The entire mission hall is quiet for a moment. Until Luo Yu's joyful voice is heard, "Sixth sister, why are you here?" Mayan walks up to him, smiling and touching his head. "I just passed by after a public class." She didn't expect to encounter someone bullying the people of the Alcade branch. After comforting Luo Yu, Mayan's gaze turns to the administrator of the Glittering Jewel Warehouse. The Jasper Forest Association only stipulates that 10 people can participate in the competition, but there's no rule that less than 10 people can't participate, right? Not to mention 7 people, as long as the branch agrees, even if one person wants to participate, there's no rule against it, right? The administrator frowns. So what if we participate? The 7 of you against 10 practitioners from the other branches, you won't even have a place to rotate. Do you still want to win? Mayan slightly raises her eyebrows, leisurely saying, whether we can win or not is our business, there's no need for the administrator to worry about it. I only ask, does our Arcade branch have the qualifications to participate in the 3 Academy competition? Before Mayan came in, she had already inquired about it. The registration place for the Jasper Forest Association is at the Glittering Jewel Warehouse. Only, the people who can register are the deans of the major branches. But the problem is that the Arcade branch doesn't have a dean, so the position of dean was given to Di Ming by the flattering Di Yudao. And Di Ming? Before he left, he directly transferred all the authority to her. The administrator angrily says, participate what participate? Are you in charge of the registration, or am I in charge of the registration? If there aren't 10 people, you can't participate. The surrounding people immediately laughed in agreement. They want to participate in the Jasper Forest gathering with just 7 people. Aren't they embarrassing our starry school? Exactly. Did they still think they were Almighty Yi or Senior Ouyang? 1 against 10, ha ha ha. Mayan slightly narrows her eyes, about to speak. Suddenly, a woman's cold voice came from behind him. The Jasper Forest Guild has never had a rule that only 10 people can participate. If I remember correctly, many years ago, there was a super monastery that only had 8 people participate, but in the end, it became world famous. When Mu Yan turns around and sees the person, she raises her eyebrows in surprise. It turned out to be an acquaintance, Hua Xiangrong. Since the last time he fought with her in front of the Linglong Tower, Hua Xiangrong had completely disappeared. There had been no news of him for the past few months. It was said that he had been in seclusion all this time, swearing to avenge himself. He didn't expect to come out now. Was it to participate in the Tri-Academy tournament? Mu Yan looked at the momentum around her and found that compared with a few months ago, Hua Xiangrong's cultivation had risen a lot. Moreover, it wasn't a false increase after taking the flourishing elixir. Seeing that it was Hua Xiangrong who spoke, those who were angry immediately felt relieved. Anyone who had seen this year's admission ceremony would know that people from Yinyu Palace and Yaoguang branch were not on good terms. Even now, Hua Xiangrong's sister Hua Biyue was completely disabled, which was all caused by people from Yaoguang branch. Even if Hua Xiangrong spoke for anyone, she would not speak for people from Yaoguang branch. Junior sister Hua, you don't know that the 8 participants were all experts, but Yaoguang branch is nothing. They are just a bunch of trash that no other branch wants. If we let them sign up for the competition, won't our starry school lose face in front of the other 2 schools? Hua Xiangrong walked to Mu Yan expressionlessly. She just looked at her quietly and then turned to look at the person who spoke. In the admission ceremony, the performance of Yinyu Palace was not as good as the 7 people from Yaoguang branch. You said they are trash. Are you saying that our Yinyu Palace is also trash? This time everyone was dumbfounded. Hua Xiangrong was actually speaking for people from Yaoguang branch. Hua Xiangrong, is there something wrong with your brain? Those people from Yaoguang branch have always been against you. Why are you speaking for them now? Hua Xiangrong sneered and said, I'm just stating the facts. I never spoke for anyone. But you are so afraid of people from Yaoguang branch. Are you afraid that you will be trampled by those trash and lose face? Are you kidding? How can we be worse than a bunch of trash? That's right, just wait and see. The elites of my Heavenly Jade branch will definitely trample this group of garbage under their feet. Mu Yan's heart is indescribably surprised. She did not expect that Hua Xiangrong would speak for her, and her combat ability was so strong that she could defeat all of them alone. Mu Yan smiled and turned to look at the administrator. The administrator said with a cold face, even if you want to sign up for the Chonlin Association, you need the Dean of Yaoguang branch to come in person and activate it with the Identity Jade token. Yaoguang branch doesn't even have a dean. Why do you need to sign up? Mu Yan casually threw it as if it was the most common thing. The identity jade token of the dean you mentioned, is it this? The administrator of Linlang Warehouse opened his eyes wide and looked at her in disbelief. This? How did this little girl get the identity jade token of the branch principal? That jade token couldn't be picked up or snatched. Only when the owner of the jade token personally authorized it and bound it to his soul could the transfer be successful. The deacon remembered that Headmaster Zhai had given the token of the Alcade branch to Teacher Mo. But, how could Teacher Mo give such an important jade token to a student, a little girl? Mayan curls her fingers and gently taps the table. Now, can you put me in the list? If you're still unwilling, then I can only look for Teacher Mo and personally talk to you. The deacon shuddered at the thought of that powerful man who was as handsome as a god. Even though he was infuriated, he still took the token and recorded the 7 names on it. As the other schools were still in the selection stage, the Alcade School became the first team from the Starry School to register for the 3 schools tournament. Moreover, it was an unprecedented 7-man team. Mu Yan registered her name and waved her hand. Let's go. Hehe, 6th senior sister is awesome. Let's go back to prepare for the Chonling gathering. However, they were stopped by someone after a few steps. Jun Mu Yan, wait a minute. Mu Yan saw Hua Xiangrong walking towards her with a cold face and could not help but raise her eyebrows. Anything else? Hua Xiangrong was silent for a while, with a suspicious blush on her face. I want to ask you about a person. Seeing Hua Xiangrong, who had always been arrogant and cold, showed such a delicate look like a little girl. Mu Yan could not help shuddering, and then she felt a little unhappy. Is Hua Xiangrong still coveting Diming? Right? Humph, Jun Shang really has a lot of peach blossoms. Mu Yan's heart was full of jealousy, however, what Hua Xiangrong said next almost made her stagger. Do you know where to find Yi Liangchen? Ling Yuma raised her eyebrows. Why are you looking for Yi Liangchen? Do you want to take revenge on him? Hua Xiangrong bit her lips, with more shyness in her eyes. No, I just want to thank him. After a pause, Hua Xiangrong continued, that day in front of the Linglong Tower, I fell into the devil barrier. Thanks to Yi Liangchen, I woke up. I understand his feelings for me and his expectations for me. That's why I've been working hard to cultivate these days. I hope I won't let him down, for me. Now, even Ling Yuxing, who was innocent, could see the friendship between Hua Xiangrong and Yi Liangchen. They looked at each other and then turned their eyes to Mu Yan. Then, they all burst out laughing. Mu Yan's face was about to turn blue. Fu*K, I don't have expectations and feelings for this woman. She tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart and said, why are you looking for Yi Liangchen? When it came to the main topic, Hua Xiangrong immediately restrained the affection on her face and said seriously, that day, after Yi Liangchen reached the top of the exquisite list, he made the exquisite vow not so much to expel Wei Tianming, but to protect Yaoguang branch. Because the timing is just too coincidental. Additionally, in order to find Yi Liangchen, I even asked those people who had seen Yi Liangchen these days. They told me that when they saw Yi Liangchen for the first time, Yi Liangchen was renting an airboat towards Yaoguang branch. Although you don't want to admit it, I guess Yi Liangchen must have some connection with your Alcade Branch Institute. Mayan Luoyu and the others, when this woman wasn't crazy, her logic was terrifyingly meticulous. Until now, so many people had been looking for Yi Liangchen, but no one had thought that Yi Liangchen might be related to the Alcade institution. Mu Yan can be considered to have stabilized her emotions. However, Hua Xiangrong still caught the surprise on Luoyu and the others' faces. As expected, you guys know who Yi Liangchen is. There was an urgent look in Hua Xiangrong's eyes. Can you please tell me where he is? I just want to see him once. The corner of Luoyu's mouth twitched. You also know that Yap Liangchen has been hiding his identity. Naturally, he doesn't want to meet outsiders. I think you'd better not waste your energy looking for it. Luoyu emphasized the word outsider. I know. He is afraid that I will be implicated if he sees me. Please tell him that I know his painstaking efforts, and I will never misunderstand him. As she spoke, tears flashed in Hua Xiangrong's eyes, but they were full of firmness. But even so, I will always wait for him. And please tell him that he is not alone. There is a person who will support him silently and trust him wholeheartedly. After that, Hua Xiangrong turned around and left without waiting for Mu Yan and the others to respond. Her back was indescribably lonely and proud, but with resolute gentleness. There was a dead silence around Mu Yan and the others. After a while, Luo Yu coughed softly. Sixth senior sister, I envy you so much. You have such a confidant. Although he said those words of envy, as long as one looked carefully at the corner of his mouth, one would know that he could not suppress his gloating smile. Puff, ha 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 ha. Leng Yuma laughed without hesitation. I wonder how Hua Xiangrong will react when she knows that Yi Liangchen is the little junior sister. Even Ling Yuxing also said with a smile, shouldn't she want to know how Instructor Mo will react when he knows that his admirer has fallen in love with the little junior sister? He, Instructor Mo will definitely go crazy. Our Yaoguang branch should not be drowned by the sea of jealousy. Mu Yan held her forehead, ignored these guys who wanted to see the world in chaos, and turned around to leave. Haha, she was wrong. Shouldn't she be angry that Hua Xiangrong coveted Diming? Yes. Instead of letting Hua Xiangrong change her target to her, why not let her continue to like Diming? Yes, Mu Yan and the others returned to Yaoguang branch happily and told Yun Ruhan and Chu Moli that they would participate in the 3 academy competition. Yun Ruhan, who had just stimulated the field, was eager to have a try. Chu Moli smiled gently. It's good to have a competition with the experts of the other academies. Seeing his gentle smile, the people of the Xiaoyao school could not help but shiver. Are you sure it's a competition? Good. Not someone who can be played by you. Good. Suzy grabbed Mu Yan's clothes and said regretfully, it's a pity that I'm not a real student of the Yaoguang branch. Otherwise, I would be able to fight alongside you. Mayan smiles and glances at him, are you sure you want to fight with us, and not be a burden to us? Forget it, when I cure your heart disease, you'll have the chance to show off. In the past, Suzy was most afraid of being seen as a burden or a piece of trash. But when these words come out of Mu Yan's mouth, he only feels relaxed. It was as if his illness wasn't a big deal, and he didn't need to avoid it. Suzy smiled foolishly, looking like a pure and innocent teenager. The tear mole under his left eye sparkled. Just as Mu Yan is about to reach out and touch his head, her face suddenly changes. Little junior sister, what's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Mu Yan's hand clutches her chest tightly. Under everyone's worried gazes, she only says I'm fine and rushes back to her room. As soon as she enters the bedroom, Mu Yan doesn't care if the door is locked or not, and directly enters the space. Qiao, is that Xiaobao? Did something happen to Xiaobao? At that moment, she felt the piercing pain, and the premonition that the mother and son were connected. She knew clearly that something had happened to her Xiaobao. Over the past year, although Mu Yan missed Xiaobao, although she was also in pain, she at least knew that her baby was safe and sound. But at this moment, the pain from Xiaobao's body made her unable to calm down. However, Xiaoqiu did not answer her, but let out a low moan. Usually, the fiery red little phoenix was overflowing with colorful lights, but right now, the luster on its body was completely dim. The body that was originally a corpse is slowly fading, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Hearing Mu Yan's call, the little phoenix raised its head, its round red eyes flowing with crystal clear liquid. Beautiful sister, save little brother, you must save little brother. Before it could finish, the little phoenix has fainted. Mu Yan suddenly stood up, the Tian Mo Qin suddenly turned into the crystal clear Qijue sword. Qi Huang hurriedly said, Jun Mu Yan, calm down, calm down? Why should she calm down? Her Xiaobao is in danger now, how can she calm down? That pair of scarlet red eyes faintly surged with a frenzied killing intent. Yun Ruhan and the others who were waiting outside were worried when they saw Mu Yan suddenly open the door. But before they could say anything, Mu Yan has already soared into the sky. But this time, she did not use the flying boat, but directly stood on the Qijue sword, flying like lightning towards the Danyang mountain range. Damn, since when can little junior sister fly on a sword? Isn't she only at the stage of fasting? What's wrong with little junior sister? I think her expression is very strange. Let's go, let's catch up and see. An hour ago, Fuxi Secret Realm. After a few days of walking, a sea of red flowers suddenly appeared in front of him. The fat rabbit immediately rushed over and began to eat the snow-red lotus. It ate until its belly was round, then turned over and lazily lay on the ground to rest. Xianxia exclaimed, "Wow! You guys really found the red lotus of Snow Domain." Xiaobao's handsome little face was expressionless. With a cold childish voice, he asked, "How do we destroy it?" Xianxia was silent, the sword gently swayed. Suddenly, he said fiercely, "Motherfucker, ever since I came to this damn world, I have been trapped in this damn place 99% of the time. I really have had enough. If a brat like you isn't afraid, why should I be afraid? It's just a secret zone. If it's destroyed, so be it. I don't believe I can't defeat it." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword flew out of Xiaobao's hand and fiercely crashed towards a certain direction. That place should have been an empty world. But when Xianxia slammed into it, something strange happened. Wave-like patterns appeared in the air. It was as if an invisible wall was blocking Xianxia's way. Xianxia shouted, "Little master!" Xiaobao leaped forward. His small body spun in the air like lightning and grabbed the hilt of the Bixia sword. Powerful spiritual energy poured into it. Xianxia let out a furious roar. "Break!" In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and the ripples in the air grew larger and larger until there was a caw-caw sound, and it suddenly shattered. Even with Xiaobao's composure, when the wall of air shattered and he saw the scene behind him, he revealed an astonished expression. The vast sea of flowers had disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a huge sinkhole. It was similar to the demonic vines that chased after Xiaobao. But it was much thicker than those vines, much more terrifying. The Xianxia sword trembled a little, and fell down from the sky, carefully moving forward next to Xiaobao. The originally noisy voice was now very soft. "Do you see that altar in front of the giant pit? On that altar, that thing that is emitting red light, that is the Fuxi Grand Array's formation eye. As long as we destroy that formation eye, the Fuxi Grand Array will naturally collapse. But, those blood-red vines, are all ancient demonic plants from the bottom of the blood abyss. Vine, even an out-of-body stage cultivator would be killed by it in a matter of minutes. Fortunately, it is currently in a deep sleep. As long as we destroy the formation eye before it wakes up, the roots of these blood abyss vines will rot and naturally wither. So, you must be careful, don't wake it up." Xiaobao nodded, with one hand holding the fat rabbit, the other holding the Xianxia sword. He carefully walked towards the altar in front of him. But, when he walked around the giant pit, and saw the scene inside clearly, he almost screamed out loud. Below the giant pit, there was a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Broken limbs, just like that, were scattered all over the place. Nearest to Xiaobao, there were pieces of intestines and organs that were pulled out. Even, in the center of the giant pit, there were people struggling helplessly, moaning in pain and begging. Xiaobao suddenly held the Xianxia sword tightly, hugging the fat rabbit in his arms tightly. Her big blue eyes were closed, and her little face was as white as a sheet. The Xianxia sword whispered in his ear, "Ba, I can't even protect myself, I can't save you, fellow villagers, please don't blame me, it's better for you to die early, try to reincarnate into a good body in your next life. I say, young master, you must not be afraid, you must not panic. If you lose your composure here, we are dead meat." Xiaobao took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes. His big eyes were watery, but filled with determination. He was a man, he was Jun Machin who wanted to protect his mother, he must return to his mother's side. Xiaobao walked forward step by step. The journey wasn't long, but the man, the sword, and the rabbit held their breaths in concentration. They were on tenterhooks, as if they had walked for a century. Finally, the red crystal appeared in front of him. Little Treasure stretched out his hand to take it. Xianxia was startled, he quickly shouted, "You are seeking death." "That's the Scarlet Eye demonic crystal, it's filled with Yin energy. If an ordinary person touches it, they'll be corroded into a puddle of blood." Xiaobao frowned. Xianxia said again, "Do you see the 7 small pools beside the altar? Go get some water from each pool and pour it on the red eye demonic crystal." This water was called the 7 Pure Spring. Together with the red lotus in the snow domain, it was used to nourish the blood abyss vine. However, the 7 clear springs, is the nemesis of the Scarlet Eye Demon Crystal. As long as you pour all 7 types of spring water onto the Scarlet Eye Demon Crystal, it will quench the baleful energy within the Demon Crystal. At that time you will be able to obtain the Scarlet Eye Demon Crystal, and the Fushi formation will naturally be broken. Xiaobao nodded. He tiptoed to the side of the 7 clear springs. He didn't have any container with him, he could only use his small hands to scoop up the spring water. My God, who are you? The 7 clear spring is one of the purest holy objects in the entire cultivation world. If a normal cultivator's body and soul is not pure enough, they will be burned if they touch it. Bai Xia lowered his voice and continued to nag. Xiaobao didn't pay any attention to him. He carefully poured the first handful of 7 clear water spring on the red-eyed demonic crystal. The cold water poured down, but the red-eyed demon crystal let out a sizzling sound. The crystal shook violently, as if it was in extreme pain and anger. Xiaobao looked at the blood abyss vines nervously, and after realizing that the vines did not react, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just like that, Xiaobao patiently poured 4 handfuls of 7 clear spring on the red-eyed demon crystal. Just as Xiaobao was about to take the 5th handful of 7 clear spring, the ground suddenly trembled. Then, the originally dim Fushi secret realm suddenly had a few strong rays of light shining down. It turned out that there was a huge hole at the top of the Fushi secret realm. What the heck? I can't be so unlucky. Bai Xia exclaimed, although his voice was very soft, his tone was obviously filled with fear. Little master, quick! Hide! The blood abyss vines are awakening. Xiaobao quickly hid behind the altar. Just as he hid, he saw something falling out of the hole in the wall. It was humans. All of them were human corpses, most of them were dead, but there were also some that were half dead. A deep and rough voice of a man came from above, "It's time to eat." Then, the sleeping blood abyss vines seemed to be awakened by something. They started to shake their giant vines, and one by one, they shot down into the hole. Aha! Monsters! Help! Help! Spare me! The blood-red vines moved at lightning speed, wrapping around most of the fallen humans. Following that, the entire space was filled with a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. Xiaobao hugged the fat rabbit in his arms tightly, his small body was trembling uncontrollably. Bai Xia also couldn't help but tremble lightly, as if he couldn't accept this scene. Just then, there was another conversation coming from above a hole. Boss, what do we do with these kids? Throw them down to feed the monsters. They are all from Dawn Academy, the children of those big families. If we're discovered, we'll all die a horrible death, hee, they died here without a complete corpse. Who would know that it was related to us? A few childish voices came from above the cave. If you dare to kill me, my dad won't let you off. I'm going to tell Grandpa that you guys bullied me. The rough voice laughed out loud. That's if you're still alive to go back and complain. Kids, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for seeing something you shouldn't have seen and poking your nose into something you shouldn't have. Throw them all down. Ah. I don't want to die, I want mommy, I want daddy. Mother, save me. Boo hoo hoo hoo, mother, Yan Yan is so scared. Quickly come and save Yan Yan. However, the childish pleas of the child could not be exchanged for any pity. Their small bodies were thrown into the cave one by one. The huge vines were like ferocious beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they excitedly pounced on the young bodies. His eyes reddened. Finally, he gritted his teeth and pounced forward. Bai Xia's speed was not much slower than his. F***ck, if I can still stand this, then I'm not a good young man. The moment the fat rabbit saw Xiaobao pouncing forward, it let out a loud howl and its body suddenly expanded several times. It pounced forward as well. One man, one sword, and one rabbit, at this moment, were incomparably compatible. The fat rabbit's huge body quickly caught the falling children. Bai Xia and Xiaobao had already become one with their swords and slashed at the incoming vines. Bam! Xiaobao felt as if his body had crashed into a hard boulder. His internal organs shook violently, and he groaned in pain. Bai Xia's sword was almost knocked away. But no matter what, they still managed to block the blood abyss vine's attack on the children. The children who fell on the fat rabbit thought that they were going to die. When they regained their senses, they realized that they were still standing on a big furry ball. They couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "Ah, we're not dead. We've been saved. Is it Daddy? Is Daddy here to save us? Stupid, Daddy doesn't even know we're here. The one who saved us must be a superhero." The little radishes looked up in unison, but when they saw the cold-faced boy standing on the flying sword, their eyes widened in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded. Why is it a kid younger than us? He's only a little older than Yan Yan." There were 5 children on the fat rabbit's body. Lu Hongyuan, 8 years old. Morong Hao and Feng Su, 6 years old. Duan Zi, 5 years old. And the only girl, Nailin Yen, 4 years old. The 5 of them came from rich and powerful families, and they were all talented geniuses. In their families, they had seen all kinds of powerful people. When they first saw that the person who saved them was only 5 years old, they couldn't help but rub their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. But the next moment, they saw that the blood-red vines, as if they were angry that their prey had been taken away. The vines made a cracking sound, and suddenly, a huge flower bloomed at the top. No, rather than calling it a flower, it would be more accurate to call it a bloody mouth that dripped with black saliva. Looking into the bloody mouth, one could see densely packed sharp teeth and a rotten smell lingering in the air. Be careful!" The little radishes shrieked in fright, their faces turning deathly pale. The timid Nailin Yen even covered his eyes and sobbed, not daring to look at his handsome brother being devoured. Sob sob sob, little big brother was implicated in order to save them. However, Nailin Yen soon heard Morong Hao exclaim, so powerful. God, is he really the same age as us? How could he be so powerful? Nailin Yen quickly put down his hand and looked over. She saw the handsome little brother, who she thought was going to be swallowed by the flowers, standing on the long sword with his small body. When the huge man-eating flower of the blood abyss vine rushed over, Xiaobao suddenly shouted, "Ward off evil!" The black longsword shot out like a meteor. At some point, the hilt of the sword was already in Xiaobao's hand. But when they swung their swords, there seemed to be a suffocating air current in the air. Whoosh, the swords flashed, and blood-red liquid splattered everywhere. One of the blood abyss vine's flowers was cut down by Xiaobao and by Xia. Lu Hongyuan, Nailin Yen, and the others covered their mouths. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock and disbelief. So powerful! So powerful! So powerful! Who was this boy who was so beautiful that he didn't look like a mortal? How could he be so powerful? However, Xiaobao's action of cutting down one of the blood abyss vines seemed to have angered all of them. The entire pit shook violently. Then, countless blood abyss vines grew out crazily and rushed down into the pit. In just a moment, the vines had almost devoured all of the humans in the crater. The vines, which were already very thick to begin with, grew even bigger after devouring so much human flesh and blood. Around the pit, a foul and cold air filled the air. The children felt dizzy, their chests tightened, and they groaned in pain. Shit! Bai Xia's voice changed. If the blood abyss vines were to forcefully evolve, I am no match for them. Quick, go back and destroy the scarlet eye demonic crystal. The evil warding sword quickly changed direction and flew toward the altar. Behind them, the blood abyss vines were hot on their heels. There's no time to get the 7 clear spring. Bai Xia shouted, use Bai Xia to pick up the scarlet eye demonic crystal. Almost at the same time, Xiaobao's sword was already aimed at the scarlet eye demonic crystal that had already lost half of its luster. But when the tip of the sword touched the scarlet eye demonic crystal, a huge rebound came from above. Xiaobao clenched his teeth and pushed the sword down bit by bit. Be careful! The children behind him screamed in fear. Xiaobao immediately felt the blood abyss vines coming from behind him. The fastest vine had already touched his back. Xiaobao wanted to dodge, but the Bai Xia finally broke through the barrier of the scarlet eye demonic crystal. If he gave up now, all the blood abyss vines would swarm up and swallow him and the children. Smack! A heavy whip landed on Xiaobao's thin and small back. His clothes instantly tore apart, revealing his mangled back. Roar! The fat rabbit let out a deafening roar, turned around, and threw the few children to the side of the altar, and directly rushed up. The huge rabbit opened its mouth and swallowed a few blood abyss vines into its stomach. The originally indestructible blood abyss vine began to tremble violently after being swallowed by the fat rabbit. It was even to the extent that some blood abyss vines intended to retreat in terror. However, it was too late for them to retreat. All the blood abyss vines that were swallowed by the fat rabbit began to rot rapidly, until the entire vine withered and turned into dust, disappearing into nothingness. The few little radishes that were left behind stared at this scene with their mouths agape. He didn't expect the immortal brother to be so powerful, but his pet was even more powerful. It actually swallowed so many of those terrifying monsters in one gulp. But in fact, the fat rabbit was not feeling well either. It could devour and corrode everything in the world? After the few blood abyss vines were completely corroded, the fat rabbit's huge body suddenly shrunk. With a bang, it fell to the ground, opened its eyes, and struggled to stand up, but it was drowsy, and could no longer move. The blood abyss vines seemed to feel the fat rabbit's weakness. They excitedly bared their fangs and claws, excitedly rushing over, wanting to completely devour the fat rabbit. They could feel that the fat rabbit was very dangerous. But if they could devour it, they would be completely reborn. Rabbit, quickly run! Woo 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 woo, rabbit is going to be eaten. Quick, save Bunny! A few little ones screamed and wanted to crawl over. But their voices attracted the attention of the blood abyss vines. A few of the thinner blood-colored vines swayed and flew in their direction. A few little ones were instantly scared pale. They wanted to escape, but found that their legs were weak, they could not even stand up. Xiaobao looked back, saw the fat rabbit that was about to be devoured by the blood abyss vines, and saw the children who were so scared that they could not even cry. He suddenly gritted his teeth, retracted the sword in his hand, and pushed forward. Xia, protect rabbit and those children for me. Little master, what are you trying to do? Xiaobao did not care about Xia's angry roar. With a quick step, he rushed forward, using his small and tender hands, directly hugged the red-eyed devil crystal. The intense pain from his palms spread to every inch of his bones and flesh. Xiaobao seemed to hear the sound of his bones and flesh being burned. Even with his perseverance, he let out a shrill cry. But, because of his action, the blood abyss vines seemed to be frightened. They all gave up on the fat rabbit and the children, and rushed towards him in fear. Little master! Xia quickly rushed back, wanting to protect Xiaobao. But the number of blood abyss vines rushing towards Xiaobao was too many. Xia cut a few, but was still flung away by the thickest few, landing beside the fat rabbit, and could no longer fly on its own. Ayo ho ho! The fat rabbit struggled to raise its head, wanting to save its little master. But the sleepiness and numbness brought about by devouring energy that exceeded its limit made it unable to move. Blood-red tears flowed down from the fat rabbit's two mung-bean eyes. It fiercely bit its own thigh, causing blood to drip down, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. But it didn't care about the pain at all. Biting again and again, he stimulated his numb and stiff body. Little master, wait for this rabbit will definitely save you. The children's eyes reddened when they saw this scene. Nailin Yen started crying. Wah, I don't want little big brother to die. Where are you, Daddy? Grandpa, where are you? Can you come and save little brother? Even Lu Hongyuan, who was the oldest, and Feng Su, who was the calmest, couldn't stop wiping away their tears. Remorse and guilt almost crushed their small hearts. It's all our fault. If it weren't for saving us, he wouldn't have needed to come out. Why did we have to be so naughty and run away from Dawn Academy? If we hadn't run away, we wouldn't have seen that. If we hadn't seen it, we wouldn't have been thrown here to feed the monsters, and we wouldn't have implicated others. The few little fellows cried and shouted. Suddenly, they steeled their hearts and rushed directly toward the blood abyss vine that wrapped around Xiaobao. Batty, Batty! I'll bite you to death. Don't bully our boss. That's right, that's our savior, and also our boss. Whoever dares to bully our boss, we'll fight them to the death. Woo woo woo, let go of my big brother. The evil warding sword buzzed and shot up from the ground. Damn it, today's limelight was stolen by a bunch of kids. How can this be? Trash blood abyss vines. Weren't you raised to corrode my protective barrier? Come at me if you can. I'll fight you to the death. Since I've recognized him as my master, I won't allow you to bully him. The exorcism sword whistled through the air as it charged toward the blood abyss vine that had wrapped around Xiaobao. But his voice was choked with sorrow and sobs. Because he knew that even if he killed all the blood abyss vines now, it would still be impossible for little Bao to survive unscathed. These blood abyss vines had no time to care about him and the child. It was because they were devouring little master's body. In fact, even if the blood abyss vine did not do anything, just the demonic chi from the scarlet eye demonic crystal would be enough to completely destroy its little master's body. He was so useless. He was too useless. He thought that he was invincible and invincible. He even wanted to deceive the little master and use him to escape from this damned place. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even protect his only master. Roar. The fat rabbit finally stood up, and its body expanded several times. Its entire body was drenched in blood, and its eyes were completely red. There was not the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes, only pure killing intent. Since they dared to hurt its little master, it wanted to devour all of these monsters. It wanted to destroy everything. It was clamorous outside. However, little Bao, who was enveloped by the blood abyss vine, felt that all the warmth and vitality in his body were gradually slipping away. The blood abyss vine opened its sharp teeth and bit his body. Intense tearing pain came from every inch of his flesh and skin. However, this was not the most painful part. What hurt him the most was the scarlet-eyed demonic crystal that he was hugging tightly in his arms. The baleful energy on the demonic crystal was slowly corroding his body. Xiaobao could clearly feel that the spiritual power he had cultivated in his body had disappeared. His dantian had disappeared. His whole body was in so much pain that it was unbearable. Mother. Mother, Xiaobao misses you so much. I really want to see you again. No, it was better not to see him. If his mother saw him like this, how distressed and uncomfortable would she be? He didn't want to see his mother cry. He hoped that his mother would always be happy and cheerful. The scarlet-eye demonic crystal flickered and emitted a dazzling red light. They were like the greedy eyes of a monster. Immortal physique, this was a celestial physique, so delicious, so tender, so fragrant. It was devouring it bit by bit. As long as it finished devouring it, it would be able to gain sentience and obtain a true new life. However, right at this moment, little Bao suddenly opened his eyes. A cold and fearless smile appeared on his blood-covered face. In the next moment, a blue vortex appeared in his dantian. He was his mother's son. He was his father's son. Even if he had to perish together, he would not admit defeat, nor would he let this stupid stone hurt the fat rabbit. And by Xia, a large amount of black gas began to gush out from the scarlet-eyed demonic crystal and was absorbed by Xiaobao's dantian. The red-eyed demonic crystal panicked and struggled to break free from Xiaobao's grasp. However, that pair of bloodied hands grabbed the crystal tightly. A young but hoarse voice came from his throat. I said. I will destroy this secret realm, Daddy said. A man must do what he says. Little treasure will definitely do it. But mother, I'm sorry, Xiaobao will never be able to return to your side. Mother, don't be sad, don't be sad. No matter where Xiaobao goes, he will love you the most, love you the most. Boom. The pit began to shake violently. No, it would be more accurate to say that the entire Fuxi secret realm was shaking violently. The huge altar's floor began to crack. Countless rocks rolled into the bottom of the pit. The little fellows lost their footing and almost rolled down with him. It was the Bixia sword with its sharp eyes and quick hands that caught them. The blood abyss vines that were biting and tearing at little Bao were now trembling violently in fear. As the black gas in the scarlet-eye demonic crystal was slowly devoured by Xiaobao's body, the blood abyss vines began to wither one by one. This time, they were really panicking. He even wished for nothing more than to uproot himself and escape from the Fuxi Grand Array. However, there was no way the fat rabbit would allow them to leave. With a roar, he charged forward and devoured them one by one. However, when the fat rabbit wanted to rush over to save Xiaobao, however, when it came into contact with the scarlet-eye demonic crystal and the black mist surrounding Xiaobao, it let out a pained howl and was directly bounced back. The fat rabbit wanted to rush forward again but was stopped by Xia. Don't waste your energy. That's the baleful chi of the scarlet-eye demonic crystal. I don't know what kind of ferocious beast you are, but even the ancient divine beasts of the Xiaoxian continent would not be able to fight against such strong baleful chi when they are still young. The fat rabbit opened its mouth and roared angrily, revealing its bloody lips and teeth. Not to mention the kids, even Xia was trembling in fear. But then, Xia turned to look at Xiaobao, and his voice was filled with shock. What kind of monstrous little master did I recognize? He could actually devour the baleful chi of the scarlet-eye demonic crystal. Heavens, that's baleful chi. Even my evil warding sword would be corroded if it touched it. Jian, who can talk, do you know how to save our boss? The little radish head beside him asked with anticipation. Xia swung his sword and shouted angrily, you are the cheap one. It's not that I don't want to save little master, it's just that I'm powerless. Right now, little master is in a stalemate with the scarlet-eye demonic crystal's power, and it has even formed a barrier. Even the 7 spring water can't penetrate it. Now, we can only wait and see whether little master will be able to devour the power of the scarlet-eye demon crystal, or the scarlet-eye demon crystal will completely devour little master. Although Xia said that, the fat rabbit was still like a madman, it kept hitting the black mist. Even if his skin and fur fell off and there wasn't a single part of his body that was intact, he still refused to stop. The little ones kneeled on the ground, wiping their tears as they stared at Xiaobao's direction in fear and anticipation. But what made everyone despair was, the black mist around Xiaobao was getting thicker and thicker. The blood abyss vines that were supposed to have rotted and disappeared were now growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia's voice was trembling, filled with endless regret. I can't feel little master's aura. That meant that Xiaobao's life force was slowly being devoured by the red-eye demonic crystal. But there was nothing they could do. Not only was there nothing they could do, they could only run away. The Fuxi Grand Array stopped collapsing, and the blood abyss vines were growing faster and faster. There were even 2 vines that were charging towards them. Xia leaped up and cut the 2 vines in half. But because the red-eye demonic crystal had taken the initiative, the vines were growing faster and faster. They were about to return to their prime. Xia was anxious. No, we can't stay here any longer. I promised little master to protect you all. I can't let you all die here. I can't let little master's sacrifice go to waste. No, I'm not leaving. Nailin Yen screamed. Yen is not leaving. Yen wants to stay with little brother. Little brother will not die. Sob. Lu Hongyuan and the rest were scared out of their wits, their limbs were cold and shivering. But when they heard Xia and Nailin Yan's words, all of them sniffled and clenched their fists. Others fell into danger to save us. If we abandon them, what difference is there between us and a shameless bastard? My father taught me not to be such a bad person. Lu Hongyuan said resolutely. The other little ones did not understand Lu Hongyuan's words, but they all nodded with red eyes. Yes, we are not leaving. We will cheer for boss. Xia was about to go crazy, but there was nothing he could do to these little ones. Not to mention the fat rabbit who had already gone mad. He was thinking of knocking the little ones out one by one and taking them away. Suddenly, powerful energy poured out like a flood that had its floodgates opened. The blood abyss vines that were growing bit by bit suddenly grew bigger, emitting a thick stench of blood. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at them. Clang, Xia fell to the ground and the sword trembled. His voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with pain and despair. Young master, had little master died? Hence, the scarlet-eyed demonic crystal had completely recovered and was even stronger than before. Hence, when the Fuxi Grand Array was reformed, the blood abyss vines became even more terrifying. It was destined to be buried here. With its divine sense erased, it would never be able to make a sound again. But if it died, then so be it. Why did it have to implicate its little master? The body of the sword buzzed and became completely silent, as if it had given up all hope. The little fellow seemed to have realized something as well. They stared blankly at the scene in front of them as tears dripped down their cheeks. Wow. Little brother. Woo woo woo. Lu Hongyuan reached out and pulled Nailin Yen into his arms. He choked with sobs. Yen Yen, don't cry. Your little brother is so brave. He didn't fear death to save us. We can't be weak. We can't be afraid of death. Yes, death is death. I'm a man, I'm not afraid. The fat rabbit's eyes are blinking, already completely filled with red. If someone were to look at its eyes right now, they would find that the pair of mung bean eyes has grown a bit bigger. They have turned into two blood-red round eyes. However, this pair of round eyes doesn't have the slightest bit of human nature, only endless cruelty and indifference. That is indiscriminate cruelty, indifference towards all living things in this world. Only that little figure wrapped in black gas is reflected in its eyes, hanging on to its little conscience. As long as this thread is broken, then it will become that evil demon that everyone in this world fears, and all living things hate. The air is filled with the stench of decay and blood, like a purgatory that can consign people to eternal damnation. But even more than that, there is sorrow, pain, and regret. Sorrow for the little person's life fading away, pain for its own helplessness, regret for not being strong enough. However, at this time, a sudden change. Two strong lights come crashing down from above the Fuxi secret realm. Then, the entire secret realm starts to shake violently. Bai Xia, who was originally disheartened, suddenly jumps up from the ground, his voice changed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Fuck, wait a minute, this is godly power. What's the other power? Why have I never seen it before? Bai Xia stares blankly at Xiaobao, who is wrapped in the two lights, his sword body trembles uncontrollably. Fuck. This can't be real, right? How can this be? Am I dreaming? Little master, who the hell are you? And the fat rabbit's completely bloodshot eyes regain a trace of clarity. Its nose twitches, as if it smells a familiar scent. Then, tears condense in the round mung bean eyes, and drops fall. Woo, female devil, Jun, hurry up and save the little master. Shoshan continent, polar domain. Jun Shang, this is the information we have submitted, may I ask how you would like to reply? Elder Chang waves his hand, the image that originally appeared in the void disappears, he respectfully bows his head towards Di Mingju. The man sitting high above on the throne was handsome and powerful, cold and dignified, making people subconsciously look up to him. Many immortals in the firmament hall looked up at the supreme ruler in awe and reverence. But Di Mingju's expression is very cold and distant. The news of power struggles that could make ordinary immortals' blood boil with excitement didn't even have the qualifications to make his eyebrows twitch. This was their emperor, their master, and the only expert they followed. Defying curled his fingers and knocked on the back of the chair expressionlessly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression abruptly changed, and he frowned slightly. Elder Chang, who was standing closer, noticed something and asked anxiously, "My lord, what's wrong?" With a calm face, Di Mingju waves his hand, everyone withdraw. Everyone in the Lingxiao hall looked at each other. They did not know why the emperor asked them to leave halfway through the discussion. But for a long time, their reverence for Di Mingju still makes them obey without question. After everyone retreats, Di Mingju impressively stands up from his seat, his expression gloomy and frightening. "My lord, what's wrong?" Di Mingju smiles coldly, someone actually has the audacity to touch Ben Jun's son. Then, he came to a sudden realization. Yes, Di Jun had said more than once that the polar domain's future little master was Miss Jun's son. The talented 5-year-old boy with the immortal spirit body. Elder Chang had never seen Miss Jun's son before. In his heart, he felt somewhat uncomfortable that someone who did not have the bloodline of the Mahist clan would inherit the polar domain. However, considering the sovereign monarch's current cultivation, it was nearly impossible for him to leave behind a descendant. As for those Tom, Dick, and Harry from the side branch of the Mo family, what were they? Rather than letting them inherit the polar domain, it would be better to let the son of the emperor's beloved do it. What's more, Elder Chang has been with Ying Mei and Han Yi for many years. How loyal they are. He also knew the pride hidden in their hearts. Since even they were willing to recognize that little boy as the future lord of the polar domain, it proved that Miss June's son was indeed outstanding. Elder Chang was about to ask little Gongzi what was wrong. Deming? His blue eyes flashed slightly, and the divine power in his body suddenly surged. Then, his finger quickly drew a complicated pattern in the air. As every line on the totem lit up, the divine power was compressed and absorbed at a rapid speed. Elder Chang could imagine how terrifying the power would be when this divine power was unleashed from the other end. However, at that moment, Elder Chang had completely forgotten about that. His eyes were filled with shock, and his words were trembling. June Shang, how could you use the blood knot totem? It can only be used between relatives who are related by blood. If two people who were not related by blood were to use the blood knot totem on each other, the success rate was only 1 in 1,000. Furthermore, if there was the slightest bit of carelessness, both parties would suffer a backlash. Deming? He smiled coldly. There was a hint of anxiety in his smile, but there was even more arrogance in it. If I say Xiaobao is my son, then he is my son. From the first time they met, Deming? She felt an indescribable pity and heartache for him. Even though the two of them were often at odds with each other, he did not want to admit how much his heart beat when the little fellow called him daddy. A kind of joy and satisfaction that he had never felt before welled up in his heart. So, Deming? He wanted to protect Xiaobao and make him the future master of the polar domain. It's not just because of Mayan. From the moment the little guy started to call him daddy, Deming's attitude towards Deming had changed. To him, Xiaobao was his son. A huge amount of divine power flowed into the blood knot totem. Elder Chang watched nervously from the side. The spiritual energy in his body was stirring, fearing that an accident would happen and he wouldn't be able to save him in time. Even defeating armies, who had always been cold and indifferent, had a hint of solemnity on his face. He looked at Deming with concern. Every move of yours. The backlash of the blood knot totem was not a joke. Even Jun Shang might be seriously injured. However, time passed slowly. Deming? As more and more divine power entered the blood knot totem, the pattern in the air became brighter and brighter. However, there was no backlash at all when his divine power overflowed. Even Elder Chang was stunned. No backlash. He actually succeeded. Damn, what kind of luck does Jun Shang have? But Jun Shang, he actually succeeded. No, he should ask, what kind of divine being is Miss Jun's child, that he can actually withstand Jun Shang's divine power through the blood knot totem? Elder Chang is amazed. Demingju only frowns, his face is frighteningly gloomy. His divine power belongs to the offensive category. Just now, through the blood knot totem, he really did guide his divine power to Xiaobao. It directly swallowed and destroyed that broken thing that dared to attack Xiaobao. However, Demingju's heart is still unable to calm down. He always feels flustered and fearful, as if something important is leaving him. Xiaobao, Demingju impressively gets up. Elder Chang, you handle the following matters. Jun Shang, Ben Jun wants to return to the Shoshan continent. If something really happened to Xiaobao, how sad and painful would Mayan be? If something really happened to Xiaobao, he really wishes that he could overturn and destroy the entire Shoshan continent. Elder Chang originally wanted to speak again, but he is startled by Demingju's bone-chilling eyes. He can't even say half a word. The current Jun Shang is really frightening. For Jun Shang, that child isn't just love the house and its crow. Is it really that important? At this moment, defeating armies, who has been silent all this time, suddenly opens his mouth. Jun Shang, look at the totem. Elder Chang and Demingju both turn to look. They see that the blood knot totem, which had just dimmed, suddenly emits a faint white light. That white light intertwines and fuses with Demingju's ice blue divine power. It's as if a gorgeous halo has been painted around each rune, magnificent and magnificent. Elder Chang gasps, his eyes almost bulging out of his head in shock. This is the rotation of holy sound, the second form of the Shen musician skill, Saint's benevolence. Heavens, this is something only a 5th level Shen musician can do. Jun Shang, is it Miss June? She has already mastered the 5th level Shen musician skill? Elder Chang is one of the few people in the Shoshan continent who has seen the Shin musicians in their heyday. So he knows what a 5th level Shin musician skill means. The most frightening thing was that Miss June's current cultivation level was only at the Anidia stage. A low-level fasting stage cultivator can actually master the skills of a 5th level Shin musician. Heavens! What kind of monster is this Miss June? This talent is even more frightening than Bailey Luin, the founder of the Shin musicians. Di Mingju looks at the blood knot totem wrapped in a halo of light, and presses a hand on his chest. Feeling his pounding heart, a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Xiaobao was fine, he could sense that little treasure's life force was recovering bit by bit. It was Mu Yan saved Xiaobao. It should be said that the two of them saved Xiaobao together. Soon after, Di Mingju can't help but be as shocked as Elder Chang. He didn't expect that Yin Yan's strength had already grown to such an extent. He still remembers that when he first met Yin Yan, she was just an ordinary mortal without even a trace of spiritual power. But in just a short year or two, Yin Yan's progress is really unbelievably fast. Di Mingju believes that very soon, Yin Yan will be able to stand side by side with him. From then on, their family would never be separated again. However, the next moment, Big Brother, is Big Brother alright? Quick, look. Boss's flesh and blood have all grown back. Monsters, the monsters are gone, they're all dead. The few little fellows surrounded little Bao and chattered incessantly, and they were both nervous and excited. Jian, who can talk, say something, what happened to Big Brother? Bai Xia took a deep breath and finally found his voice. Damn, he really came back to life. This is no longer a miracle, this is a miracle. Is there really such a thing as bringing the dead back to life? Wait a minute, even if there is no doctor here. How on earth was Little Master saved? And, how did the divine power descend just now? Even the red-eye demon crystal was turned into ashes in seconds. Damn, how powerful is the owner of this divine power? I'm really a lucky bastard. I casually recognized a master, and he's actually such a powerful existence. Wahahaha, I am rich now. I will be able to eat and drink, pick up girls, power, and wealth, it will all be mine. Bai Xia, alone, oh, no, a sword, was talking non-stop, he was so excited that he had gone crazy. The little fellows looked at it and shook their heads in unison. Is Jian crazy? But Jian said that Big Brother is fine. Nailin Yan held his face, his eyes were still red and swollen like walnuts, but his face was full of smiles. Bai Xia suddenly came back to his senses, he shouted angrily, you are the lowly ones, your whole family is lowly. My name is Bai Xia from Bai Xia sword. It's an ancient divine sword, understand? The little fellows nodded in unison, still in a daze. Then we will call you Bai Xia who can talk. Hee, it sounds better than Jian. Bang! Bai Xia sword slammed onto a rock. Damn it, I don't want to live anymore. That's why I hate little brats the most. Roar. Suddenly, the fat rabbit let out a loud roar, it was filled with shock and fear. Bai Xia and the little ones came back to their senses, they looked at Xiaobao nervously. They knew, the only thing that could make the fat rabbit so nervous was Xiaobao. With one look, Bai Xia was dumbfounded. The few little fellows blinked their eyes, somewhat unable to react to what had happened. Xiaobao's badly mutilated body had basically healed completely. The scarlet-eyed demonic crystal in his arms was originally surrounded by a thick black aura. At this time, the black gas had almost dissipated. Just as Bai Xia was thinking, he was going to wait for the red-eye demonic crystal to disappear completely. He was going to rush over and take the red-eye demonic crystal from his little master's arms. This way, they would be able to escape. However, at this very moment, at the moment when the baleful chi around the scarlet-eyed demon crystal had almost completely disappeared, a faint blue vortex appeared in Xiaobao's dantian. This vortex had also appeared when Xiaobao was confronting the scarlet-eyed demonic crystal. However, because Xiaobao's aura was too weak at that time, he only appeared for a short while before he was engulfed by the yin energy of the scarlet-eyed demonic crystal. That was why Bai Xia and the others didn't notice it. But now, the blue vortex had become extremely obvious. And it was spinning at a very fast speed. The scarlet-eyed demonic crystal began to tremble violently, as if it was trying to break free from its grip. "What's wrong? What's going on?" Little Rascal asked. The fat rabbit anxiously hugged its front paws together, then separated them again as it dug at the ground with all its might, squeaking nonstop. The Xianxia sword shook. "Little master, what are you doing? Could it be?" Before Xianxia could finish, the ground beneath his feet started to tremble violently. Ka ka ka, ripples started to appear in the void, cracks started to spread across the sky like a spider web, the sound of something shattering could be heard. "Careful." Xianxia waved his sword and was about to rush over to pick up the little guys. "The pit is going to collapse." However, before it finished speaking, a light blue halo enveloped the few little fellows, the Xianxia sword, and the fat rabbit. They slowly rose into the air. Almost at the same time, a rumbling sound came from the sinkhole. The entire altar, the 7 pure springs, and the sinkhole filled with severed limbs were all crushed by the falling boulders. The pit disappeared, the Fushi Grand Array was broken, and the snow-red lotus appeared in front of Xianxia and the others. But the trembling did not stop. The shocking scene caused by Xiaobao did not stop either. The blue whirlpool in Xiaobao's dantian did not disappear, instead, it was spinning faster and faster. Then, Xianxia looked at the snow-red lotus in shock, as if they were all uprooted by a huge force. They turned into red energy spots in the void and flew towards Xiaobao's dantian. Xianxia cursed, his voice was shaking. He is devouring the Fushi Grand Array. No, not the Fushi Grand Array, damn it, he is trying to devour the entire Fushi secret realm? What happened next was to prove Xiaobao's conjecture. All the living beings in the Fushi secret realm, be it the demonic plants or the ferocious beasts. They were all coiled up by a blue thread, curling up and hanging in the air. Before they could even struggle, the demonic plants and ferocious beasts all turned into colorful energy spots and surged towards Xiaobao. All the living beings in the Fushi secret realm were disappearing bit by bit. They turned into pure energy and were absorbed into Xiaobao's dantian. The Fushi secret realm was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only ones that were unharmed were Xianxia, the fat rabbit, and the little guy. Aoo, the fat rabbit was both excited and worried. Its claws kept scratching around the blue circle of light. At first, the little fellows were shocked and uneasy. When they saw this scene, they could only exclaim in surprise. "Boss is so amazing. He actually ate so many monsters. Can a black, smelly monster be eaten? Little big brother eats too much, won't he be bloated? Of course, ordinary people can't eat it, but who is our boss? These monsters are just enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Xianxia turned his sword around and laughed. Did this group of foolish humans understand what this scene before them signified? An ordinary human. Humans. It actually devoured a Fushi secret realm that could trap the Xianxia sword. Was this something a human could do? Also, did Little Master eat too much? Would his ordinary human body be able to withstand it? Finally, the entire Fushi secret realm's heaven and earth essence was completely absorbed by Xiaobao. The entire secret realm turned into powder and completely collapsed. In the northernmost region of Danyang mountain range, a huge crater appeared. Half of Danyang mountain range shook violently, birds, beasts and insects fled in all directions, as if in fear, but also as if extremely excited. Large pieces of rubble were about to drown Xiaobao. The evil warding sword hurriedly rushed out of the circle of light to save its little master. But the fat rabbit's movements were faster than it. In almost a blink of an eye, it rushed out of the blue circle of light and pounced onto Xiaobao. Using its mouth to hold him in its mouth, it directly jumped out of the pile of rubble. The blue circle of light slowly disappeared. The few little fellows ran to Xiaobao's side, looked at the unharmed exquisite and beautiful little boy, then looked at the huge bottomless crater in front of them, and simultaneously shuddered. Those monsters, those terrifying black chi, and the little boy on the verge of death. They thought they were dead for sure, never did they expect that in the end, they all survived. The one who saved them was this immature child in front of them, a child younger than them. No. No matter who this little boy was, or where he came from. From now on, this little boy was their boss. I wonder what boss's name is. We want to follow boss. Will boss despise us for being too useless? Why hasn't Big Brother woken up yet? Yen, don't be rude, call him boss. If not for boss saving us, we would never be able to see father and mother again. Nailin Yen nodded innocently. Why hasn't boss woken up yet? Lu Hongyuan frowned. Don't you guys feel that something is wrong? What's wrong? Lu Hongyuan raised his head. The sky turned dark, it darkened so quickly. The few little fellows immediately raised their heads, only to discover to their surprise. When they flew out of Fushi's secret realm, it was still daytime, the sun hung high in the blue sky. But at this moment, the sun was long gone. Replacing it was a dense layer of clouds. These clouds, some were pitch black, some were rainbow-colored, and there were also those ice-blue clouds like the sea. Without them noticing, these clouds gathered more and more, finally enveloping more than half of Danyang mountain range. Brother Jianjian, Grandpa's son has disappeared. So many clouds, it's pitch black. Yen is scared. Brother Jianjian, what's going on? Bai Xia swung its sword and did not answer them. Instead, it made a gulping sound. So, he devoured the entire Fushi secret realm just to advance? But F*CK, what kind of advancement would require so much energy? Even if you want to advance to the nascent soul stage, you don't need the energy of a secret realm. The little fellows looked at each other. Boss wants to advance? What does that mean? It means to become stronger. Boss is already so powerful, you have to become even more powerful. The little fellows were all talking at once, and some of them even wanted to run over to take a look at Xiaobao. However, the fat rabbit grinned, revealed its sharp fangs, and roared fiercely, scaring them all away. Little Master was about to advance. This was the most crucial moment for Little Master. He had to guard it well. The little fellows were not angered by the roar of the fat rabbit. They sat in a row, cupping their faces and holding their chins, watching the sleeping boy patiently and nervously. The clouds in the sky grew thicker. This time, the entire Danyang mountain range, the Woodfern Sea, and even the entire azure blue world were shrouded by the clouds. The day turned into night. In the sky above Danyang mountain range, thunder rumbled faintly. Faintly, 7 colored rays of light flickered from time to time. The cultivators of the azure blue world were alarmed. They all rushed outside, looking in the direction of the Danyang mountain range. Some even rushed to the vicinity of the Danyang mountain range, trying to find the source of the phenomenon and see if they could find any treasures. However, they found that the Danyang mountain range was too big. It stretched for thousands of miles. Even the best flying boat could not find it. At this moment, the phenomenon was still going on. Thunderbolts began to descend from the clouds one after another. Every single one of them brought with it an earth-shattering might. But when they hit the ground, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not even a small pit was left. It was as if they had been swallowed by something. However, the falling bolts of lightning seemed to have formed a barrier. If anyone tried to enter the Danyang mountain range, they would be struck by the lightning and instantly turned into charcoal. The cultivators could not resist the temptation, but they could only suppress their curiosity and wait outside the Danyang mountain range. What's going on? Is it the birth of a treasure? No, I think it's more like someone has broken through. Are you kidding me? Even if someone has broken through to the tribulation stage, something like this shouldn't happen. The thunderbolts lasted for 6 whole hours. The entire azure blue world was pitch black, to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot into the sky from the Danyang mountain range. The white light pierced a hole in the thick clouds. Then, like fireworks exploding, colorful rays of light shot out in all directions in the sky. It was as if a knife had cut through the clouds, revealing the blue sky and the blazing sun. Light had descended upon the land again. One could vaguely hear the melodious sound of a zither and the roar from the depths of one's soul. Subsequently, thousands of blue rays of light descended from the sky and landed in every corner of the Danyang mountain range. The light in the sky flourished, vast and majestic, like raging waves. On the ground, many people from the azure blue realm couldn't help but cover their eyes, but they also couldn't help but raise their heads to look. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I think I saw 2 suns. Yes, I saw it too. One big and one small. Are you kidding me? How can there be 2 suns? You must have been dazzled by the light and seen wrongly. That's right. Look up now. There's only one sun. In the courtyard of the Inu Palace. Star Wolf, Ing Mei, and Han Yi hurriedly rush out of the house. They look at the two scorching suns in the sky, one big and one small. Astonishment almost bursts from their faces. Yang spirit root. In this world, there's actually a second person with the same Yang spiritual root as Jun Shang. No, that's impossible. There must be a mistake. Moreover, there was no real, heaven-swallowing glorious sun. Maybe it was just an accident? Just like the moon reflected in the water, blown away by the wind. Han Yi lets out a breath. That's what I said. How could there be a second Yang spirit root in this world? That's a Yang spirit root. Ah. Ing Mei also nods in silence. That's right, if there's a second Yang spirit root. Wouldn't that mean that there's a second person that's compatible with Miss Jun's moon spirit root? This is obviously impossible. Only Star Wolf frowned slightly, looking at the place where the little sun disappeared in the sky, not saying a word for a long time. Was that really not the vision caused by the Yang spirit root just now, although the heaven-swallowing glorious sun didn't really appear, and the movement it caused is far less than the vision when the Yang spirit root's bloodline is activated. But when Jun Shang triggered the heaven-swallowing glorious sun, for the third time, Star Wolf was by his side. He feels that the energy contained in today's vision is somewhat similar to the divine power that surrounded Jun Shang that day. North of Danyang mountain range. In the beginning, when the 10,000 lightning bolts fall, the little guys are scared to death. But soon, they find that none of those lightning bolts fall on them, but are all swallowed up by the vortex on Xiaobao's belly. As more and more lightning bolts fall, beads of sweat start to appear on Xiaobao's forehead, and his little body keeps spasming. This time, the little guys are worried again. Boss seems to be in pain? Did he eat too much? One time, Susu secretly ate too much, and then his belly hurt. You think boss is you? Gluttonous ghost. The little guys want to approach, but they're all scared away by the fat rabbit baring its teeth. The fat rabbit's figure grows, and just like that, it firmly protects Xiaobao in its arms. Like guarding its most precious treasure, not letting anyone approach. As time goes by, the vortex in Xiaobao's dantian spins faster and faster, and the sweat on his body increases. His little body curls up in the fat rabbit's hairy arms. A crystal teardrop falls from the corner of his eye. The young and thin little body gently trembles, and a weak but expectant voice spits out from between his lips and teeth, Nyangqin. Xiaobao. Xiaobao misses you so much. Daddy. Xiaobao, hurts. The fat rabbit whimpered and kept scratching the ground with its claws. It didn't even notice that it was bleeding profusely. He's too weak. Too weak. That's why I can't help the little master at all. She could not help him escape from danger, nor could she help him find the she-devil. Suddenly, the Bixia sword swayed, and the blade flew up. Listen, is that the sound of a zither? The little fellows all tilted their heads. Even the fat rabbit couldn't help but raise its head. Then, its dim mung bean eyes suddenly lit up. High mountains and flowing rivers, gentle and continuous. It was like the sound of a pendant ring, rising in spirals and melodious. It was as if a hand was gently caressing Xiaobao's frail body. A familiar figure whispered in Xiaobao's ear over and over again. Xiaobao, mother misses you very much. Xiaobao, you must hold on and return to mother's side. Xiaobao, in the whole world, you are the one mother loves the most. You must not leave mother. Boom. A dark blue light radiated from Xiaobao's body and instantly enveloped him. The trembling stopped, and so did the sweating and pain. The light continued to wash over little Bao's body. Every inch of his meridians, dantian, even his flesh and bones, and even his soul were being reconstructed bit by bit. Roar the fat rabbit roars and instantly becomes small, pouncing into Xiaobao's arms. It vigorously arches in his arms, making whimpering sounds. Xiaobao holds the fat rabbit in his arms, his voice emotional. Rabbit, I'm sorry, I made you worry. As he speaks, he takes out the medicine that Mayan refined from the storage ring and applies it on the rabbit's scarred body and paws. The fat rabbit that was cold and surging with murderous intent towards the little guy and Bixia. But in Xiaobao's arms, it's unreasonably well behaved. It obediently extends its paws to let him apply the medicine. From time to time, it makes whimpering sounds that seem like a spoiled child, but also like a complaint. Xiaobao's cold and delicate little face also shows a trace of gentleness. His movements as he applies the medicine to the rabbit are especially gentle. After applying the medicine, Xiaobao looks up at the little guy and Baixia. Without waiting for Xiaobao to speak, the 5 little guys kneel down one by one. "Greetings, boss." "Thank you, boss, for saving our lives." Xiaobao frowns. "Who are you calling boss?" Moronghao looks up. "You risked your life to save us, so you are our boss." "Yes, we will follow you from now on." "Boss, please let us work like cattle and horses, to repay you for saving our lives." Xiaobao turns his head. "No." "Why?" Xiaobao looks at them expressionlessly. "You guys are too noisy." There's already a very noisy Baixia. If he brings 5 more, what if they disturb Yanqin? With that, he directly grabs the Baixia sword and leaves. "Woo-woo, boss doesn't want us anymore." "Woo-woo, little brother, Yan won't be noisy, please don't abandon us, okay?" "Boss, I'll swear, I'll be good, I won't be noisy." "Once you're the boss, you'll always be the boss." "Boss, if you really don't want us, we'll jump into this pit, we don't want to live anymore." The little guys are used to being willful and mischievous. Seeing that the only boss they acknowledge actually doesn't want them, each and every one of them feels like the sky is going to collapse. He actually dared to rush to the collapsed Fuxi secret realm and tried to jump into it. Little Bao and Baixia were startled. Baixia quickly said, "Little master, they were captured by someone else. This Danyang mountain range is huge, and there are many ferocious beasts in here. A few kids can never get out. Why don't you do a good deed and bring them out of the Danyang mountain range?" The blade of the sword swayed. Just by looking at their clothes, you can tell that they have an extraordinary background. Think about it, if you send them back, their parents, oh, no, their parents will definitely give you a lot of crystals as a reward. This way, your conscience will be at ease, and you'll receive the benefits. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't that great? Xiaobao thought about it and nodded seriously. "Yes, I want something that Yanqin likes as a reward." "Good. Good. I know that you love your mother the most, and everything is based on your mother's preferences. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder what kind of obeson could give birth to such a monstrous son." Xiaobao turned around and looked at the little ones. "Come back." When the little fellows heard this, they didn't hesitate at all and swiftly scurried over to Xiaobao. All of them looked at him in surprise. "Boss, are you willing to acknowledge us as your underlings? Yan is my little sister. I can bring you out of Danyang mountain range, but I have a condition. In Danyang mountain range, you have to listen to me. You are our boss, of course we will listen to you." "Boss, do you admit that we're your underlings now?" "Boss, what's your name?" "Yeah boss, we are your underlings, we can't not know your name." Yan also wants to know little brother's name. Xiaobao's face tightened. "I am Junmachin." "How nice. Boss's name is so nice." "Boss, I am Moronghao, you can call me Hao. "I am Yan. "Little brother, your name is too nice." Xiaobao proudly raised his chin. "Mother gave it to me." Nailin Yan held his face. Little brother's mother must be the best person in the world. Xiaobao's brows curved into a smile, looking at the little radishes with a better expression. Of course his mother was the best person in the world. Baixia looked at the little brats flattering him and couldn't help but turn his sword around. These little brats from the other world are really something. How old are they? But they are already almost immortal, but the most monstrous of them all is definitely his little master. Baixia couldn't help but shake his sword. He was now the weapon spirit of the Baixia sword, a weapon spirit that had half of his soul corroded. Thus, he could only vaguely feel a person's aura and hear their voice. But he couldn't see their true appearance. But from their interactions and conversations, he could tell that his little master was very young. Definitely not more than 10 years old. A monster that successfully forged an immortal body at less than 10 years old. Yes, just now, the Fuxi secret realm was devoured, the heaven and earth phenomenon, the tens of thousands of lightning strikes, all of this terrifying energy was finally absorbed by his little master Junmachin. Finally, he forged an immortal body. Do you know what this means? From then on, Xiaobao left the cultivation system of the cultivation continent. He no longer had to go through body forging, fasting, golden core, nascent soul, leaving body and tribulation. From the start, he was like a person born in the cultivation continent, possessing the rank of pseudo-immortal. However, the gap between the first stage and the ninth stage of a false immortal was huge. First and second stage false immortals were at most equivalent to the cultivation level between Anidia and golden core. The third and fourth stage false immortals were between golden core and nascent soul. Fifth and sixth rank false immortals were equivalent to leading body stage cultivators. The strength of a rank 7 and rank 8 hollow immortal was equivalent to a tribulation passing cultivator. Level 9 false immortal was a heavenly tribulation for the people of the cultivation continent. Throughout history, there have been countless experts who have reached the tribulation stage. However, there were very few who could break through the tribulation stage and forge their immortal bodies to reach the ninth stage false immortal stage. However, his little master was different. Even though the little master was only a third stage false immortal, his strength was only equivalent to an early stage golden core. But that was a world of difference from an ordinary golden core. Because from now onward, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks before attaining the ninth level of the void immortal realm. There was no need for him to undergo any tribulation. This also meant that the little master's cultivation speed would be far faster than ordinary people. The height that ordinary Xianxia needed decades to reach, he might be able to reach in a few years, or even a dozen months. How could there be such a monstrous and heaven-defying existence like the little master in this world? Sob sob sob, he was so envious, jealous, and hateful. Xiaoxian continent, polar domain. Deming? With a wave of his hand, the blood knot totem dissipated in the air. A faint smile appeared on his grave and stern face. This smile was very complicated, as if it contained a bit of pride, a bit of disdain, and also a bit of tenderness that belonged to that child. Junshang, little, how is the young master? Deming? He said calmly, I have successfully forged my celestial body and am now a stage 3 hollow immortal. This was the feedback from the blood knot totem. Huh. Elder Chang sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Did he hear wrongly? Successfully forged the immortal body? He succeeded in forging an immortal body on the cultivation continent. How was this possible? Humph, this lord's son, what's impossible? Deming? He glanced coldly at Elder Chang, his face filled with displeasure at being looked down upon. Elder Chang shook his head repeatedly. No, this old man is just too shocked. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. If I didn't know that you haven't been close to a woman for the past 1,000 years, this old man would have thought that the young master is your biological son. To be able to form a blood knot totem with Junshang without any backlash. After receiving Junshang's divine power, not only did she not fail to withstand it, she even used it to refine her body. Similarly, he has such an astonishing talent that he can easily gain the approval of Ying Mei and Hanyi. I heard that he has a pair of blue eyes, just like Junshang. All of this was too much of a coincidence. Unfortunately, this was only his wishful thinking. He has been by Junshang's side for so many years. If Junshang had a woman, and it was even a woman in the Yanwu continent, how could he not know? Elder Chang sighed. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying existence young master's biological father is. Deming? Hearing these words, he couldn't help but recall Mu Yan's words, I only love Xiaobao's biological father. His face immediately darkened. With a flick of his sleeve, he coldly said, Ben Jun will return to the cultivation continent in 7 days. You can deal with the rest yourself. No. Junshang, this old man was wrong. No matter how heaven-defying that person is, he definitely can't compare to Junshang. Miss Jun definitely loves you, Junshang. Junshang. The two people who left in a hurry did not notice. As long as he was in the Xiaoxian continent, he would blindly follow Deming. Defeating armies, who was behind him, did not follow this time. Elder Chang's words kept echoing in his mind, if I didn't know that Junshang had never gotten close to a woman for the past 1,000 years, this old man would have thought that the little Gongzi was your biological son. His expression kept changing. After a long time, He lowered his head and whispered in a voice that no one could hear, 5 years ago? No, it can't be that coincidental, it can't be, Danyang Mountain Range, East. Beautiful sister, little brother is fine now. Stop playing. Stop playing. Woo woo woo. Jun Mayan, don't use the Shen musician skills anymore, or you'll die. Qiuqiu and Qi Huang's anxious voices rang in his ears. However, Mu Yan couldn't hear anything. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and her hands were dripping with blood. The wounds caused by the zither strings were so deep that bones could be seen, but she refused to stop for even a moment. His peach blossom eyes were bottomless, reflecting the world, mountains, and rivers, but also as if there was nothing there. Xiaobao, I'm sorry, it's Niangqin's fault that I can't stay by your side. Niangqin is too self-righteous, thinking that you'll be fine. Even if you're alone, you won't get hurt, won't feel pain. Niangqin is wrong, how can Niangqin leave you alone? I'm sorry, please come back to Niangqin, okay, as long as you can come back, Niangqin is willing to pay any price. Qiuqiu keeps flapping its wings and circling around Mayan, trying to call back her reason. However, Mayan has built a barrier around her, making it impossible to break through. That kind of barrier is useless against Qi Huang, but he's the tool spirit of the Tianmo Qin. Mayan is the master of the Tianmo Qin. When Mayan really refuses to get close to him, he doesn't have any way. Qi Huang's eyes are red, and his hands that hang by his side are trembling slightly. His voice becomes more and more hoarse. Jun Mayan, wake up, your son is fine. Did you hear me? Xiaobao is fine. Jun Mayan, how can you be like this? Didn't you say that you would return my freedom? Didn't you say that you want to stand at the top of the world? Just like this, how can you be the master of the Tianmo Qin? How can Ben Zun approve of you? Just then, several figures on a flying boat hurriedly land. Little junior sister, it's little junior sister, we finally found her. Sixth sister. Seeing Jun Mayan's appearance, the 6 people's faces change in fright. As soon as Qiuqiu sees them, it immediately cries and rushes over. Boo hoo hoo, wake up pretty sister, little brother is fine. Pretty sister, don't play the zither anymore, there's so much blood, boo hoo hoo. Qiuqiu is scared. The people of the Xiaoyao sect have seen Qiuqiu, and they know its special identity. At this time, Qiuqiu's words are disorderly, and they don't quite understand it. But soon, they know that Mayan is like this because she wants to save someone. However, she wants to save someone to the point that she's almost possessed. So now, even if that person is out of danger, she still plays the zither regardless of her own safety. Yun Ruhan quickly rushes over, wanting to press the strings of the Tianmo Qin. However, before she can get close, she is bounced away by a strong force. No, little junior sister has released her domain. She's too strong, we can't break through it. Next, Ling Yuma and the other 4 also tried to break through Mayan's domain, but they can't. What should we do? If this goes on, junior sister will die of exhaustion. Right now, her life is not in danger. I feel that little junior sister's domain is still very strong, but at most in half a day, if little junior sister continues to consume her domain and spiritual power like this, her soul will really be damaged. I'll go to the academy to look for a teacher. No matter what, I can't let anything happen to junior sister. No. No way. Chumoli said coldly, the way little junior sister is playing the zither now, you absolutely cannot let anyone see it. Having truly experienced the power of a Shen musician's skills. Chumoli, who receives the Tianmo Qin's treatment every month, knows better than anyone else how frightening the power of his junior sister's zither music is. That was not an ordinary musician, nor was it an ordinary zither player. If others were to find out about this, it would probably bring about a fatal disaster for junior sister. This won't do, that won't do. Don't tell me you want us to watch junior sister die? If junior master and teacher Imo were here. An incomparably handsome man, as elegant as jade, appears in front of them. Young martial uncle. They all cry out in alarm, pleasantly surprised. Young martial uncle, why are you here? Young martial uncle, quickly save little junior sister. Luo Yunxiao doesn't hesitate and quickly walks towards Mayan. The domain barrier blocks him, but Luo Yunxiao just gently waves his hand, and the star domain drifts away like smoke. A pair of slender, jade-like hands with distinct joints gently presses on the Tian Mo Chin. The sound of the zither stops, and the surrounding voices finally enter Mayan's ears. Jun Mayan, you idiot. Beautiful sister, don't talk anymore, little brother is fine, boo-hoo, little brother is fine now. Little junior sister, how are you? Can you hear us? Mayan slowly raises her head and meets a pair of eyes that are as light as water. Then, a low and indifferent voice with a hint of gentleness reaches her ears. Mayan, you've done very well, there's no need to continue. Mayan opens her cracked lips and hoarsely says, young martial uncle? Luo Yunxiao gently nods. Xiaobao, is it all right? Luo Yunxiao doesn't know who Xiaobao is, but he answers without hesitation, yes, Xiaobao is fine. Mayan's line of sight turns slightly to look at the little phoenix. Qiuqiu bursts into tears and pounces into Mayan's arms. Feeling the little phoenix's feather that is so real that people can't tell that it's a soul, Mayan's thoughts slowly condense into a fact. Xiaobao is fine, Xiaobao is really out of danger. He's intact, and even stronger than before. Mayan hoarsely says, Qiuqiu, is Xiaobao alright? Qiuqiu frantically nods, beautiful sister, Qiuqiu dares to swear that little brother is fine now. You see, Qiuqiu's feathers are so beautiful, and the fireball he spits out is also more powerful than before. It's just that Qiuqiu is so worried about beautiful sister, so much blood, boo-hoo. Mayan slowly exhales, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a smile, but she can't help but shed tears. She whispers, Qiuqiu, don't cry, I'm fine. Saying that, she takes out an elixir and sprinkles it on her wound. Look, the bleeding has stopped, it will be fine tomorrow. Xiaobao, are you really alright? Qiuqiu nodded again. Little big brother came out of that hole and is now walking in the forest. However, it's still too far, so Qiuqiu can't sense where he is. But I can feel that little big brother is approaching us. Mu Yan suddenly gets up, I'll go. Find him now and meet up with him. What are you looking for? Ling Yuma said angrily, look at how weak you are now. You still want to enter the depths of the Pilyang mountain range? Hurry up and go back to rest. Mayan anxiously says, fourth sister, Luo Yunxiao suddenly interrupted her. You ascended the ascension rankings and participated in flourishing heavenly light for the sake of little Bao? Mayan nods. Then you can't leave. Yi Liangchen's name has already spread across the entire cultivation continent. Everyone knows that Yi Liangchen has only appeared in the Starry Land. If he wants to find you, he will definitely come to the Starry School. Luo Yunxiao rarely spoke so much. But every sentence speaks to the bottom of Mayan's heart. She clenched her fists, Luo Yunxiao's words echoing in her mind. Should she charge into the Danyang mountain range and find her Xiaobao, or wait here? What if she entered the Danyang mountain range and missed Xiaobao? If she did not enter, what if Xiaobao met with danger again? Chumoli suddenly said, Junior, the tri-school tournament will be held at Starry School soon. According to what I know, every year, the Tri-Academy tournament is also a gathering of thousands of students. The School of the Emperor Star will be brightly lit throughout the night. Tai Square will also have fireworks at the beginning of the Jasper Forest gathering. Those fireworks can be seen even from 1,000 miles away. Luo Yu's eyes brightened. Yes, 6th senior, aren't we going to the Jadewood gathering? If that person wants to find you, he will definitely come to Starry School. Even if he does not know where Starry School is, he will know the direction once he sees the lights and fireworks in the School of the Emperor Star. Then, you will definitely see him. Yun Ruhan said worriedly, little junior sister, the most important thing now is for you to take care of your body. Otherwise, if you are eliminated early in the Tri-Academy tournament, wouldn't it be very difficult for the person you want to find you among thousands of people? Also, seeing how weak you are, he will definitely be worried. Mayan closes her eyes, and the churning emotions in her heart slowly calm down. When she opened her eyes again, she was the usual calm and rational Mayan again. But looking at the people surrounding her and looking at her with concern, Mayan could not help but feel a lump in her throat. Sorry, I was too willful today. Ling Yuma laughed. Willful is good. Being willful is good. Junior, how old are you? If you are not willful occasionally, I will think that you are of the same seniority as junior uncle. Luo Yunxiao glanced over calmly. Ling Yuma shivered and did not dare to say another word. Yunruhan touched Mayan's head and said gently, Junior, don't worry. No matter what you want to do, we will be by your side. Don't always fight alone. You always help us. Don't you want us to help you occasionally? Yes, sixth senior sister, we are from the same sect, aren't we family? But junior sister, you're really too strong. We can't help you even if we wanted to. If it wasn't for junior martial uncle suddenly rushing over today, we would really be helpless. Seeing Mu Yan look over, Luo Yunxiao said indifferently, from tomorrow onwards, stay in the sword formation for 8 hours every day. Think clearly about what you did wrong today. Mu Yan gently smiled and nodded, but she could not help but shed tears. That was great. At a time like this, she still had a group of family members who would accompany her, protect her, and accept her unconditionally. She opened her mouth to speak, but her vision suddenly blurred, and her body softly fell to the ground. Junior sister. Sixth senior sister. Everyone was about to reach out to help her up, but Luo Yunxiao was faster than them. Little martial uncle, is sixth senior sister all right? Luo Yunxiao loosens the fingers on Mu Yan's wrist and shakes her head. It's just that my mind has been consumed too much and I've been using the domain for too long. I only need to rest for 2 days. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yunxiao's hand that was holding Mu Yan's body clenched into a fist, then slowly loosened it. In her dark eyes, there was infinite light that flickered, settled, released, and endured. Bring Mu Yan back, I have something to do. After that, Luo Yunxiao handed Mu Yan to Ling Yuma and disappeared without waiting for anyone to ask. Junior Master. That's strange, how did Junior Master find this place? Did he have a premonition that something happened to Junior Sister? That's impossible. Junior Sister's life was not in danger just now, even if he had a premonition, he couldn't have come here so quickly, right? What's more, this is Danyang Mountain Range, it's not easy to find someone here. We chased Junior Sister here, and only found her after such a long time. How did Junior Master find this place so accurately? The few of them discussed for a while, but to no avail, they could only carry Mu Yan on their back and sit on the flying boat. In the space, Qi Huang stood in front of the tower, looking up, his mouth slowly curved into a sly smile. How did he find her? Of course. I let him find her. But it was only for a moment, the smile immediately disappeared. Qi Huang suddenly pressed his chest, his face revealing a look of horror. Danyang Mountain Range North. Boss, where are we going? The few little guys wiped their noses, nibbled on fruits, and looked at Xiaobao with their big watery eyes. Xiaobao touched the fat rabbit that was already asleep in his arms, and said with a trace of hope and longing, I want to find Mother. Boss, where's your mother? We'll help you find her. Yes, we're very familiar with Azure Blue World, if we can't find her, we'll ask our parents to help us. But, Xiaobao lowered his long eyelashes, his delicate and beautiful face was full of sadness, I don't know where Mother is. The sad look on the little angel's face was enough to melt even a stone-hearted man's heart. Not to mention that the little guys could not bear to see their boss like this. Even Bai Xia could not help but say, Little Master, what's your mother's name? Let's ask them one by one once we get out of Danyang Mountain Range, we'll definitely find her. That's right, boss. We'll get the family servants to help us search. With so many people searching together, we'll definitely be able to find it. Xiaobao's long eyelashes fluttered. He raised his head to look at them and said, My mother's name is Yi Liangchen. He originally wanted to say Mu Yan's real name. However, he recalled the name of Yap Liangchen that he heard in the secret realm. Although Xiaobao wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not, he still blurted out the name. However, he did not expect that as soon as he said this name, the 5 little fellas opposite him opened their eyes wide. The sound of chattering disappeared. The 5 little radishes looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Liangchen? Boss, are you talking about the Lord of Azure Sky, Yi Liangchen? Fengsu raised both of his hands and jumped, I know. I heard my sister talking about God Yi every day at home. He is Yi Liangchen. She even said that she wants to marry God Yi. Eh? Isn't God Yi a man? How could he be boss's mother? Duanzi added excitedly, and the champion of the Golden Heavenly Light Finals, my uncle loves to buy God Ye's talismans. He goes to Tianguang ruins to queue up every day. The few little fellows start to laugh at Duanzi. After laughing at him, they start to cry out in excitement. So Great God Yi is Big Brother's mother, wahahaha, I knew Big Brother's mother is the most powerful in the world. Great God Yi, if you find your mother, can you ask her to give me a few talismans? I want to bring it to uncle and make him jealous. Lu Hongyuan finally finds his voice. Big Brother, are you sure your mother is called Yi Liangchen? Is it that Lord of Clear Sky, Yi Liangchen? There are definitely people with the same name in the world. But Xiaobao can be sure that his mother is definitely the Yi Liangchen that these little fellows are talking about. Because that day in the Fuxi secret realm, he heard with his own ears the phrase, 3 rankings unite, Lord of Clear Sky is born. That is definitely his mother. It is because of him that his mother let the name Yi Liangchen resound throughout the world. His mother is telling him, mother still can't find him, so she is standing in the most conspicuous position, waiting for Xiaobao to find her. Xiaobao presses his hand on his heart. When he was struggling with the Scarlet Eye Devil Crystal, he felt that he was really going to die. At that time, his whole body was in pain, and he was also very lonely and sad. But suddenly, 2 forces rushed in and brought him out of the hopeless situation. That is his mother's Shin musician power. And his father, Xiaobao's cold little face shows a happy smile. So, not only is his mother looking for him, even his father didn't forget him, didn't give up on him, he wants so much, wants to quickly return to his father and mother's side. Meeting Lu Hongyuan's questioning gaze, Xiaobao nods without hesitation. Where is mother? Or rather, where can they find Yi Liangchen? This question makes the few little fellows stumble. Because in the world, only a few people know the true identity of Great God Yi. Going to Tianguang ruins is the easiest way to find Great God Yi. But they don't have the jade key in their hands, their belongings have all been taken away by those bad guys. The few little fellows scratch their ears and cheeks, thinking so hard that their brains are about to break. This was the first mission boss had given them. If they couldn't complete it, what qualifications did they have to be loyal subordinates? Suddenly, Duanzi's eyes lit up and he jumped up in excitement. I remember now, the Tri-Academy tournament. I heard from my cousin that it's going to be held in the Starry School soon. As soon as he said that, the others immediately became excited. They chattered non-stop. Yes, God Yi must be a student of the Tri-Academy. He'll definitely participate in the Tri-Academy tournament. Maybe he'll even kill everyone. As long as we go watch the Tri-Academy tournament, we'll definitely be able to find your mother. Where will the Tri-Academy tournament be held this year? Yan Yan knows, it's the Starry School. Yan Yan's brother was also in Starry School. Brother, let's go to the Starry School. Xiaobao's heart thumped wildly as he listened to the little fellow's chatter. It's as if he can already see the scene of him reuniting with his mother. After so long, he finally received accurate news about his mother and knew where to find her. That was great, he could finally return to his mother's side. So, you guys really didn't die? Suddenly, a rough voice came from behind them. The little ones were shocked when they heard the voice. They turned around and saw a muscular man, their faces changed. Ah, it's the big bad guy that caught us. Wah wah wah. Boss, save us. The little fellows immediately hid behind Xiaobao. Pairs of eyes stared anxiously at the muscular man and his underlings. Xiaobao looked at the group of people in front of him, he squinted his eyes but his expression didn't change at all. These people's cultivation level was not low, each of them was at least at the peak level of abstinence. The leader of the group was a muscular man, and the 2 men in black robes beside him were all golden core level. The sturdy man was at the middle stage of the gold core realm. Little brother, I'm telling you, these are all bad guys. Nailin Yan clenched her fists and said angrily, Yan Yan saw them kill people with my own eyes, they even threw them into the cave to feed the monsters. Bai Xia said solemnly, these must be the guards of the Fuxi secret realm. In order to feed the blood abyss vines and the Scarlet Eye demonic crystal, they have no choice but to kill humans, using the hatred, resentment and blood of humans to feed the blood abyss vines. This allowed the demonic qi in the Fuxi Grand Array to grow stronger, trying to corrode the evil warding sword's barrier and erase my consciousness. Xiaobao nodded, he held the evil warding sword tightly. Mother once said that those who kill the innocent are not human, they are scum that are worse than animals, they should all be killed. The muscular man's eyes turned and landed on the evil warding sword in Xiaobao's hand, his pupils shrunk. You took out the evil warding sword, little one, who are you? Before Xiaobao could answer, the muscular man's eyes shone with greed. The Fuxi Grand Array was destroyed, I was worried that I would be punished when I returned. But now, with you and the evil warding sword, not only will I not be punished, I will also be rewarded handsomely. Ha ha ha. The muscular man waved his hand and shouted, kill these little ones, leave this kid with the sword alive. Yes. The little carrots' faces paled, they trembled in fear. Boss, what do we do? What do we do? There are so many of them, and they are all so strong. Boo-hoo, I don't want to die. Xiaobao looked at them coldly and said in a stern voice, none of you are allowed to cry. Whoever cries again is not allowed to call me boss in the future. He didn't want a bunch of noisy crying lackeys. What if Nyangqin dislikes it if I bring it to Nyangqin, and his father would definitely laugh at him. The little fellows immediately covered their mouths and blinked their big watery eyes, not daring to make a single sound. Little Treasure looked at the burly man. The evil warding sword, which was about the same size as the burly man, was easily lifted by him. Xia, do you want revenge? Hee, of course I do. I've been imprisoned for so many years, and there's no answer to my cries. I'm not the Virgin Mary Sue. If the left side of my face is slapped, I'll extend the right side of my face to be slapped. Xia's voice wasn't loud, nor was it noisy, but it was sinister and filled with a bone-piercing killing intent. These sons of cheese. Shameless bastards. Even in my dreams, I wish I could chop them into pieces, tear them into pieces, knead them, and feed them to the dogs. 15 minutes later. His line of sight slowly moved downwards, the ground was littered with corpses, and the huge bloody hole in his chest. Impossible, how is this possible? He was killed by a 5-year-old kid. Who was this little boy? Bang. The huge body of the big man fell heavily, dying with his eyes wide open. Xiaobao jumped down from the treetop, the huge Bixia sword disappeared from his hand. But the Bixia sword was not kept in the storage ring, but in a small space. After awakening, Xiaobao found that there was a small space in his sea of consciousness. In the space, there was a large field of snow-red lotus, and 7 springs of different colors. There was very little spring water, but Xiaobao recognized it at a glance, it was the 7 clear spring. So, after he swallowed the Fuxi secret realm, it did not disappear completely, but turned into a smaller version, hiding in his body. Just like Mother's Tian Emochin space. Xiaobao looked at the field of snow-red lotus and 7 clear spring happily. Bunny likes to eat red flowers, he can eat until he is full every day. This spring water is sweet, if Mother drinks it, I wonder if she will like it. Little master, you are so awesome. You actually turned the Fuxi secret realm into a portable space. The Bixia sword shook its body, unspeakably excited. Snow-red lotus is the best spirit nourishment, I can rest here, I will be able to condense the sword spirit true body soon. Wahahaha, I will finally see the light of day again. Xiaobao heard Bixia sword's happy voice, the smile on his face deepened, and his consciousness left the Fuxi secret realm. The little guys have already stepped on the body of the big man to vent their anger, and then rushed over to surround Xiaobao. Xiaobao stopped them from flattering, and said sternly, you are too weak, from today onwards, all of you will follow me to cultivate. Xiaobao used to be in charge of the ink camp under the Nether Fire Army. They are all men of iron bones. Even the weakest, Liu Beiyu, isn't a cowardly egg who cries and wails endlessly. Plus, Xiaobao was only 5 years old, but he never cowered. So, he naturally felt that if these people wanted to be his little brothers, even if they were young, they must be strong. Otherwise, if word got out that these were his underlings, wouldn't he be laughed at by others? Not only did the little radishes not feel dejected, but their eyes lit up with excitement. Boss, we are willing to train with you. We will never be afraid of hardship or tiredness. Yes, we are not little crybabies. We will not cry in the future. I must follow boss. Yan, don't cry. Yan also needs to cultivate. Xiaobao nodded in satisfaction when he saw how loyal they were. Then, he turned to look at the dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Starry School was in the east of the Danyang mountain range, so as long as he headed east, he would be able to see his mother. He didn't know how long the journey would be, and there would definitely be many powerful beasts in the mountains. However, with the fat rabbit around, Xiaobao wasn't afraid of the fierce beasts at all. But next, it was better not to scare away the beasts. He still needed the beasts to train his little brothers, the little turnips, who were imagining how awe-inspiring they would be under their boss's training and how they would be able to kill their enemies, couldn't help but shudder. This group of spoiled young masters and young ladies had no idea how miserable their fate would be in this Danyang mountain range in the next half a month. Purple cloud boundary, evolution moon sect. In the basement, the bell shook violently, making a hurried sound like a soul being chased. The fierce beasts around the bell fell to the ground in pain, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying. When all the fierce beasts died, the bell stopped ringing completely. However, Ling Dang's body was still emitting a dark red glow. The white-bearded old man pressed his hands on the stone platform excitedly, almost unable to control his emotions. It's the son of heaven's luck, the real son of heaven's luck. How can our luck be so good? We actually found the real son of heaven's luck. Li Zupeng was a little surprised when he heard this. Master, is the son of heaven's luck also the medicinal catalyst of Fenghua quicksand? The white-bearded old man shook his head. No, no, no. The so-called heavenly Tao's favored child is just an ancient god? To put it bluntly, the remaining herbmen were nothing more than luck snatchers. But the son of heaven's luck is different. If we get the son of heaven's luck and make him work for us, what is Tian Men? As for Fenghua quicksand, we only need to cut a piece of flesh from the son of heaven's luck. Ha ha ha. Quick, send out all the people in the inner sect. Be sure to bring back the son of heaven's luck in one piece. Li Zupeng's eyes flashed with greed. Master, why don't disciple bring back the son of heaven's luck? The Jasper Forest meeting of Azure Blue World is in a few days. Master Ho has some plans to implement while His Highness is going to Azure Blue World. I can show my loyalty to Master Ho and also find the son of heaven's luck at the same time. I won't attract the attention of others. The white-bearded old man's expression changed. He was obviously a little moved. But he still said cautiously, you should know how important it is to find the son of heaven's luck and the medicinal catalyst of Fenghua quicksand. Even the people on Master Ho's side must not be leaked. Li Zupeng immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, Master. I still know this. Just wait for the good news. The white-bearded old man was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. All right, go ahead. If we do this well, our evolution moon sect will have a meteoric rise, and it will no longer be a dream for us to ascend to the cultivation continent. Li Zupeng excitedly exchanged a glance with the white-bearded old man before turning around and leaving. Starry School, School of the Emperor Star. Diyu Dao had just come out of seclusion. When he heard the report from his subordinate, he could not believe his ears. What did you say? The Fuxi Grand Array was destroyed? All the people guarding the Bixia sword are dead? The black-robed man knelt on the ground, shivering. The demonic bell that is connected to the core of the Fuxi Grand Array has shattered, and the soul lamps of those guards have also suddenly extinguished. I'm afraid that they're in grave danger. Are you kidding me? That was the Fuxi Grand Array, guarded by so many blood abyss vines, demonic beasts, and demonic plants. How could it be destroyed so easily? What the hell happened? Trembling with fear, the black-clothed man hurriedly reported the abnormality of the Danyang mountain range a day ago. Diyu Dao's face turned pale. He did not understand who destroyed the Fuxi Grand Array, killed the guards of the secret realm, and snatched the Bixia sword. Could it be that a tribulation cultivator had accidentally discovered the Fuxi secret realm, coveted the Bixia sword, and snatched it away? The Fuxi secret realm was an extremely secretive existence. Even a cultivator at the peak of the crossing calamity stage would not be able to detect it. How could it be so easily discovered? Diyu Dao's mind was spinning, but it eventually turned into infinite fear. If his master knew that he had failed to guard the evil warding sword, causing the Fuxi secret realm to be destroyed and the evil warding sword stolen, he would definitely wish he was dead. Have you sent anyone to investigate? The man in black nodded. I have already sent people to investigate the vicinity of the Fuxi secret realm. However, the news that came back said that the place had already become a ruin. There was no trace of the person. I think that person must have already left on the evil warding sword. In the depths of the Danyang mountain range, flying boats were unable to fly because there were countless demonic plants and fierce beasts that could fly. However, for those almighty cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, flying on a sword in the Danyang mountain range was a piece of cake. The man in black's subordinates did not even think that the person who destroyed the Fuxi secret realm and killed 3 golden core cultivators would be a child who could not even fly. Therefore, they did not even investigate the traces left in the forest. They only thought that the person who had stolen the sword had already left. Diyu Dao could not bear it anymore. He stepped forward and kicked the man in black's chest. Trash, all of you are trash. Send out the order to send people to search the vicinity of the Danyang mountain range. Do not let go of any traces. Yes, yes, Dean. The black-clothed man scrambled away. Diyu Dao was still pacing anxiously in the room. He kept muttering, "No, I can't be killed by my master like this. I must redeem myself, that's right, that pill. As long as I successfully refine that pill, maybe my master will let me redeem myself." However, that pill had been secretly refined for so many years. So many lives had been sacrificed, but it had never been successful. It was not something that could be refined just like that. Diyu Dao felt that he was about to go crazy from fear. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. The Tri-Academy tournament. That's right, the Tri-Academy tournament was his turning point. He heard that several clans and sects from the Ziyun realm would come to watch the Tri-Academy tournament. In particular, he even heard that even the imperial family would come. That's right. As long as he could curry favor with the royal family and gain their protection, perhaps even his master would not dare to touch him. Diyu Dao sat down and grabbed the armrests on both sides of the chair tightly, as if he was holding on to his last life-saving straw. When Mu Yan wakes up, it's already the morning of the 3rd day. When she played the zither the day before yesterday, the spiritual power in her body was almost dried up. Her meridians and dantian were empty, and she felt a burning pain. But now that he had woken up, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was incomparably abundant and pure. Even his domain seemed to be much stronger than before. Mayan plucks the Tian Mo Qin, and then delightedly discovers that the body of the Tian Mo Qin seems to be a lot brighter than before. Moreover, the day before yesterday, because she was worried about Xiao Bao, she directly activated her Shin Musician level 5 skill. The 5th level of the Shin Musician skills, in addition to the upgrade of the major skills. He also activated the 2nd form of Holy Sound Rotation, from Holy Benevolence. If one were to say that the benevolence of the saints could only overtransfer the vitality of oneself and all living things in the world to others at close range. After Mu Yan had a premonition that something had happened to Xiao Bao, she immediately rushed into the Danyang mountain range. She was betting that Xiao Bao was in the Pilyang mountain range. Through the rotation of holy sound and the resonance of all plants, he used all the spiritual plants in the Red Yang mountain range as a medium to transfer the vitality in his body to Xiao Bao. Finally, at the critical moment, he pulled Xiao Bao back from the gates of hell. However, rotation of holy sound was the same as saint's benevolence, in that it consumed one's own lifespan and soul to steal someone from the hands of the king of hell. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not use it. As for the holy sound rotation, because of the different mediums, it consumed more lifespan and soul power. Many of these consumptions would even result in irreversible losses. Mayan was able to recover so quickly this time because she was lucky. She was burning with anxiety, and the desire to save Xiao Bao became stronger and stronger in her mind. In the end, she activated the holy sound rotation on her own. However, at that time, she had yet to completely advance to the 5th level of Shin Musician. If he continued to use the sacred sound rotation like this, he would definitely die. It was 7 brilliance. When she was exhausted, he didn't hesitate to consume his own artifact spirit's primordial spirit to help her break through to the 5th rank. After breaking through to the 5th level of Shin Musician, Mu Yan's Shin Musician skill bar has a new, medical, skill, Calm the Soul. calm the soul, medical, skill of the Shin musician. It can only be used on the soul and primordial spirit. It can also be used on the body. It is used to condense the soul and repair the defects of the primordial spirit during cultivation and battle. The skill that had just been activated would release a large amount of energy. Therefore, it made up for her consumption in the rotation of holy sound. On the contrary, it allowed her to rise from the ashes, and her cultivation and strength increased by a lot. It was a blessing in disguise. Most importantly, with the calm soul skill, she was more confident that she could cure Suzi's heart disease. Suzi's half-soul was too unstable, and Mu Yan was afraid that Suzi wouldn't be able to hold on during the treatment process, so she didn't dare to do it. In this way, 7 brilliants might really be able to leave the space and see the sun. Thinking like this, Mayan suddenly realizes that when she woke up today, Qi Huang has been abnormally quiet. The red-cloaked youngster quietly sits next to the Tian Mo Qin, not scolding it fiercely. He didn't play the spirit-peering chess or wander around the Tianguang ruins. Just like that, he looked into the distance silently, his eyes dark and bottomless. His entire body seemed to be engulfed by something. Mu Yan's heart thumps, and she quickly steps forward. Suddenly, he raised his hand and heavily knocked on 7 Brilliance's forehead. Qi Xiaohuang, why are you pretending to be so profound? Do you think you're more handsome than Junior Marshal Uncle just because you show your melancholy? Qi Huang covered his forehead with his hand, still in a daze. By the time he realizes what Mu Yan is saying, the red-cloaked youth immediately explodes. Jun Mayan, what did you just say? I, the Supreme Overlord, am more handsome than that pretty boy. Do you even have eyes? You be **starred, fickle woman, you really have taken a fancy to that gigolo. Mu Yan is all smiles as she watches the youngster stamping his feet in front of her. That's right. This was 7 Brilliance, that deep and gloomy look just now made her feel uncomfortable all over. Alright. Our 7 Brilliance is the most handsome, most beautiful, and most handsome. No one can compare to you. Qi Huang has a look on his face, but he can't help but want Mu Yan to smoothen his hair a few more times. She raises her chin awkwardly for a long time before she gently asks, Jun Mayan, will you always be this good to me? Mu Yan nods without hesitation. No matter what I become, you won't dislike me? Mayan crosses her arms over her chest, slightly narrowing her eyes as she looks at him. Say it, what did you do to let me down again? Did you run outside and squander your crystals, or lose some of my treasures? Or did you cause trouble in the Tianguang ruins? Jun, Mu, Yan. Qi Huang angrily shouts, jumping 3 feet high, wanting to beat Mu Yan up. I am a dignified ancient artifact spirit. No, this Zun is an ancient artifact spirit. You bastard, what do you take this exalted one for? Mu Yan easily dodged the devilish brat and said with a smile, of course you're Qi Xiaohuang. Qi Huang paused and looked at her in a daze. Mayan's smile becomes more and more gentle. In my eyes, no matter when or where, you will always be Qi Xiaohuang. This will never change. Qi Huang stared at him blankly, then a brilliant smile blossomed on his face as he nodded heavily. For the people of the Azure Blue Domain, the Jasper Forest Gathering did not only represent the competition between the Stars Academy, the Phoenix Heaven Academy, and the Spirit Martial Academy, but it also represented the most important gathering of the Azure Blue Domain that occurred once a year. This grand event was held by the 3 academies in rotation every year. The 3 Academy competition was undoubtedly the most important event of the Jasper Forest Gathering, but it was not the only event. After all, those who could participate in the Tri-Academy tournament were the elites among the elites of the academies. But the Jasper Forest Gathering was a grand ceremony that everyone could participate in. It was a place where people toasted each other, a place that was bustling and lively. Every year at the Jasper Forest Festival, all the students except the 3 academies would participate. There would also be various aristocratic families and sects who would come to observe the talents of the young students in the academy and select the talents they wanted. There were also people who came to inspect the advantages and disadvantages of the academy, wondering if they should send their children here. In short, the Jasper Forest Gathering every year was extremely important to every cultivator of Azure Blue Domain. The Tri-Academy tournament was scheduled for April 17th. But as early as April 15, Mu Yan and the other students who had registered for the Tri-Academy tournament were invited to the School of the Emperor Star in advance. Every team participating in the competition had their own courtyard in the School of the Emperor Star. The layout and furnishings of each room in the courtyard were more than 100 times better than when the new students had entered the academy. As for Mu Yan and the rest, they finally witnessed the financial resources of the Starry School. They had come to the School of the Emperor Star many times. However, in just half a month, the entire School of the Emperor Star had changed completely. The palaces that originally looked like they could only accommodate a few thousand people now seemed boundless. Mu Yan and the others watch helplessly as group after group of people come in. All the students of the Spiritual Force Academy and the Feng Tian Academy were stuffed into the School of the Emperor Star. There were at least tens of thousands of people staying there, but the School of the Emperor Star was still empty. No matter where he went, he would never feel crowded. Especially Long Music Palace that provided food, leisure, and communication for all Xianxia. From the outside, it was only a few hundred square meters in size. As for the Tai Yi Square where the Tri-Academy competition was going to be held, it had completely changed. It was unknown when a grandstand had risen from the ground. Sitting in the grandstand, one could clearly see the battle scene in the center of the Greater One Square. Only now did Mu Yan and the others know that Tai Yi Plaza wasn't the only treasure. The entire School of the Emperor Star was built with sumarum mustard seed fragments. Thus, even though the other buildings in the School of the Emperor Star could not be expanded as easily as Tai Yi Square, there were still countless miraculous things about them. After the people from the Alcade School entered the School of the Emperor Star, they were like country bumpkins entering a big town. Everything they saw was extremely rare. Sixth senior sister, come and see, come and see. Luo Yu said excitedly. There's a sieve on this table, it's powered by spiritual power. Ling Yuma also said excitedly, there's even a place to bet here. They're actually betting on the results of this Tri-Academy tournament. Heh, do you think we should also bet a little? Luo Yu and the others' shouts attracted the attention of the other people in Changle Palace. Those who were closer to them curled their lips and said in disdain, I wonder where these country bumpkins came from. Have they never participated in the Jasper Forest gathering before? Why are you making a fuss about everything? The Jasper Forest gathering is really becoming more and more depraved. To think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry would be allowed to spectate. The Jasper Forest gathering that our Phoenix Sky Academy organized last time wasn't so unpresentable. TSK, the Starry School can't do it anymore. What are you talking about? The people at the other table wearing the Starry School uniform immediately slammed the table and stood up. I dare you to say that again. I'll tell you. The student from the Feng Tian Academy who had spoken earlier also stood up and said without backing down, in the Jasper Forest gathering held in the past few years, when did your Starry School not lose to our Feng Tian Academy? I think in another 2 years, you guys won't even be able to beat the Spiritual Martial Arts School, right? That's right. In last year's Tri-Academy tournament, although your Tianshu team won second place, the 4th, 5th and 6th places were all from our Spiritual Martial Arts Academy. TSK, some academies are really miserable. This year, I'm going to lose face in front of my own home. His words immediately angered more than half of the Starry School students in Changle Palace. Bah! Your Phoenix Sky Academy is powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, do you have an Azure Cloud Master? Why don't you crawl back now, raise your dog heads, and see who is ranked first on the Nirvana rankings? Right, the number 1 on your Nirvana rankings is still our great God Yi. You still have the cheek to say that Feng Tian is stronger than our Starry School. How shameless of you. If you have the ability, then ask the members of the Phoenix Sky Academy to seize the first position on the Ascension rankings. The people from the Phoenix Sky Academy were at a loss for words, and their faces turned pale. Yes, for the past few months, Yi Liangchen's name had become the nightmare of both the Phoenix Sky Academy and the Spirit Martial Arts Academy. In just a short month, it wasn't even enough for the 2 Linglong, Nirvana, and Ling Xiao lists. Later on, they even refreshed the announcements in the Tianguang ruins crazily, so that the name Yi Liangchen was deeply imprinted in their minds and could not be removed. Currently, the number of Feng Tian Academy students ascending the Nirvana rankings was decreasing. Seeing the Feng Tian Academy students being humiliated, the Starry School's people felt great. They all became arrogant and almost raised their chins to the sky. But soon, a student wearing the uniform of the Lingwu Academy couldn't help but say, "Hee, you always talk about Yi Liangchen. Tell me, is Yi Liangchen the great god participating in the Tri-Academy competition?" As soon as he said this, the entire Changle Palace fell silent for a moment. The Starry School students' faces turned green and white. They were all indescribably ugly. Yes, they were unwilling to admit it. However, almost everyone had checked the name list of the participants of the Tri-Academy tournament. But Yi Liangchen was not on it. However, after a moment of silence, the students of the Phoenix Sky Academy burst into laughter. God Yi is not participating in the Tri-Academy tournament. Ha ha ha, that means the Starry School is really going to be last this year. If you ask me, I don't even know if God Yi is from the Starry School. Unless we find God Yi from the Starry School now, I can also say that God Yi is from the Spiritual Martial Arts School. Ha ha ha, God Yi is from the Feng Tian Academy. Only the Feng Tian Academy is so powerful that we can cultivate someone as powerful as God Yi. The Starry School students were furious. All of you, shut up. God Yi is from our Starry School. How shameless of you to want to snatch God Yi away. It's okay. If you dare to steal God Yi, I'll beat you up. Brothers, let's beat him up. We'll use our fists to tell these shameless people that God Yi is from the Starry School, and he'll be our ghost even if he dies. The students from the three factions in the Changle Palace immediately started fighting. Mu Yan held a teacup in her hand and watched the scene, dumbfounded. When she heard God Yi is from the Starry School, and he'll be our ghost even if he dies, she almost spat out the tea in her mouth. Did this group of people have to be so crazy? Did they have to be so sincere? What did she do? Didn't she just challenge the Qingyun ranking? Didn't she just participate in Golden Tianguang? The people from the Xiaoyao school and Suzy were already laughing hysterically. Luo Yu cupped her face and said, "Sixth senior sister, you are so popular." Hee, does this count as a tragedy caused by junior sister? Mu Yan holds her forehead and rolls her eyes at this group of gloating guys. Hee, anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. Changle Palace was under the supervision of the academic supervisor. Therefore, as soon as the three-way war broke out, members of the academic supervisor and deacons immediately rushed in. The cultivation of these members of the academic council might not be high, but they had the authority to control the Changle Palace. Therefore, the fight between the three parties quickly subsided. After the warning of expulsion from the Bright Jasper Forest Society, the hot-blooded students finally calmed down and returned to their seats. Not long later, the voices of the crowd once again entered Mu Yan's ears. You can place your bets now. Who do you think will be the champion of this year's Tri-Academy tournament? If you ask me, it's definitely the king of Feng Tian. That's the team led by Lu Jinhang, no one can fight against them. Senior Ouyang has already broken through to the high level of the Golden Elixir realm. Together with the new Silver Feather Palace genius Hua Xianrong, they might not be weaker than your team monarch. Don't underestimate Lingwu's dominance. We have a trump card this year. We're going to fight for first place. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been since Lingwu won first place? You still want to fight? It's not even dark yet. Stop daydreaming. Tui. Your Feng Tian is nothing. If Great Gaji came out, he would have beaten all of you to the ground. Are you looking for death? I'll say it again. Gaji is from our Starry School. As they talked, they almost quarreled again. However, they calmed down when they recalled the warning from the school board. Just then, a shout came from outside. Excuse me. Master Xianhai's latest strength ranking is out. The crowd exploded. Really? Master Xianhai's strength ranking is out so early this year. Ha ha ha, great. With Master Xianhai's ranking as a reference, I don't have to worry about betting on the wrong person. Soon, a group of people swarmed in. Most of them were students from the three schools. However, there was one person who stood out. He was about 30 or 40 years old and had a wisp of beard on his upper lip. It was neatly groomed. He wore a simple blue robe. Apart from a wooden hairpin, there were no other decorations. He was young, but he exuded a sage-like aura. When everyone saw this middle-aged man, they immediately surrounded him in surprise and joy. Master Xianxia, you're here for the Jasper Forest gathering too. Master Xianxia, it's our honor to be able to meet you. Xianxia touched his beard and smiled mysteriously. There will be many big shots participating in today's Jasper Forest gathering. If I don't come, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Xianxia's words made the students from the 3 schools excited and curious. Who was the big shot that even Master Xianxia said would regret for the rest of his life? The Starry School students even wondered if it was Sir Yunxiao and Mentor Mo. However, young Master Yunxiao and Teacher Mo had already disappeared without a trace a few months ago. Dean Zhai also directly said that the 2 instructors were only in name at the Yaoguang branch. They might not appear again in the future. Therefore, the Alcade branch became a deserted place again, and no one paid attention to it anymore. Now that the Jasper Forest gathering was about to begin, there had been no news of the 2 teachers returning. Logically speaking, it couldn't be them, hearing the people around them asking who exactly was that big shot. Xianxia shook his head with a mysterious look on his face. Since he's a noble, his name and whereabouts aren't something that can be casually mentioned. Everyone was resentful and regretful, but they could only let it go. However, someone quickly asked, Master Xianxia, I heard that your latest strength assessment is out. In the past, didn't you always wait until the end of the competition before releasing the evaluation list? Xianxia leisurely sat down on a nearby seat. A horsetail whisk suddenly appeared in his hand, and he gently swayed it. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia waved his hand. The 2 little Daoist children behind him immediately grabbed the 2 sides of a scroll. With a whoosh, the scroll was unfurled. The crowd immediately surrounded it, squeezing the scroll so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu looked at the crowded crowd and immediately became restless. Let's go and see what our Xiaoyao team's ranking is. Although the front of the scroll was crowded with people, Ling Yuma was strong, and Luo Yu was agile and nimble. They quickly squeezed into the center of the crowd. Only to see that the scroll impressively wrote, Team Comprehensive Strength List, 1st place, Feng Tianwang 2nd place, Dubhe Xingchen 3rd place, Linggu Xiongba, Luo Yu and Ling Yuma looked all the way back, only to see their team's name in the last place. 21st place, Xingchen Xiaoyao. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu angrily leaned back. How did their Xiaoyao team become the last place? As a result, when they looked down at the individual strength ranking, the 2 of them were even more angry. 1st place, Feng Tianlu Jinhang 2nd place, Xingchen Ouyang Qing 3rd place, Feng Tiangu Jinghai. The Xiaoyao school's ranking was at the bottom of the middle. Ling Yuma and Yun Ruhan were still alright, they were at least in the top 100. The most outrageous thing was that, including the substitutes, there were a total of nearly 300 people, and the last place was unexpectedly, Jun Mayan. F***ck. Ling Yuma flipped out on the spot and cursed, what kind of bullshit ranking is this? It's not accurate at all. Although the scene was noisy. But Ling Yuma's voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of most people. Who are you? You actually dare to slander Master Xianxia? Do you know that Master Xianxia's strength evaluation ranking has been correct for several years? That's right, Master Xianxia previously studied in our Feng Tian Academy. His strength in the Feng Tian Academy was not bad, and he even participated in the 3 academies tournament. His vision is extremely accurate, and he would not make a mistake in judging a person's strength. Who do you think you are, little girl, to actually dare to question Master Xianxia? Ling Yuma stepped on the stool with her hands on her hips. Her imposing manner alone was stronger than hundreds of people. This old lady doesn't care if you're Master Xianxia or Master Xiandi. In short, this ranking is wrong and must be corrected. The crowd was suddenly pushed apart. Master Xianxia looked at Ling Yuma and Luo Yu without the slightest bit of displeasure on his face. Instead, he lightly waved his horsetail whisk and smiled, little girl, do you have any doubts about this strength ranking? Why don't you tell me? Lung Feather Mo's face darkened as she pointed to the last place on the team leaderboard. Why is the Carefree team ranked last? It's fine if the Carefree team is at the very end, but why is Mayan also at the very end? Did you make this list with your eyes closed? Or brainless? Master Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment, then laughed softly. This poor Taoist knows you. You are Ling Yuma from the Star team, right? And you are Lan Luoyu of the Star's Carefree team. The two of you are ranked 42nd and 86th on this poor Taoist's personal ranking list. In terms of individual strength, it's not bad. However, the Jasper Forest Gathering is a team battle. It's not enough for an individual to stand out. Ling Yuma frowned and was about to reply. Isn't it natural for your Xiaoyao team to be ranked last? Firstly, every participating team has 10 members, with 3 to 5 substitutes taking turns. However, your Carefree team only has 7 members in total. Let me ask you, in a situation where your strength is equal, with 10 members against 7 members, do you think you have any chance of winning? Second, look at the cultivation of everyone in your team. In this competition, every member, including the substitutes, is at the peak of Anidia. Those strong teams even have Jingdan Xiaoxia. What about you? 3 at the peak of Anidia, the rest are at level 8, level 9, and there's even one at level 7. TSK, you can't be thinking that the Tri-Academy competition, which is a gathering of talents, is a small competition like the freshman entrance examination, right? Only level 7 Luoyu's face turned purple from anger. Only level 9 Ling Yuma also wanted to kill someone. But what made Luoyu most angry was, my 6th Shiji is at the peak of Anidia. What right do you have to say that her personal strength is the weakest? Xianxia stroked his beard, not at all annoyed by Luoyu and Ling Yuma's questioning attitude. Instead, he slowly explained, Jun Muyan is an assistant zither player. With her performance in the freshman entrance examination, if she can enter a strong team, she will naturally be very useful. Even if her martial strength is very low, this Taoist will definitely not rank her last. But the problem is, an assistant zither player with no fighting strength, in a weak 7-person team, wouldn't she be a live target that anyone could easily kill? This Taoist thinks that placing her last is not wrong. Damn you, it's not wrong. Let me tell you, my little shimmy. Before she could finish, Ling Yuma and Luoyu suddenly felt someone pulling them, interrupting their vehement scolding. Just as the two were about to flip out, they realized that the person pulling them was Mu Yan. They couldn't help but say angrily, little shimmy, what kind of lousy ranking is this? It's too much, it actually said. Mu Yan raised her hand to her lips and made a shu gesture. She smiled and said, this kind of ranking is just a prediction, it's not the real result. What's there to fuss about? If 4th Shiji and Xiaoqi are really angry, why don't we fight in the competition? After saying that, he directly pulled the two of them away. But in the eyes of others, they had fled with their tails between their legs. In fact, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't even stay in the Changle Palace anymore. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into earth-shattering laughter. I was wondering who it was. So it's the legendary 7-man Xiaoyao team. Ha ha ha. Is there something wrong with the Starry School's brain? How could they let such a team participate? Are they here to participate in the Tri-Academy tournament or to embarrass themselves? I've heard that there's nothing they can do about it. The other branches have to go through layers of selections to select their elites to participate in the Tri-Academy tournament. Only the Alcade branch has 7 people, so they naturally don't need to compete to advance to the finals. Ha 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 ha. If I had to say, this is so enviable. We don't need to participate in the branch selection to participate in the 3 academies tournament. This is an opportunity that we can't even beg for. I think the Starry School will definitely be at the bottom of the Tri-Academy tournament this time. TSK. Even I feel ashamed for them. On the other hand, the faces of the people from the Starry School were all pale. They could not wait to tear the people from the Yaoguang branch into pieces. Luckily, Master Xianxia has a good temper. He didn't bother with those country bumpkins. I feel that Master Xianxia's prediction is very accurate. We'll bet according to this. We definitely won't lose anything. Xianxia flicked his horsetail whisk, still looking like an immortal. He said lightly, everyone, please don't say that. I welcome everyone to question my evaluation list. If I was wrong, I'm naturally willing to apologize to the Carefree team. How could you be wrong, Master Xianxia? That country bumpkin Carefree team will definitely be last. I'll go and bet now. Me too, me too. Luckily I came early this year and got Master Xianxia's ranking immediately. If others get the news, the betting odds will definitely drop and we won't be able to earn much. Outside the Eternal Music Palace, Ling Yuma was still fuming. Junior sister, why didn't you let me beat up that old fart? He actually said that we were last. I want to let him know what it means to lose your last dog life. Mu Yan smiled lightly, a hint of slyness in her eyes. Fourth senior, when Master Xianxia's ranking was announced, do you think everyone will go and bet? Of course. With everyone betting on us to lose, won't the odds of our carefree team winning get higher and higher? Chu Moli added leisurely, at that time, the scariest thing will be the odds of the individual champion. The person who was evaluated by Grandmaster Xianxia to be in last place, after the competition ended, became the first in the overall strength evaluation of over 300 people. Guess how many crystals we can earn? Ling Yuma and Luo Yu looked at each other with their eyes wide open. You mean? Mu Yan tapped her index finger on her lips. The Buddha said, don't say it. The odds now aren't high enough. We're not in a hurry, let's wait. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu were so excited that their lips began to tremble. Yes, junior sister, you are absolutely right. So what if people say a few words? It's not like we will lose a piece of meat. Earnings bar is the real deal. Luo Yu rubbed her hands together. No, I don't think I have enough crystals on hand. I have to borrow some from Jing Little Fatty and the others. This time, the Xiaoyao school is going to make a fortune. Ha ha ha. April 16th, one day before the start of the 3 Academies tournament. The entire school of the Emperor Star was on high alert. Almost all of the leaders of the prestigious clans and sects in the entire Azure Blue realm were gathered here. The protective barrier of the school of the Emperor Star was closed. Anyone who entered or exited the school had to undergo strict checks. Mayan has gathered all the crystal stones and bet them all on the Carefree team to win the championship and June Mayan to rank first in the individual comprehensive strength list. Looking at the odds and thinking about the number of crystals they would get after the competition, they were all overjoyed. However, the other people in the Emperor Star Palace, after knowing that they had bet all their wealth on him, all treated them like fools. On the evening of the 16th of April, the banquet of the Jasper Forest Association officially began. Huge fireworks soared into the sky, blooming in the night sky like beautiful flowers. Mayan raised her head and stared blankly at this scene, muttering in her heart. Xiaobao, can you see the fireworks? On Tai Square, a banquet was set up. All kinds of spiritual fruits and spiritual food were placed on the table. Tens of thousands of cultivators sat around these banquets, chatting amiably. They flowed through the crowd, but it didn't feel crowded at all. Fireworks bloomed in the sky. In the center of Tai Square, there was smooth music and dancing singers. The entire school of the Emperor Star was brightly lit and prosperous. This was the largest banquet of the Azure Blue world, the Jasper Forest Gathering. Diyu Dao sat on the high seat of honor. Looking at the crowd below, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Especially when his eyes fell on the 7 people not far away, the 7 young men and women who came from the Yaoguang branch. The most dazzling girl was lightly plucking the strings of the zither. She had a lazy and calm smile on her face. Occasionally, she would toast with her companions and smile at each other. That atmosphere was truly indescribably relaxed and cozy, and it also carried the crystal clear and high-spirited nature of a youth. For some reason, a scene from a long time ago appeared in front of Diudeo's eyes. His mind was in a trance, and he unconsciously muttered, Yaoguang. Yaoguang. Diudao didn't notice that when he muttered Yaoguang, Su Yiluan, who was sitting next to him, glanced at him. His eyes were deep and treacherous, but the corners of his mouth hooked up in a faint smile. Very quickly, Diudao suddenly came back to his senses. His facial muscles twitched. When he looked at the 7 people from the Yaoguang branch again, his eyes seemed to be stained with poison, cold and gloomy. The Yaoguang branch, and the past events of the past. He would never, ever allow these things to see the light of day again. Mu Yan was drinking and chatting with her fellow disciples. She gently plucked the strings of the zither to liven up the mood. Suddenly, she felt a very uncomfortable gaze fall on her. She suddenly raised her head and met Diudeo's cold gaze. However, in just a moment, Diyu Dao moved his gaze away and returned to his gentle appearance as a dean. It was as if the gloominess just now was just his illusion. Mu Yan slightly raised her eyebrows, smiling faintly. Her mind unconsciously thought of the sound of the zither that she once heard at night. The Yaoguang branch obviously had a secret. But, did this secret have something to do with this Dean Jai? Junior sister, what's wrong? Mu Yan shakes her head. Just as she is about to reply that it's nothing, a dazzling light suddenly flashes in the sky. Everyone in the Tai Square could not help but look up at the sky. After a strong light flashed, a huge spaceship appeared in the sky. The outer appearance of the spaceship was not eye-catching. It was just an ordinary purple color, and the body of the spaceship was inlaid with some not too dazzling gems. However, the halo around the flying ship was emitting a powerful aura that was equivalent to that of an original infant stage cultivator. Just the external defense alone was already so strong. It was enough to show that the identity of the person in the spaceship was definitely not ordinary. Seeing this spaceship, Diyu Dao suddenly stood up and excitedly strode forward. The people of the great clans, Feng Tian, and the principals of the Lingwu Academy were initially unable to react to the situation, but after seeing Diyu Dao's actions, they immediately thought of something and stepped forward to welcome him. Eh? Who had come? Why are our dark-faced dean and the people from the big family so excited? Yun Rahan's eyes flashed as she stared at a symbol at the stern of the ship. That's someone from the purple cloud realm. The spaceship descended slowly. The cabin door opened and a group of people walked out. These people were dressed in ordinary clothes. They were either dark blue or dark purple. Their looks were so ordinary that no one would recognize them if they were thrown into a crowd. However, every time a person came out, the people present couldn't help but gasp. This was because every one of these people was at least at the Golden Core stage. There were more than 100 people and every one of them was at the Golden Core stage. What did this mean? Moreover, looking at the clothes of these people, they were just ordinary servants or guards. There was a commotion in the Tai Square. Everyone lowered their voices and started to discuss. Who the hell is this big shot that has come? Why is there such a big lineup? Even Dean Jai came to welcome them personally? I heard that the Purple Cloud Realm will also send someone here. Could it be that they are from the Purple Cloud Realm? It can't be. Someone from the Purple Cloud Realm really came? After the Golden Core stage servants came out of the cabin, they didn't leave. Instead, they stood on both sides. Not long after, two old men with white hair and beards and a middle-aged man walked out of the building. Many people gasped when they saw the two old men and the middle-aged man. Nascent Soul Stage. These three are all Nascent Soul Stage cultivators. However, after the three of them got off the spaceship, they still didn't leave. Instead, they waited at the door and bowed respectfully. They actually let three Nascent Soul Stage cultivators be their servants. Who is the owner of this spaceship? I know that middle-aged man. He is the hall leader of the Flowing Moon sect, Li Zupeng. Oh my god, he is also a servant. How powerful is he to be protected by the hall leader of the Flowing Moon sect? As soon as they finished speaking, the light at the door of the cabin flickered. Then, a man who was about 40 years old and dressed like a Confucian scholar appeared in front of everyone. This Confucian scholar had a handsome face and didn't emit any pressure. He looked like an ordinary person. However, the expressions of Diyu Dao and the others changed at the same time. Only they could tell that this middle-aged man's cultivation had definitely reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. He might even have one foot in the leaving body stage. However, this middle-aged man was alone. Even if the deans of the three academies worked together, they might not be a match for him. Diyu Dao immediately revealed a smile and was about to step forward. However, the scholar turned around and bowed respectfully. He said in a low voice, 11th Highness, please come out. We have arrived at the Starry School. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man about 11 or 12 years old walked out of the spaceship. The youth's appearance was extremely handsome, but his entire temperament seemed a little cold. He lowered his eyes and did not reveal any expression. Beside the young man, there were a few young girls who were as beautiful as flowers. One by one, they gently tidied up the young man's clothes and helped him down the spaceship. Their actions were gentle and teasing, but there was a hint of caution. As soon as the youngster appeared, the gold core servants, nascent soul servants, and Confucian scholars all bowed in unison. "Greetings, Your Highness." Diudeo's pupils constricted as he looked at the young man with a fervent gaze. He had heard that there might be royalty from the Purple Cloud realm coming to the Jasper Forest conclave. But he had originally thought that it would at most be a marquis or a prince. He didn't expect it to be a prince. That's right, only the prince of the Purple Cloud world would be able to have 4 original infant stage guards by his side. Then, his gloomy face was dyed with a bit of high-spirited arrogance. He raised his hand slightly, gesturing for everyone to rise. Then, he strode towards Tai Square. Diyu Dao, Feng Tian, and the Lingwu College's dean immediately went up. His usually dignified face was now filled with a flattering smile. "Your Highness and the other lords have come from afar. I wonder if you would like to have a meal or rest first. Your Highness, the Starry School has already prepared your room. It's the most luxurious Qianyang Hall in the School of the Emperor Star. I hope you like it." The 11th prince glanced at him as if he was looking at an ant. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. Then, he walked past him without stopping. "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." Diyu Dao had never been ignored like this before. His face paled and he could not react. But very quickly, he controlled his emotions and quickly followed. "Your Highness, this way please." As Diyu Dao led the way, he bent his body and tried to get close to the scholar, Li Pengcheng, and the others. However, people from the Purple Cloud world had always looked down on the Azure Blue world. Not to mention those who were born in the royal family. Even if Diyu Dao was the dean of a college, even if he had nascent soul cultivation. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a clown jumping around to amuse them. Diyu Dao suppressed the anger in his heart and shamelessly flattered him. He finally figured it out. It turned out that the young man was the very favored 11th prince of the Purple Cloud world, Lan Huahong. The scholar beside the prince was the 11th prince's tutor and confidant, Lan Feng. As for the 3 nascent soul cultivators, they were the 11th prince's personal guards, including the Flowing Moon Sect's hall leader, Li Zupeng. Diyu Dao suppressed the grievance in his heart and groveled to please these people. He knew that he had messed up the matter of the evil warding sword. If he could not find another backer or successfully refine the pill, he would definitely die a miserable death. At this moment, the 11th prince suddenly stopped, and his eyes lit up as he looked in a certain direction. Diyu Dao hurriedly stopped and said carefully, "Your Highness, do you have any orders?" The young man raised his hand and pointed in a direction. "I want this woman." Diyu Dao, Li Zupeng, and the rest looked in the direction the young man was pointing and their expressions changed slightly. Diyu Dao's expression changed because the identity of the person that the youth pointed out was too special. Li Zupeng and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because the young girl the young man was referring to had an appearance that was far too beautiful and otherworldly. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city. Even if Li Zupeng had many outstanding beauties in the Flowing Moon sect, they were like fireflies in front of the bright moon. There was no way they could compete with each other. It was no wonder that the 11th Highness had taken a liking to this woman as soon as he walked past her. Mu Yan, who is sipping her spirit wine, slowly raises her head. She meets the youth's eyes, which seem gloomy, but in fact hide a trace of greed. She slightly raises her eyebrows. "TSK, a 10-year-old boy actually said that he wanted her, haha, why was the so-called Ziyun royal family so disgusting?" The young girl's clear and melodious voice was like the melted snow in the spring dripping onto the dark green bamboo leaves. It was so clear and sweet that it made people yearn to taste more, leaving them with an endless aftertaste. "Oh? You want me? I am the prince of the Lan royal family of the Ziyun world. As long as you follow me, there will be many benefits for you in the future." The people from the Xiaoyao sect looked at each other. Ling Yuma spat out the fruit in her mouth and said mercilessly, "Where did this lunatic come from? Did he bring his brain with him? Hee, if he did, he wouldn't be blind and spout nonsense." The 11th prince, Lan Huahong's expression immediately turned so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water at any moment. The 2 white-bearded old men standing behind him immediately released their powerful auras. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be filled with a murderous aura, almost suffocating. Mu Yan slowly put down the cup in her hand. Her expression did not change at all, and she was still smiling. What if I don't want to? Lan Huahong squinted and looked down at her, his eyes full of malice. You don't want to know what happens to you if you offend me. Diu Dao's lips trembled, and he was conflicted. It was not that he wanted to protect Mu Yan, but because of Di Ming? Luo Yunxia's attitude towards Mu Yan was too special. If he really handed her over, he would not be able to explain himself to the emperor in the future. However, thinking of the current situation, Diu Dao gritted his teeth and said, Mu Yan, did you hear His Highness's orders? As a student of the Starry School, it is your responsibility to represent the school to receive guests. Now, hurry up and serve His Highness back to his room. Serve? Ling Yuma burst out laughing. Little girl, have you grown all your hair? Is this all you've got? You want my junior sister to serve you? Do you want me to serve you with my fists? Lan Huahong's eyes widened, and a murderous aura surged out of his body. Yun Ruhan quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Ling Yuma and Mu Yan. He looked at the young man in front of him coldly. As a member of the Ziyun world's royal family, does His Highness want to bully others and do evil? Lan Huahong did not listen to him at all. He raised his hand and was about to order his subordinates to kill him. However, the hand was caught by Lan Feng in midair. Your Highness, please don't mess around. Lan Feng looked at him with an expression of disapproval. You're a prince of the Lan imperial family, and you represent the face of the imperial family. How can you act so recklessly? At the same time, Lan Feng frowned slightly as he looked at his disciple with doubt in his eyes. Back in the imperial palace, Lan Huahong's personality wasn't like this. Why was it that after coming to the Azure Blue Realm, Lan Huahong seemed to have become a completely different person? Not only did he summon several women to sleep with him every day, but his personality also became more and more arrogant and domineering. Lan Huahong's eyes flickered with malice and resentment. He wanted to get angry, but he received Li Zuping's cold gaze. He took a deep breath and fiercely shook off Lan Feng's hand. Humph, she's just a woman. With that, he flicked his sleeves, turned around and strode away. His actions were like a child throwing a tantrum. But the moment he turned around, his eyes overflowed with a sinister light. It was just a woman. Even if he couldn't get her now, she would fall into his hands sooner or later. Seeing this, Diu Dao wiped the sweat off his forehead. He coldly glared at Mu Yan and promptly followed. Seeing that the people from the Ziyun world had gone far away, the crowd burst into intense discussion. Some people laughed at them for being stupid. Being fancied by the prince of the purple cloud world, yet they did not immediately stick to him. Was there something wrong with their brains? There were also people who took pleasure in their misfortune. This group of people had offended the royal family of the purple cloud world and the hall master of the flowing moon sect. Their days in the future would be very difficult. Mu Yan looked at the direction in which they left, but she could not help but knock her fingers on the table. It was the flowing moon sect again. Really, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. It seemed that she would not be bored at this Chonglin meeting. Danyang mountain range. In the dense forest, the 5 little beings were all in a sorry state. Each of them stood in a different position and stared solemnly in one direction. In the middle of them was an incomparably huge beast. Its size was several times bigger than the 5 little bean sprinters combined. At this time, the beast was letting out a shrill roar, frantically waving its thick arms. The trees that were slapped by it fell with a loud crash, and dust flew. The 5 little bean sprinters looked nervous, but they dodged one by one. Lu Hongyuan, who was the oldest, jumped up the branches from time to time and stabbed the vital parts of the beast with his sword. Finally, the beast let out an unwilling roar and fell down heavily. The 5 little bean sprinters were stunned at first, but when they realized that the beast was really killed by the 5 of them, they immediately let out earth-shattering cheers. Wow, we really killed a beast, and it's a rank 4 beast. This is all thanks to Boss's teaching during this time. When I go back, I will tell my father. That Susu is too powerful to kill such a big monster. It turns out that Boss is really useful in our training. Boo-hoo, I thought that Boss didn't like us and deliberately made us suffer. Stupid, of course Boss is doing it for our own good. But, Boss's training is really scary. The little guys looked at the beast that they had defeated, and their faces were full of pride. But when they thought of Xiaobao's training in the forest these days, they could not help but shudder. When Boss was serious, it was really scary. Every day, they were trained by Boss until they cried. However, when they cried, Boss would double their training. Even the youngest Nailin Yen did not have the slightest preferential treatment. Even so, these little fellows were filled with reverence and gratitude towards Xiaobao. They felt that Boss was so strict with them because he wanted them to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he be worthy of being the boss's lackey. Now, it was proven that Boss was doing this for their own good. In the past, they didn't even dare to approach the rank 2 spirit beasts at home, but now, they could kill a rank 4 spirit beast together. They had truly become stronger. The little guys didn't dig out the inner cores of the fierce beasts. Instead, they each plucked out a fierce beast's tooth as their spoils of war. Then, they swaggered off to find Xiaobao. Nailin Yen, who was the youngest, had short legs and couldn't walk fast. Her brothers were too excited and forgot about her. Nailin Yen held the huge tooth and hurriedly staggered to catch up, but he suddenly tripped over something. The little girl immediately prostrated herself on the ground and fell flat on her face. She immediately burst into tears. Yen, are you all right? Yen, don't cry. Big brother will carry you. Lu Hongyuan and the others immediately rushed over to help Nailin Yen up. Yen wants to give it to little brother, it's dirty, hoo. Little brother doesn't like it. Duanzi quickly patted his chest and said, I'll give you my teeth, Yen, don't cry. Nailin Yen smiled through his tears. Just then, a low moan was suddenly heard in the children's ears. The thing that just tripped Nailin Yen suddenly moved, revealing a bloody face from the grass next to him. Ghost Boss, save me. Ghost, don't bite my foot, wah. Several little radishes let out ghostly wails and wolf-like howls. A quarter of an hour later. The little radishes shivered and hugged each other, looking at the blood-stained youth in front of them. You really aren't a ghost? The youth was clearly in a sorry state, but his expression and bearing didn't show the slightest weakness. His expression sank when he heard that, impudent, you dare say that Gu is a ghost? Gu? What is Gu? Is it a very fierce ghost? If you're not a ghost, why are you hiding in the grass to scare Yen? No, Nyangqin said that a shadow isn't a ghost. You see, he has a shadow. Duanzi put his hands on his hips and bluntly said, you say you're not a ghost, then who are you? Why are you hiding in the grass to scare us? Gu is. Halfway through his words, his expression suddenly paused, and then his whole person's spirit dimmed. His murmured voice carried a trace of crying, Gu. I'm worse than a ghost now. Although the youth was young and mature, he was only a child of 11 or 12 years old. Thinking of his experience these days, as well as his bleak and hopeless future, he couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and they fell from his eyes. The little kids didn't expect that this strange brother ghost would start crying as he spoke. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Ghost brother, what's wrong? Did Yen trip you just now? How about Yen blow you? Ghost brother, are you hungry? We have jerky that boss gave us. The youth awkwardly wiped the tears off his face. The environment in which he grew up, as well as this experience, originally he wouldn't easily trust people. However, the cute little faces and clear eyes of the children in front of him made him unknowingly let down his guard. I won't be able to see my mother ever again. I miss my mother. As she spoke, tears once again blurred her eyes. I might not be able to return home in this life. Brother Ghost, were you also caught by the bad guys and brought here? Us too. Susu also misses father and mother. But we're not afraid now because we have our boss. That's right, we're going to learn from boss, and we're also going to see boss's most amazing mother. Then, boss will bring us home. Brother Ghost, you can't find mother either? Why don't you come with us? Boss will definitely help you find your mother. Our boss is the most powerful person in the world. The young man felt touched as he listened to the children's chatter. There were many people who surrounded him to flatter him, but those people were all because of his identity. But these children in front of her were different. They didn't even know who she was, but they were so eager to comfort her. However, the young man snorted disdainfully at their most powerful boss. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes not far behind them. Before the little radishes could react, they heard a boorish and sonorous laughter. "Your Highness is really too naughty. You actually ran to such a faraway place by yourself. If His Highness really got lost, how are we going to explain it when we get back?" The young man, who had relaxed a little because of the comforting words of the little fellows, turned pale in an instant. Lu Hongyuan and the rest turned to look. They saw a gap in the bushes, and then a few men in black clothes walked out. These people did not emit the same cruel and violent aura as the guards of the Fuxi formation. But these little fellows had been by Xiaobao's side for a long time, and they had been influenced by what they saw and heard. Now that they saw these people, even though they could not see through their cultivation, and the person who was leading them showed a gentle and kind smile, they instinctively trembled in fear. The man who was leading the black clothes glanced at the young boy and landed on Lu Hongyuan and the rest. He smiled lightly. "Oh, so His Highness has made new friends here. That's great. This way, His Highness will not be bored, and I can rest assured." The young boy's face changed. He took a big step forward and blocked Lu Hongyuan and the rest. He said loudly, "Let them go, I'll go with you." The man in black clothes' eyes flashed with excitement. He waved his hand behind him. Someone immediately stepped forward and grabbed the young boy's shoulder and pulled him to his side. Morong Hao, who was the closest, immediately rushed forward and mercilessly gathered his spiritual energy to attack. "Brother Gui is our friend. Don't bully our friend." "That's right. How can an adult bully a child? Shameless." The little kids bared their fangs and claws and pounced forward. However, they were no match for this group of people. Soon, they were all knocked down on the ground with bruises all over their faces. Nailin Yen, who was the youngest among them, started crying. "Little brother, save me. Someone is beating me." Sob sob sob. The young boy's face twisted in anger. He struggled with all his might. "Lu Kuan, you bastard. I order you to let them go immediately. Do you hear me?" Lu Kuan laughed and slowly walked forward. He grabbed the crying Nailin Yen and put his hand on her slender neck. "Yen Yen. Quickly let go of Yen Yen." Lu Kuan looked at the youth with a smile, like a kind elder looking at his grandson, but there was a cruel glint in his eyes. "Your Highness, hand over the things on you, and I will let these little bastards live. How about it?" The young man's face paled, and he gritted his teeth as he shouted angrily, "Stop dreaming, I will never hand over the soul orb to you." Lu Kuan's face sank as he sneered, "Your Highness is so disobedient. You must have been led astray by those brats. Men, chop off the hands and feet of these little bastards for me. Teach His Highness how to be an obedient child." "Lu Kuan, don't you dare." The young man roared in anger. Lu Kuan laughed heartily, "Your Highness, let's see if I dare." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Nailin Yan's neck. The black-clad men closed in on Lu Hongyuan and the rest. Only then did Lu Hongyuan and the others realize what kind of danger they were facing. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Don't come any closer. If you dare touch us, boss will not let you go." Sob, "I don't want to die. I don't want Yen Yen and the rest to die. Boss, come and save us." "Wah." Nailin Yen was barely breathing and the rest of the boy's hands and feet were on the edge of a knife. The boy's eyes were red and he kept shouting. "Stop. Stop. I told you to stop. Did you hear me?" Lu Kuan shook the body of the dying girl in his hand and smiled proudly. "Your Highness, you must remember that your friends died because you refused to hand over the soul beads." As he spoke, he was about to break Nailin Yan's neck. "I'll hand it over. I'll give you the soul orb." The boy shed tears of humiliation and despair. "As long as you let them go." Lu Kuan's face was filled with joy. He flung the unconscious Nailin Yen to the side and quickly walked towards the young man. "Your Highness, please hand over the soul orb." After so many days of struggle, he could finally complete the task given to him by the hall master. He would obtain the soul orb and then kill the boy. That would be a great achievement. He would definitely be successful in the future. The boy slowly took off his clothes and circulated the spiritual power in his body. Not long after, the faint shadow of a huge white beast appeared behind him. The beast's appearance could not be seen clearly, but it had a pair of blood-red horns. There was a dazzling white dot on the boy's back. It was like a dazzling pearl embedded in the boy's body. Soul orb. Base soul orb. Luke Kuan's eyes widened when he saw the white beast and the white dot on the boy's body. His hands trembled as he took out a dark red dagger that reeked of blood. He stabbed it into the boy's shoulder. The boy let out a blood-curdling scream the moment the dagger entered his body. The pain of his flesh and bones being torn apart and the burning sensation of his blood vessels being corroded caused his entire face to contort in pain. Sweat instantly spread across his entire body. Luke Kuan turned a blind eye to the young man's pain and became more and more agitated. Bit by bit, it cut the young man's flesh, trying to dig out the shiny pearl from the young man's body. Lu Hongyuan and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw. Then, they became furious. Brother Ghost had suffered so much in order to save them. As the underlings of their boss, they were men of indomitable spirit. How could they let their friend sacrifice for them? Ah, old scoundrel, we'll kill you. Don't hurt our friends. The little bean sprays fearlessly pounced forward. Because Luke Kuan was caught off guard, Morong Hao hugged his legs and bit him on the thigh. Luke Kuan's hand paused in pain. Lu Hongyuan immediately rolled over with the boy in his arms and landed in the grass nearby. Luke Kuan stared at the kids viciously and kicked Morong Hao, who was hugging his leg. Morong Hao's face was covered in blood from the kick, and he began to cry loudly. Ouch! Sob sob sob, boss, save me. But since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll send you on your way. Once a soul orb appears, it will not disappear for an hour. Now, these little brats who can threaten His Highness are naturally useless. If it wasn't for the fact that soul orbs can only appear when activated by royalty, Lu Kuan would not have kept the young boy alive for so long. Now that the soul orb is in his hands. So, all of you can die. With a loud bang, a meteor hammer appeared in Lu Kuan's hands. The meteor hammer was initially only the size of a fist, but after Lu Kuan threw it, it became bigger and bigger. Finally, it became a shadow the size of a small mountain, smashing towards the children. If this hit the stone, the children will definitely become a pile of meat paste. Ah! The children screamed, hugged their heads, and let out a cry of despair. But, one breath passed, 2 breaths passed, and the expected pain did not come. The little radishes raised their heads in a daze and looked up. They saw that the huge meteor hammer was less than 3 meters above them, swaying and swaying. And the thing that stopped the meteor hammer was a tattered, unremarkable long sword. But, when the little radishes saw the long sword, they could not help but cheer. Wow, it's Brother's sword, it's Boss. Boss is here to save us. Sob sob sob, Boss, the bad guys hit me, it hurts so much. Boss beat the bad guys. Brother Ghost, don't be afraid. Boss is here, we are safe. Boss can even defeat such a big monster. The young boy raised his head, trying to find the unparalleled hero in the sky, the tall and sturdy high-leveled cultivator. But, after looking for a long time, he did not even see a shadow. Then, the meteor hammer shrunk and flew back into Lu Kuan's hands. The flying sword slowly descended, and landed in the hands of a beautiful little boy who did not look like a mortal. The young boy was completely confused. This is the unparalleled hero boss that the little radishes talked about? Why is it a 5 or 6-year-old kid? Lu Kuan's meteor hammer was blocked by someone, so he was originally shocked. However, when he saw the little boy slowly walking out, he couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. So it's another little brat coming to die. But when she saw the sword in his hand, her eyes lit up. What sword is that? To be able to block my meteor hammer, it must be at least a 9th grade spirit weapon. He, such a treasure falling into the hands of a little kid like you is really a reckless waste of God's gift. So he didn't mind killing these little brats and seizing their treasures along with their soul orbs. Xiaobao slowly raised his head and swept his gaze over the little radish head whose face was covered in snot and tears. He spat out 2 words, shameful. How could a man cry all the time? The key was that these little crybabies were actually his, Jun Machen's, underlings. If he brought it to his mother and father, wouldn't he lose face? This won't do. I still have to train properly. The little radishes shrunk their necks, and for some reason, they felt a chill run down their spine. They had a bad premonition. But soon, they immediately raised their little fists and shouted, "Boss is mighty, boss is the best." Xiaobao looked at Lu Kuan and the man in black and waved the Bixia sword in his hand. "Who told you to attack my little brother?" Lu Kuan felt an inexplicable chill down his spine when he met those deep blue eyes. He felt like he was being stared at by the sect master of Flow Moon sect. The feeling of being oppressed and wanting to submit was even stronger than when he was facing the sect master. Who was this little boy? He was just a 5-year-old boy. How could he have such a terrifying aura? Lu Kuan took a deep breath and told himself that he was just a kid. So what if his aura was fierce? How strong could he be? He was a high-level gold core cultivator. How could he not be able to deal with a kid? Lu Kuan grinned. "Kid, hand over the sword in your hand and I might leave you with a whole corpse." The sword in the boy's hand gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't wait to take it for himself. Xiaobao looked at the Bixia sword in his hand. "You want my sword? Okay, I'll give it to you." With that, the Bixia sword in his hand flew straight at Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan looked greedy and reached out to catch it. But the next moment, the Bixia sword turned into thousands of sword shadows. Before Lu Kuan could react, the thousands of sword shadows pierced through his body. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Kuan's eyes widened. He looked at his body that was riddled with holes and fell heavily. Before he died, he heard a loud voice. Noose's noisy voice resounded in his ears. "Ha ha ha ha. You want me? Do you think you're worthy? Shameless idiot. How dare you bully a group of kids and my master's little brother? My Bixia sword will teach you a lesson." Lu Kuan's pupils shrank. His eyes gradually lost focus and stared at the sword hovering in the air. Bixia. Bixia? It was the Bixia sword. Wasn't that the magical weapon that Master Ho, whom Flow Moon sect was loyal to, wanted by all means? Master Ho had not been able to get his hands on the Bixia sword for decades. Why did it appear in the hands of this kid? However, Lu Kuan would never know the answer in his life. He was Bixia? Amid Nash's loud laughter, he breathed his last breath unwillingly. When the black-clothed people saw that their boss had stopped breathing, they immediately turned pale with fright. All of them wanted to flee in panic. Xiaobao waved his hand, and the Bixia sword returned to his hand. The sword chi was magnificent, and it shook the mountains and rivers. The young man was dumbfounded. He didn't come back to his senses even after the last man in black fell to the ground. He felt a burning pain from the corroded wound on his back. Meanwhile, the little radish head at the side was already cheering loudly. "Wow wow wow, boss is too amazing. The boss is mighty. Long live the boss. Scoundrel, scoundrel. How dare you hit us? I'm going to kick you to death." Little Bao slowly walked over to Lu Kuan and the black-clothed man. He picked up all of their storage items before looking at his cheap little brother. He frowned and coldly said, "Too noisy." The little guys immediately covered their mouths and made a shushing gesture to the people next to them. The youth couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, who exactly are you?" The youth can be unruly in front of others, putting on a high and mighty attitude. But facing the little boy in front of him, he doesn't know why, but his imposing manner is inexplicably reduced by half. Goo. A few little radish heads immediately jumped out and chattered, "This is our boss, Jun Machin, our savior. Now that boss has also saved you, he will be your boss in the future. Quickly greet him as boss." The youth hesitantly says, "Boss, boss." Xiaobao frowns, "Why is there another trouble?" "Don't call me boss." Xiaobao says with a straight face, "Tell me first, who are you?" Being told "Don't call me boss," the youth unexpectedly feels a chill in his heart, especially disappointed. The little turnips immediately say, "Brother Ghost, quickly tell us who you are." Yes, quickly take the initiative to tell 18 generations of your ancestors, or boss won't want you anymore. In front of these little guys just now, the youth didn't even think of telling his true identity. He doesn't know why, facing this awe-inspiring and beautiful little boy in front of him, he doesn't want to hide at all. He stumbles, I am Lan Huahong, I'm the 11th prince of the Lan Empire of Ziyun realm. At the foot of the Danyang mountain range. In a remote path, a woman in ragged clothes, covered with scars, is fleeing in panic. From time to time, there are hurried footsteps and shouts behind her, making the woman's footsteps more and more disorderly, and the expression on her face more and more frightened. Suddenly, her feet slip, and she falls directly from a high place. A cry of alarm overflows from her mouth, attracting the attention of the pursuers. But when these people catch up to this position and look around, they can't find the slightest shadow. After persisting for half an hour, these people finally leave unwillingly. After the pursuers disappear, the woman crawls out of a hidden cave. She sees that all the nails on her hands and feet have been peeled off, and her 10 fingers are dripping with blood. There are wounds all over her body, and the wounds are smeared with honey that can't be washed off. Just hiding in the cave for a while, the wounds are already crawling with insects and ants. The woman cries and desperately pats herself, her face distorted. I won't die here. I won't die like this. Yi Liangchen, Jun Mu Yan. Lu Rua? I haven't even taken revenge on these bitches. How can I just die here like this? Suddenly, she heard Mei Xian's voice. But this time, Mei Xian was no longer as charming and calm as she usually was. Instead, she looked weak and exasperated. Bah, if you weren't so useless, I wouldn't have suffered so much with you. If I hadn't used the last bit of my primordial spirit to charm the subordinates of the Zhu mansion, I would have been killed by you. As she spoke, Mei Xian's voice became filled with evil and greed. Lu Rua? Now it's time for you to repay me. Lu Rua? His heart skipped a beat, and a look of panic appeared on his face. What do you want? Mei Xian smiled evilly and said, although I'm not very satisfied with your body, my divine soul has been greatly damaged. Only by occupying a body can I slowly recover. You want to possess me? She screamed, no, don't. I will find a man for you. I will fix it for you, please let me go, ha ha ha, Lu Rua? Take a look at yourself now. Would there still be a man who would like you? Lu Rua? His body had suffered inhuman torture in the Zhu family. At this moment, half of the skin on her face had been peeled off, and the other half was bruised. There was not a single part of her body that was unscathed. It could be said that her current appearance was even more terrifying than that of a malicious spirit. Not to mention seducing men, even if she appeared in front of people, she would be screamed and chased away. Lu Rua? Her body was trembling uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with intense hatred. She became like this because of Yi Liangchen and the bewitching heart in her body. Mei Xian said softly, but as long as I devour your divine soul and fuse them together, I can naturally repair this body and even change your appearance. Don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you once I take over your body. After saying that, Mei Xian suddenly released a strong killing intent. The killing intent was like a giant beast, biting Lu Ruoxiong. His divine soul. Letting out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the ground. His body began to twitch uncontrollably. However, in reality, the two souls were fighting fiercely within her body. Although Mei Xian was now a remnant soul, she used to be a tribulation stage cultivator. Even if she was just a remnant soul, her strength could not be underestimated. So, very soon, Lu Ruochen was in a daze. Mei Xian's divine soul had the upper hand in his sea of soul. As for Lu Rua? His soul, on the other hand, had been bitten by Mei Xian and torn to pieces, becoming extremely broken. Lu Rua? In the beginning, he would struggle with all his might and curse, but as time went on, his voice became softer and softer, and the aura of his divine soul also became fainter and fainter. Mei Xian felt the abundant soul power in her body and looked at Lu Ruochen. The remnant soul that had been devoured was trembling with excitement. Soon, very soon, she would be able to break away from the state of this remnant soul, have a body, and make a comeback. With her seductive methods, she would definitely be able to rebuild the Acacia Palace and play with all the men in the world. Just at this moment, Lu Ruochen's expression changed. Suddenly, wisps of red smoke that were so faint that they were almost invisible emerged from the remnant soul, but they disappeared in a flash. Mei Xian did not take it to heart. She rushed over and bit Lu Ruoxiong. He swallowed the remaining soul essence. However, in the next moment, her soul trembled violently and she let out a shrill scream. Then, countless wisps of red smoke were emitted from her divine soul. It was as if thousands of sharp swords were directly cutting her divine soul into pieces. Mei Xian said incredulously, "No, it's impossible. This is the power of the ancient, fate-snatching." How could she be? However, before she could finish speaking, Mei Xian was completely engulfed by the red smoke. This time, she was gone forever. In the most luxurious Jianyang Hall of the School of the Emperor Star. The 11th prince, Lan Huahong, exuded an intense aura of hostility. Lan Huahong watched as Lan Feng walked out of the sleeping quarters. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Sooner or later, I will dismember this old fart who takes advantage of his seniority. Now that you haven't gotten the soul bead, you'd better restrain yourself. If Lan Feng sees through you in advance, the Marquis will never let you go." Lan Huahong shuddered and lowered his head, not daring to say anything. But his eyes flashed with resentment. At this moment, Diyu Dao's voice came from outside the door, "Your Highness, I have a gift for your Highness. Come in." The door to the room opened and Diyu Dao walked in with a smile on his face. Behind him were two beautiful girls. Their cultivation base was about the 5th or 6th level of Anidia. Their almond-shaped eyes were curved and their eyebrows were full of love. Diyu Dao saw Lan Huahong's pair of greedy and lustful eyes constantly looking at the girls. His lips curled up and he became more respectful. "Your Highness, just now I didn't teach them well and let those blind students offend you. These two students are the elites of our Heavenly Jade branch. They are very fond of your Highness. When they heard that they can serve you, they were really happy." When the two girls heard this, they immediately moved forward. One of them used Lan Huahong's thigh as a pillow, while the other used her full chest to press against his arm. They softly shouted, "Your Highness, let us serve you." They were really willing to serve Lan Huahong. As long as they thought that this was the prince of the purple cloud world, if they could follow him back, they would definitely be successful. What was there to be unwilling about? Lan Huahong's face showed a look of enjoyment, looking at Diyu Dao softly, "You did very well. I will remember your benefits." Diyu Dao was wild with joy, bowed and left. Lan Feng returned after finishing his business, but found that Lan Huahong's door was locked, and from time to time there was a woman's low laughter coming from inside. His face suddenly became gloomy, and he was about to force his way in when he was interrupted by Li Zupeng. "Lord Lan, why are you so harsh on your Highness? The young man has just started, it's normal for him to indulge a little." Lan Feng knitted his brows tightly. His Highness is a prince of the Lan family empire, and represents the face of the imperial family. His Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty handed His Highness over to me to discipline, so how could I allow him to degenerate like this? Li Zupeng chuckled, "Aren't you not in the purple cloud world now? His Highness came out to relax, what's the big deal? If Lord Lan doesn't know what's good for him, I'm afraid you'll be detested by His Highness." Lan Feng's complexion alternated between green and white. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and left. Li Zupeng looked at his back as he left and heard the obscene words coming from the room. He was disgusted. A fake is a fake. However, he was an indispensable part of Master Ho's plan. Humph, how could he be allowed to continue? For a few days. Oh right. He looked at his subordinates and asked in a low voice, "Is there any news from Lu Kuan?" The subordinate shook his head in fear. "Trash, you can't even do such a small thing. Without the soul orb, I'll be exposed sooner or later." Before he could finish, the bell on Li Zupeng's waist suddenly rang. Li Zupeng lowered his head to look at the bell that was emitting a dark red glow. His eyes widened in excitement. What soul bead? What 11th prince? They were all thrown to the back of his mind. He casually instructed his subordinates before flying out of the bedroom and disappearing into the Danyang mountain range. However, looking at the light emitted by the bell, Li Zupeng revealed a look of disappointment. It's not the child of destiny, just the medicinal catalyst of the magnificent quicksand. Humph, but it's fine, at least I can report to Tiani Men. And it's only the first day in the azure blue world, and I found the Child of Destiny, maybe I can find it soon. Li Zupin grabbed Lu Ruochen and left. They left quickly. The next day, the most important event of the Jasper Forest Gathering, the Three Academies Tournament, officially began. The entire Tai Square was already crowded with people even before the start of the competition. During this time, whether it was the rumor that the Ziyun Realm's nobleman was coming to participate in the Jasper Forest Gathering, or the birth of the Master of the Azure Blue World, it made the people of the Azure Blue World focus their attention on the three academies. Therefore, the number of people who came to watch this Jasper Forest Gathering was simply innumerable. Fortunately, Tai Square was not an ordinary square, but a virtual treasure, so it could accommodate so many people without feeling crowded. At this moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing. This year's Jasper Forest Gathering is really grand, people from all the sects and families have come to participate. Look, it's the Hunyuan Sect Master, Silver Feather Palace Master, my god, and the Golden Cauldron Sect Master. Oh my, it's all the top leaders of the sections. What's wrong with that? Look at the 8 aristocratic families, Morong family, Duan family, Nailan family, Lu family, Feng family, all of them are family leaders. Damn, it's true. Not only the family leaders, even the mistresses of the various families have come. Isn't this a little too grand? What on earth is this year's Jasper Forest Gathering? I heard that it's because the Ziyun Realm's nobleman has come. The top leaders of these aristocratic families and sects are all here to accompany the nobleman. Someone pointed at a small house at the highest point of Tai Square. Look, the nobleman is in that house. That small house, in the entire Tai Square, was very eye-catching. Such special treatment, even the 3 academies deans did not have. What was even more amazing was that the guards around the small house, wearing the same uniform, were all at least in the gold core stage. The person who asked the question sucked in a breath of cold air. Just what kind of noble is this, to have such a grand show of extravagance, and even have the reputable figures of our Azure Blue Realm come out? Shoo, it's said that he's from the royal family of the Ziyun Realm. Coming to this Jasper Forest Conclave is precisely because I heard of the birth of the Azure Cloud Lord and specially came to select talents. But I heard that the Master of Azure Sky, Great God Yi, didn't participate in the Tri-Academy tournament at all. Hee, so isn't the opportunity for the other contestants here? As long as I'm chosen by the nobles of the Purple Cloud Realm and brought back, will I still have to worry about not having the opportunity to make a meteoric rise? In the small house in Tai Square, others could not see the 11th Prince Lan Huahong, but Lan Huahong could feel the envious gazes from the surrounding people. He put his hands on the handle and leaned against the back of the chair. He looked down at the crowd with a smug expression on his face. That's right, this is the feeling. This feeling of being high above the masses and stepping on others as though they were ants was just too great. He would definitely grab hold of this opportunity firmly, and definitely would not let anyone snatch everything away from him. The rules of the Tri-Academy tournament were very simple. A high platform slowly rose from the center of Tai Square as soon as the tournament was announced. Both teams would compete on the high platform, with a time limit of 2 hours. Being knocked off the high platform during the battle would be considered eliminated. Fainting for more than 10 minutes would be considered eliminated. Elimination or fainting would be considered a failure. After 2 hours, the team with the most members remaining on the high platform would win. The opening match of the Tri-Academy tournament was between the previous champion, Team Phoenix Heavenly Kings, and the host team, Team Star Alioth. Upon hearing the name list, everyone observed a moment of silence for Team Star Alioth. There was no suspense in this match. Sure enough, in less than the time for an incense stick to burn, all the members of the Stellar Jade Alioth team were swept off their horses. Team Alioth's formation master and zither player, who were assisting, did not even have time to deploy their treasures before they were knocked out by a single slash. However, the most shocking thing was not Team Monarch's quick victory. It was that they had only sent out 4 people for this battle. With just 4 people, they had completely wiped out Team Alioth, a team that had made it to the second round last year. Tai Square was dead silent, before bursting into enthusiastic cheers. Phoenix Heavenly Kings! Phoenix Heavenly Kings! Phoenix Heavenly Kings! The 10 members of the Phoenix Heaven's monarch stood on the high platform with their hands behind their backs. Their graceful bearing made them look like undefeatable gods of war, inspiring fear in the hearts of others and making them look up to them. The sweet-looking female cultivator in charge immediately walked up to the stage and excitedly congratulated them on their victory. This was the process of every Qianling gathering. Popular teams would be interviewed before and after the tournament. After congratulating them, the female cultivator immediately asked, "I wonder which teams will you be paying attention to in the upcoming Tri-Academy tournament? Will you be paying attention to Team Star Tianshu and Team Lingwu Xiongba?" The leader of Phoenix Heavenly Kings was naturally Phoenix Heavenly Kings number 1, Lu Jinheng. He had a tall and slender figure. His looks could only be considered average, but he had a pair of sharp starry eyes. Even when he was expressionless, he gave off an arrogant feeling. Hearing the female cultivator's question, Lu Jinheng raised his eyebrows and scanned the entire Tai square. He said faintly, "In the eyes of Phoenix Heavenly Kings, the other teams are merely defeated by us. What's there to pay attention to?" The female cultivator's expression froze, unable to say a word. On the spectator's stand, the female cultivator's expression froze and she could not say a word. This Phoenix Heaven King, this Lu Jinheng, was simply too arrogant. But Lu Jinheng's tone changed and his voice suddenly rose a few octaves. "If there's anyone that we, the Phoenix Heaven Kings, would view as an opponent, then it's only Azure Sky Ruler Yi Liangchen." He raised his hand and pointed towards the sky, and he spoke in a heroic manner. "Yi Liangchen, I admit that I lost to you in climbing the Xianxia rankings. However, we, Team Monarch, will not lose this tri-campus tournament. If you have the guts, stop hiding. Come out and fight me, Lu Jinheng, alone." Because there was no carefree teams match today, Mayan and her senior and junior brothers slept until late in the morning before coming to Tai Square to watch the tournament. Because there's no match for the carefree team today, Mayan and her fellow apprentices sleep until late in the morning before they run over to Tai Square to watch the match. The entire Tai Square was filled with shouts that sounded like a tsunami. The people from the Starry School and the Fengtian School were in a heated argument. Mu Yan blinked. Did she wake up in the wrong way? She hadn't done anything recently. Why did he drag her down again? Who did she offend? On the high platform, the hosting female cultivator could barely maintain her stiff smile. She was also a student of Starry School and could not bear to hear Lu Jinheng humiliate her school. But as the host, she could not show it. She could only grit her teeth and look at a cold-faced youth at the side. "Student, I don't think I've seen you in the last Qianling gathering. May I know your name, young warrior?" The youth said expressionlessly, "Qini Zhou." The hosting female cultivator was stunned, then said in surprise, "You're the rumored top genius of the Qinyun world, Qini Zhou?" As a cultivator from the lower world, he was the top student in Phoenix Sky School, where geniuses gathered. He was even selected as a member of Phoenix Sky's strongest team kings to participate in the Tri-School tournament. The name Qini Zhou could be considered somewhat famous in the Azure Blue world. Just now, in the match against Yuheng team, Qini Zhou had been one of the 4 people who had attacked. His sword style was clean, and full of vigor. It was impossible for people to imagine that this was a wandering Xiao who had learned by himself from a small corner of the world. But hearing this, Qini Zhou looked coldly at the hosting female cultivator, then replied clearly, word by word, "You're too ignorant. I'm not the top genius of the Qinyun world." The true top genius was Jun Mayan, who had beaten him to a pulp in the Qinyun world sect examination. The hosting female cultivator's expression froze again. She felt that she could no longer talk to the team kings. Lu Jinheng waved his hand, and the team kings immediately leaped and left Tai Square. Just as they said, they did not pay attention to the other team's matches. Because no team had the qualifications to be a match for their Phoenix Heaven's kings. Mu Yan looked in the direction they left from below the stage and could not help but smile. "Qini Zhou, it's been a long time." The swordsman who had challenged her openly in the sect examination points competition had left a deep impression on her. Although she won in the end, she had to use her domain to win by a narrow margin. As for Qini Zhou, he had already been recruited by the Li Fire sect, but because she had exposed the ugly side of the Li Fire sect, Qini Zhou had rejected the Li Fire sect's invitation. He was a righteous, kind, and pure young swordsman. She didn't expect him to actually come to the Phoenix Sky Academy. With Feng Tian team's outstanding performance, the first elimination round was rather lackluster. Even Constellation's Tianshu Courtyard and Lingwu's Mighty Tyrant team did not display their powerful abilities. Instead, they eliminated their opponents according to the rules. There were a total of 21 teams participating in the first elimination round. One of the teams would draw a bye, and the remaining 20 teams would have to hold 10 matches. Naturally, it would be impossible to finish in one day. Mu Yan's Carefree team's match was scheduled for the first match of the next day. Xianxia Carefree vs Lingwu Celestial Sea. This time, there weren't many people in the stands. I recall that Team Tianhai didn't even make it past the first elimination round, right? Ha ha ha, Team Heaven Sea won their first match without a fight. Is Team Carefree that bad? What? Haven't you seen Master Xianhai's ranking? There are only 7 people in Team Carefree, and quite a few of them haven't even reached the peak of Anidia. I'm guessing that today's match will end even faster than yesterday's match between King and Yu Heng. Haha, I've already placed a bet on the outcome of this match. I bet everything I have on Team Skysea winning. Me too, me too. It's just a pity that everyone knows that Team Carefree will lose. The odds aren't high. The female host announced the start of the match. The members of Team Heaven Sea immediately jumped down from the stands and landed on the platform. They were wearing the same uniform, and their movements were identical. This immediately caused many cheers from the stands, especially those from Spirit Martial Academy. Especially the people from the Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy, they all shouted, "Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy will win." The members of Team Heaven Sea all had confident smiles on their faces. When the name list for the first match was announced, they received many people's envy and jealousy. Everyone knew that Team Carefree was the weakest in Team Heaven Sea. They had regretted not entering the second round last year, and had been ridiculed by their fellow students for a long time. This time, they could finally hold their heads up high. Team Heaven Sea had appeared, but Team Carefree had yet to appear. The female host shouted again, "The match begins. Team Carefree, please step onto the stage." However, there was still no one coming up. Pfft, don't tell me they're too afraid to come up. That's very possible. Rather than being beaten up on the stage and embarrassing themselves, it's better to forfeit. The female host frowned and said loudly, "I'll count to 3. If Team Carefree doesn't step onto the stage by then, it will be considered as forfeiting." Before she could finish her words, she saw 7 figures scurrying up the stage like lightning. However, other than the most beautiful girl, the rest of them looked a little disheveled. Hoo-hoo, we finally made it in time. Luo Yu buttoned up her clothes and patted her chest with lingering fear. Yun Ruhan said unhappily, "You still have the cheek to say that? How can you wake up so late on a day like this?" Eldest senior brother, it's as if you didn't wake up late. Ling Yuma rolled her eyes, "If it wasn't for little junior sister calling us, we would have definitely missed the time." Last night, Mayan had been cultivating and refining pills for the whole night, forgetting the time for a while. Then they would really be fulfilling Master Xianhai's prophecy, they would be the last. Yun Ruhan blushed. "In any case, we can't be late again." Luo Yu curled her lips. This is all 4th senior sister's fault. Of all the matches she could have drawn, she actually drew the first match. We couldn't even sleep in. Do you want to die? How dare you blame me? Do you believe that I won't skin you alive? Ling Yuxing yawned and said, "I'm awake. Don't be noisy. Let's finish this quickly so that we can go back and take a nap." Their voices weren't loud, but anyone with a cultivation base could hear them clearly. Team Skysea's members had ashen expressions, as if they had been greatly humiliated. The people in the stands couldn't help but laugh. They actually overslept in such an important Tri-Academy tournament. I think they don't think they can win at all. Team Heaven Sea, eliminate them as soon as possible. Hearing the cheers of the spectators, Team Heaven Sea regained their composure and pride. We won't bully you with numbers. The leader of Team Heaven Sea waved his hand with a magnanimous look. Since you have 7 people, we will only send out 7 people too. With that, 3 of them immediately took a step back and stood in a corner, looking at Mu Yan's team with disdain. The people in the stands immediately gave Team Tianhai a warm round of applause. Good job, Team Heaven C. This is the style of the strong. Against such a weak team, Team Heaven C only needs 7 people. It's more than enough. The students of the Spiritual Martial Arts College felt even more proud. They had thought that such a seemingly modest but actually humiliating action would infuriate Team Xiaoyao. Who knew that they would immediately nod like chicks pecking at rice? Good, good, good. It's great that we can fight 3 less. Thank you, thank you. The leader of Team Heaven C was so angry that he almost fainted. With a cold expression, he waved his sleeves. Attack. The next moment, the flying swords of the 7 members of Team Heaven C simultaneously exploded with powerful spiritual energy, attacking Mu Yan's team. The swords flickered with cold light. The spectators all revealed shocked expressions. Some of the weaker ones had to cover their eyes to prevent themselves from being dazzled. I didn't expect Team Heaven C to be so strong this year. Yeah, with the power of this sword matrix, I don't think they will be at a disadvantage even against other teams. Haha, looks like today's match will really end even faster than yesterday's first match. In the arena, Mu Yan slowly sat down and started plucking the strings. The melodious sound of the guqin surrounded the high platform. It was silent and pervasive. Haha, look, Team Xiaoyao has indeed given up struggling. It's fine if they don't counterattack, but there's actually someone playing the guqin. That should be Jun Mu Yan. I heard that she's the strongest support among the freshmen of the Starry School this year. She went to the arcade branch by accident. Now that she's playing the guqin, it should be to increase the battle power of her teammates. What a joke. Even if they increase their battle power, they want to defeat Team Heaven C with just 5 kids who haven't even reached the peak of an idiot and a cripple? How is that possible? Hee, you can't just let them struggle on their deathbed. However, almost no one noticed that as the sound of the zither lingered, the speed of the flying swords began to slow down, and the spiritual power surrounding the swords began to dissipate. Luo Yu and Ling Yuxing looked at each other, then raised their hands and began to move. Many people in the audience were still praising Team Tianhai and ridiculing Mayan's group. Suddenly, several clanging sounds came from the stage. The long swords that were originally whistling through the air dropped to the ground one by one. What? What's going on? Why did the flying sword fall to the ground? I don't know. What just happened? Ling Yuxing and Luo Yu raised their hands, and the 7 colorless threads and the 7 thumb-sized puppets flew into their hands. Team Sky C stared blankly at this scene. They had no idea what was going on. Qingjiu had already rushed over. Before they could react, she had already circled around each of them. Those who were weaker were unable to resist Qingjiu's kick and were kicked off the platform. It wasn't that Team Heaven C didn't want to resist, but the zither music that lingered in their ears made their bodies feel heavy and their spiritual energy stagnant. They couldn't resist at all. When the 7 of them were done, they looked at the 3 who had retreated and chuckled. Are you going to go down yourself, or do you want us to throw you down? Second senior brother, why don't you show them? Qingjiu clenched his fists and squatted down, casually throwing a punch at the viewing platform. With a loud bang, a small pit was smashed into the hard granite stone, and there were also fine cracks that spread out like a spider web. Qingjiu stood up, clenching his fists as he looked at the 3 remaining members of Team Heaven C. The 3 of them turned pale with fright and jumped off the platform without hesitation. The viewing platform was deathly silent. Many people still had blank looks on their faces. Just, what had happened? Finally, the members of Team Heaven C who had been thrown down snapped out of their daze. Their faces contorted as they cursed, "You guys are shameless. You cheated." Luo Yu looked down at them from above, her eyes curving into crescents when she smiled. Her dimples were faintly discernible, making her look indescribably cute. How did we cheat? You guys were willing to fight 7 on 7. We didn't force you. It's that zither music. The leader of Team Heaven C pointed at Mayan and shouted angrily, "You tampered with the zither music and knocked down our flying swords. You even made us unable to move. Otherwise, how could we have lost?" Luo Yu crossed her arms and said proudly, "That's right. 6th senior sister is our strongest support. What's so strange about her zither music slowing down your flying swords? Is there a rule against using support in the competition? Team Xianxia was instantly dumbfounded. The female cultivator in charge slowly walked up the stage and looked at Mu Yan and the others with a strange and complicated expression. She then announced the sixth match of the first round, Lingwu Tianhai vs Stellar Carefree. The winner is Carefree Team. The viewing platform was completely silent. Today's match had indeed broken the record set by the Phoenix Heaven King vs Xianxia Jade Alioth. However, the winner wasn't Team Xianxia, but Team Carefree, who had been predicted to be the weakest. The female cultivator forced a smile and said, "Student Mayan, was it you who used your zither to knock down Team Tianhai's sword in the competition just now? I've seen zither masters who can assist in cultivation, but I've never seen a zither master who can use skills like yours." Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, "Then let everyone experience it." The corners of the hosting female cultivator's mouth twitched. "Are you all surprised by the result of today's match? What do you think the Carefree team will achieve in the Tri-Academy tournament?" Mu Yan lightly raises her eyebrows, her rippling peach blossom eyes sparkling with life. Her already devastatingly beautiful face becomes even more captivating. "Since we've come to participate in this competition, we naturally only have one goal." As she said that, she slowly extended a finger and shook it lightly. "Who else but us can be the champion?" The face of the female cultivator in charge instantly stiffened. In the stands, the Xianxia who had been stunned by her appearance, after they reacted to what she had said, they instantly burst into a storm of discussion and cursing. What did she just say? Champion? I didn't hear wrong, right? Ha ha ha, a mere 7-man team defeated Team Xianxia with crafty schemes, yet she thinks that she can become the champion. I think she's crazy, right? In the special seats in the stands, Lan Huahong looked at Jun Mayan on the stage, licked his lips, and said in a deep voice, "I must get my hands on this woman. After the competition is over, think of a way to get her for me." The two nascent Soul Realm elders glanced at him and didn't say anything. Li Zuping stared at the guqin in Mu Yan's hands, confusion in his eyes. The aura the guqin gave off seemed a bit strange. At the place where the dean of the top 3 schools sat, Di Yudao stared at Mu Yan coldly as if his eyes were dipped in poison, his hands gripping the back of the chair tightly. Li Wenyuan, the college chief of the spiritual martial arts school, who was sitting at the side, said with a tinge of anger, "College Chief Zhai, the Starry School has produced another ambitious young man. Haha, our Lingwu Tianhai team has lost wholeheartedly." Di Yudao's face darkened and he didn't say anything. He didn't even care about Li Wenyuan's indirect mockery. He only thought that if this continued, the Yaoguang branch would really be exposed. No, how could this be? Su Yiluan, who was sitting in the last row, looked at the dazzling girl on the stage. His expression was dazed and his eyes were blurred, as if he was looking at the distant past through her. After all 12 matches in the first round of the Tri-School tournament ended, there were 3 days to rest. Other than the eliminated teams, the most depressed were the gamblers who had failed. Especially for the match between Tianhai and Xiaoyao team, almost 99% of the people bet on Tianhai team. Moreover, because they firmly believed in Grandmaster Xianhai's prediction, most of them had even bet a large sum of spar. At this moment, it could be said that they had lost everything. Mu Yan's group was the opposite of these people who lost everything. They divided the crystals they had into 3 portions. One portion was to bet on the outcome of each match, one portion was to bet on the final champion, and the last portion was to bet on the best contestant chosen after the end of the match. Tianhai's odds against Xiaoyao team was 1 to 80, and the 7 of them added up to tens of thousands of crystals. Tens of thousands of crystals, multiplied by 80 times, was a huge sum. When Mu Yan's group went to the Chang'e Palace with a large pile of universe bags to collect crystals, they were almost killed by the stares of the people around them. Unfortunately, the people of the Xiaoyao sect were in a good mood after receiving a huge sum of money for no reason. They didn't want to lower themselves to their level. Hehe, the first match is only 80 times. If we win the championship, it will be 200 times. If 6th senior sister wins the best contestant, it will be 600 times. Luo Yu swallowed her saliva. I've struck it big, ha ha ha. I think I can sleep on a crystal in my next life. When I go back, I'm going to renovate the Xiaoyao school into a magnificent palace. I'll let my master live in the most luxurious room and drink bejeweled wine every day. Hearing Luo Yu's childish declaration, the people of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help but laugh. How arrogant of you. However, if you want to daydream, that's your business. Don't bring shame to the entire starry school. Luo Yu and the others received the crystal stones and were about to return when a group of people suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Ling Yuma asked, "Who are you?" A tall but somewhat skinny woman walked out from the crowd. What? Luo Yu picked at her ears. Withdraw from the Tri-Academy tournament? And request? Is there something wrong with your brains? Who do you think you are to ask us to withdraw from the tournament? The tall and skinny girl's face was full of anger, but she seemed to be conscious of her status and couldn't speak for a moment. A short and fat man immediately jumped out from the side and said angrily, "Asking you to withdraw from the Tri-Academy tournament is to save face for you and prevent you from embarrassing our academy." As he spoke, the short and fat man glanced at the Qianquan bags in Luo Yu's hands, his eyes full of greed and hatred. He had bet all his money on Team Heaven C because he believed that Team Carefree would lose. He hadn't expected to lose everything. Team Heaven C lived in the Palace of Spirit Martial Arts Academy, so he didn't dare cause trouble for them. So he vented his anger on Team Carefree. What the hell? Ling Yuma frowned angrily. If I'm not wrong, you're from the Yuheng branch? Ha ha ha, you were eliminated in the first round, and you were eliminated in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Where did you get the face to ask us to withdraw from the competition? Chu Emoli smiled leisurely. Shouldn't Team Yuheng be thanking us? If we hadn't eliminated Team Heaven C and set a new time record, Team Yuheng would be the last team in the Tri-Academy tournament. Team Yuheng was at the bottom of this Tri-Academy tournament. Oh, not just at the bottom. Perhaps they were the fastest team to be eliminated in the history of the Tri-Academy tournament. This can be considered to have left their name in history. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu laughed without giving them any face. So you're here to thank us? Then take out something practical, like crystals or magic treasures. No matter how much you give, we won't mind. The faces of Team Yuheng were completely twisted. The tall skinny woman took a deep breath, gritted her teeth and said, "We lost, but we lost openly and openly, not like you, who use tricks and tricks. Even if you won, you would only be looked down upon by others. Master Xian Hai's strength ranking clearly states that your Carefree team is at the bottom. If you were to fight them head-on, would you be able to beat Team Sky C?" Luo Yu laughed coldly and said, "Master Xian Hai's prediction must be accurate? Who says we can't beat Team Tian Hai? Of course, my prediction can't be completely accurate." Master Xian Hai's voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone hurriedly made way for him, saluting him as he walked into the middle of the crowd. Master Xian Hai continued to hold the horsetail whisk in his hand. He gently swung it, looking like an immortal. However, in terms of overall strength, Team Heaven C is indeed stronger than your Carefree team. However, I can't help but admire your scheming and intelligence. At the start, you used a small trick like arriving late to make Team Heaven C lower their guard. In addition, Team Heaven C is broad-minded and chivalrous. They aren't willing to take advantage of others, so they easily fell into your trap and accepted the challenge with 7 people. Changle Palace was silent for a moment, then erupted in heated discussions. So that zither sound was actually meant to seduce people. It's no wonder that Team Sky C lost in a daze and lost so mysteriously. That's too shameless. It's called playing the Guqin to help, but it's actually seduction. Pfft, they're really lowly people from Starry School. Haha, I told you that Master Xian Hai's predictions are never wrong. Looks like it's not that Team Heaven C is weak, but that Team Xiaoyao is too cunning. Feng Tian and the people of Lingwu were filled with righteous indignation, and their curses were especially harsh. The people from Starry School did not dare to say anything, so they could only vent their anger on Mu Yan's group. I told you that the Alcade branch doesn't even have a mentor. Who knows what kind of bull*** they are. Why did they let them participate in the tri-school tournament? Now, the entire Starry School has been disgraced. The short and fat man immediately shouted, "Shameless Team Xiaoyao, get out of the tri-school tournament." Shameless Arcade Branch, get out of Starry School. Yes, shameless Arcade Branch, get out of Starry School. We don't want to be associated with you. However, Master Xianxia was still adding fuel to the fire at that moment. If I'm not wrong, after the first match ended, you deliberately said that you wanted to become the champion. You also wanted to create psychological pressure for the teams behind you. In the end, you hope to obtain victory in the chaos, right? Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed this time. The results of the draw have just come out. Your next opponent is Phoenix Sky School's Team Flame. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Team Blaze, is that the team that entered the third round last year and was defeated by the Star W team in the end? I heard that they're even stronger than last year. Ha ha ha, then Team Xiaoyao is definitely going to lose this time. No, it's not that I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose very badly. They deserve it. Who asked them to be so arrogant and say that they would be the champion? Pfft, did they get the champion by seducing men to sleep with them? The people from Xiaoyao School all had ugly expressions. Ling Yuma, who was the most hot-tempered, stepped forward and raised her blade. Say it again if you dare. Her aura leaked out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Changle Palace fell silent. Haha, if you have the guts, why can't we say it? The tall skinny girl from the Alioth branch sneered, all of you relied on seducing men to win, shameless. Master Xianxia looked at Mu Yan and the others and chuckled, I advise everyone to withdraw from the competition now. This way, it can be considered a saving face. Yes, Xiaoyao withdraw now. Don't embarrass Starry School. Team. Ling Yuma's expression hardened. She was about it. Mu Yan stretched out her hand to stop him. Her gaze fell on Master Xianxia, and she said slowly, Master Xianxia, right? You said that we won't be able to win the next round. Why don't we make a bet now? Let. Master Xianhai's face suddenly stiffens. 640,000 high-grade crystals, how could he have that, but at the same time, his eyes are suffused with burning greed. That's 640,000 high-grade crystals, he might not be able to earn it even if he earned it for 10 years. Mayan sneers, if Master can't come up with 640,000 high-grade crystals, then if you lose, admit in front of all the participants of the Jasper Forest gathering that your so-called strength prediction ranking is bullshit, and never call yourself a master again. How about it? Master Xianhai's eyes flash with anger, but he doesn't show it. Instead, he says coldly, it seems that fellow Taoist June is very confident in her zither bewitching technique. This is still beating around the bush, saying that Mayan won by seducing men. It's simply intolerable. Chumoli lightly knocks on the armrest of the wheelchair and says with a smile, in the end, Master Xianxia still doesn't dare to bet with my junior sister. In the end, is it because you're afraid that we'll win? Then why are you telling others that we'll definitely lose? What if these people lose everything? Will Grandmaster Xianxia pay for their losses? Oh, I almost forgot. Chumoli has a look of sudden realization. The result of the match between Team Tianhai and us was also predicted by Master Xianxia. You predicted it, and everyone believed it, so they lost everything. What a pity. As soon as these words come out, the atmosphere of Changle Palace begins to subtly change. Master Xianhai's face twitches, looking at Mayan and Chumoli with a gaze that seems to be dipped in poison. Just then, a clear voice suddenly comes from the crowd, Master Xianxia, bet with them. With me, Yi Xiaoqin here, she can't charm my team members. Our team, the Blaze, will definitely win. Everyone turns to look, only to see a petite and dainty girl with a delicate and pretty appearance, slowly walking over. She's holding a fiery red pipa in her hands. This pipa looks a little smaller than an ordinary pipa, like a toy. However, many people immediately recognized the person as soon as they saw the pipa. Red Flame Pipa, Yi Xiaoqin. I didn't expect her to be a member of the Blaze. The last round, the Blaze had a bye, and we didn't pay attention to their roster, so we didn't see it. Red Flame Pipa, is it very powerful? You don't even know about the Red Flame Pipa? That was the symbol of the Yi clan, an aristocratic support family. Their skills in the loot could increase the strength of their teammates by 30% in a short period of time. With Yi Xiaoqin's help, the Blaze is like a tiger that has grown wings. Ha ha ha, how could June Mayan's broken zither compare to the red flame pipa? How dare you boast that you will win? Yi Xiaoqin coldly looks at Mayan, her eyes are filled with loathing. In the next match, I originally didn't intend to take part. But what you have done is a disgrace to us musicians. In tomorrow's competition, I will show you what a real assistant musician is. With that, he left with a cold and arrogant face. Alright. Good job, Yi Xiaoqin, as expected of our Phoenix Sky's #1 support. Tomorrow, Team Feng Tian, you must kill every single one of those bastards from Constellation. Ha ha ha, let's go and place our bets. We'll definitely make a fortune if we bet on Carefree Team losing this time. Yeah, I'll buy it too. I'll buy it too. The crowd dispersed, and the few who stayed behind also pointed at Mu Yan and the others. The 7 of them stood in the middle of the hall of Changel Palace, looking lonely, desolate and pitiful. However, no one noticed that they were exchanging glances at this time. 6th senior sister, that's great, we can make a fortune again. 80 times 640,000, wahahaha, I don't have to worry about crystals for the rest of my life. Keep a low profile, let's let Z buy it for us this time. We can't let the odds fall back. The third match of the second round of the Tri-Academy tournament, Phoenix Sky Blaze vs Star Carefree Team. Begin. As soon as the presiding female cultivator's voice fell, a clamor broke out in the stands. From time to time, someone could be heard shouting, Team Blaze, we must teach the shameless Carefree Team a hard lesson. End the match in half an hour and make Carefree Team leave with their tails between their legs. The stands were bustling with noise, but the few people in the arena turned a deaf ear to these shouts. The leader of Team Blaze was a young man who looked mature. He said expressionlessly, I watched the match between Carefree Team and Xianxia Team yesterday. Your strength isn't as bad as they say. But the winner today will definitely be our Team Blaze. As for you. His gaze turned to Mu Yan, surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said coldly, I advise you not to try to charm us like you did to Xianxia Team. Just stay at the side and watch. Our Team Blaze won't easily make a move on an auxiliary master. But if you really insist on going the wrong way, our auxiliary master will naturally give you an unforgettable lesson. Mu Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. She leisurely walked to the corner of the arena and sat down. Yi Xiaoqin saw her like this and sneered. Her eyes were full of disdain, this shameless woman knows how to adapt to circumstances. I was going to teach her a lesson. Ha ha ha, who doesn't know how powerful the red flame pipa is? As long as she has a bit of brain, she should know to retreat. Young Qin, it's better for you to hide your abilities well. When you meet the Divine Pivot Squad in the future, you'll be able to catch them off guard and take revenge. Yi Xiaoqin proudly raised her chin and walked to the end of the line. Team Blaze immediately launched an attack on Team Carefree. In the next moment, the temperature of the entire arena and even the stands suddenly rose. Even the audience in the stands could faintly feel the heatwave coming towards them. Damn, the members of the Blaze team are all using fire techniques. Looking at their spiritual power fluctuations, each one of them is very pure and has great talent. This year's Team Blaze is really amazing. Haha, do you think Team Carefree will be burnt to a crisp? However, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a quarter of an hour, half of an hour, the competition on the high platform was still going on. 9 people against 6, it was like a raging fire, exchanging blows, brilliant and varied. However, not only were the 6 members of the Carefree team not suppressed, but the 9 members of the Blaze team were also unable to fight back. The audience in the stands were dumbfounded. Didn't Master Xianxia say that their strength is ranked at the bottom? Could it be that Master Xianxia's estimation was wrong? Yi Xiaoqin looks at the deadlocked situation in front of her and frowns fiercely. She curses waste in a low voice, and the red flame pipa is raised, her fingers gently plucking the 4 strings. The sad and melancholy music reverberates in the air, slowly lingering around the members of the Inferno team. Soon, the tiredness on the faces of the members of the Inferno team dissipates, and their thin spiritual power suddenly soars. Especially the leader, a red flame suddenly bursts out of his body, fierce and unparalleled. In this short period of time, the situation had taken a turn. The momentum of the originally suppressed Inferno team skyrockets, faintly making the Carefree team unable to fight back. This is the power of an assistant musician. The people in the stands breathe a long sigh of relief. I admit that the carefree team isn't that waste, but as long as the Inferno team has the flame pipa Xiaoqin, they're still far from winning. Haha, Xiaoqin is a real assistant musician. Jun Mayan can only seduce people, that's just a dirty trick. Jun Mayan's support hasn't started yet? Maybe the carefree team can turn the tables? Ha ha ha, relying on that broken zither of hers? How can it be compared with the red flame pipa? Don't you see that Xiaoqin has already made her move, but Jun Mayan doesn't even dare to move? With Xiaoqin's assistance, the members of the Inferno team fight bravely, while the carefree team is having a hard time holding on. Mayan smiles as she watches this scene. After confirming that big brother and fourth sister don't intend to show their full strength, she gently presses her hands on the Tian Mo Qin, plucking the strings. Zhong, the sound of the zither resonates, shaking the sky. It's followed by the sound of a powerful army, swallowing mountains and rivers. Feather Grace, activate, Feather Grace, Shin musician's auxiliary combat skill, greatly increasing one's own fighting power and reducing the enemy's fighting power. Almost as soon as the sound of the zither starts, the sound of the pipa is completely covered up. Soon, the members of the Inferno team feel their bodies begin to become stiff and sluggish. It was as if there were tiny whirlpools around them, absorbing the spiritual power they released little by little. On the contrary, the members of Xiaoyao squad rallied and fought bravely. Boom, Wine Qin punched out, and the youngest member of the Raging Inferno team screamed miserably as he was directly swept off the stage. 8-6. Ling Yuma soared into the sky. The long saber in her hand carried an imposing aura as it swept across. Another person's eyes rolled back and he immediately fainted. 7-6. The sword in Yin Ruhan's hand danced like a graceful gentleman, but every stab seemed to be able to ride the wind and break through the waves with unstoppable momentum. With a scream, another member of the Fierce Flame team was sent down. 6-6. At this point, all of the advantages that the blaze had were gone. The stands were completely silent. At this moment, even a blind person could see that the carefree team was stronger than the blaze team. No, they weren't just strong. If Jun Mayan's support was included, they were simply stronger than the blaze in a crushing manner. At this moment, many people, especially the students of Xingchen City, were at a loss. 7 against 10, and one person sitting in a wheelchair didn't move much. Just like that, they actually suppressed the blaze from beginning to end, making them unable to resist. Is this Team Carefree really weak? The members of Team Flame had been thrown off the platform one by one. It was too obvious who had won. The turning point of the competition was when Jun Mayan's music rang out. But Xiaoqin was not willing to admit it. She had practiced flame pipa for more than 20 years. Born in the auxiliary Yi clan, she had been sought after since she was young and was called a genius musician. Before the competition, she had said that she would teach Jun Mayan a lesson and let her know what a real musician was. How could she? How could she lose to a woman like Jun Mayan? Jun Mayan. Xiaoqin stood up suddenly. Do you dare to compete with me? Only you and me, a battle between two musicians. Mayan stopped plucking the strings and smiled. How do you want to compete? Xiaoqin gritted her teeth. You and I, of course. The one who can't hold on first loses. In fact, among the auxiliary skills passed down in the Yi clan, there was a secret technique that was only passed down to the direct line. It was a spiritual attack. Once this technique was used, the enemy's spiritual soul would be violently attacked by the sound waves. If one could not withstand it, he would become an idiot. Even if he could, he would be in so much pain that even the most strong-willed person would not be able to bear it and could only wail and admit defeat. However, this secret skill was too vicious and consumed all of Xiaoqin's spirit force. Moreover, she wouldn't be able to touch the red flame pipa for at least 3 months after using it. Therefore, Xiaoqin didn't plan on using it in the Tri-Academy tournament. But now, she could not care about anything. Today, if she can't suppress Mayan's limelight, she will lose all her face. Henceforth, she will no longer have a foothold in Azure Blue World. Xiaoqin added, if you lose, Team Xiaoyao will have to admit defeat too. Now, Team Flame only had one leader left, while Team Xiaoyao still had 7 people. This was very shameless. On the spectator stand, many Starry School students had already started jeering. "Pfft, what do you mean Team Xiaoyao has to admit defeat too? Why? It's obvious that our Constellation team won. I thought Yi Xiaoqin and Team Flame were strong. Now it seems that they're not strong at all. They're just shameless." Jun Mayan, don't agree. Beat the crap out of Team Blazers. After all, Carefree Team was Constellation's team. They represented Constellation's reputation. In the beginning, they hated the Carefree squad because they thought that they had no strength and were treacherous. They were afraid that they would lose face. But now that they discovered that the Carefree team was actually so strong, they naturally began to switch sides and support them. On the other hand, the spectators at the Phoenix Sky Academy's side were deathly silent. All of them were ashamed and resentful, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. Mu Yan looked at Yi Xiaoqin and chuckled, "You have a good plan." Yi Xiaoqin asked, "What? Do you not dare to compete with me?" Of course, she knew how shameless her actions were. However, this shamelessness would be forgotten as long as she won the competition and obtained a good ranking. Mu Yan looked at Yun Ruhan and the others. "Senior brothers, what do you think?" Yun Ruhan glanced at Yi Xiaoqin with a complicated expression. "It's up to you, junior sister." As he spoke, he retreated. The others immediately retreated behind Mu Yan, laughing and joking as they retreated. "Hee, the point is that she's challenging the musician's skill. Isn't this just taking things too hard? I kind of sympathize with her." Yi Xiaoqin can't hear the conversation of Luo Yu and the others, but she can see that they're laughing and not putting her in their eyes. She grits her teeth, but there's a wild smile in her eyes. "You can laugh, you can be proud, but you'll cry later." In the huge square, everyone else has retreated to the side, leaving only Mayan and Yi Xiaoqin sitting in the center, separated by a few feet. Almost as soon as she sits down, Yi Xiaoqin immediately plucks the 4 strings. Her eyes are full of ruthlessness. The speed of playing the pipa is getting faster and faster, and the tone is sharp, piercing the eardrums. There's no longer the original beauty and desolation of beads falling on a jade plate, only a fierce murderous intent is left. She actually used a killing move from the beginning. The people in the stand suddenly look shocked. Even if they're not in the game, they can still feel the murderous intent in this pipa music. The girl in white is slender, her face like snow, like an orchid in an empty valley, and also like a fairy from the 9th heaven. People can't bear to profane her, but they also long to get close to her. But such a beautiful girl is now surrounded by malevolent music, as if countless ghostly claws will stretch out at any time and tear her to pieces. Many people's hearts are in their throats. Someone even shouts, "Jun Mayan, run." I heard that the Yi family has a musician skill that can directly attack a person's soul and turn them into an idiot. Yi Xiaoqin is so vicious, using such a trick in the 3-courtyard competition. "Jun Mayan, don't compete with her, quickly leave the arena." The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a shallow smile, then she only stretches out a hand and presses it on the Tian Mo Chin. Her slender index finger is slightly bent, and the round, pink nails are trimmed, revealing an intoxicating luster under the sun. Clang, a sound rang out, and a halo of light appeared around Mu Yan in a split second. Yi Xiaoqin's pipa music falls on the halo, and suddenly seems to encounter an insurmountable barrier. Not only can it not move forward, but it directly bounces back. Yi Xiaoqin spits out a mouthful of blood, falls to the ground, and can't get up. There's a dead silence in the stands. Everyone, including the mentors of the major academies, were dumbfounded. That's because Jun Mayan only plucked the zither string once, only producing 1 note. Just like that, the geniuses of the Yi family were unable to retaliate at all. Yi Xiaoqin suddenly raised her head and roared hysterically, "Impossible, how is this possible? How could you possibly break the divine soul attack of my Yi family?" Jun Mayan slowly stands up, looking down at her from above. "It's just an insignificant competition, yet you launched a soul attack against your opponent, turning a cultivator into a waste. What's the difference between that and murder? Yi Xiaoqin, you're the one who doesn't deserve to be a musician. I don't think you'll ever need to play again." As soon as her voice falls, she waves the Tian Mo Chin with one hand. The Tian Mo Chin immediately makes a clanging sound, and countless zither nodes turn into sharp blades, shooting straight at Yi Xiaoqin. Yi Xiaoqin let out a blood-curdling scream. She was covered in blood and passed out. On the grandstand, where the deans of the three academies were seated, Di Yudao, Li Wenyuan, Dean Feng Tian, and Xing Danqing didn't say a word. The silence in the surroundings was somewhat eerie. They also have less than 10 people to take up the challenge, and they are also not favored by anyone. They are both amazingly talented zither players. Li Wenyuan murmured, continuing Xing Danqing's words. And they are also from the Yaoguang branch. The two slowly looked at Di Yudao. Di Yudao clenched his fists tightly, using all his strength to restrain himself so that he didn't reveal any abnormalities. It's just a coincidence. What's so strange about it? He swung his sleeves and turned to leave. Li Wenyuan and Xing Danqing looked at his flustered and exasperated figure from behind, and both of them revealed astonished expressions. As soon as Di Yudao turned around, he immediately clenched his fists, his face twisted. No, he would never let the Yaoguang branch continue to win. The second round ended, and the 6 advancing teams were all born. The Starry School, which was originally the least favored, actually took 3 out of the 6 teams. The most surprising was, of course, the Carefree team's advancement. When Mu Yan and the others went to Changle Palace to exchange crystals, Master Xianxia was blocked in a corner, being questioned by the crowd. You liar, it's all because you said that the Carefree team would definitely lose that I bet all my crystals on it. Yes, none of your predictions are accurate, and you call yourself a master. Give me back my spar. Hurry up and pay us back. Master Xianxia waved his hands in panic. He finally rushed out of the crowd, but ran into Mu Yan and the others. Mu Yan chuckled. Master Xianxia, do you still remember our bet? Now, are you going to take out 640,000 crystals, or are you going to publicly admit that your strength prediction is bullshit? Master Xianhai's face turned green and white. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, My prediction of the tri-school tournament is bullshit. Louder. Mu Yan said coldly. Let everyone hear you. Otherwise, Master Xianxia, you'd better take out 640,000 crystals. Yes, your prediction is not accurate at all. Just admit that you're bullshit. What Master Xianxia? I think it's Xianxia Qingba. Ha ha ha, the Carefree team is awesome. Master Xianhai's face was full of embarrassment and anger. He shouted, My prediction of the tri-school tournament is bullshit. Bullshit. That means you're admitting that you're a dog. Ha ha ha, Xianxia dog. Since you've admitted that you're a dog, why don't you scram? Changle Palace is a place where only people can come. Master Xianxia fled in a sorry state. Mu Yan and the others took the small mountain of spar and swaggered away. In the palace of the School of the Emperor Star specially provided for the Carefree team to rest, everyone counted the crystals they had earned this time. They were about to go crazy with joy. The 7 of them packed up the crystal stones and were about to go to Changle Palace to eat and drink to celebrate. Suddenly, a voice rang through the entire School of the Emperor Star. The results of the 3rd round of the Tri-Academy tournament have been announced. Phoenix Sky Monarch team and Star Deputy team will have a bye. The remaining 4 teams are as follows: Linggu Xiongba team against Xingchen Xiaoyao team, Feng Tian Chi Huan team against Xingchen Tian Quan team. We will now repeat the results of the draw. The Changle Palace was silent for a moment, and then it immediately became noisy again. Although the Carefree team will definitely lose this time, their results in this grand competition are already considered very good. Who said that the Carefree team will definitely lose? Don't forget, they have the strongest support, Jun Mayan. Mayan and the others are eating delicacies while listening to the discussions around them with great interest. Suddenly, the light in front of them darkens, and several shadows are cast down. The surrounding air is filled with a sense of oppression at this moment. A voice like a bell rings in their ears, You are Jun Mayan? Mayan looks up, only to find that the ones blocking their light are actually 4 or 5 burly men like small hills. Luo Yu looks at the knotted muscles all over their body, and pinches her own thin forearms, and can't help but click her tongue. God, one of them can match up to 2 people on her side. Even Qingjiu, who looks strong in the Carefree team, seems to have shrunk in size in front of them. Mayan raises her eyebrows. You are? Someone in the crowd immediately exclaims, the Xiongba team, they are the people of the Lingwu Xiongba team. God, they already look very burly on the field, but I didn't expect them to be so strong up close, and their pressure is even more frightening. If I were to fight against them, I would have fainted from fright before the fight even started. The people of the Xiongba team condescendingly look at Mayan. The little girl has such fine skin and tender flesh, an outstanding beauty. In a moment's competition, it really makes people reluctant to lay their hands on you. Mayan blinks. You are from the Xiongba team? Several people raise their chins, revealing an arrogant expression. I admit that the strength of your carefree team is indeed not bad, but that is under the condition that you are assisting. But his gaze sweeps over everyone in the carefree team. Do you have the ability to protect your support? Seeing Luoyu and the others reveal a stunned expression. The people of the Xiongba team laugh. Jun Mayan, I advise you not to participate in the next match. Otherwise, no matter how strong your support ability is, can you still protect yourself? When that time comes, don't blame us for being ruthless. Dropping this provocative remark, the people of the Xiongba team arrogantly swagger away. Everyone in Chang'e stares blankly at first, then they immediately understand. That's right, Jun Mayan is indeed a heaven-defying musician, and the strongest support in this Chongling tournament. But the problem was that all auxiliary combat power was extremely weak. Only by relying on the protection of his teammates could he survive. It would be better if the Xiaoyao team had a full complement of 10 people. Perhaps they could separate 2 or 3 people to specifically protect Mayan. However, there were only 7 people in the carefree squad. If they sent 2 people to protect the support master, 5 people against 10 people from the mighty tyrants. Even with strong support, they would definitely lose. In previous competitions, there had been teams that relied on strong support to control the entire field. However, the strengths and weaknesses of such a team were equally prominent. That was, as long as the supporting shoujo were eliminated, the entire team would collapse, and there would be no chance of victory. At this moment, the mighty tyrants had obviously grasped the carefree team's weakness. In the following match, carefree team would definitely lose. The girl in front of them looks so slender and delicate, untainted by dust, making people reluctant to let her suffer any harm. But if she goes up against the Xiongba team, such an orchid will inevitably be cruelly destroyed. It's not necessary for the victory or defeat of a match. Xiaoyao team, you should also think about it clearly. Is the outcome of the match more important, or is your junior sister more important? Don't tell me you want to let your fellow disciples fall into such a situation for your own victory or defeat. Chumoli picks up a piece of silk cloth from the side and wipes his mouth, unhurriedly saying, Thank you for your concern. However, although the junior sister is important, the outcome of the match is also very important. We've bet a lot of crystals on ourselves. If we lose, wouldn't we lose miserably? I have no choice but to reluctantly let little junior sister go on stage. By the way, do you want to try betting on us to win? Maybe you can also make a lot of money like us? Everyone roars with laughter. At this time, these people are still thinking about winning crystals. Unless we're stupid, would we bet on the Xiaoyao team to win? Forget it, since they want to court death, why should we care about them? Let's go, let's bet on the Xiongba team to win. Maybe we can earn back the crystals we lost. The first match of the 3rd round of the Tri-Academy tournament is Feng Tian Chi Huan against Xingchen Migrez. In this match, both sides fought very fiercely, evenly matched. At the end of the hour, the Chi Huan team won by a hair's breadth with an advantage of 1 more person. However, everyone's attention has already shifted to the next match. The 7-person Xiaoyao team against the most ferocious Xiongba team. Can they retreat unscathed, and how long can they last under the pressure of the Xiongba team? Seeing the beautiful woman in snow-white clothes slowly walk onto the stage with a black zither in her arms, many people show an unbearable expression. Have the carefree squad gone mad? They don't even care about their lives to win? They clearly know that the Xiongba team is going to cripple Jun Mayan, yet they still let her go on stage. Alas, you don't know how ruthless the Xiongba team is. I heard that in their Lingwu courtyard competition, they directly crippled the entire team that didn't deal with them. Especially their captain, Gong Kan, who even pierced his opponent's dantian in front of all the teachers and students. Are you kidding me? Will Lingwu Academy not pursue the matter? Who asked Team Xiongba to be so strong? The Spiritual Martial Arts Academy still had to rely on them to fight for glory. If they pursue the matter, will there still be a team left in the Spiritual Martial Academy? It's over, it's over. I don't even want to watch this match. Jun Mayan is such a delicate beauty, and such a powerful auxiliary musician. It would be such a pity if she were to be crippled like this. On the dean's seat, Li Wenyuan looked at the students who were already standing on the field, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He turned around and pretended to look at Diyu. Dean Zhai, the members of our Xiongba team are all uncouth men. They don't know how to control their strength. If they hurt your students, please don't take offense. Diyu Dao's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. He lowered his eyes and revealed a sly smile. Of course, he knew how fierce and powerful the members of the mighty tyrants were. It was precisely because of their savagery that he had arranged this competition. This match was going to be the most tragic outcome. From then on, no one would ever mention these 7 people again, and no one would ever think of the Alcade branch. This was the best ending. That's right, Diyu Dao had tampered with the results. Any team in the Starry School, any school, could become famous in the world, but only the Alcade School could not. Otherwise, the things he wanted to hide would soon be exposed. Jun Muyan, Xiaoyao team, can't you just hide in the Alcade branch? Why do you have to show yourself? Don't blame me, you asked for it. The second match of the third round of the Tri-Academy tournament, Starry Xiaoyao team against Lingwu Xiongba. Begin. The host did not leave immediately after saying this. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and walked to Muyan's side. Lowering her voice, she said, "You have to be careful of Gong Kan, the captain of Xiongba. He has a nickname, the Bloody Butcher. In last year's Tri-Academy tournament, he mercilessly crippled a senior from our school. That senior had a bright future." She paused and choked with hatred. "Anyway, be careful, he has his eyes on you today." Mu Yan glanced at the host and smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your reminder. How about I help you take revenge for that senior?" The host was stunned. She wanted to say something, but the gongs had already been sounded. The tournament had officially begun. Everyone in Xiongba was muscular. Every one of them was the size of 2 people in Xiaoyao team. Especially Mu Yan, Luo Yu, and Ling Yuxing, they were like children in front of them. Luo Yu was speechless. My God, what did they eat? Why do they look like inflated leather bags? Just then, someone walked out from Xiongba. That person's physique and appearance weren't particularly outstanding among the members of the mighty tyrants, but his eyes were extremely sinister, faintly flashing with a bloody ruthlessness. This was the captain of Xiongba, the famous Bloody Butcher. Gong Kan's gaze turned and landed on Mu Yan's face. A hint of shock and lust flashed past his eyes. "Little girl, I'll give you a chance. As long as you agree to sleep with me after the competition, I'll allow you to jump down from this arena right now. How about it?" These words could be said to be extremely explicit and disgusting. Yun Ruhan and the others were furious. Insulting them was fine, but insulting their junior apprentice sister would result in death. Mu Yan stops the few people who want to make a move, and unhurriedly says, "And if I don't agree?" "Huh." Gong Kan sneered. "Do you think we're the same as the weaklings you met before? If we can win, we'll fight. If we can't, we'll withdraw." He clenched his fists until his knuckles made cracking sounds. "I can tell you right now, since you're not willing to take the easy way out, once the competition starts, it's not up to you to decide when it ends." As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Kan raised his hand. The members of Team Xiongba immediately moved. They were tall and sturdy, but their movements were extremely fast. One of them, who was wielding a meteor hammer, let out a roar and smashed the huge hammer towards the center of the arena. Mu Yan and the others quickly retreated. There was a loud bang, and a huge hole was smashed in the center of the arena. Gravel flew everywhere. This move was much louder than when Qingjiu punched the ground. There was a burst of exclamation from the audience. But it was also this hammer that forced the people from the Xiaoyao sect to scatter. Oh no, Jun Mayan is alone, someone on the stand exclaimed, panic written all over his face. He saw that the meteor hammer just now had forced Mayan to the northern corner. At the moment, 3 people were surrounding her. One of them was the captain of the Shiba team, Gong Kan. Many people had seen the strength of the other 2 in the previous 2 matches. They could easily crush a member of the Blaze team. 3 top masters ganged up on Mayan, an assistant musician. It was easy to imagine how miserable her ending would be. The people from the Xiaoyao sect wanted to rush over to help, but everyone was being watched by a member of the Shiba team. They couldn't move an inch. The Shiba team even sent someone to guard the edge of the stand to prevent anyone from the Xiaoyao sect from fleeing in fear. Gong Kan licked his lips, as if tasting blood. His eyes were filled with excitement. I said, once the match starts, it's not up to you to decide when it ends. Little girl, even if you beg for mercy now, I won't let you go. Just thinking of your blood in my mouth makes me so excited that I can't control myself. Hee. On the stand, many people turned their heads away and covered their faces. The slender and beautiful girl was pale as snow, weak and fragile. So alluring, so ethereal, and so easily destroyed. They really couldn't bear to see such a bloody and miserable scene. What is the Starry School doing? Why aren't they stopping the match? Could it be that they really want to watch a genius like Jun Mayan fall before their eyes? I really can't bear to watch. I'd rather lose all my crystals than see a genius assistant musician end up like that. Gong Kan slowly raised his hand. His weapon was a pair of rushing thunder claws, which was directly sheathed on his hands. As long as he infused it with spiritual energy, it could split mountains, break metals, and penetrate armor. Gong Kan loved to use this pair of rushing thunder claws to pierce through the enemy's body, feeling their warm blood splattering, listening to their mournful and desperate screams. The more miserable the screams, the more excited he was. When Gong Kan's hands landed on Mayan's chest, his eyes were filled with anticipation for the next moment. However, the expected screams and blood did not come. Gong Kan's thunder rush claw stopped in midair, as if it was blocked by something. Even if he used all the spiritual power in his body, he still couldn't move an inch. Gong Kan raised his head in surprise, but what he saw was the girl's sparkling peach blossom eyes. A lazy smile appeared on her beautiful face, but the depths of her eyes were dark and unfathomable. Gong Kan suddenly turned his head and looked at his rushing thunder claw. Only then did he discover that what blocked his rushing thunder claw was actually a zither. It was a tattered wooden zither that looked as if it could be broken at any time. How was this possible? His galloping thunder claw was a tier 7 spirit weapon, it could even cut through the hardest iron and stone like tofu. Why was he stopped by a broken zither? Your mouth is full of filthy words, it gives me a headache. In Gong Kan's ears, the girl's heavenly voice sounded, but there's one thing you're right about. Once the competition begins, it's not up to you to decide when it will end. The strings of the zither suddenly moved, emitting a buzzing sound. Dozens of zither sounds turn into blades, smashing into his body at close range. In an instant, his clothes are torn apart and blood splatters everywhere. Gong Kan's chest has dozens of bone-deep wounds. The stands are quiet for a moment. Many people don't understand what happened, their faces full of bewilderment. Why is Gong Kan suddenly covered in blood? What happened just now? I thought it would be Jun Mayan who got hurt, how could it be Gong Kan instead? Gong Kan retreated to the side of the 2 members of the Xiongba team. Still in a state of shock, he looks at the sweet smiling girl, his brows tightly wrinkled. The bursts of pain coming from his chest make his eyes stain with a thick ruthlessness. Good, really worthy of being a genius zither master. The first support, you actually have some ability to protect yourself. But I really don't believe that you can protect yourself for a while. Can you protect yourself for a lifetime? You can use small tricks to deal with me, but can you fight against the 4 of us at the same time? Gong Kan says as he waves his hand, shouting in a stern and angry voice, Xiangda, you go together with me. Today, I will make this smelly woman beg for death. As long as we kill this smelly woman, the Xiongba team will win without a fight. Almost at the same time as Gong Kan's order, the 4 members of the Xiongba team each take out their magic weapons. There's a flying sword, a long blade, and the meteor hammer that just smashed the arena. Their bodies are obviously like small mountains, their weapons cumbersome, but when they move, the four people's movements are as fast as lightning. The hearts of the audience in the stands are suddenly raised, but at the same time, they don't have a trace of hope in their hearts. Even if that unforeseen event just now was really June Mayan's strength, as a support master, she still has a way to protect herself. But how could a little girl fight against four experts at the same level at the same time? Even the tyrannical Lu Jinheng and Ouyang Qing didn't have the courage to say that they could fight against four top elites of the Spirit and Martial Arts Academy when they were in their fasting period. Boom, a loud noise rolls up a monstrous wave of smoke and dust in the arena. Just when everyone thinks that they will see the miserable scene of June Mayan's corpse lying in a pool of blood, suddenly, a seven-colored light bursts out from the center of the arena. 7 giant swords of different colors spun and danced in the air, emitting a dazzling yet chilling light. Amidst the dust and smoke, the miserable cries of Gong Can and the others rang out one after another, as well as many fearful questions. The people on the grandstand were all stunned. What's going on? Is Mayan still alive? What are those 7 swords? Why have I never seen such a sword before? In the next moment, the 7 swords suddenly soared into the sky and slowly formed a crystal-clear longsword in the sky above the arena. And on top of the sword, a young girl in snow-white clothes had appeared out of nowhere. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, her long hair was like a waterfall, her face was like snow, and her peach blossom eyes were filled with starlight. The spectator stands were completely silent, deathly silent. Everyone stared at the girl in the air, forgetting to speak, forgetting to move, forgetting to breathe. This deathly silence lasted for several dozen breaths of time before someone in the stands suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering shout. Fuck 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 fuck. Sword riding flight. Following this shout, it was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake, and in a split second, it stirred up raging waves. Wait, isn't the problem that she's only at the fasting stage? How can she fly on a sword? It should be known that Qi Ming, the one who did the entrance examination for Mayan and the others, was able to fly on a sword with his Jindan cultivation, which was already praiseworthy. But June Mayan? She's only at the fasting stage. She can already fly on a sword? The flying sword slowly descends from the sky, landing on the stage. A pair of slender, jade-like hands hold the translucent Qijue sword in the palm, pointing it at the ground. The girl's long eyelashes lightly tremble. She lifts her eyes and looks at the battered and exhausted Gong Can and the others with a smile that isn't a smile. What did you just say? I can deal with you alone, can I deal with all 4 of you at the same time? Now guess again, can I deal with all 4 of you at the same time? Gong Can's trembling hands cover the bleeding wound on his abdomen. There's no arrogance and despotism on his face, only shock. Why? You're just an auxiliary master, how can you be so strong? You, who exactly are you? Mayan brushes away the dust on her clothes. Am I not the auxiliary master that you said could be casually pinched to death? What, now you don't want to use the rushing thunder claw to pierce my chest and abdomen, and listen to me cry for mercy? Gong Can clenches his teeth and says in a low voice, June Mayan, we might as well make peace. Although your strength is pretty good, you're only one person after all. If the 4 of us really disregard everything and fight to the death with you, you won't be able to gain anything. This match, we'll drag it out for an hour, and our side will directly eliminate 3 people. How about it be a draw? If it's a draw, both teams can enter the 4th round, which can be considered a win-win outcome. A draw? Mayan chuckles, it sounds like a really good decision. Hearing that, Gong Can's face shows a trace of a smile. Who knew that Mayan would say again, it's a pity that from the very beginning, you've said that our carefree team will die miserably. If we don't reciprocate politeness, wouldn't it seem that we're too impolite? Gong Can's complexion suddenly turns very unsightly, and the other 3 members of the Brave Tyrants also reveal their ferocious faces. Smelly woman, do you really think we're afraid of you? 1 against 4, I want to see if you can really win against us. Brothers, give it your all. Let's let this bitch have a taste of our strength. Don't forget that we, the mighty tyrants, are a team that will fight for the championship. With a few shouts, the members of the Xiongba team immediately have an imposing manner, launching a swift and fierce attack towards Mu Yan. However, Mu Yan's figure was clearly surrounded by these 4 iron tower-like brawny men, like a weak willow and cattail grass that could be destroyed at any time. However, her figure was like a phantom, and no one could catch her at all. The transparent seven absolute sword in her hand transformed into thousands of sword shadows, causing all of the attacks from the mighty tyrants to be like stones sinking into the ocean, not causing a single ripple. Everyone in the stands was dumbfounded. They all wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. Moreover, slowly, those with sharp eyes began to discover that something was wrong. Don't you think that the way Jun Mayan fights looks a little familiar? Don't you think that the sword in Mayan's hand is also very familiar? The two people in the stands looked at each other in dismay, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. The same name suddenly jumps out from their mouths, Great God Yi. What caught people's attention even more was the transparent sword. It was such a special sword. Anyone who had seen it would notice it. But God Yi had used such a transparent sword before, and now Jun Mayan was using it as well. No, that's impossible. We must have seen it wrong. Yes, Jun Mayan is the strongest musician and support master. If she's also the master of the Qingyun sect, Yi Liangchen, what kind of monster would she be? However, this thought was planted in their hearts and they couldn't get rid of it. In the arena, Mayan defeated the four masters of the Xiongba without any pressure. More and more people had this thought. When did the Starry School have such a powerful person? She defeated four top elites of the spiritual martial arts school with her cultivation at the peak of Anidia. He was omniscient and omnipotent. He could be a heaven-defying support master or an invincible swordsman. A name was echoing in everyone's mind. That person used a short month to defeat the exquisite, Nirvana, and numinous clouds lists. That person became the top of the Qingyun ranking, which no one had successfully reached in decades. That person used the despised talisman to participate in the Golden Tianguang competition and defeated Fairy Yao Dai to become the champion. There was only one person in the entire world. The master of the Qingyun sect, Yi Liangchen. Is Jun Mayan really Yi Liangchen, God Yi? Other than God Yi, is there anyone else in Starry School who is so powerful? But, that's not right. If Jun Mayan is really God Yi, she can reach the top of the Qingyun ranking, draw talismans, fly on her sword during Anidia, and she's also the strongest support master? Do you believe this? The spectator stand fell into dead silence again. Everyone was at a loss whether Jun Mayan was great God Yi or not. However, no one was sure that Jun Mayan was Yi Liangchen. Because if it was true, then Jun Mayan was so powerful that she couldn't even be considered human. In the arena, Gong Kan's eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness. Seeing that his three teammates were trying their best to block Jun Mayan's attack and were about to be seriously injured, he didn't go to help them. Not only does he not go to rescue her, but he goes around to Mayan's back instead. He stealthily smears poison on the rushing thunder claw, and noiselessly attacks Mayan's back. The rules of the 3 Academy tournament forbade the use of sinister methods like poisonous goo. But at this moment, Gong Kan's heart was filled with hatred, and he could no longer care so much. As long as he could cripple this woman and vent his anger, so what if he was expelled from the Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy? However, his rushing thunder claw is about to ruthlessly grab Mayan's back. Suddenly, he heard the intermittent sound of a zither. Then, Gong Kan felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. He watched helplessly as his hand, which was equipped with the thunderbolt claw, flew up into the sky and heavily clawed at his face. With a tearing sound, the rushing thunder claw scratched a hideous bloody scar on Gong Kan's face. The poison on Gong Kan's face instantly spread, and the skin on his face began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huge blood blisters began to grow on various parts of his body. He fell to the ground, wailing and rolling on the ground. It wasn't long before he became neither human nor ghost, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Everyone's gazes are like they're looking at a monster, a female devil that makes them fear her. Yun Rohan and the others unhurriedly walked to Mayan's side. They've been fighting with the people of the mighty tyrants for a long time, but they don't look the least bit disheveled. They're not even out of breath. It's clear that they haven't gone all out. On the other hand, there's no need to talk about the 4 people of the mighty tyrants who are fighting against Mayan. The others, even those who are fighting against Chumoli, are all battered and exhausted, their eyes filled with fear. At this moment, whether it's in the stands or below, everyone has to admit it. The Carefree team is very strong, so strong that June Mayan's declaration of winning the championship, which was like a joke, now seems more like a preview. Luo Yu looks at the panic-stricken members of the Mighty Tyrants, and says with a smile, "You're right. If you want to deal with our Carefree team, the best way is to subdue my 6th senior sister, who is also our strongest support." But the problem is, which one of you can defeat our strongest support? The stands are once again in absolute silence. What seemed to be Carefree team's greatest weakness was also their greatest strength. Such a Carefree team is truly invincible. If June Mayan really is the Lord of Clear Sky, Yi Liangchen, then even the most favored team, the Phoenix Heavenly King, might not be their match. Could it be that in this Tri-Academy tournament, there's really going to be a miracle where a 7-person team wins the championship? Ling Yuma clenches her fists and says in high spirits, "What should we do next? Beat every one of them until they're like bears?" She's referring to Gong Kan, who no longer looks like a human. The people of the Mighty Tyrants are scared out of their wits. We admit defeat. Someone can't help but shout with a sobbing tone, "We, the Mighty Tyrants, voluntarily give up and admit defeat." The other members of the Mighty Tyrants immediately nod like chickens pecking at rice. If it weren't for the fear that makes their legs weak, they would have jumped down from the high platform right now. Mayan stretches out a jade-like finger and gently shakes it. "You can't admit defeat. I've just said that once the competition starts, it's not up to you to decide when you want it to end." "Then what do you want?" The tower-like burly man was so scared that he was about to cry. Especially when he saw the pitiful state his captain was in, he almost fainted. Don't forget, you'll be punished for maliciously harming your opponent." Don't be rash." Mayan nods in sudden realization, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. You can't maliciously harm your opponent in a match." The beautiful girl tilted her head slightly. When she said those words, she looked like an innocent and harmless little girl. The members of the Mighty Tyrants felt that they had seen hope and nodded even more vigorously. However, in the next moment, Mu Yan's face darkened. "Then when you hurt other opponents, why didn't you think that you would be punished by the competition?" These words immediately resonated with many people. Someone shouted, "We must teach Team Xiongba a lesson." Someone screamed at the top of his lungs, "Xiaoyao Squad, please avenge us." Many of the people shouting were actually students of the Spiritual Martial Academy. The members of the Mighty Tyrants team trembled. Some people wanted to sneak off the stage, but they were blasted back by a punch from Qingjiao and the others. Mayan says unhurriedly, "Don't worry, in order not to be punished, I won't do anything to you. I just want you to listen to me play a song." Hearing this, the members of the Xiongba suddenly feel that they have escaped from death, and are overjoyed. The audience in the stands are all unreconciled and jeering. The members of the Xiongba have hurt so many people, how can they be let off just by listening to a song? However, when the members of the Xiaoyao team hear Mayan's request, they all shake their heads. This junior sister is really too ruthless. Looking at the happy appearance of the Xiongba team, they can't help but sympathize. On the stage, the peerlessly beautiful girl is sitting on the ground, her white clothes falling to the ground, her black hair fluttering lightly. Her slender, jade-like fingers are placed on the strings of the zither, slowly plucking them. The melodious music reverberates between heaven and earth like a gurgling stream. The audience in the stands show an intoxicated expression. To them, this music doesn't contain any spiritual power, but it's ethereal and earth-shaking, like the sound of nature. They feel as if their souls have been cleansed. On the other hand, the members of the Xiongba team start to become muddle-headed as soon as the music starts. Eventually, their tower-like bodies fall down one by one, and then they fall asleep on the high platform of the competition. Life is like a dream, activate. Some people have sweet dreams, and naturally, some people have nightmares. And what Mayan has given the Xiongba team is definitely a nightmare that they will never forget for a lifetime. The audience is dumbfounded when they see this scene. What's the matter with these members of the Xiongba team? Even if the sound of the zither is beautiful and comfortable to listen to, they can't just fall asleep on the competition stage. However, the next moment, everyone can only watch as the originally calm faces of the members of the Xiongba team reveal expressions of horror and pain. Those fiendish faces are twisted together, snot and tears flowing down their faces. Even if they don't open their eyes, they can clearly see that they are cowering and begging for mercy. Moreover, as the music becomes more and more melodious, the expressions of the members of the Xianxia team become more and more painful. In the end, even their bodies begin to twitch violently. Some people's crotches even become wet, and the smell of feces and urine permeates the air. What's going on? The sound of the zither is clearly very pleasant. Why are the people of the Xianxia team like bears? It should be June Mayan's zither music that made them fall into a nightmarish pain. But is there such a musician's skill in the world? Ha ha ha, no matter what, seeing the cowardly state of the mighty tyrants really makes me feel better. That's right. I've been using photographic talismans throughout the entire match. I want to see how arrogant team tyrants can be in the future. Ha ha ha, they pissed themselves in the arena. Let's see if they still have the face to show their faces in the future. The sound of the zither lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it gradually stopped. The people of the mighty tyrants opened their eyes, each and every one of them looking at Mayan in horror. They didn't even bother to ask what the girl had done to them, nor did they care about their current sorry and disgusting state. One by one, they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Young Master June, I beg you to spare us. We won't dare to do this again. This demoness was too scary. The dream just now had only lasted a quarter of an hour, but they felt like they had spent the rest of their lives in that hellish torture. They really didn't want to go through this kind of experience again. Mayan looked down at them for a while. When they were shaking like a sieve and about to faint again, she waved her hand generously and let them eliminate themselves. The people of Team Xianxia felt like they had been pardoned and scrambled down from the platform. As for the poisoned and unconscious Gong Kan, no one cared about him at all. He had violated the rules of the competition and reaped what he sowed. No one would sympathize with him for ending up like this. Luo Yu looked at the group of people who were scared shitless and giggled. Why do I feel like 6th senior sister's title of she-devil is going to spread in the azure blue world again? Mayan was stunned. Seeing how the people of Team Xianxia looked at her like a mouse seeing a cat and ran away in fear, she couldn't help but feel depressed. It was one thing to be called a she-devil in the Qingyun world and Minlu world. Now that she had finally gotten rid of this title, was it going to be worn again? As soon as the people of Team Xianxia went down, the host, Xiao, immediately rushed up excitedly and shouted, I announce that the winner of the second match of the third round of the Tri-Academy tournament is Stardust Carefree Team. The stands were filled with jubilation. Some people from the Stardust School were even cheering excitedly. June Mayan. Carefree Team Champion. Carefree Team Champion. The host raised her hand and gestured for everyone to quiet down. Then she looked at Mayan with a smile. Miss June, I watched the entire competition just now. You are really amazing. As such an outstanding assistant, you actually have such heaven-defying battle prowess. This is simply inconceivable. May I ask, how do you usually cultivate? Mayan smiled. I stay in the blood-slaughtering sword matrix for 2 hours every day. As soon as she said this, the stands were silent for a moment. Then the crowd burst into heated discussion. Blood-slaughtering sword matrix? Which blood-slaughtering sword matrix? Could it be the blood-slaughtering sword formation that only young Master Yin Xiao can refine? I heard that a golden core cultivator would lose a layer of skin if he stayed in there for 15 minutes. June Mayan actually stayed in there for 2 hours? Then, Mayan casually gave them a critical blow. Staying in the blood-slaughtering sword matrix for 2 hours is the most basic training course for everyone in the Carefree School. If he were to mention the other cultivation methods, these people would definitely faint from fright. In particular, Luo Yu and the others weren't able to activate their domains within a month, so they were tormented by little Martial Uncle and Di Mingju to the point where their lives were worse than death. Even Mu Yan wanted to escape as soon as she saw those cultivation programs. However, although the people of the Xiaoyao sect usually laughed and were lazy and playful, when it came to training, they all gritted their teeth and persevered. The female cultivator in charge stared blankly for a while before sighing. Sure enough, the strong can't be called strong just by relying on talent. For your Carefree team to have such results, you deserve it. A burst of applause immediately rang out in the stands. Xiaoyao squad. Xiaoyao team. Xiaoyao squad. Star's Carefree Squad will win. Carefree team, help our starry school win the championship. In the beginning, they had thought that the Xiaoyao squad had been lucky to reach this stage, but now, they didn't think so at all. A team that could stay in the blood-slaughtering sword formation for 2 hours every day deserved all the results, even if it was the champion. Miss June, I have another question that I have been wondering about since the beginning. I believe that all the cultivators here want to ask as well. As she spoke, her expression hardened and her voice deepened. Miss June, may I ask if you are the top student of the top 3 schools, the leader of the Green Cloud sect, Yi Liangchen? As soon as she said this, the entire Tai Square went silent. Everyone held their breath and stared at Mu Yan, waiting for her answer. This question lingered in everyone's mind, making them scratch their ears and cheeks with desire. Mu Yan looked around, then her lips curled up and she smiled slowly. His thin lips parted slightly, and his clear and sweet voice rang in everyone's ears. Take a guess? After saying this, before anyone could react, Mu Yan jumped off the stage. The people of the Xiaoyao sect also jumped off with a smile. After a moment of silence, everyone on the spectator stand wailed. What do you mean guess? Is it really him or not? Oh my god, I really want to know who Godyi is. It must be June Mayan. If it is June Mayan, why would she not admit it? I don't think so. If not for June Mayan, would the Starry School have 2 such powerful people at once? The spectator stand was noisy. Everyone was discussing whether June Mayan was Yi Liangchen or not, but no one could give a definite answer. However, there were still a few places where the atmosphere was completely different from the others. For example, where the college chief of the top 3 schools was. The college chief of the Spiritual and Martial Arts College, Li Wenyuan's expression was extremely ugly. Hee, College Chief Zhai, the Starry School is really good at hiding. Such a powerful genius had actually hidden in the arcade branch that had been abandoned for a long time. He had waited patiently until the Tri-Academy tournament to amaze the world with one brilliant feat. College Chief Zhai is really good at scheming and calculating. After saying this, Li Wenyuan flung his sleeves and left. In this tri-school competition, the Spiritual and Martial Arts College was completely defeated. They did not even have a team that entered the finals. They even made such a fool of themselves. Presumably, there would be fewer and fewer cultivators applying for the Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy, and his position as the dean might come to an end. How could Li Wenyuan not be angry? Xing Danqing chuckled. He stroked his beard and said, "Let me congratulate Dean Zhai first. The arcade branch has been abandoned for many years, but now, it's amazing. I'm sure that from next year onwards, there will be countless people who want to enter the arcade branch of Constellation." Xing Danqing waved her fan and left, leaving Di Yudao sitting there with a stiff expression. His eyes slowly flickered with fear. Many people were going to enter the arcade institution soon. No, how could this be? In this way, how could he hide his secret? If June Mayan was really the master of the Azure Sky sect, Yi Liangchen, then everyone, including those experts, would rush to get her. Di Yudao slammed his fist on the floor of the grandstand, then looked at the departing members of the Carefree team with a sinister expression, especially the girl in the center who seemed to be surrounded by stars. His gaze seemed to be coated with poison. These pieces of trash had ruined his plans. No, he had to think of a way to completely ruin these people's reputations. He had to turn the Arcade Institute into a bloody place where no one would dare to step in again. Li Zuping did not go to Tai Square to watch the 3-courtyard competition today. Because there was a message from the Ziyun realm, and because of the woman he brought back, the medicinal catalyst of the magnificent quicksand, Lu Ruoxuan woke up. When Lu Ruoxuan woke up, she found herself in a completely strange room. The room was luxurious and elegant, completely incomparable to her former dormitory in Yuhing Courtyard. At this time, scenes began to appear in her mind. These scenes were things she had never experienced before, nor had she seen before. There were even many cultivation methods. Lu Ruoxuan was ecstatic. She completely devoured Mei Xian's soul and possessed a part of her memory. Even her body naturally learned Mei Xian's strength and cultivation method. Even her cultivation had now reached the peak of Jingdan stage. Lu Ruoxuan walked to the bronze mirror and looked at the enchanting and plump woman in the mirror. Her eyes were full of pride after surviving a disaster. Ha ha ha, she was really blessed by God. That's why she could turn defeat into victory when Mei Xian took over her body. Now, not only did she restore her appearance, but her curvaceous figure, her appearance that resembled Mei Xian and Lu Ruoxuan was even more captivating. Moreover, she also possessed powerful strength. Yi Liangchen, Jun Mayan, who were they, she, Lu Ruoxuan, wanted to trample them under her feet and let them crawl in front of her, begging for death. Lu Ruoxuan raised her head and giggled. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open and Li Zupeng, who heard the movement, strode in. When Li Zupeng saw Lu Ruoxuan's rosy lips and powdery face, his heart settled. As the medicinal catalyst of the magnificent quicksand, of course, the healthier the better. Now that he had the medicinal catalyst, he could account to Tianyi men. If he could find the child of heaven's chosen one, he could take it for himself. A greedy light flashed in Li Zupeng's eyes. He stepped forward and said, "Miss, you're awake? I saw you fainted on the ground in Danyang mountain range a few days ago, so I brought you back. Are you feeling better now?" Lu Ruoxuan saw Li Zupeng and her eyes deepened. Now she had Mei Xian's memory and vision. Mei Xian used to be a cultivator at the tribulation stage, so she could tell that Li Zupeng was at least at the nascent soul stage. She immediately revealed a charming smile and bowed. "I am Lu Xian. Thank you for saving my life, young master." Compared to the tacky seduction in the past. At this moment, Lu Ruoxuan's every move was filled with charm. From the inside to the outside, she exuded a temptation that could make one's blood boil. One must know that before Mei Xian died, she had forged a body of seduction. She had toyed with hundreds, if not thousands, of men. And now, all of this had benefited Lu Ruoxuan. Even though Li Zupeng had long regarded Lu Ruoxuan as the guiding drug, he couldn't help but be shaken when he saw her slender waist and slightly trembling breasts. Lu Ruoxuan winked at him again. "Where is this place? May I have the honor of knowing my benefactor's name?" Li Zupeng said, "This is a bedroom in the school of the Emperor Star in the Starry School, and I am Li Zupeng, the leader of the Evolution Moon clan in the Ziyun realm." As soon as he said this, Li Zupeng saw the surprise and admiration in Lu Ruoxuan's eyes. Lu Ruoxuan had naturally heard of the Evolution Moon clan in the Ziyun realm. For Mei Xian, who had once reached the tribulation stage, a hall master of the flowing moon sect was nothing. However, Lu Ruoxuan felt that she should firmly hold on to this person. Only then would she be able to take revenge as soon as possible and achieve meteoric success. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes turned red and she knelt down in front of Li Zupeng. "Young Master Li, I can't repay you for saving my life. I'm willing to be your slave in my next life to repay you. I hope young Master Li won't despise me for my meanness." As she spoke, she raised her head and revealed a charming face with sparkling and translucent tears. She stared at Li Zupeng with adoration and love in her eyes. Her lilac tongue unconsciously stuck out and licked her plump and rosy lips. Li Zupeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. She was really a stunner. Lu Ruoxuan walked a few steps forward and unconsciously rubbed her chest against Li Zupeng's body. Her voice became more and more charming. "Young Master Li, you can do whatever you want to me. From now on, I'm yours alone." Li Zupeng was a normal man and he was born with a bewitching heart. How could he endure such a scene? He picked her up and went to the bed. "Little seductress, I will definitely satisfy you." In any case, the Fenghua quicksand's catalyst would eventually turn into a pool of blood. Before that, he might as well let him enjoy it. After making love with Lu Ruoxuan, Li Zupeng felt refreshed. He hugged Lu Ruoxuan's soft body in his arms and couldn't bear to let go. Lu Ruoxuan leaned into his arms, praising his bravery and her love for him. Her eyes flickered with a gloomy light. Li Zupeng's body was an excellent furnace. Unfortunately, her cultivation was not high enough to absorb his essence. I'll wait. When I break through the nascent soul stage, I can naturally make this man my stepping stone." Li Zupeng suddenly thought of something and asked, "Xian, why did you faint in the Danyang mountain range alone?" This woman was the catalyst of the Fenghua quicksand and also the so-called heaven's favorite. Logically speaking, everything should have been smooth sailing and she should have been stealing the luck of others. Why was she in such a miserable state when he found her? Hearing this, Lu Ruoxuan's eyes flashed with deep hatred, but it quickly disappeared and turned into a mournful cry. I was framed and thrown into the Danyang mountain range to silence them. Sob sob sob, I clearly didn't do anything wrong, but that person was jealous of me and attacked me. If she hadn't met the young master, Lu Xian would have already lost her life to the ferocious beasts in the Danyang mountain range. However, Xian doesn't blame her. If it wasn't for her, how could Xian be so lucky to meet young master? The woman in his arms cried miserably. Although Li Zupeng only treated her as a plaything, his heart softened a little. He said in a deep voice, Xian, tell me who framed you. I will definitely avenge you. Lu Ruoxuan immediately raised her head and looked at him excitedly. Young master, are you serious? Are you really willing to avenge Xian? Just as Li Zupeng was about to answer, there was an urgent knock on the door. Hall master, you wanted us to use photographic talismans to record the Carefree team's competition. This is the entire competition process, please take a look. Li Zupeng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly waved his hand for a disciple to bring the photographic talismans in. In Li Zupeng's heart, Lu Ruoxuan would sooner or later become a catalyst. Now that she was his exclusive plaything, she would be no different from a dead person in the future. Lu Ruoxuan obediently nestled in Li Zupeng's arms, watching him activate the photographic talisman and watch the competition. However, in the void image, as soon as the figure of the girl in white appeared, Lu Ruoxuan suddenly sat up straight. Her expression slowly changed from shock to hatred. It turned out to be that slut Jun Mayan. In fact, Lu Ruoxuan hasn't dealt with Jun Mayan for a long time. However, when she thought about how she had embarrassed herself in the Alcade branch and how she had been thrown into the cesspool and even poisoned to death, she hated her to the core. Hehe, Jun Mayan, Yi Liangchen, and the people of Yaoguang branch, she won't let any of them go. At this time, Li Zupeng simply did not care about the changes in Lu Ruoxuan's expression. He stares unblinkingly at the zither in Mu Yan's hands in the image, his eyes slowly burning with greed. Later on, Mayan's 7 swords as one defeated the mighty tyrants, and used the Tian Mo Qin's music to plunge them into a nightmare. Li Zupeng was so excited that he couldn't help but tremble. That zither was a divine artifact, yes, it must be a rare divine artifact in the world. It could even be a heavenly god artifact. If he could snatch it, coupled with the Son of Destiny. At the thought of this, Li Zupeng almost couldn't control his surging blood. Suddenly, Li Zupeng felt the woman in his arms tremble violently, and there was even a whimpering sound. Li Zupeng was still lusting after Lu Ruoxuan's body, so he softened his voice. Xian, what's wrong? Lu Ruoxuan's hand trembles as she points at Jun Mayan in the image, crying, Gongzi, this woman is the one who harmed this servant. Boo-hoo-hoo, young master, you must seek justice for this servant. Li Zupeng's eyes flashed as he pulled her into his embrace. Haha, don't worry, Xian. I will definitely avenge you. Lu Ruoxuan choked with sobs. This Jun Mayan is the most cunning, and she even has the support of someone as powerful as young master Yunxiao. Young master, you must not lower your guard. Luo Yunxiao? Li Zupeng's expression changed when he heard this name. The number 1 swordsman in the cultivation world was not someone that anyone could afford to offend. Lu Ruoxuan hurriedly said, young master Yunxiao and Jun Mayan are merely acquaintances. Presumably, if he knew this woman's true colors and saw how vicious and despicable she is, he would definitely not be very protective of her. Li Zupeng narrowed his eyes. Therefore, in order to get rid of this Jun Mayan and take away the zither in her hands, she must first be utterly discredited. At the end of the 3rd round, there were a total of 4 teams in the semifinals: Phoenix Heaven King, Stellar Dubhe, Phoenix Heaven Fantasy, and Stellar Union Carefree, who had eliminated Mighty Tyrant Team. At this point, Jun Mayan, the Xiaoyao school, and the Alcade branch's reputation had spread far and wide. In this Jasper Forest Guild, it could be said that there wasn't a single person who didn't know of them. As for Master Xianhai's strength prediction ranking, it had already become a complete joke. Changle Palace was bustling with noise. If they were talking about the Phoenix Heaven King and Stellar Dubhe a few days ago, then now, almost everyone's mouth couldn't leave the Carefree Squad and Jun Mayan. When I first saw Jun Mayan's name, I thought it was just someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to be her. What? Is Jun Mayan very famous in the Azure Cloud world? It's not just famous, it's practically terror-stricken, okay? In the beginning, Jun Mayan came from the lowest level of Min Lu Jia. She had only appeared for a month, but she directly massacred the Ning family, the largest family in Min Lu Jia. That's fine, after all, Min Lu boundary is weak. But do you know about our Azure Cloud World sect selection? That Jun Mayan also participated in the last sect selection. The result? The result? Did she go on a killing spree? TSK, what's the big deal about killing spree? Jun Mayan crippled the nephew of a Jingdan stage elder of our Azure Cloud World's #1 sect, the Li Fire sect, and left unscathed. Hearing this, the cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. So cruel? Hee, that batch of cultivators who entered the sect were all respectful and fearful of Jun Mayan. Some called her boss, and some gave her a nickname. What nickname? Female Devil. The Changle Palace was silent for a moment. Then, they recalled the miserable state of the mighty tyrants in the arena, where they could neither live nor die, as well as the young girl's beautiful smile that could topple cities, and they all shuddered. Female Devil. This nickname was really appropriate. Aya, what do you know? The Li Fire sect is already considered lucky. They only crippled the nephew of an elder. The whole unitary sect is the worst. I heard that because they were on the same mountain as the Xiaoyao sect, they wanted to bully the Xiaoyao sect because of their numbers. In the end, they were stripped naked by the female devil and paraded through the streets. Many of the people present sucked in a cold breath. Stripped? Paraded through the streets naked? What face would they have left? How could they survive in the Xiozhen continent in the future? Thinking of this scene, they couldn't help but shiver. Even their chrysanthemums felt cold. No. They absolutely couldn't provoke the Xiaoyao sect and Jun Mayan. They were too terrifying. Moreover, Mu Yan isn't the only one in the Xiaoyao sect. The others are also freaks. Our academy has an outer disciple from the whole unfettered sect. He said that everyone from the Xiaoyao sect is abnormally strong, and ordinary people can't compete with them. Could it be that the champion of this Tri-Academy tournament will really be the Carefree team? You guys say, is Jun Mayan really Gaji in the end? If it's really Gaji, then I don't think it's surprising that they won the championship. Who would have thought that the strongest team of the Starry School this time is not from the Tianshu branch, but from the Alcade branch, which only has 7 students? Aya, stop talking. Look, isn't that someone from the Tianshu team? Ouyang Qing and Hua Shengrong are both here. At the entrance of Changle Palace, a group of people walked in with an imposing manner. Ouyang Mingzhu, who was originally sulking after hearing everyone say Jun Mayan and Xiaoyao team, sees the person in the lead and immediately greets him with a smile like a flower. Gidge, you've come. Ouyang Qing glanced at Ouyang Mingzhu and nodded casually. She led the group to one of the seats and sat down. Changle Palace fell into an awkward and weird silence. I don't know what some people are thinking. They actually said that the champion this year isn't you guys, but that Carefree team? How can that team made up of 7 random teams be mentioned in the same breath as the Tianshu branch's geniuses? I think those people are all blind. Hearing this, the other members of the Tianshu team all revealed proud and indignant expressions. During this period of time, everyone had been talking about the Carefree team and had almost completely forgotten about the Tianshu team. They had always been the focus of everyone's attention and were envied by everyone. When had they ever been ignored like this? Seeing that she had aroused the indignation of the members of the Tianshu team, Ouyang Mingzhu couldn't help but feel proud. She continued, also, Yuxing is really something. He was clearly your servant in the past and received so many favors from you, but now he only cares about himself and tramples on your dignity. He's really too, bang. Before Ouyang Mingzhu could finish speaking, Ouyang Qing suddenly slammed his wine glass on the table. He turned his head and looked at her with a bone-chilling gaze, as if he wanted to tear her into pieces. The Tri-Academy tournament has always been about strength. Since he's not as good as others, what's there to complain about? There's nothing that can't be said. As he spoke, his gaze swept across everyone around him with a hint of sharpness and gentleness. Furthermore, to me, it doesn't matter if I get first place or if Xiaoxing gets first place. It doesn't matter. Ouyang Mingzhu's face twisted. She twisted the flesh on her thigh to prevent herself from showing a ferocious expression. Brother, if you face Yuxing in the tournament, will you still go easy on him? Ouyang Qing looked at her coldly. Just this look alone made Ouyang Mingzhu feel as if she had been seen through. Then, she heard the man say in a resolute voice, if we really meet in the tournament, I definitely won't go easy on him, because that would be an insult to myself and also to little Sheng. What he wants has never been my meticulous care for him, but to become stronger together and walk side by side with him in the future. He didn't know this before, so he lost his treasure and spent so many years in repentance, pain, and longing for it. Now that he had finally regained it, he definitely wouldn't let his little Sheng down again. Ouyang Mingzhu's expression finally broke. Brother, what are you talking about? Ling Yuxing is a man, and you're also a man. Treating him like that, aren't you afraid that daddy will die from anger? Aren't you afraid of being despised by everyone? Ouyang Qing did not avoid the gazes of the crowd, nor did he care whether his words would be heard or not. So what? It's my freedom to like who I like. A friend who truly understands me would definitely not care about this. As for the gazes of unrelated people, what does that have to do with me? After being stunned for a moment, the members of the Defying team all revealed carefree expressions. Some even smiled and said that they would support Ouyang Qing. During this period of time, they had already seen Ouyang Qing's affection for Ling Yuxing. Otherwise, why would the number one person in the Starry School go to the arcade branch every day? The onlookers were dumbfounded. However, just as someone was about to rebuke them, they were dragged away by the Starry School people to start brainwashing them. Two handsome guys standing together is so pleasing to the eye. Rather than watching Senior Ouyang being snatched away by some vixen, it's better to watch a handsome young man like Ling Yuxing. Of course, this was all thanks to Mayan's speech at the entrance of the new students, as well as Ouyang Qing's careful and subtle speech, which made the Starry School students so open-minded. As the Fengtian School people were brainwashed, they actually thought, hey, it seems that junior brother Qin Yizhou and senior brother Lu standing together is also very beautiful. Outside the Changle Palace, Mayan looked at Ling Yuxing, who was a little dumbfounded, and chuckled. Fifth senior brother, this confession is really explicit. Furthermore, those comments should have been spread by senior Ouyang's people. Hee, senior brother Ouyang has spent a lot of effort to mend his relationship with someone. Ling Yuxing's cheeks were red, and he stammered, who wants to mend their relationship? Mayan laughed. Hey? Did I say that someone is you, fifth senior brother? Ling Yuxing glared at her, then turned around to leave. At this moment, Ouyang Mingzhu, who was unwilling to give up, suddenly looked at Hua Xiangrong. Junior sister Hua, do you think so too? That Xiaoyao team is so arrogant, and doesn't take your Tianshu team seriously at all. Aren't you angry? Don't you think it's disgusting for men to be with other men? Ouyang Mingzhu had a good idea. She knew that Hua Xiangrong and the Yinyu Palace were not on good terms with the Xiaoyao school, especially with Jun Mayan. Now that the Xiaoyao team had stolen all the limelight from the Tianshu team, and Hua Xiangrong was so competitive, how could she not be angry? Hearing this, Hua Xiangrong raised her eyebrows, and a faint smile appeared on her cold face. I've seen the photographic talisman. The Xiaoyao team, especially Jun Mayan, is indeed much stronger than all of us. Since it's a competition, there will naturally be winners and losers. The strong win, and the weak lose. What's there to be angry about? As for men being with other men. She slightly lowers her eyelids, her face revealing a trace of shyness and sweetness. If Jun Mayan really is that person, even if she's a woman, I won't change my mind. Since men and men can be together, women and women can naturally be together too. Hua Xiangrong's last few words were a little vague, but Ouyang Mingzhu heard them clearly, and so did Mu Yan and Ling Yuxing standing at the door. Ouyang Mingzhu's face was distorted, and she was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. However, Ling Yuxing burst out laughing. Junior sister, I think Hua Xiangrong's confession is more explicit and touching. Mayan shudders, then she turns around and leaves. Damn it, is this Hua Xiangrong deliberately playing a prank to retaliate against me? In the sleeping quarters of the School of the Emperor Star's team. The dozen or so people watched the match between Team Carefree and Team Mighty Tyrants with solemn expressions. Then, they all looked at Lu Jinheng. Boss, are you sure you can beat Jun Mayan? Lu Jinheng was silent for a long time and then shook his head. I may not win. Damn, even you can't win, boss. Is this Jun Mayan really the master of the Green Cloud sect, Yi Liangchen? At the side, Qin Zhou suddenly said in a low voice, she is even stronger than half a year ago. Everyone looked at Qin Zhou in unison. Junior brother, could it be that you know her? Qin Zhou nodded. Half a year ago, her cultivation was only at the first level of Anidia. I fought with her at the Green Cloud World Sect Selection Competition. First level of Anidia? He reached the peak of Anidia in just half a year? A member of the King team said, however, Junior brother Zhou, you said that you were already at the 9th level of Anidia a year ago. You should have won the competition back then, right? Unexpectedly, Qin Zhou lightly shook his head. No, I lost. Moreover, I lost completely. I accept it wholeheartedly. What, how is this possible? Qin Zhou slowly says, the Jun Mayan that you see now should be far from displaying her full strength. She was able to defeat me because she used her domain during the battle. The pupils of everyone in the Phoenix Heavens Monarchs team, including Lu Jinheng, contracted. Domain? She's so young, but she's already mastered a domain like boss? Seeing Qin Zhou solemnly nod, everyone had no choice but to convert the shock in their hearts into belief. This junior brother had an old-fashioned personality and outstanding talent. He would never lie. Lu Jinheng suddenly said softly, and I don't think the other members of the Carefree squad have used their full strength. Someone had a panicked expression on his face. Can we really win against such a Carefree team? All of Team Monarch's confidence was dealt a blow. Originally, they were aiming for the championship and looked down on the other teams. But now, it seemed that there was always someone better out there. Qin Zhou suddenly stood up and said, even if I cannot win, I will definitely do my best. I promised Jun Mayan that when we meet again in the future, I will fight her again. Lu Jinheng also nodded. That's right, we are the kings of Phoenix Heaven. Even if we are not strong enough, we cannot lose our momentum. 3 days later, the 4th round began. The first match was between Star Carefree and Phoenix Heaven Fantasy. Almost as soon as the Carefree team entered the arena, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the Tai Square. Carefree team will win. Team Carefree will win. Jun Mayan, show us your heaven-defying strength again. Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan. This kind of treatment was even more exaggerated than when the Phoenix Heavenly Warriors team and the Star Divine Pivot team went on stage. The result was completely within everyone's expectations. The Carefree team completely defeated the Phoenix Sky Fantasy team. In this match, Mu Yan assisted the whole time, and there was almost no fighting. However, no one in the fantasy team dared to attack her. They changed their strategy and used the exact opposite of Team Mighty Tyrants. 10 people surrounded the remaining 6 members of the Carefree squad. So what if Jun Mayan is more powerful? As long as they eliminate the other members of Xiaoyao team first, it would be the same as cutting off her wings. 1 person against 10 people, they don't believe that Mayan could still win. However, reality gave the fantasy team a heavy slap in the face. With Mu Yan's help, the fantasy team's 10 players were completely suppressed against the Carefree team's 6 players. Ling Yuma and Yun Ruhan challenged 3 peak abstinence realm experts by themselves. Just when everyone thought they were going to lose, the 2 of them unleashed their respective domains. The crowd was in an uproar. That was a domain. Even in the Purple Cloud realm, there were very few people who could activate their domain before the age of 25. But in this small Carefree team, the team that was predicted to be at the bottom before the competition, there were actually 2 geniuses who had activated their domains. There was no longer any suspense in the match. Team Fantasy lost. Although they did not lose as miserably as Team Mighty Tyrant, they accepted their loss wholeheartedly. They could not feel the slightest bit of unwillingness or resentment. Not to mention Ling Yuma and Yun Ruhan who had activated their domains. Even the remaining 4 members of the Carefree team, or even the wheelchair-bound Chumoli, could easily defeat the members of the fantasy team one-on-one. This match is over. After Jun Mayan, the frightening strength of the other members of the Carefree team has finally been completely displayed in front of everyone. Yun Ruhan's steadiness, Ling Yuma's valiance, Qin Zhou's strength, Ling Yuxing's speed, Luo Yu's control over the puppets, and Chu Mo Li's treacherous and strange strategies and moves. the entire Carefree team did not have any weak support. All of them were powerful combat Xianxia. However, they had the strongest support in the entire competition. No one could match them and no one could shake them. That is, Jun Mayan. With Jun Mayan as the core, she connects the other 6 to form a perfect closed loop. At this moment, everyone had to admit it. The Carefree team was invincible. As soon as the end of the competition was announced, the female host rushed to the high platform excitedly. I hereby announce that the winner of the first match of the 4th round of the Tri-Academy tournament is the Stardust Carefree team. The Tai Square was immediately filled with earth-shattering cheers. The hosting female cultivator was so excited that she asked loudly without thinking, "Who do you think will be the champion of this Tri-Academy tournament?" Xiaoyao Squad. The champion is Team Xiaoyao. Carefree Squad. Xiaoyao Team. Xiaoyao Squad. The entire sky and ground of Tai Square were almost overturned by the cheers. Even the people from the Feng Tian Academy and Spiritual Martial Academy were affected by the atmosphere, and they couldn't help but join in the cheering. The Phoenix Heaven Monarch and Stellar Dubhe could only smile bitterly at each other. Before Team Carefree faced Team Fantasy, they still had a sliver of confidence that they could beat Team Carefree. At this moment, he no longer held any hope. This was because the Carefree team had almost no weaknesses. Who would have thought that the weakest assistant in the team would be the strongest and most abnormal Jun Mayan in the Xiaoyao team, in particular, Team Monarch, who had learned from Qini Zhou that even Jun Mayan had a domain, could not muster up any desire to win. In the end, the match between the Phoenix Sky Monarchs and the Stellar Sky Pivot teams ended after a stalemate of 2 hours. The winner was the Phoenix Sky Monarchs team. 3 days later, it would be the 5th round of the Tri-Academy tournament of the Jadewood Meet, which was also the final match. The Phoenix Heaven King would fight against Stellar Union Carefree for the championship, while the Dubhe team would fight against the Fantasy Illusion team for 3rd place. However, almost everyone believed that there was no doubt who would be the final champion. On the grandstand where the deans of the 3 courtyards were, Xing Danqing shook her head slowly and sighed softly. College Chief Zhai, the Starry School is truly impressed that the Phoenix Sky Academy is able to nurture a team like the Carefree team. The championship this time is yours. He glanced at Di Yudao and suddenly asked, "Dean Zhai, why do you look unhappy?" Xing Danqing doesn't think too much about it. Withdrawing her gaze, there's a trace of reminiscence in her expression. "Dean Zhai, do you still remember the scene when we were studying at the 3 major academies? At that time, it was also the Arcade branch. With a team of 8 people, we finally defeated all the opponents and won. Yao Guang was also a Zither master. She could also assist and fight. Of course, the Arcade team at that time wasn't as heaven-defying as the current Carefree team. But Yao Guang's elegance at that time was something that we couldn't forget for a long time. It's just that we don't know why she suddenly disappeared without a trace. Since then, we haven't heard any news of her. I remember that at that time, Yao Guang and you were still from the same sect, right?" Di Yudao clenches his fists tightly, tensing his nerves to prevent himself from showing any abnormalities. Hee, I don't remember things from so many years ago. Yeah, it's been so many years. Xing Danqing says with emotion, many people have been forgotten. But you don't have to worry. Now that the Carefree team is shining brightly, many people will remember the glory of the Arcade branch. Maybe the missing Yao Guang will come back when she hears the news. Bang! The thing in Di Yudao's hand suddenly falls to the ground, his eyes filled with horror. When Xing Danqing looks over in surprise, he quickly pulls out a smile and casually brushes it off. But when Xing Danqing turns her gaze away, Di Yudao's face immediately contorts, his eyes full of fear and resentment. Suddenly, he remembers the news he received a few days ago, and thinks of those famous people who participated in the Chongling gathering. If this news is handled well, perhaps it can make the Carefree team lose all standing and reputation, and no one would dare to mention it again. On the other side, Li Zuping's expression is gloomy, his eyes shining as he stares at Mayan in the stands. He whispers to the Lan Huahong sitting on the side, "Your Highness, do you remember what I ordered you to do?" Lan Huahong licks his lips and looks at Mayan lecherously. "You promise that after this is done, you will give this woman to Gu?" "Of course." Li Zuping coaxes with a smile, "This subordinate only wants that zither." As for that woman, after her reputation is ruined and her cultivation is abolished, she will naturally be rewarded to your highness. When that time comes, your highness can play with her however you want. Hearing Li Zuping's promise, Lan Huahong's eyes shine with excitement. The blood of his whole body seems to boil and converge. Because of this rising desire, the veins on the back of his hand suddenly bulged, and his entire arm suddenly swelled up. Li Zuping was startled. He looked at Lan Feng, who was in front of him, and hurriedly transferred his spiritual energy into Lan Huahong's body to stabilize the changes in his body. Your Highness, please control yourself in front of many people. Li Zuping spoke with a gloomy expression. If Lan Feng notices something unusual and spoils Marquis's plans, then we'll all die a graveless death. Lan Huahong glared at Lan Feng indignantly, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, "Haven't gotten the soul bead yet? How much longer do I have to endure that old fart Lan Feng? Goo of goo of goo of goo will lon 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 lon, lon lon of lon of lon of. Chen. Lon. Lon lon of. Lon 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 lon, lon. Lon, lon. Lon of Lan Huahong lon, of. Glory, splendor, wealth, servants, beautiful maids, delicacies, treasures, everything. Everything in this world belonged to him. And his path to imperial power would start from conquering and trampling on that ungrateful woman, Jun Mayan. The fifth round of the Tri-Academy tournament was divided into 2 days. On the first day, the Tianshu team and the fantasy team fought for third place, because only the top 3 were qualified to go to the Dragon Soaring Academy to participate in the exchange. For their own glory, to seize the opportunity, the 2 teams had to go all out. Therefore, this match was even more important than the fight for first place, and there was more suspense. Yangqing was about to go up when he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him. He quickly turned around and confirmed that it was the person he had been thinking about day and night. His eyes were full of smiles. "Sheng, are you here to watch my match?" Ling Yusheng turned his head awkwardly. "I'm just looking around. I'm not here to watch your match." Yangqing still smiled foolishly. "Sheng, if I win, I can go to the Dragon Soaring Academy with you. We can still spend a lot of time together." In Ling Yusheng's mind, Yangqing had always been a calm and powerful young master. He had never seen him act so foolishly. She could not help but burst into laughter. "Look at your silly face. We'll talk about it after you win." Yangqing suddenly reached out and pulled the young man's slender body into his arms. "Sheng, I'm so happy. Just you wait, I'll definitely win. You're so strong, I can't be too weak. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of you?" Ling Yusheng blushed and pushed him away. "You're crazy. You're in public." However, when he turned around, he saw the teasing but friendly smiles of the Tianshu team members. He blushed and quickly turned into a shadow and disappeared. On the spectator stand, Ouyang Mingzhu saw this scene. Her face was twisted and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Perhaps because of Ling Yusheng's encouragement, Yangqing exerted 200% of his strength in the match. The fantasy team retreated step by step and finally lost without any suspense in Yangqing's realm. Tai Square turned into a sea of joy. This year, the Starry School had won a great victory. In the end, 2 teams entered the finals, and one of them had a 90% chance of winning. This made all the students of the Starry School feel proud and elated in front of the other 2 schools. It was an indescribable joy. Serves you right. Let them brag before the competition, say that Starry School would be at the bottom and brag about how strong their team was. This time, he was slapped in the face. However, as soon as the competition ended, there was a sudden commotion in the spectator stands where the aristocratic families were seated. Then, the Lu clan, Duan clan, Feng clan, Duan clan, and Nalan clan's patriarchs' expressions changed, and they hurriedly left the grandstand. Lu Rua? Seeing this scene, he could not help but secretly follow them. Although her current cultivation level was not high, she cultivated the bewitching art, so she was far superior to ordinary people in terms of charm and stealth. The clan heads of the 5 great clans were burning with anxiety and panic, so they didn't realize that she was following behind them. The others were also very anxious. Madame Duan even cried out, "My Z, who is so cruel to do this to my Z? If I find out, I will definitely tear him into pieces," sob sob sob. Dawn School was a school jointly established by a few major clans. There were not many students, but every single one of them was the treasure of the various clans. Usually, Dawn Academy's security measures were excellent. There were the best tutors to guide the children in their cultivation, and there were also people who took care of their daily needs. There were even dozens of golden core cultivators guarding the academy. That was why the clans were so at ease to let their children study in the school. But now, they were telling him that their treasure had gone missing? "Speak. What is going on?" Lu Zhenjiang said sternly. "If you can't tell me where Chuyuaner went, all of you in Dawn School will have your heads chopped off." The person was wearing the uniform of Dawn School. Hearing this, he knelt on the ground and cried, "I'm innocent." It was a few young masters and young mistresses who sneaked out of the school and entered the Danyang mountain range. When we found out, we immediately chased after them. But the Danyang mountain range is too big. We sent everyone to search but couldn't find them. Later on, they finally found young Master Lu's clothes with much difficulty. At the same time, they caught sight of a few suspicious people. We quickly sent people to chase after them, but the thieves' cultivation was very high and they were very cunning. They actually escaped to the east of the Danyang mountain range and disappeared. "You're saying that you let the thieves escape?" Lu Zhenjiang and the others glared at him as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. The person quickly screamed, "We did let the thieves escape, but after a few days of searching, we still found some clues. Beside the tower of Starry School, we found the young masters and young mistresses' clothes again. The clothes were stained with blood. So we guessed that the thieves must have escaped into Starry School." Di Yudao, who was at the side, was shocked when he heard Yi Futian's words. You're saying that the people who kidnapped the young master and the young lady are students of our Starry School?" He looked at Lu Zhenjiang and the others in a panic. "Clan leaders, that's impossible. The Starry School has always had strict rules. Usually, there are school supervisors patrolling and inspecting the various branches. If someone had really entered the Pilyang mountain range to kidnap the young masters and young mistresses, how could they not be discovered by the dean? Please don't misunderstand us, patriarchs." Lu Zhenjiang, Duan Xiangyang, Nailan Xing, Morong Bai, and Duan Xiangyang, these 5 clan lords were all ashen. They were like dragons that had their reverse scales touched, ready to kill at any moment. No matter who dared to touch their treasures, they must be killed without mercy. The guard from the Dawn School felt the murderous intent and shouted in panic, but the young master and the young lady's bloody clothes were found in the Starry School. "Masters, look, this is the blood-stained robe I found beside the Linglong Tower." The bloody clothes were small and there were only 2 of them. One of them was for a boy and the other was for a girl. Nailan Xing picked up the girl's clothes, his whole body trembling. "It's Yanyan's. This is the defensive clothing I prepared for Yanyan. My Yanyan, what did you do to my Yanyan?" In an instant, the leaders of the 5 clans looked at Di Yudao together, their eyes filled with ferocity. Di Yudao and the leaders of the 5 clans were all nascent soul cultivators, but their status in the Azure Blue world was much higher than Di Yudao's. This was because they had a huge force behind them. In the Purple Cloud world, the 5 clans had their main families, and there were even tribulation passing experts in the main families. These people from the side families of the Azure Blue world, if they were talented and their cultivation increased, they could be taken back by the main families. Among the younger generation of the 5 clans, Lu Hongyuan and the others happened to be the most talented. They had planned to train them well and let them achieve great things one day. Who knew that such a thing would happen? How could they not go crazy? Di Yudao had to bear the pressure of 5 nascent soul cultivators alone. His face turned pale and his voice trembled slightly. "If the clan leaders do not believe me, you can send people to search the various branches of the Starry School. Our school has strict management. The students in the school don't have time to go so far to kidnap the young masters and young mistresses." At this time, a child beside Di Yudao suddenly said casually, "The other branches can't, but the Yaoguang branch is different. There are only 7 people in the whole school. There are no tutors or supervisors. No one knows what they do normally. Also, the Yaoguang branch is so big but there are so few people. If they really hide something, no one will know. Qing Feng, shut up. Don't be presumptuous. The Yaoguang branch is the champion of the tri-school tournament. How could they do such a thing? Di Yudao immediately stopped the child from speaking. He looked at the leaders of the clans nervously. Lu Zhenjiang's expression immediately turned serious. The Yaoguang branch has no supervision. Is what he said true? Yes, yes. Di Yudao wiped the sweat off his forehead. But the people of the Yaoguang branch don't have to do such a thing. Jun Mayan could be the leader of the Qingyun sect, Yi Liangchen. Why would she do such a thing? Young master and young lady's bloody clothes were found near the Linglong Tower. The guard of Dawn Academy immediately shouted, since that Jun Mayan is the master of the Azure Sky Academy, she must often go to the Linglong Pagoda. Maybe the bloody clothes were thrown away at that time. Search. Even if I have to turn the entire Starry School upside down, I will find him. Nailan Qing slammed the table. The sturdy mahogany table was instantly smashed into pieces. Especially that arcade branch. Search it thoroughly for me. I'd like to see who has the guts to touch my precious granddaughter. The faces of the other 4 patriarchs were also filled with killing intent. It was conceivable that if they caught the culprit who kidnapped the child, the culprit would definitely die a horrible death. Di Yudao replied with a face full of fear and trepidation, but when he turned his head, he revealed a sinister smile. This time, the arcade branch wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. On the roof, Lu Ruoxuan heard all of this, and the corner of her mouth raised into a sly smile. Such an opportunity was truly hard to come by. If Yap Liangchen was Jun Mayan, then this time, she would be able to get rid of these 2 people that she hated to the bone. On the eve of the Tri-Academy Tournament Finals, the entire school of the Emperor Star suddenly fell into a tense atmosphere. When they woke up the next morning, the Xiaoyao team was about to go to Tai Square to participate in the final match. However, they found that the school of the Emperor Star was filled with people patrolling everywhere. These people were dressed in the clothes of the major clans, and each of them had a profound cultivation base. They were solemnly inspecting every inch of the place. What's going on? Luo Yu yawned. Why are there suddenly so many people? Someone at the side immediately explained to them enthusiastically, I heard that the young masters of the major clans were kidnapped from Dawn School. Those thieves actually escaped into our Starry School and are now searching for them everywhere. Mu Yan was stunned and sadness flashed across her eyes. She could understand why the major clans would make such a big fuss. If she could find her Xiaobao, she could do anything. Although the atmosphere in Starry School was tense because of the thieves, the Tri-Academy Tournament Finals still had to go on. The stands were still filled with people. All the Shouja's expressions were excited, completely unaffected by the tense atmosphere. When the hosting female cultivator stood on the stage and announced the start of the finals, the crowd burst into a tsunami of cheers. Some people were shouting Xingchen team while others were shouting Feng Tianwang team. Shouts of Jun Muyan and Lu Jinheng also rose and fell. The 2 teams stood under the stage and looked at each other. Lu Jinheng cupped his hands at Muyan and smiled. Although we are not as strong as you, many people may think that the championship belongs to your Xiaoyao team. But no matter what, we will give our best. Mu Yan glanced at Qin Yizhou and then back at Lu Jinheng. Same to you. We will give our best too. This was the only way to show the greatest respect to the opponent. The hosting female cultivator shouted, let's invite Feng Tianwang team onto the stage. Lu Jinheng and the others jumped onto the stage one after another. Their movements were light and elegant, causing a round of applause. Next, let's invite Xingchen team onto the stage. Another round of applause came from the spectator stands. Mu Yan and the others were about to go up. Suddenly, a cold shout came from high up in the stands. Wait! This shout contained a lot of inner force. It shook one's lungs and echoed in the ears of the thousands of people on the viewing platform. There was a sudden silence as everyone raised their heads and looked up. Lan Huahong's figure slowly walked out of the small house that represented nobility and uniqueness. He condescendingly swept his eyes over the dense crowd in the stands with a bit of disdain. Finally, his gaze fell on Mu Yan, and he said in a deep voice, "Someone, come and capture that thief for me." His hand is pointing in Mayan's direction. Almost as soon as his voice falls, a nascent soul cultivator at Lan Huahong's side turns into a flash of lightning, charging straight towards Mu Yan. The expressions of the members of Carefree Squad changed drastically. They all wanted to raise their swords to block. But all of this happened too suddenly, and they had no time to react at all. With a loud bang, a dazzling white light burst out from the bottom of the arena, and a wave of chi rolled. The faint sound of a zither reverberated in the air. The Yuanying Xianxia flipped in the air and landed on the ground. His expression was grave and shocked as he looked at the young female nearby. After the nascent soul cultivator landed on the ground, Mu Yan's face turned pale and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Junior sister. Junior sister, how are you? Sixth senior sister, don't scare me. The people of the Xiaoyao team quickly surround Mayan, their faces full of worry. The people who witnessed this scene felt their hearts in their throats. What the hell happened? Why would an honored guest of the Purple Cloud realm suddenly attack Mayan? That nascent soul Xianxia was definitely the most shocked out of all of them. As a nascent soul cultivator, he didn't care about his dignity and face to sneak attack a little girl at the stage of fasting. Originally, it was to follow Li Zupeng's instructions and abolish Mayan's cultivation in the blink of an eye. At that time, even if she couldn't get any results from the theory, what was the use of her, a cripple, holding the zither? He didn't expect that his full power attack, as a nascent soul cultivator, would be blocked. Behind Lan Huahong, Li Zupeng was not disappointed. Instead, he looked even more excited. Because he just saw Jun Mayan pluck the strings. In other words, it was the zither that blocked the nascent soul cultivator's attack. If such a divine object were to fall into his hands, thinking of this, Li Zupeng immediately gave Lan Huahong a look. Lan Huahong jumped down from the platform and landed next to the nascent soul cultivator. He said sternly, "What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear my order? Hurry up and capture that thief. How dare you hurt my junior sister?" Yun Ruhan's face was ashen. A dignified nascent soul cultivator, the personal guard of the Lan Empire's 11th prince, actually dared to make a move on a little girl in the fasting realm. Do you have any shame? If word of this gets out in the future, wouldn't people think that the Lan clan empire is a bunch of shameless bastards that bully the weak? As soon as he said that, Lan Huahong, Li Zupeng, and the two nascent soul cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Impudent. The nascent soul stage cultivator who had just attacked bellowed, and suddenly attacked Yun Ruhan and Mu Yan. "This old man will kill you right now." The pressure and attack of a nascent soul cultivator was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. A wave of heat seemed to be burning in the air, covering the sky and covering the earth, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Even before the attack arrived, Yun Ruhan was already pale and on the verge of collapsing. Even the clan of the Xiao sect couldn't withstand this attack. However, right at this moment, Lan Huahong and the others suddenly heard a shout from behind them. "Stop! Yun, don't you have enough shame?" Before, another voice, the Mu'abd of Moon sect. In the blink of an eye, the nascent soul cultivator's attack was defeated. Yun Ruhan heaved a long sigh of relief. With Luo Yu's support, she steadied herself and held Luo Yu's hand. On the other side, Lan Huahong and the others angrily turned their heads and saw Lan Feng walking over with a cold expression. "Of Moon. Of you. Clan cultivator Lan, you dare." Lan Feng looked at Lan Huahong with a face full of disapproval, and didn't have the slightest intention of shrinking back. "Your Highness, you're a prince of the Lan imperial family, and you represent the face of the Lan imperial family. How could he allow his subordinates to bully the weak? As your imperial tutor, if I allow you to lose face of Lan imperial family, how will I explain to His Majesty and Empress when I return?" Lan Huahong's face turned green and white, but he couldn't say a word. With just a few words, this person has tied their actions to the Lan royal family, forcing Lan Feng, the person who values face the most, to step forward. What a good scheme. However, do they think they can escape like this? Li Zupeng steps forward and slightly salutes Lan Feng. "Lan Darren, you don't know, but His Highness ordered Mayan to be captured because she stole His Highness's treasure." Mayan feeds Yun Ruhan an elixir, then looks up and says, "Treasure? What treasure did I steal from His Highness?" To make His Highness so flustered and exasperated that he doesn't even care about his face, sending a nascent soul cultivator to attack us juniors? Lan Huahong sneers and points to the zither in her hand. You stole this one, zither. Mayan bursts into laughter. Your Highness, I've been using this zither to fight for several days, but you've only just discovered that this zither is yours? Those who know would think that your Highness is slow to react, that your mind isn't fast enough. Those who don't know would think that you're eager to hunt and want to take whatever good thing you see for yourself. As soon as these words come out, the scene goes silent for a moment. Immediately, there's a burst of fierce discussion in the stands. Snatching someone else's thing after taking a fancy to it, isn't this too much? Who asked him to be an honored guest from the Ziyun realm, and a member of the royal family? Whatever he wants from the Azure Blue realm, don't we have to offer it up with both hands? That doesn't mean he can't take it by force. Moreover, he directly sent a nascent soul expert to attack a girl at the stage of fasting. He clearly wants to silence her and take the treasure for himself, right? I didn't expect that the Prince of the Lan Empire is such a sinister person. The surrounding people's discussion enters Lan Feng's ears, making him tremble with anger. He doesn't understand how the 11th Highness, who used to be well-behaved and obedient in the palace, would become like this after leaving the palace. If the rumor that the Prince of the Lan Empire had forcibly seized the treasure of a young cultivator from the Azure Blue realm, how could the Lan Empire have a foothold in the Ziyun realm in the future? Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. Lan Feng's face darkened as he said, this subordinate has been by your side for so many years, but I've never seen you with a zither. You're not good at the zither either, so how could that thing be yours? Lan Huahong had naturally heard the doubts of the surrounding people towards him. Now that Lan Feng had refuted him without giving him any face, it instantly caused him to feel that he had lost all face, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Before he could erupt, Li Zupeng hurriedly stopped him and said to Lan Feng, Lord Lan might not know this, but this zither is a gift that my Flow Moon sect prepared to present to His Highness. It is called the Primordial Zither. Because the place where it was discovered was in the Danyang mountain range of the Azure Blue world, it was not transported back to Ziyun Nation. Instead, it was prepared to be presented to your Highness at the Jasper Forest gathering. Who knew that the zither would be stolen from the Danyang mountain range while it was being transported? Li Zupeng vowed, when I first saw Miss Jun's zither, I felt that it was somewhat similar to the primordial zither. However, he was also afraid that he would wrongly accuse someone, so he didn't dare to bring it up. Instead, he sent someone to investigate first. With this investigation, the zither in Mayan's hands is indeed the primordial zither. On the stage, Qin Zhou immediately steps forward and says indifferently, I can testify that during the Great Sect Tournament of the Blue Cloud World, Jun Mayan had taken out the zither. In fact, Mayan didn't directly play the Tian Mo Qin in the Great Sect Tournament. Her main fighting weapon was the Tian Mo Qin's 7 absolute swords. However, Qin Zhou still comes forward to testify without hesitation. First, he believes in Jun Mayan's character. Second, he saw Mayan's Tian Mo Qin transform into the 7 absolute swords with his own eyes, and these 7 absolute swords are exactly the same as the longsword he used in battle. With Qin Zhou in front, quite a few people in the stands also shout out. We've also seen Jun Mayan play this zither a long time ago. At that time, His Highness the 11th Highness still hadn't come to our Azure Blue world. How could it be stealing His Highness' zither? That's right, I saw Jun Mayan play the zither during the entrance examination. Li Zupeng's complexion is a bit unsightly, secretly blaming this group of trash from Azure Blue world for ruining his good fortune. However, his expression has always been very calm. Hearing this, he sneers and says, You haven't seen this zither up close, how would you know that she didn't swap it midway? I'll only ask you one thing. In your Azure Blue world, have you ever seen a zither that's as powerful as the one in Jun Mayan's hands? Or even half as powerful as it? The discussion in the stand suddenly quiets down a bit. They really haven't seen such a powerful zither. Yi Shaoqin suddenly stands up, looking at Jun Mayan with a cold expression. She says in a clear voice, the power of that zither is 100 times more powerful than my Yi family's century-old red flame pipa. Let alone seeing such a zither in Azure Blue world, I've never even heard of it. Haha. Li Zupeng strokes his beard and says, It's normal that you haven't heard of it, because this primordious zither isn't an ordinary spiritual tool, but a divine tool. What? A divine tool. Really? I haven't even seen an 8th grade spiritual tool. I didn't expect that this zither is actually a divine tool. Heavens, so it's a divine artifact. No wonder it's so powerful. Li Zuping's face suddenly turns cold, raising his voice. Jun Mayan, can you tell me, you're just a cultivator at the stage of fasting, you've never been to Xianxia, so where did you get this artifact? Then, without waiting for Mayan's reply, he continued, can't say it, right? This divine artifact doesn't even belong to you. You stole it from the Pilyang mountain range when my subordinates weren't paying attention. I admit that you do have some small tricks up your sleeve, but aren't you being too greedy? You want to rely on the divine artifact to make a name for yourself and show off in the Jasper Forest Guild? Do you think that I won't be able to recognize the primordial chaos zither just because it looks shabby and unassuming? Little did you know that Heaven's Net has a long way to go. Little thief, you have finally revealed your true colors. It turns out that Jun Mayan and the carefree teen were able to achieve such a good result because they used a heaven-defying artifact. On the grandstand, many people had subtle expressions on their faces. Clap, clap, clap. Mayan slowly claps her hands, showing a meaningful smile towards Li Zuping. So, Hall Master Li believes that the zither in my hand is your so-called primordious zither? Since it's a zither that the Flowing Moon sect found, then surely Hall Master Li can bring out the power of this zither better than a little cultivator at the stage of fasting, right? Li Zuping raises his chin, his expression arrogant. The primordial zither is a divine tool. Even I don't dare to say that I can bring out the full power of this zither. But compared to a little thief like you who stole the zither, I'm naturally more worthy of this divine tool. Mayan sighs softly and shakes her head. That being the case, regardless of whether this zither is mine or not, I don't dare to casually take it. After all, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. However, since Hall Master Li wants to take this zither away, shouldn't you demonstrate on the spot how earth-shattering the true power of this divine tool is? The corners of her mouth curl up into a faintly discernible arc. Otherwise, how can Hall Master Li prove that this zither is your so-called primordial zither? Don't tell me that just because your upper lip touches the lower lip, my things have become your Flowing Moon sect's divine tool? Li Zuping's complexion stiffens. He's being checkmated by Mayan. But then he thinks that since this zither can bring out such great power in the hands of a little girl at the stage of fasting, there's no reason that he can't. Thus, he says with a profound expression, this primordial zither is something that our Flowing Moon sect has just found. I haven't familiarized myself with it, so I naturally can't bring out the full power of the divine tool. But I can still let you experience it a little. His words are very slick. If the power of the primordial zither that he shows is not as great as expected, he can say that it's because he's still not familiar with the effects and attributes of the divine tool. Now, can I ask you to return my Flowing Moon sect's divine tool? Mayan's mouth holds a shallow smile. Almost without any hesitation, she hands over the Tian Mo Chin in her hands. Li Zuping can't react for a moment. He thought that this girl would certainly struggle and be unwilling. He didn't expect that she would so readily give the zither to him. But then, he shows an ecstatic smile, grabs the zither and holds it in his arms. Since this zither is in his hands, no one can take it away. Hall Master Li, shouldn't you show me the power of the primordial zither? Mu Yan said unhurriedly, we, the young cultivators of the blue world, are all eager to see the world. Li Zuping glanced at her coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. This Jun Mayan couldn't possibly think that she would be unable to control the zither after putting her divine sense imprint on it, right? What a joke, it was just the spiritual imprint of a little cultivator at the stage of fasting, he could easily erase it. Li Zuping carefully picked up the zither and looked at it greedily. Then, he suddenly poured his spiritual power into the zither and plucked the strings with his other hand. He deliberately plucks the strings towards Mayan, wanting to catch her off guard and teach her a lesson. However, the ear-piercing and unpleasant sound of the zither rang out and slowly disappeared. In the end, nothing changed. The scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at Li Zuping strangely. Li Zuping's face was full of disbelief, and his face was flushed. Just now, he had used 50% of his spiritual power, but when he poured it into the zither, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. This time, the sound is even more ear-piercing than before. It's like a demonic sound, causing many people to frown and cover their ears. However, the surroundings are still quiet. There's no spiritual chi fluctuation, no swift and fierce attacks, and there's no dazzling divine skill like what Mayan displayed on the competition stage. Pfft. After a moment of silence, someone finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. And the people of the Xiaoyao sect don't give them any face as they convulse with laughter. Oh my, so this is the so-called divine tool, the primeval zither. It's really powerful and awe-inspiring. That's right, that's right. My ears are hurting. That sound just now was so unpleasant that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. If someone made this kind of demonic sound in the competition, our Xiaoyao team might just admit defeat. Ha ha ha. You're really worthy of being a nascent soul stage hall masterly. The power of this zither in my junior sister's hands is really less than 1,000th of its power in yours. The voices of the people of the Xiaoyao sect are loud and clear, so that everyone in the Tai Square can hear them clearly. Immediately, there's a roar of laughter. Li Zuping's face turns red and purple. Embarrassment, humiliation, and anger make his whole body tremble. He's the dignified hall master of the Flowing Moon sect. When has he ever been humiliated like this? Li Zuping suddenly glares at Mayan and roars, what did you do to this zither? Mayan brushes her clothes and says unhurriedly, Hall Master Li must be joking. I'm just a little fasting stage cultivator. Even if I did something to this zither, how could a nascent soul cultivator like Hall Master Li not see through it? Not to mention, Hall Master Li also said that this is your Flowing Moon sect zither. Hee, so it turns out that the people of the Flowing Moon sect can only find divine tools, but can't use them? Li Zuping is immediately speechless. Lan Feng fiercely brushes his sleeves and grits his teeth. This is really a disgrace. Li Zuping, when we return, I'll report to His Majesty and her ladyship. A person like you will only lead His Highness astray if he stays by her side. And you too, if you dare to let His Highness mess around again, don't blame me for being impolite. Lan Feng fiercely pointed at the two nascent soul cultivators and gave Lan Huahong a warning look. Lan Feng was a subject in name, but in reality, he also had the blood of the imperial family. Moreover, he was deeply trusted by the Lan Empire's emperor, so his status in the palace was extremely high. Therefore, even though Lan Huahong and the two nascent soul cultivators were scolded like grandchildren, they didn't dare to say anything. Not to mention Li Zuping, he was so angry that he almost fainted in the face of the mockery and ridicule of thousands of people. He had never expected that he would go for wool and come home shorn. He had thought that it would be easy to snatch a zither from this little cultivator of the azure blue realm. Who would have thought that this woman would be so cunning, causing him to lose face in front of everyone? Luo Yu took a step forward and said loudly, Hall Master Li, since you can't activate this zither, does that mean that this isn't the primordial zither you speak of? Why don't you return the zither to my sixth senior sister? Li Zuping's face was livid, but his hand tightly held onto the zither, not letting go. Although he couldn't use this zither for the time being, this zither had endured 90% of his spiritual power without any change. This proved that this was definitely a powerful magic treasure. It might even be of a higher grade than a divine tool, which was why he couldn't control it. Since such a treasure was in his hands, how could he give it away? Fortunately, Luo Yu reacted quickly and narrowly avoided it. Li Zuping coldly said, I said that this zither belongs to my Flowing Moon sect, so it belongs to my Flowing Moon sect. Who do you low-level cultivators of Azure Blue Realm think you are, daring to question me? These words can be said to be very shameless, very blatantly robbing other people's treasures. On the Tai Square, whether it's the students of the 3 academies or the people of the major sects and families, their complexions are unusually unsightly. Some people with unyielding characters are even more direct. I didn't expect that the people of Ziyun Realm are actually such shameless trash. They want to cheat others' treasures after taking a fancy to them, and when they can't cheat, they still want to take it by force. Really too shameless. 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 Li Zuping has already steeled his heart to take this zither for himself. Regardless of what these people say, he wants to put the zither into his storage space. However, after running his divine sense several times, he finds that the zither in his hand doesn't move. It can't be put into his storage ring. Qi Huang's gloating laughter rings in Mayan's mind. He wants to put away the Tian Mo Qin with a mere storage space? Does he know that even a corner of the Tian Mo Qin is 10,000 times bigger than his storage space? At this time, Lan Feng is already furious to the extreme. Li Zupeng, I order you to immediately return the zither. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Zupeng's complexion is ashen, but he turns his head and hands the zither to Lan Huahong. Lan Darren, you're wrong. This zither was given to His 11th Highness by my Fulling Moon sect. Now, it already belongs to His 11th Highness. Does Lan Darren want to snatch the treasure from His 11th Highness? Or does Lan Darren think that you have a high status and power, that even His 11th Highness has to listen to you? Lan Huahong has no interest in the broken zither in his hand, but he remembers that Li Zupeng said that he would let him have Mayan's promise if he obtained the zither. His eyes flash with greed, and he immediately says, yes, this zither is Gu's. Lan Feng, you want to rob Gu's thing, are you trying to rebel? Lan Feng is so angry that he can't speak. Li Zupeng is already looking at Mayan with a sneer. What's more, Mayan, how can you prove that this zither is yours? Could it be that your name is engraved on the zither? Even if such a precious treasure was covered in dust and fell into the hands of a little girl who was at the stage of fasting, it would only last for a while. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator like him couldn't move this zither in the slightest. He doesn't believe that Jun Mayan could leave any mark on it. Mu Yan couldn't help but want to laugh, because this Tian Mo Qin really has her name engraved on it. Moreover, she didn't carve it herself, but when the Tian Mo Qin recognized her as its master, it appeared on its own. Just as she's about to speak, a tender and soft voice suddenly rings out from the crowd. I can testify that this zither belongs to Jun Mayan, Miss Jun. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. When Li Zupeng saw who was speaking, his face instantly turned frosty. Lu Xian? Was this slut going to betray him? Mu Yan also turned her head to look at the person who spoke. She saw that it was a beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure. Every move she made was filled with charm. Lu Ruoxuan slowly walks to the center of the crowd. When she receives Li Zupeng's murderous gaze, she stealthily sends him a "don't be impatient" expression. Then she says coquettishly, some time ago, this servant accidentally witnessed a killing scene in the Danyang mountain range. The scene was really very bloody. As she speaks, she caresses her chest, revealing a frightened expression. Many male Xiao can't help but swallow their saliva when they see her heaving breasts and perky buttocks. Lu Ruoxuan vaguely glanced at Mayan and continued, at that time, there was a party that used this zither to kill people. At that time, I clearly saw that the one who used the zither to kill people was Miss Jun Mayan. Mayan's complexion suddenly turns cold. When did she kill people in the Danyang mountain range? Li Zupeng coldly says, even if you saw her use this zither to kill people, how can you be sure that she didn't steal it from my Fulling Moon sect? What's more, who are you? Do you think you can testify with just a few words? Lu Ruoxuan looks flustered and sobs, this servant is just a weak woman, this servant doesn't know anything. But that day, this servant really saw Miss Jun use this zither to kill people. Miss Jun is so powerful, those people were not her opponent. Right. At that time, Miss Jun was tied up with a few children, covered in blood and somewhat pitiful. This servant felt distressed at that time and wanted to persuade her to treat the children better, but that zither was really too powerful. This servant didn't dare. Woo-woo. What children? How could there be children by Jun Mayan's side? Moreover, Jun Mayan actually killed people in the Danyang mountain range. Who did she kill? Do you believe this woman's nonsense? You can't say that. This girl originally came to testify for Jun Mayan, how could she harm her? The crowd is discussing. Li Zupeng seems to realize something and no longer anxiously refutes Lu Ruoxuan. The people of the Xiaoyao sect have ugly expressions. What nonsense are you talking about? Our junior sister is with us every day. When did she kill people in the Danyang mountain range, and when did she tie up any children? Don't slander my sixth sister. Lu Ruoxuan staggered a step back, revealing a panicked expression. No, I was wrong, I didn't see anything. I didn't know that Jun Mayan kidnapped those little Gongzi and little Miss. Don't kill me, I won't say anything. When the people of the Xiaoyao sect saw that she was acting like this, they knew that their junior sister had killed someone. They were immediately enraged. However, before they could react, a few people rushed in from not far away. What kind of children did you just say? Do you have my Z? What happened to my Z? The center of Tai Square was in chaos. Everyone was still in a daze, but when they saw who it was, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Nalan clan's patriarch Nalan Qing, Duan clan's patriarch Duan Xiangyang, Lu clan's patriarch Lu Zhenjiang, Morong clan's patriarch Morong Bai, Feng clan's patriarch Feng Yi, and even a few other matriarchs. It could be said that the most powerful people in the entire Azure Blue Realm had all appeared here. My Zi! Madame Duan screamed and almost fainted. Nalan Qing grabbed Lu Ruoxuan's clothes and roared hysterically, "Tell me, who dares to do this to my precious granddaughter?" Lu Ruoxuan looked timidly at Mayan with tears in her eyes and said sadly, I don't dare to say, I can't say, I don't want to die. She is so powerful, she can kill me just by plucking the zither. Sob sob sob. The eyes of the several patriarchs simultaneously looked towards Mayan. Everyone's eyes seemed to be stained with poison, dripping with blood. You kidnapped our granddaughter? Tell me, where did you hide her? Mayan looked at Lu Ruoxuan coldly and said, I have never killed anyone in the Danyang mountain range, let alone kidnapped a child. May I know who you are? Why haven't I seen you in the Starry School before? I was killing people in the Danyang mountain range, and you happened to see me? I am so powerful, but I didn't notice you beside me? Don't you think your words are full of loopholes? Lu Ruoxuan said anxiously, that's because I hid well. If I lied, how would I know there were 4 boys and 1 girl? It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you are crazy. How could you do this to a child? Now that I found out, you want to kill me? Kill you? Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. A person at the peak of Gold Core stage is putting on airs and crying, saying that she's afraid of being silenced by me, a cultivator of fasting stage. Girl, aren't you acting a little too much? Hearing this, Lu Ruoxuan's face suddenly froze. After she devoured Mei Xian's spirit, her cultivation increased greatly, her appearance changed, and her aura became extremely special. Ordinary people couldn't see through her real cultivation. If she hid herself, others wouldn't be able to find her at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to follow the people of the 5 clans and hear this secret. But this June Mayan was able to see through her true cultivation at a glance. This woman seemed to be born to be her nemesis. Lu Ruoxuan noticed that the clan leaders were already looking at her suspiciously, and she suddenly panicked. However, at this moment, a flying boat descended from the sky. Before the flying boat came to a stop, a few guards dressed in the uniforms of the 5 great clans disembarked. Clan leader, we found him. Nalan Qing and the others were startled and hurriedly said, have you found Yan Yan and the others? Where's my precious granddaughter? Quick, let me see my Su'er. However, the guards all looked at each other with a sorrowful expression. Then, they took out a few tattered bloody clothes. What does this mean? The family heads were all over 100 years old, and their cultivations had long reached the nascent soul stage. But now, looking at the bloody clothes of the children in front of them, all of their voices trembled, and they were almost unable to smoothly ask a question. The guards knelt on the ground and choked with sobs. We only found the young master and the young lady's clothes. We didn't even find their bones. Beside the clothes, there was a furnace with ashes inside. I'm afraid that the young master and the young lady have already met with misfortune. My Zi! Madame Duan screamed as her eyes rolled back and she fainted. My Su'er, my poor Su'er. Madame Feng also fell to the ground. Her face was pale and full of tears. Nalan Qing's usually strong body suddenly bent, as if he had aged decades. Thinking about how his sweet and adorable granddaughter lost her life in the hands of a villain without even a corpse left, his heart surged with a bone-piercing killing intent. Who was it that killed his precious granddaughter? He was going to skin this thief alive and tear his bones to shreds. Lu Zhenjiang was the calmest among them. He suppressed his grief and pain and asked the reporting guard, where did you find these bloody clothes? In the Alcade branch, the guard answered without hesitation. The Alcade branch is huge, and most of the palaces are abandoned. Therefore, we searched for a long time before we found it in a secret stone room. In the stone room, there were not only the clothes of the young masters and mistresses, but also many other children's clothes. There were even piles of bones. It was a horrible scene. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone stared at the guard who spoke, then at the people from the Xiaoyao school. They could not believe their ears. These people from the Yaoguang branch had kidnapped and killed so many people, and they were all innocent children? Could it be that these 7 people were not the heroes of the Starry School, but rather insane murderers? Lu Ruoxuan cried, I don't know why you slandered me, Mayan. I didn't mean to hurt you, I was just telling the truth. Even if you really wanted to practice evil martial arts, you shouldn't have done it to innocent children. Fortunately, your evil deeds have finally been made public. This can be considered as proving my innocence. Don't talk nonsense. Luo Yu said anxiously, we didn't do these things. The arcade branch is so big and we didn't go everywhere. How do we know if there are any stone rooms? Also, do we have nothing better to do after eating? Why did you kidnap a few children to kill? Yi Xiaoqin from the Spiritual and Martial Arts Institute suddenly said, I once heard from my father that there is a kind of assistant musician. In order to connect with the user's instrument and exert greater power, they are willing to sacrifice the blood of young boys and girls to form a connection with the magical equipment. This kind of musical instrument is contaminated with filthy baleful aura. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to activate it, but in their hands, they can unleash great power. Evil technique? Virgin boys and girls sacrificed? Everyone was shocked. Li Zuping laughed out loud, so the reason why I am unable to activate this primordious zither is because this zither has been refined by you using witchcraft. In order to take our evolution moonsect's divine weapon for yourself, you really spared no effort. Now, everything was connected. More and more people started to believe that the zither was a divine weapon of the flowing moon sect. On the other hand, Jun Mayan and the Xiaoyao school were thugs who killed innocent children. Di Dao leaped down from the high platform and stared at the 7 people furiously. To think that I guaranteed in front of the clan leaders that there would never be such an evil person in the Starry School. I didn't expect you to be so cruel that you would attack innocent children. You don't deserve to be students of the Starry School. Chumoli smiled, but his eyes were as dark as ink. Xiaoqi, Yuma, stop talking. No one will listen to you no matter how much you say. Can't you see it? This is a trap that was set long ago, just waiting for us to fall into it. I just don't know which person is so generous as to use the children of the 5 clans as a bargaining chip. What a good move, what guts. Aren't they afraid of shooting themselves in the foot? Diudeo's eyebrows twitched, then he said angrily, things have already come to this, and you are still lying, trying to clear your name. He turned around and looked at the 5 clan leaders, his face full of pain. It's all because of our lack of Taoism that the school has produced such evildoers who are worse than animals. To show our shame, the Starry School has decided to withdraw from the fight for the championship of the Tri-School tournament, and we will seal the arcade branch forever. On the spectator stand, Sui Luan suddenly stood up, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes full of ferocity. He stared at Di Yudao, his eyes full of murderous intent. His body also emanated a thick, black evil qi. However, after a moment, he calmed down and retracted all the black evil qi. It was not that he did not want to help the children of the arcade branch, but it was really not the time yet. He had planned for so many years for revenge, he could not fail at the last moment. Sui Luan slowly sat back in his seat and looked down, hiding the pity and sorrow in his eyes. He knew that the 7 talented children of the arcade branch would probably not be able to escape today. After Diudeo's order, the students on the spectator stand were all silent. They had yet to come back to their senses, unable to believe that the 7 invincible and brave people on the battlefield were actually thugs who killed children. Even the Phoenix Heavenly Kings team, who were announced as the champions of the Tri-School tournament, all had a serious expression, without any joy. Qin Yizhou suddenly took a step forward and said, I've known Jun Mayan since the Qingyun world. She is definitely not a thug who would kill children. Lu Jinheng also slowly said, if Jun Mayan is really the Lord of Azure Sky, Yi Liangchen, I don't believe that a person with such attainments in the way of the sword would be a despicable and cruel person. On the spectator stand, Ouyang Qing leaped down and stood beside Ling Yuxing without hesitation. I believe that little Xing would never do anything that goes against reason and nature. Suzy quickly stood beside Mu Yan and said loudly, I'm an exchange student sent by the Phoenix Sky Academy to the Starry School. I've been staying in the arcade branch for the past few days. I can testify that they definitely didn't kidnap any children. In the stands, many students stood up. If Jun Mayan is really great Godyi, we will never believe that our great Godyi is a bad person. Lu Ruoxuan jealously looks at these strangers she's met by chance testifying for Jun Mayan and the Xiaoyao team. Her heart feels like it's being gnawed by thousands of ants. When she was in trouble, these people only knew how to bully her, beat her, and even made her eat shit. Why is it that when it's Mayan's turn, with so much evidence in front of them, these people still want to protect her, Jun Mayan, based on what? But today, I will definitely make you lose all standing and reputation. Sure enough, the people who hang out with Jun Mayan aren't good people. Lu Ruoxuan takes a deep breath and suddenly says, I heard that musicians who practice evil arts can bewitch people's hearts through music. I didn't believe it was true before, but today I really saw it. Yes, she must be using music to bewitch people's hearts. This is also one of the characteristics of witchcraft musicians. Yi Xiaoqin immediately follows up. Lu Ruoxuan wipes her tears. Maybe those innocent and lovely children were also bewitched by her music, so they believed her. But they didn't expect that they would believe a devil, and as a result, they would lose their lives. Those children are really too pitiful. They are still so young, and their lives have just begun, but they have become ghosts under Mayan's hands. Madame Duan, who has just woken up, suddenly screams when she hears these words. She suddenly jumps up and madly rushes towards Mayan, return my Zi. Return my baby son. I will kill you to pay for my Zi's life. Mayan easily dodges. Madame Duan's cultivation is not high. But Madame Duan has gone crazy. She doesn't care about her own safety. After being dodged, she immediately rushes over recklessly. Mayan wants to defend herself, but just as her spiritual power surges, she feels a strong pressure coming towards her. She stops moving, and the dagger in Madame Duan's hand cuts her arm. Blood splatters. Junior sister, you're hurt. The people of the Xiaoyao school quickly protect Mayan. At this time, the 7 of them have been surrounded by 5 nascent soul stage experts. Duan Xiangyang supports his wife and coldly says, Madam, rest assured. If this bitch really harmed Z, I will definitely seek justice for our son. Madame Duan sobs, but she still retreats to the back. The 5 masters have cold expressions. Although they don't act immediately, their eyes tell everyone that it's like the calm before the storm. At any time, a storm will roll up and tear these 7 people to pieces. Lu Zhenjiang looks at Mayan and the others. What else do you have to say now? Mayan, if you want to blame someone, you can always find a pretext. But I really haven't seen the young masters and young ladies. Chumoli suddenly says, can you let me have a look at your son's bloodied clothes? Seeing that the 5 family heads had a gloomy look on their faces, they did not say anything. Chumoli smiled faintly. Even if you want to sentence us to death, you should at least give us a chance to defend ourselves, right? Don't you think that there's something fishy about this? Lu Zhenjiang and the others looked at the young men and women in front of them and could not help but reveal astonished expressions. In the face of such a desperate situation, these people could still be so calm, as if they did not care about their lives at all. He subconsciously wanted to hand over the bloody clothes in his hand. Diudeo's expression changed drastically when he saw this. In case anything unexpected happened, he made up his mind and suddenly leaped up, slamming his palm towards Muyan's head. You evil disciples, keeping you in this world will only stain the starry school's reputation. This old man will personally end you right now. All of a sudden, a strong wind blew in the center of the Tai square. Mayan suddenly opens her eyes wide, wanting to save herself and fight back, but she suddenly finds that the Tian Mo Qin isn't in her arms. Diudeo's face shows a sinister expression, an ominous glint. However, just then, there's a sudden panicked cry in the sky, Aya. I'm going to fall, Jian Gij, slow down, we're not the boss, we're going to die Aya. There's a loud bang, and Diu Dao, who had already attacked Mayan, feels that he's hit something hard. His whole body is sent flying, tumbling to the ground. His head is ringing, and he can't stand up for a long time. On Tai Square, a cloud of dust fills the air. From time to time, a child's clear voice can be heard from within the dust. Ba ba ba, so unsophisticated, Jian Gij, you're too much, are you doing this on purpose? Boo hoo hoo, Yan Yan's hair is a mess, my face is also messed up, it's not pretty. Bastard Duanzi, your stinky feet are stepping on my face, still not moving. It's not stinky feet. It's fragrant feet, blah blah. Stop messing around, where's boss and Lon little brother? Haven't they arrived yet? Listening to these voices, Lu Zhenjiang and the others suddenly widen their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Madame Duan shakily raises her head, trembling as she asks, Did I just hear Zi's voice? Is it our family Z? Yan Yan. It's Yan Yan's voice, isn't it? The dust slowly dissipates, and the child's voice suddenly rises. Hey, I think I heard my mother's voice. Grandpa, it's Grandpa. Wow, Yan Yan misses Grandpa. From the dust, several small figures rush out like cannonballs. When they see the person standing in front of them, they immediately rush towards the familiar figure. Daddy. Nyangqin. Grandpa. Wow, Grandpa, Yan Yan thought I'd never see you again. Boo hoo hoo, Daddy, Nyangqin, Z is so scared. Z thought I'd never see you again. Someone bullied Xiu, Grandpa, you have to avenge Xiu. Wow. A few patriarchs, who were usually dignified and steady, were now hugging their treasures and crying tears of joy. They were smiling like children, completely losing their usual dignity. The mistresses of a few families even hugged their children in their arms and kissed them. They thought they had lost their precious son and grandson forever. They didn't expect that he would return to their side. It was like a dream. Hong Yuan, what's going on? Where did you go? Lu Zhenjiang touched his son's face, which was now a little darker, and asked, Do you know how worried I was? Lu Hongyuan was the oldest among the 5 of them. He had a calm temperament and was usually serious in speech and manner. But in the end, he was only a 7-year-old child. Now that he had a new lease on life, he couldn't help but tear up as he faced his father. Daddy, we were caught by the bad guys and almost fed to the monsters. Fortunately, boss appeared and saved us. That's right, Grandpa. Our boss is amazing, really amazing. Father, Mother, I've also become stronger. I can kill a vicious beast now. It was all taught by boss. Yes, we taught a lesson to the big bad guy, and also saved a little language. It's so impressive. Our boss is the strongest in the world. End of chapter 1596. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.